Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was embraced and forged in darkness? It's a part 2 of Darkness series. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. Riddle Manor stood on a hill overlooking the village of Little Hangleton. It was the largest building for miles around. The small village at the bottom of the hill was pure Muggle. Tom Marvolo Riddle had spent months making the house livable again and casting strong wards around the property. To the Muggles below, all that could be seen was an old abandoned home, the windows boarded, tiles missing from the roof, and ivy and other weeds spreading unchecked over the walls. But to those that were attuned into the wards, could see the manor for what it was, a beautiful building full of life and love, magnificent gardens that were maintained by 3 of 4 former Black sisters: Cassiopeia Riddle, Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange. The lands and manor had once belonged to the extremely rich Muggle family, Thomas and Mary Riddle, and their only son Tom Riddle. The history of their life and death was well known to the village below. In the summer of 1943, a maid discovered the cold bodies of 63-year-old Thomas Riddle, 60-year-old Mary Riddle, and their 38-year-old son Tom. Rumors spread quickly throughout the Muggle world of how the gardener Frank Bryce had murdered them. The magical world knew better though. The 3 Muggles had been killed by the killing curse. After an investigation, it was determined that the Muggles had been killed by Morphin Gaunt. While closer to the truth than the Muggle theories, it was still incorrect. The Gaunt family was a prestigious pureblood family that were the last to have Slytherin blood running through them. They lived just up from the village in a rundown cottage. The head of the family, Marvolo Gaunt, was a bitter old man who hated Muggles with a passion. He boasted their Slytherin blood proudly, despite the fact that due to inbreeding the magical talent had dwindled down to practically nothing. The inbreeding had also left most of them violently unstable and extremely poor. The eldest child, the son, Morphin Gaunt, could only speak in Parseltongue. The daughter, Merope Gaunt, was almost a squib, only able to do the most basic of spells, and even then it was a struggle for the poor girl. When she was 16, she fell for the rich and slightly snobby 18-year-old Tom Riddle. Her father was arrested for attacking her in front of a ministry official after her brother revealed that she had been watching Tom. Morphin got arrested for preventing the ministry official helping young Merope. Once on her own, Merope found it easier to perform magic and started to become a wonderful young woman. When she was 17, she started a secret relationship with Tom Riddle. It was a theory of Albus Dumbledore. She had used a love potion, but the simple and easy fact was, away from her family, Merope grew more confident, and it showed enough for Tom to notice her. On her 18th birthday, Tom Riddle proposed and swept her away to live a life together. They lived happily for a year. Merope discovered she was pregnant with a baby boy, much to Tom's delight. They agreed to stick with his family's tradition and named the son Thomas. But when she was 8 months pregnant, everything changed for the worse. Merope came home after a shopping trip to their home empty and Tom gone, leaving behind nothing but a hateful note accusing her of using her magic to trap him. Heartbroken, the poor girl fled for London and sold her trinkets and family heirlooms for money to help her unborn son. The night of New Year's Eve, Merope Riddle found herself at Wool's orphanage in labor. The workers of the orphanage helped her deliver a healthy son, which she named Tom for his father like they had agreed, and Marvolo for hers, not out of love but loyalty to her family tradition, and gave him his father's last name, Riddle. Unfortunately, due to complications created from her family's inbreeding, she died not hours after her son's birth from blood loss and infection. When Tom Marvolo Riddle was 16, he tracked down his mother's family. His grandfather Marvolo was still in Azkaban, but Morphin had been released many years earlier. The man was a drunk and a disgrace to purebloods everywhere. Using legilimens, Tom discovered what his uncle had done. Shocked and in horror, he stole his uncle's wand and ran for his father and Muggle grandparents, but when he got there he was too late. Morphin had been released only 2 years after he had been arrested. When he had found out his sister had run away with the Muggle, he had tracked them down and used the Imperious Curse to make Tom leave young Merope. He had then proceeded to use the curse on Thomas and Mary so they didn't go looking for their daughter-in-law and grandson. Unfortunately, they had been under the curse for so long and their brains had stopped working properly. They were basically shells of their former selves, only working with the curse. After crying for the last of his family, Tom Marvolo summoned all the love he had for his family and sent the killing curse at his own father and grandparents. Not out of hate or anger but out of love and pity, the last act of revenge and justice, he made sure to use his uncle's wand and leave his uncle's magical signature all over the home. The man was convicted and sent to Azkaban for life. Tom would always be grateful that he had found out the truth. His father had loved him and his mother. His father had never wanted to leave them. Once he proved to be Tom's son, the Muggle authorities gave him the manor and grounds. He buried his family in a beautiful ceremony off the side of the property. Eventually, this house became the home to his incredible family, and the story of what happened was passed on down to his children, Hermione and Hartford Riddle. Wow, Hermione whispered as her father Tom Marvolo Riddle finished the story of their family history. And you guys know the rest. Tom smiled as his wife Cassie kissed his cheek. You became the Dark Lord Voldemort and strived to make the wizarding world better, Hartford grinned. If it wasn't for Albus Dumbledore I would have succeeded already, Tom grumbled, causing his children to laugh as he watched them fondly. It was the twins' 12th birthday that day, and he decided to treat them to the history of their family as they ate breakfast before handing them their presents. From their mother they both received their favorite chocolates along with a few books on curses which looked like they had been hidden in the Black Vault for the last 100 years. Their father gave them two very different gifts in looks, but they were startlingly similar. Harry had unwrapped a simple black diary, and on the back, engraved in silver, was his father's birth name. Hermione had unwrapped a beautiful necklace which held an oval locket which had a beautiful S on the front in green. These gifts are very precious and you must promise to never lose them, Tom whispered firmly. The twins nodded as they held their gifts. They could feel their father's magic pouring out of the two objects. I'm sure you both read the book I gave you last week, Tom questioned. At his children's nods he continued. Both of these objects hold a piece of me, a piece of my magic and soul. At that both children gasped. Horcruxes. Father, are you sure? Hermione asked while Harry just gaped in shock while running his hands over the cover of the journal. Yes, you two will protect them well, Tom smiled as he kissed their heads. Smiling at them proudly as they compared their gifts and chattered excitedly, they were different in many ways. Their summer holidays showed that more than anything. Hermione had spent the holiday at home in the family library doing her Summergmore spells and potions under the tutelage of her uncles Rodolphus Lestrange, Lucius Malfoy and Severus Snape. Harry, on the other broom, preferred to spend his time playing Quidditch with his friends, Draco Malfoy, Theo Knott and Blaise Zabini. Having mock duels and training in curses and playing pranks with Draco and his uncles Rabaston Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr., but Tom couldn't more proud of them if he had tried. Ugh! I feel like an idiot in this, Harry bemoaned as he tugged at the black dress robes he was dressed in. Only in that? Really? Hermione sniggered as she sat down in the chair next to the mirror that Harry's standing in front of. It was the night of the 18th of August, the twins' birthday. Their parents were throwing the typical birthday pureblood party. It was held in the ballroom with all the important people in the pureblood circles, and important people of the ministry. The children were in a secondary room where they would hang out with the future heirs of pureblood families before joining the main party for dinner, dancing and mingling with the adults. Harry was dressed in black dress pants and a white dress shirt paired with pitch black expensive dress robes that were tight in the chest and flared out at his hips, and had a high collar. To top it all off, he had on an emerald green tie and sash around his waist that matched his eyes. Hermione was wearing a matching emerald green dress. The neck was high but went wide over her shoulders. The skirt went down simply and elegant with green flowers going down from around her hips to her feet. Her curly was pulled back into a bun with loose curls framing her face. You look beautiful, Harry said, smiling as he kissed her cheek, ignoring the insult. Of course I do, she huffed, but the soft smile spoke a million words. Those robes look great, she smiled as she straightened out his tie. I hate these events, Harry grumbled as he moved away from Hermione, who was determinedly trying to adjust his outfit. Hey guys, Draconis Malfoy called as he walked in waving. He was in an outfit almost identical to Harry's, but it had a second layer over the cloak and it was silver and black to match his gray eyes. Hey Draco. The twins chorused, waving and smiling at their cousin. You ready for this? Draco sighed as he sat down. I would rather be dueling or playing Quidditch instead of doing this. Playing nice with the ministry workers and other people who are below us, Harry sneered. He felt nauseous at the thought of shaking hands with everyone and pretending to be interested and impressed with their mediocre achievements. "I saw the minister showing up as I walked in," Draco said, smirking, which turned into laughter as he saw Harry's horrified face. "Fudge is here!" he cried in dismay. "He's always at these events," Hermione said, sounding confused. "Yes, but I can always hope he will catch dragonpox or the flu, or get assassinated," Harry mumbled, causing Draco to laugh even harder. "Yes, it is rather unfortunate," a male voice was heard as more people walked into the secondary room. "Of course it is," a female voice cooed softly. "Mother of course is heartbroken that husband number 4 died in such a tragic way," the boy known as Blaise said, but the rolling of his eyes and the amused smirk on the 12-year-old's face ruined the faux concern he tried to portray. Caterina Zabini was famous for her beautiful Italian looks and the trail of dead husbands she left behind her. No one was stupid enough to not know the truth. Blaise's father, Delano Zabini, had been a loyal Death Eater and best friends with Rodolphus Lestrange, who he had met just after graduation after being thrown into a mission together. Delano Zabini, as a dark-skinned Frenchman, had been extremely attractive and gained the attention of a young Caterina. They married a few years later and had Blaise. Unfortunately, he lost his life fighting Alistair Mad Eye Moody when Aurors attacked during a Death Eater meeting. He died in Caterina's arms. Since then, Caterina had been making her way through husbands who sided with the Light in the First War. Blaise was almost the spitting image of his father, but his mannerisms were more from his mother's Italian heritage. "Oh, he died? When did this happen?" Harry asked, his lips twitching like his father's did when he was trying to avoid laughing. "2 nights ago, such a terrible thing. I offered to stay home with her and be supportive and comforting, but Mother insisted on coming tonight. You know, to be surrounded by friends. And alcohol," Blaise said, grinning wickedly, black eyes practically dancing in amusement. "How did this one die?" Draco asked, his blonde eyebrow raising. "Oh, it was so upsetting. The poor man had fallen asleep drunk in the library yet again, but one of the old bookshelves gave way in the night, crushing him," Blaise explained. "How, plebeian," Draco drawled. "And original," Harry muttered. Both boys were ignored with a few eye rolls. "Oh, the poor thing, such a tragedy. Do pass on our condolences, will you, Blaise?" Hermione said, smiling sweetly. "Of course, we thank you for your support in this trying time," Blaise responded appropriately, which proved too much for Pansy Parkinson and Daphne Greengrass, who had come in with him, both of whom suddenly burst into peals of laughter. Blaise was in a simple set of dark purple robes. Daphne was in a pale blue dress, her blonde hair in soft waves, whilst Pansy was in a navy blue dress with her in short straight bob. The girls smiled as they hugged Hermione and Harry. "Hello. Hey guys." Yet more voices called out. Turning around, the group happily greeted a smartly dressed Theodore Nott, who was in robes of the similar style of Draco but the same coloring of Harry's so that he would match Hermione, and a stunning Luna Lovegood, who was in a gorgeous yellow halter neck dress. Before they knew it, the secondary room was full of children of influential people. Daphne's younger sister, Astoria Greengrass, was hanging out with the rest of the children starting Hogwarts that year with her. The older children were milling around, just waiting to go downstairs and join the adults. Marcus Flint, Adrian Pusey, Graham Montague and Miles Bletchley were in the corner with some other classmates with the alcohol that they had snuck in. Before they knew it, it was time for them to join the adults in the downstairs ballroom. The ballroom was done up spectacularly thanks to Narcissa, Bellatrix and Cassiopeia. The walls were decorated with beautiful green and silver ribbons and white flowers. There was a huge beautiful glass chandelier hanging from the roof. The bar was off to the side of the room with a serve behind it, happily handing out drinks to the mingling guests. All the children or young adults under 17 who had been upstairs had made their way to their parents as the night started. "Hello, Father, Mother," Harry smiled as he reached them. "Oh my boy," Cassie cried, wrapping her arms around him, hugging him tightly. "Cassie dear, you're suffocating to poor boy," Tom laughed. "Oh, but he's growing up so fast. My baby boy is already 12. She cried as she let Harry go and allowed herself to be pulled into her husband's arms. "Sissa, you understand, don't you?" Cassie asked, turning to her older sister who was currently holding onto her own son. "They grow up too fast," Narcissa nodded before kissing Draco's cheek. "Mother, Father," Hermione called as she made her way through the thick of people. "Run, my own." "Mother is getting teary," Harry cried before he and Draco lost the fight, and laughed hysterically. "Oh Harry," Hermione sighed, rolling her eyes as she accepted the hug from her mother. "Lucius, Dion," a voice cried out. The family turned around to see the minister walking towards them importantly. "Cornelius." Lucius and Tom nodded respectfully before shaking hands with the man. Neither liked him very much, but he was the minister and was needed for their plans. "Minister Fudge," Hako chorused before bowing as respectfully as protocol dictated whilst maintaining eye contact to show they weren't actually below him and were only doing it out of custom. "What polite children." The overweight and balding minister stumbled over his words as his bowling hat almost fell off his round head. "Cornelius, these are my twin children. My oldest and my daughter Hermione Cassiopeia Riddle and my son and heir Hartford Thomas Riddle." Both nodded their heads in recognition when their names were spoken. "Ah, of course. Well, a happy birthday to you both," Cornelius muttered with a small smile. "Thank you, minister," they chorused again. "Cornelius, you remember my son and heir Draconis?" Lucius smiled as he smoothly took the attention away from the twins. Of course, dear Merlin, he is a lost cause," Harry snorted as he, Hermione and Draco were able to slip away after the polite greetings. "I can't believe he got elected," Hermione sighed. "That's because the public are idiots." Theo snickered as he popped up behind them, startling Harry and Draco who hadn't been prepared for it. "You have that right. At least there is no peasants here tonight." Draco sniffed haughtily. "Merlin, you look like Uncle Luke when you do that," Harry snorted. "There you guys are. You won't believe this," Blaise said before raising his hand as if to make them wait as he hunched over to catch his breath. Pansy, Luna and Daphne hurried in after him, huffing as if they had run the length of the manor. "What has gotten into you four?" Harry demanded. They all spun around when Blaise pointed to the side of the ballroom where a family of four stood awkwardly looking around. "What the fuck are they doing here?" Harry hissed angrily. "How did they get in?" Draco demanded, his gray eyes narrowing. "Like we want their stench filling our home," Hermione snarled. By now most of the guests had turned around to face the door and either had looks of curiosity or outright distaste on their faces. "So I hope you guys enjoy this chapter." Smiley face, the start of the second part. Below is the links for an idea on their clothes for the ball. Tune in again to find out who has arrived unwanted. Any guesses? Harry's robes. The first one, web links Samsung and PRMD equals IVN and source equals LNMS and TBM equals ish and saw equals X and VED equals 0 AHUKEWI 0 Toyaver na VJNPQKHC. LD3MQ underscore AUIBYGB and BIW equals 601 and BIH equals 962 hashtag TBM equals ish and Q equals black plus wizarding plus robes and IMGRC equals DD add IBJ 37 UXNM% 3A. Hermione's dress. Web links Samsung and PRMD equals IVN and source equals LNMS and TBM equals ish and saw equals X and VED equals 0 AHUKEWJHK8 Ruo underscore Arnahul MJQKHT90ANEQ underscore AUIBYGB and BIW equals 601 and BIH equals 962 hashtag IMGRC equals GVBJXWPKACQCXM% 3A. Chapter 2. Harry and Hermione stood side by side, their Avada Kedavra green eyes flashed with hatred as the family of four walked further into the room to greet the bumbling minister. The rest of the Cambions stood in a formidable V-shaped formation behind the Riddle heirs. Together they followed as Harry and Hermione stormed over to their parents, who were talking lowly to each other in disgust of their newest guests. "Father, what are they doing here?" Harry snarled. "The minister invited them, unfortunately," Lucius answered for Tom, looking apologetic. "It's my birthday," Harry cried in outrage. "Our birthday, dear brother," Hermione cut in, smirking slightly. "I don't want the golden boy of Gryffindor at my party, let alone his disgrace to magical people parents. They will ruin everything," Harry whined pathetically. "Don't whine," Tom snapped automatically before his voice softened. "I know you don't want them here, we didn't either. But unfortunately both Auror Potter and Auror Black were there when we invited the minister and he took it upon himself to invite them," Tom said as he placed his hand on his son's shoulder. "Fine," Harry grumbled as he watched James Potter laugh uproariously at something the minister said, his wife and children smiling beside him. "Oh look, more infestations," Hermione snickered as Sirius Black appeared along with Remus Lupin. Much to their surprise, Sirius and Remus walked straight past James and Lily, only stopping to say hello to the two children, then continuing on their way over to a few other people from the ministry. "Is that my ickle traitor cousin?" a voice giggled from behind them. Turning around, they met the polyjuiced and glamoured figure of their Aunt Bellatrix. Every time they interacted with people outside of their trusted family, Bellatrix, her husband Rodolphus, his brother Rabaston and their friend Barty Crouch Jr. were forced into disguise. They had been arrested in the First War for torturing the popular Auror Frank Longbottom and his wife Healer Alice into insanity. Bellatrix and Barty's disguise were as Dion Leclerc's younger siblings. "Yes, it is, and no, you can't do anything. We are meant to be playing low for another few years," Tom said, rolling his eyes when she pouted. "Ew. They're heading this way," Hermione hissed, nudging her brother's side harshly. "Ow!" Harry cried, glaring at his sister before watching the Potter family walking towards them. His glare turned to his friends as they moved away to watch the drama unfold from a safe distance. "Children," Cassie warned softly but firmly. "Sorry, Mother," the twins whispered in unison. "Mr. Potter." Lucius nodded in greeting as the family reached them. Narcissa and Draco stood around him like a true pureblood family. "Mr. Malfoy." "Mr. I'm sorry, I don't think I know you." James Potter greeted the men stiffly with his wife and children behind him. "Dion Leclerc." Tom introduced himself smoothly. "Oh, haven't you been working in the law department at the ministry?" Sirius asked as he and Remus walked up behind James. "Yes, that's right." He smiled before noticing everyone's eyes on the unintroduced. "Oh, how rude of me. This is my sister Laurie and her husband Calum." Tom smiled, introducing Bellatrix and Rodolphus. "Pleasure to meet you." James, Lily, Sirius and Remus murmured, the latter more politely than the former. "And of course, Mr. Black, you will know my wife, Cassiopeia." Tom smiled softly as he pulled her forward to wrap his arm around her waist. "Yes, cousin, it is good to see you again." Sirius smiled. He didn't like most of his family, but he had always been closest to Andromeda and Cassiopeia Black before he and Andromeda had been disowned. "Hartford, Hermione," Tom said, motioning them to step forward. "These are my children. I'm sure you know them as their professors last year," Tom said, smiling at James and Lily. "Hello, Hermione." "Hartford." "Happy birthday." Lily greeted politely, smiling at them. "Professor," they chorused. "Oh, no need to be so formal. We aren't at Hogwarts. Call me Lily," she said before pushing her two children forward. "Of course you know my son Henry, and this is my daughter Rose." Lily introduced them. Rose looked very much like Lily. Long fiery red hair that hung in soft waves to her waist, bright green eyes glowing much like her mother's. Harry had always thought he had her eyes, hence why the potion had been made to give them to Hermione, but looking at the two red-headed women now, he noticed they didn't quite match. His and Hermione's were more like the Killing Curse, whereas Lily and Rose's were softer, and slightly lighter. "I'm not sure if you have met our children?" Tom asked Sirius and Remus. "Mr. Black, Mr. Lupin, a pleasure to meet you," Hermione murmured in respect as Harry just bowed. "It was an honor to be invited, and a happy birthday to you both." Sirius smiled, his gray eyes crinkled around the edges as he smiled and bowed respectfully. "Thank you." Harry nodded before turning as he heard his name being called. "Harry. Over here." Theo and Blaise called out from where they stood by the massive windows overlooking the gardens with Luna, Daphne and Pansy. "If you would excuse me," he said, smiling with a nod before heading off with Draco and Hermione on his heels. Sirius whispered as a sharp look of pain crossed over his face, along with Remus and something that shocked them, James's. "Yes, it's the nickname Hermione gave him while they were young and couldn't pronounce her own or her brother's name fully. It sort of stuck," Cassie said, smiling fondly as her children laughed loudly with their friends. "I was surprised to hear they were yours, cousin," Sirius said, shaking away the pain on his face. Although the pain would never leave his chest, it was like a hole had been carved into his heart. Not having his cub with him was the most painful thing he had experienced. The year before, when Lily and James had finally accidentally let it slip where his pup was, he had gone straight to the Dursleys' house only to find they had abandoned the poor boy years ago. "Yes, well, certain things dictated the secrecy," Cassie responded while Narcissa placed her hand on her sister's shoulder, interrupting Sirius' mourning. "Like their father?" James questioned, raising his eyebrows. James? Lily cried out, shocked as his decorum. Yes, I was in my final year of Hogwarts. You had graduated 2 years before and I went home for Yule holidays. It was a rough holiday that year, and shortly after I returned to Hogwarts I was struck down with dragonpox, Cassie explained. I remember, the family was worried you wouldn't make it, Sirius whispered. Yes, but we were also concerned for the 2 beings that were growing inside me. I left Hogwarts early and when I gave birth I was told to expect them to pass. It wasn't until they were 5 or 6 that it started looking like they had a chance. Cassie smiled as Tom linked their hands and kissed her forehead. I met Dion here a few years ago and we became inseparable and the twins adored him from the beginning. We got married 2 weeks ago and he adopted the twins properly, she said, grinning widely. I am happy for you, cousin, Sirius nodding. Thankfully both James and Lily were still listening in and they knew that meant the news of the twins' life would reach Dumbledore like they had wanted. With Cassie avoiding actually naming the twins' father, it would confirm in Dumbledore's eyes that she had been attacked and that the twins wouldn't know the stories of their father's reign of terror on the wizarding world. With children, I still can't believe they're here for our birthday, Harry hissed. It's a disgrace. They don't belong here, Draco muttered back under his breath. Let's show them just how wanted they are, Hermione grinned wickedly. I love how your mind works, Harry replied with an equally wicked grin. This shall be fun, Draco laughed. Let's show them what we can really do, Harry and Hermione said together. The group of friends laughed heartedly together. So what trouble are you lot causing? 2 new voices asked, sounding excited. Turning around, Harry and Hermione came face to face with a polyjuiced Rabaston Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr. We are going to show the Potters, Harry started, just how wanted they are at these events, Hermione finished, the 2 of them smirking wickedly. Ooh, sounds like our kind of thing, Barty crowed gleefully. What should we do? Theo asked, looking around, keeping eyes out for eavesdroppers who might ruin their fun, specifically the Potters themselves or their parents. We should keep the prank to Henry Potter. His parents are here because they got an invite from the minister, but also they're talking with our parents still, Harry pointed out. Grudgingly, due to his abandonment, he still harbored great resentment to his birth parents, and because of their treatment of Henry Potter, the boy had become a spoiled brat and needed to be taken down a peg, whereas Harry didn't have a problem with the youngest Potter, Rose. She hadn't even been born when James and Lily Potter abandoned their son. What prank can we play? Draco asked, smirking. We can't exactly use magic though, Harry sighed. Why not? Blaise and Pansy asked curiously. Because although everyone knows purebloods use magic outside of school, we still aren't allowed, and not only is the Minister of Magic here but James Potter and Sirius Black are Aurors, Hermione explained patiently. But we can use magic. Rabaston grinned, pointing at himself and a smirking Barty. That is true, Hermione smirked. We could add the potion that makes the drinker sing loudly to their punch, Luna suggested happily. We could hex him to speak in rhymes, Blaise laughed. Change his clothes to ladies' clothes when he's not looking, Barty piped up, much to Daphne and Pansy's amusement. No, we have done all of those before, Harry sighed, disappointed. He wanted to really make a statement. So you want to do something we haven't done before? That's not going to be easy, Draco commented. We can't use anything remotely dark either, Rabaston grumbled as he looked at the minister, then Auror Black and Potter. What about some of those muggle pranks you've heard of? Theo questioned, looking at Harry. Ooh yes. Drop paint over him? Drop glue and then feathers over him? Put laxatives in his food or drink? Harry rattled off, his eyes glazed as he imagined each result. I like that last one. Maybe a simple hex to enhance the smell, Rabaston sniggered. And a hex to trip him so he cannot escape, Hermione smirked, looking at Barty, who lit up at having a part in the plan. Dobby, Draco called. The group of troublemaking males were greeted by Draco's nursing house elf. Old lines and rich purebloods usually had many house elves to cook, clean, and maintain their houses and wait on the lords, ladies and heirs. But each family also had a personal elf, one that helped nurse their children and act as babysitters and help the head of house. These elves were always cherished more than others, especially by the children they raised. The Malfoys' one such elf was Dobby. He stood at about 3.5 feet, with large pale green eyes that resembled muggle tennis balls, a long nose similar to the quills they rode with paired with bat-like pointed ears. Usually the elf wore a large green jumper with the Malfoy house sigil across the back, unless he was in trouble with Lord Lucius Malfoy, in which case he would have to wear a raggedy pillowcase. Riddle House had two personal elves due to having twins and not just the single heir. Cinnamon was their primary nanny elf named by Hermione when they first arrived at the Riddle Manor. Pippin was their second elf. He belongs to Harry, named by him after his favorite hobbit. How can Dobby help Master Draco? Dobby asked as he bowed to the young heir. The depth of a bow showed the respect each elf held for that witch or wizard. When addressing the boy he had helped nurse as an infant, Dobby's nose practically touched the floor. Dobby, run to the potions room and retrieve the laxative potion, will you? Draco asked mischievously. Dobby nodded at his master with a smile, and with a pop he vanished. Brilliant. I will distract our savior Henry. The boy who lived. Potter. Harry chuckled sadistically. He winked at his grinning partners in crime as he straightened his robes and walked towards his classmate and rival, with a snickering Hermione hot on his heels. Ah, Henry Potter. There you are. Harry cried out as pompously as he could, his arms wide open in a welcoming gesture. What do you want, Riddles? Henry spat angrily. He wasn't happy that he had been dragged to appear. Usually he enjoyed parading around as the boy who lived, but he was not pleased about being forced to appear at the damned Riddle's birthday party just because the Death Eater Malfoy was inviting the minister while his father and godfather were there, so they got invited as well. That's no way to speak to the birthday boy now, is it? Harry cooed, clearly enjoying himself. I don't even know why I am here, Henry growled. Because your father is a tosser and got himself invited when we didn't want you here. Ed smirking, leaning over Harry's shoulder. Oh, buzz off, Riddle number one. It's not like you're anything special. At least I am the boy who lived. I am wanted and celebrated. Henry stuck his nose in the air. Oh, shut up, Henry. That's just embarrassing. A soft voice spoke from behind them both. Turning around they faced Rosemary Potter. She was dressed in a beautiful but simple black gown. What do you want? Henry snarled, his brown eyes filled with dislike when he looked at his own sister. Rose Potter? Harry inquired softly, seizing his chance. Yes, that's me, and happy birthday to you too, she said softly, smiling at the elder Slytherin. Thank you, Hermione smiled. You will be attending Hogwarts this year, won't you? Harry questioned with a raised brow. She grinned and nodded excitedly. Yes, I am so looking forward to it. I've heard so many stories, and also it was weird last year. Both my parents are professors at Hogwarts, as you must know, so last year I lived with the Weasleys, and as much as I love it there, I missed my family. Yes, that must have been tough, Hermione nodded sympathetically. Well, maybe I will see you in my house this year, Harry grinned, winking as the girl started giggling madly. No. No sister of mine will be the House of Snakes, Henry cried angrily, glaring daggers at Harry. Oh, do relax, Potter. Most people said similar things of your dear and beloved godfather, did they not? No black before had ever been in Gryffindor? Harry chuckled. Father believes I will follow the family into Gryffindor, but my mother says she wouldn't be surprised with Ravenclaw. Rose spoke hesitantly after her brother's outburst. I'm sure no matter what you will be sorted into your rightful house, Hermione smiled. Thanks, I'm nervous though. I only truly know Ginny Weasley, who is joining me at Hogwarts this year, Rose admitted. Well, you see over there, by the old fountain? Hermione asked as he pointed over to the left side of the room, which held an old stone fountain which was now used for flowers and plants. At her nod she continued. Sitting next to it is a group of people your age joining this year. In the pale blue dress is Astoria Greengrass, sweet girl and younger sister to my dear friend Daphne. The boy she is talking to is Regan Harper. Both will likely be in Slytherin, but Ravenclaw is a strong possibility. Harry grinned as Hermione shooed the youngest Potter towards possible friends. Trying to convert my sister then, Henry growled. Don't be ridiculous, we are merely behaving how we should. Not only are we of a high social standing, our father is a lord and our mother is a daughter of the Black family, but this is a ball in honor of us. We must act accordingly and to protocol and tradition, Harry sneered. Whatever, Riddle, you're a nasty Slytherin and your father is most likely a Death Eater hoping for his return. Henry ranted, clearly beyond listening. Out of the corner of his eye Harry saw Draco approaching where they were standing. Hoping Henry wouldn't see the blonde, Harry strived to keep Henry's attention on himself. You're a very prejudiced child, aren't you? Hermione asked as she tilted her head to the side. You're one to speak. You walk around like you own the world and that everyone else is below you. Especially Muggleborns or anyone who doesn't agree with your way of thinking," Henry snapped. "Not really," Harry hummed. "Just idiots like you." He smirked. Henry was too busy glaring at Harry to notice Draco emptying a small vial of a disgusting maroon-colored potion into his pumpkin juice before making a quiet getaway. "Hey Harry. Hermione." Theo and Pansy came running over the second Draco vanished. "You have to come see what Blaise has done." Theo laughed, grabbing Harry's arm, while Pansy grabbed Hermione and proceeded to drag them away. Once they were a safe distance away, Draco rejoined them. "How long will that potion take to start working?" Theo asked. "Maybe 5 minutes, if that," Draco shrugged. "I can't wait for this," Hermione sniggered. "I can't believe Potter is so rude to his sister," Harry commented. "Really?" Luna asked, giggling. "Okay, not really, but it was a shock to see it," Harry conceded. "Here we go," Draco whispered, interrupting their giggling. "How can you tell?" Blaise asked with a raised eyebrow. "Look at Potter." Draco smirked, and sure enough, Henry Potter was shuffling uncomfortably, his face a sickly yellowish-green hue, and his mud-brown eyes darting around as if looking for an escape route. Smirking, Harry looked over to where Barty and Rabaston were standing, both drinking punch and pretending to be arguing playfully, but by looking carefully one could see their eyes watching Henry carefully and waiting for something. Harry caught his uncle's eyes and nodded slightly, and then all he had to do was sit back and enjoy the show. Suddenly Henry took off running, his hands on his stomach while his face was scrunched up in pain. Concentration. Barty's subtlety waved his wand from his side, sending a tripping hex at the panicking Gryffindor. Henry went down hard. In front of the entire ballroom, everyone of importance watched as the boy tried to get up only to trip all over again. But before anyone could come to the boy's rescue, it happened. The sound of his body releasing echoed around the now silent room. Henry looked up, his face full of mortification. Rabaston sent a silently cast spell to enhance everything within the small and invisible bubble that formed around Henry. The stench swept through the room, causing eyes of those closest to him to water. People starting gagging, and looks of disgust crossed almost everyone's faces. Henry Potter looked around in horror at everyone watching him. Tears of embarrassment welled up in his eyes, but he blinked them back harshly as he leapt up and ran for the flow room, with his family on his heels. Potter Sr. screamed he would find those responsible. Lily was heard trying to calm Henry down, and Rose was giggling silently as she tailed her family out the room. Silence was left behind before Harry, Hermione and their friends erupted into laughter. "Hey guys, hope you enjoy this chapter, smiley face. Let me know what you think. I am worried about this chapter. Took me ages to get it to this point and I am still worried about it. Sorry for any mistakes that may be present." Chapter 3. The sun rose slowly over the hills and the soft light seeped into the windows of the homes found in Little Hangleton. The east wing of Riddle Manor was lit up first. It was clearly decorated with the 2 youngest members of the family in mind. 2 massive bedrooms were joined by a larger-than-average bathroom. Previously one bedroom had been blue and other pink, but now both were the colors of the inhabitants' school-sorted house. Silver walls with green carpet and black furniture. Both rooms held large beds with green curtains surrounding them and a single desk and bookshelves, but both rooms were strangely empty and quiet as they were flooded with light. 2 doors down was a spare guest room, the walls a baby blue with yellow vertical lines. An extremely large bed lay in the middle. It was easily twice the size of the other beds in the house. Currently sleeping undisturbed under the thick gray blanket was 8 children. After the party the night before, the 8 children had played a late-night game of Quidditch, and upon returning into the home they prompting fell asleep in the huge bed together. Harry slowly returned to awareness as the light passed over his eyes. He squinted as he felt the 2 warm bodies laying on him. His cousin Draco lay with his head and shocking white hair lay on Harry's arm. Blaise lay on his legs, something that didn't even make him blink at after all the years of sleepovers. He sat up quietly and softly as to not wake his sleeping friends yet, ignoring the need to go toilet in favor for waking up slowly. Looking up, he noticed the rest of the group sleeping soundly. Opposite him was T's sister, was curled up as tight as possible into Theo's chest. Harry snickered as he took in the sight they made. Over by the edge of the bed was Luna, Pansy and Daphne, who had managed to create a weird little bubble-like shape out of their bodies. He shook his head in amusement. He stretched before smirking, remembering the night before, tormenting the Potter heir. No one besides their parents suspected Harry, Hermione and their friends were behind the bordering on cruel prank. Although from what he had heard from his uncle Severus it was nothing compared to what Potter SNR had put him through. He snickered to himself as he remembered his mother looking at him and Hermione reproachfully after it had happened, whereas his father had laughed along with Rodolphus, Severus and Lucius. He shrugged. Besides, he always had the defense that his father had been worse than them at their age. Tom Riddle had already thought through his plans and started his study into the dark arts at 12. Although he didn't think his mother would accept that defense easily. Sighing, he shook his body to wake himself up. The need to get to the bathroom was getting stronger. He tried to stand up on the bed to climb over the bodies. Unfortunately, it didn't work out as planned. His arms flapped wildly in the air as he stepped on Blaze's leg and tumbled down, landing on Draco right where it hurts the most. He then clambered over the girls and hit the floor hard before making a dash to the small adjoining bathroom. "Harry!" Blaze cried out angrily as he rubbed his leg while Draco's scream had tapered off into soft whimpered as he clutched himself. "Sorry," Harry yelled as he unzipped his pants hurriedly as apparently he had forgotten to change before sleeping the night before. "What's going on?" Daphne's sleep-deprived voice asked as she poked her head up from the bundle she was wrapped in, her baby blue eyes blinking blearily, her blonde hair in a disarray. "Harry's an idiot," Hermione mumbled fondly as she snuggled deeper into Theo's body. "Dude! Shut the door!" Theo cried as the sound of Harry releasing himself with a satisfied sigh reached their ears. "Make me," Harry cried back. "Merlin, what time is it?" Pansy asked, her short black hair sticking up much like Harry's natural look. "Like 6 or 7, Luna yawned without even opening her eyes. "What? Why are we awake?" Blaze cried mournfully, burrowing his head back into a pillow. "Because Harry can't get up without squashing us, and our jewels," Draco deadpanned with a wince. "It was an accident," Harry defended hotly as he returned to the bedroom looking happier. "Nothing with you is an accident," Theo snorted. "That is true." Harry nodded easily with a grin. "Well, we are awake now, what should we do today?" Harry questioned as he plonked himself on the edge of the bed next to Luna. "Why do you look like you're plotting something?" Daphne asked wearily. "We haven't caused havoc in a while, maybe we should today." Harry smirked. "I like Hermione's idea." Luna giggled as Harry ran his fingers through her hair. Everyone turned to see Hermione smirking. "We could visit the little lonely muggles in the town below," she grinned. Harry whooped loudly as their friends groaned. "You made Boy Wonder shit himself last night, wasn't that enough to curb your evil desires?" Pansy asked incredulously. "You've known them for how long, and you still ask that question?" Draco sniggered. "I don't know why I bother really," she sighed, causing the twins to laugh loudly together and share a cheeky look. "Oh no," Daphne whispered. "They're in agreement," Blaze nodded. "We are so screwed," Theo and Draco whimpered. "Well, we need to blend in," Harry shrugged. "Which means only one thing," Hermione smirked. "Muggle clothing," they chorused, gaining groans of despair. "I feel ridiculous," Draco moaned, tugging at his shirt as he complained yet again at the clothes his cousins had forced him into. "You look fine," Harry cried, exasperated. "I look like a peasant, or worse, a mudblood," he whined. "We need to blend in," Hermione waved off his complaints with a smirk. "But this is... I don't even have words for it," he tried again. "You will live," Harry laughed. As he looked over his friends, he and Hermione had very little variety in Muggle clothes for them to borrow, so their outfits were all extremely similar. Harry wore his favorite outfit, a pair of pale blue ripped jeans with a white tank top under a dark blue and green flannel shirt which was left unbuttoned and loose with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. On his feet was his black Doc Martens with white shoelaces. Hermione wore a loose black dress that had almost no shape to it with tank top-like shoulders. She had paired it with a tight-fitting buttoned-up denim vest and dark purple combat boots. Draco, Theo and Blaze all wore the same ripped jeans as Harry in varying shades of blue. Blaze having the darkest almost gray-like color, Draco and Theo both in a medium blue. Draco had a light blue and white flannel like Harry but had it buttoned up and as pressed as it could get. Theo and Blaze had both opted for the gray and black oversized knitted jumpers, all three in identical Doc Martens to Harry. Daphne, Pansy and Luna were all in the same dress as Hermione, just different colors, dark blue, dark purple and white. Daphne had paired hers with a long-sleeved denim jacket, Pansy with a flannel like the boys, but it ended up being wrapped around her waist, and Luna wore a black turtleneck under the dress. "I like my dress," Luna giggled as she skipped happily around them, her beautiful blonde hair flying around in the soft breeze as they walked towards the small township. "Of course you do," Blaze grumbled as he stumbled yet again. "These shoes are impossible to walk in," he groaned. Harry and Hermione just laughed joyfully at their friend's misery. "I feel like you're just messing with us. Muggles don't really wear this daily, do they?" Theo questioned as he effortlessly dodged a dancing Luna. "Yeah, just look," Hermione laughed, pointing out the Muggles that were already out and about. "Why did we agree to this?" Daphne asked with a raised eyebrow, even as her hand subconsciously moved to touch the massive butterfly barrette in her hair. "Because we have the best ideas," Harry declared, laughing loudly whilst spinning around with his arms opened wide. Draco rolled his eyes before allowing himself to let go of the pure blood training, and he leapt at his cousin, making them both fall to the ground. Muggles watched in silent but obvious judgment as the other two boys shared a look before jumping on Draco and Harry's bodies, giving the innocent mess around the appearance of an all-out brawl. Hermione sighed, tapping her foot on the pavement impatiently while Pansy shouted encouragement at the ball of limbs. Daphne rolled her eyes and delicately crossed her arms, and Luna laughed happily. Eventually the boys stopped and stood, but the laughter while they straightened their clothes out didn't diminish, even after Hermione glared at them. "You four are ridiculous," she huffed. "Yes, but you would hate it if we weren't around," Harry grinned, throwing his arm over her shoulder. "Your hair looks like the end of an old pre-owned clean sweep 7 inches, Hermione replied with a smirk. Draco squawked, his hands flying to his hair even though the comment hadn't been directed at him. But the laughter and bantering came to an end when they heard a middle-aged Muggle woman hissing in disgust at what must have been her husband. "Such a disgrace, who lets their children run around wild like this, trouble, the lot of them." Harry and Hermione's eyes grew hard as they took in the middle-class Muggles. Little Hangleton had always been a predominantly middle-class home, with the two exceptions. The Riddle family being quite high-class, and the Gaunt family being low-class because of Marvolo Gaunt and his father Buffet Careful Muggle. Harry hissed, enjoying the horrified look on the woman's face. For being spoken to with such disrespect by a child, and the confused expression on her husband's face at the unusual word, which was clearly an insult. "You don't know who you might make mad," Hermione sneered. Her eyes flickered to the side to look at her brother. Despite wanting to put the Muggle in her place, Hermione knew she couldn't let it go too far without bringing the Aurors and Ministry down on them. Compared to Harry, Hermione was level-headed and a thinker, more like a Ravenclaw, whereas Harry never thought ahead, just enjoyed creating chaos and havoc. "Well, I never," the woman cried out. "What, had an actual thought?" Harry shot back, causing Draco, Blaze and Theo to laugh loudly behind them. "Do you even know who you speak to?" Hermione snarled. Despite not being able to use their magical status, she remembered the stories of the Gaunt and Riddle family and knew she could use it to their advantage. "Such insolence!" the man shouted. "I will not take such disrespect from children," the woman sniffed. "Were you never taught to respect your elders?" the man asked disdainfully. "You may be our elders, but we are your betters," Harry laughed. "We are the children from the Riddle family," Hermione said with a soft laugh, enjoying the pure shock that crossed the Muggles' faces. Everyone in Little Hangleton knew the story of the Riddle family. "Our father himself is the only child of Tom Riddle and Merope Gaunt," Hermione continued smugly. "The Riddles were killed by their grounds caretaker Frank Bryce," the Muggle male exclaimed. "Yes, our grandfather Tom and great-grandparents Thomas and Mary Riddle." Harry nodded as he smirked inwardly. The old innocent caretaker still lived on the grounds. Despite being a Muggle, Tom and Cassie had taken a liking to the man who had cared for the old family's home for so many years. He was completely oblivious to the magic, but helped Cassie, Sissa and Bella when they tended to the gardens. "I am so grateful that father decided against naming me Thomas. I would have been the fourth one. It just gets confusing." Harry sighed to Hermione, who laughed. "Harry, you would not suit Thomas or even Tom as our father prefers." They watched out of the corner of their eyes as the Muggles shared a look before walking away, talking in hushed tones. "You know the whole town will know by morning, right?" Draco said, raising a pale eyebrow. "Exactly. Everyone will know the Riddles are home, and we'll run this dump." Harry chuckled. "It's the perfect stepping stone." Hermione shrugged. "What do we do now?" Theo asked her. I say we go shopping for a bit and then go to lunch, Hermione responded happily before leading the way to one of the small stores in the district with Luna, Pansy and Daphne beside her. Shrugging, Harry, Draco, Blaise and Theo ran after them, laughing and joking the whole time. Can you believe it's only like 12 days until we go back to school? Blaise questioned as they entered the small antique store behind the girls, who had somehow already separated and started browsing. I know, the holidays went by fast, Harry nodded. I wonder who we will get as our new Dada professor, Draco smirked. I have no idea, but I can guarantee they will be as bad if not worse as Quirrell, Harry scoffed. Dumbledore is hiring them, of course they will be, Blaise snorted. I swear the only professors that should actually be there is the 4 heads of houses. Theo shook his head. Despite McGonagall clearly favoring Gryffindor, they still learned in her class. Sprout was too bubbly to dislike and she was fantastic to learn herbology from. Flitwick was clever and easy to listen to in class as well. Well, we don't know any of the elective professors yet, so there might be more, but I highly doubt it, Harry muttered as he looked up to see Hermione laughed loudly with the girls on the other side of the store. That's what we should do, Harry cried as inspiration hit him suddenly. Oh no, Theo whispered. He has an idea, Blaise said, horrified. Oh, shut up, Harry snapped, but his sparkling eyes gave away the laughter he wanted to hide. We can get our people inside, Harry whispered loudly. What? Blaise asked, turning to Draco wanting to translate, but unfortunately the blonde was just as lost. What do you mean, Harry? Theo asked curiously. We get rid of professors, get them to quit or get fired, and have people we trust apply for the vacant jobs, Harry explained excitedly. How? Draco asked dubiously. I haven't figured that part out yet, Harry admitted. Of course you haven't, Draco laughed with Theo and Blaise. I'm game, Hermione's voice spoke up from behind them. It could be fun regardless. Who else? Harry asked. Ooh, this will be chaos. Luna smiled as she stuck her hand out, her eyes glassed over. Harry and Hermione grinned as they placed their own hands over her delicate and pale one. All right. I'm in. Blaise grinned, adding his hand over Harry's. I'm going to regret this, Pansy sighed, gaining a nod from Daphne as both girls added their hands. Bring it, Draco exclaimed laughing, and he and Theo added their hands. Laughing, the 8 preteens threw their hands to the air with Harry crying out. Go Team Cambions. Hogwarts and Dumbledore won't know what has hit them, a quiet voice sighed from a disillusioned body. Tom smiled as he and Lucius watched his children plot. That's my kids, he said, chuckling softly. They will rule the world. I am sorry for how long this took. I just couldn't get this chapter to where I was happy with it and then I got sick. Hope you enjoy. Apologies for any mistakes. Hope you like how I've done Harry and Hermione. I wanted to show a little more that yes, they're still Voldemort's kids. They will get slowly darker as they age, but no, Voldemort won't be like canon as he is technically the good guy, sort of. Chapter 4. Harry hummed softly to himself as his quill scratched across the parchment before he paused to look out the only window. He was seated at his desk that rested in the corner of his bedroom. It was the morning of the 25th of August, just a mere 7 days since Hermione and himself had turned 12. Granted, the 18th hadn't always been their birthday, but the adoption ritual had changed that. Harry would be forever grateful that it did, because now he didn't share his birthday with Wonder Boy Potter anymore. Grinning, Harry looked over at the letter that had arrived that morning, and was currently resting next to the response he was writing. Harry. Happy birthday. I'm sorry I couldn't celebrate it with you. Me and George tried to steal our father's car to come see you. He likes tampering with Muggle stuff and he managed to make it fly. But Mother caught us, and because I couldn't say what we wanted it for, she assumed it was to get into mischief, so we got grounded. It didn't help that we had somehow set fire to the couch just days before. I still maintain it wasn't our fault. Henry, I'm so great. Potter arrived yesterday. He wouldn't stop bitching about what happened at your party. Congrats on messing with him. He needs to be brought down a notch or two. We have pranked him and our younger brother heaps already. Although our sister seems to be following him around and worshipping the ground he walks on. Ew. We are working on changing that. Also, we got our school letters today. We'll be going to Diagon Alley tomorrow if you want to try sneak off together. Let me. No. Forge. Harry couldn't help but smile again as he reread the letter. He had been rather annoyed when the old Weasley owl, Errol, if he remembered correctly, woke him up that morning with vigorous pecking on his window. But the annoyance was gone abruptly when he recognized the writing to be Fred's. He had laughed heartedly when he read that they had tried to steal the car. It made a warmth glow in his stomach when he decided to try and spend his birthday with him. He couldn't wait until they could come clean about each other, but until then, they had to hide from the light side. Thankfully Fred was accepting of Harry's heritage, not that he knew exactly who was Harry's father yet, just that he was dark. Grinning at thoughts of his soulmate, Harry found his hand raising to play with the gift that had come with the letter. The silver snake piercing that now rested through his lower ear and wound upwards, couldn't have been cheap. Harry knew that Fred must have spent all his allowance and then some on it for him, and that thought brought back the warm glow of happiness. Shaking his head, he brought himself back to the present where he returned to writing his response letter. Freddie, I can't believe you tried to steal your father's car. That's amazing. Although I am still trying to wrap my head around the fact that your father made a car fly. Doesn't he work in the misuse of Muggle artifacts department? Don't worry, I won't get him in trouble. It's just funny, and Hermione would say ironic. Thank you so much for my gift. I love it. I had Hermione helped me pierce my ear this morning when it arrived. It looks wicked. Thank you. I also find myself curious as to how you managed to set a couch on fire, although I can't say much on that. I set the curtains in the greeting lounge on fire last year, and almost blew up our dueling room the year before. The house seems so quiet at the moment. For once it isn't crawling with our aunts and uncles, cousins and friends. I find myself bored and I don't much care for it. Thankfully Uncle Luke, Aunt Sissa and Draco should be back tomorrow, although I wouldn't never admit to actually miss having them here. We are expected to get our school lists today, I think. I shall talk to Father and see if we can go tomorrow. I am looking forward to seeing you again. Thank you so much for my gift. I truly love it. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow, if not, then on the 1st of September. Harry. Harry grinned as he signed off the letter. Unfortunately his writing hadn't gotten any better since last year, and his structure was, as his father would say, atrocious. But thankfully he knew Fred wouldn't care, although he did laugh occasionally when Harry's pureblood training kicked in and he wrote 1 or 2 sentences, posh-like, before reverting back to his normal writing. Although when Fred had first called it his pureblood training, Harry had sent an extremely long message explaining differently. It wasn't only purebloods that used the trainings. Harry himself was proof of that, as he was a half-blood like his sister and father. The old ways, as they called it now, was prejudiced to be believed as dark and evil. But years back, when Tom Riddle was at school, it was traditional and normal. Every child learnt the ways, taught by their heads of houses. The banishment of such practices was because of Dumbledore. After he defeated Gellert Grindelwald, he claimed it was all dark. Many things changed because of that man, and Harry knew it was up to their family to restore it all, before magic punished them for the balance being out. Nodding to himself, Harry folded the letter up and handed it to Errol. Deliver this straight to Freddie, okay? Harry told him before stroking the owl's head one last time and opening the window for him to fly out with a loud hoot. Harry. He startled when he heard Hermione calling out for him in hallway. What? He cried back. Mother wants us to go have tea with her, Hermione said before her footsteps were heard as she walked away. Harry grinned. He loved tea in the parlor. Packing away his writing equipment quickly, he then hurried down to the glass parlor that came out from the manor and stretched into the garden. The walls and ceiling were pure glass. It was like being inside a Muggle snow globe. The beautiful gardens rose up around them in spectacular waves of colors, and off to left the barn and stable could be seen, which he knew contained horses of both Muggle and wizarding kind. The tulips are doing exceptionally well, but I will have to attend to the roses and lilies soon if they don't take to the new soil. Harry smiled when he heard his mother. She loved her flowers and gardens. I'm sure they will be fine, love. You said that Marigold said herself this new soil worked wonders for her, but some of the flowers just took longer to adjust to the change, Tom replied while reading the prophet. Of course, Narcissa Flo called this morning saying the same thing, so we suspect they will sort themselves out shortly, Cassie said, smiling as she sipped at her tea and reached for a small cucumber sandwich. See dear, it will be fine. Merlin Fudge is an idiot, he grumbled as he continued to read the new proposals going through. What's new, father? Harry smirked as he entered and sat down next to his mother while Hermione was on her other side. Hartford Thomas Riddle. Harry froze at his mother's hiss. He knew that tone. He was in trouble. "What in Salazar's name is in your ear?" she asked, her pale eyebrows tilted, her fierce eyes daring him to lie or try escape. "Oh, it was a present. Fred bought me an ear piercing," Harry mumbled. "And how did you get it in?" she asked quietly. "Hermione pierced it with a spell this morning." Harry answered quickly. It was better to get it all out in the open now. "Traitor," Hermione muttered when their parents turned her incredulously. "So you decided to pierce your ear without mine or your father's permission or supervision?" she questioned. "I'm sorry, Mother, I was just so excited when it arrived," Harry whispered. "Tom," Cassie said, looking up to look at her husband who hadn't looked away from his paper. "Do you want to say anything about this?" she asked. "Oh right. Looks good," Tom said before returning to the paper. "Tom," she screeched. "Oh Cassie, dearest, it's a piercing, not an unforgivable on the minister or anything outrageously stupid. He knows when it's something really important to come to us and ask," Tom said soothingly, whilst Harry nodded furiously in agreement. "Fine. But I'm still upset, young man," she huffed. "Yes, Mother," Harry nodded before sighing in silent relief. "Good, now here is your school list. Arrived about half an hour ago," she said, smiling as she passed the twins identical envelopes of yellowish parchment addressed in green ink. For a few moments there was silence while they read their letters while sipping at their tea. "Second-year students will require The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Break with a Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. Gadding with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart. Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart. Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. Wanderings with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart. Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry stared in shock and horror as he read his list. The first was expected as they had read Grade 1 in their first year, then the next 5 on the list were just reminders to bring them back for this year after using them in their first year. But the rest of the list, the entire Gilderoy Lockhart collected works. What was the new professor thinking? Harry made eye contact with his sister, who was sitting forward with the strongest look of disgust he had ever seen etched on her face. "This has to be a sick joke." Hermione finally spoke with such conviction that even Harry almost believed she could be right. "What is it, sweetie?" Tom asked dryly. "This," Harry cried, shaking the list in his father's face furiously. Tom just raised an eyebrow at his dramatic son before taking and reading over the list himself. Harry smirked triumphantly when his father's jaw, his red eyes widened much like his children's had. "Dearest?" Cassie asked as she helped herself to more cucumber and then tried one of the ham sandwiches. "They have been told to buy the entire Gilderoy Lockhart collected works," Tom said with a shake of his head. The declaration had Cassie choking on her sandwich while looking at her husband waiting for him and their children to cry out, "Got you." "That moron!" she cried out as she snatched the list off her daughter to read for herself. "Whoever assigned these books should not be teaching," she muttered. "Bet you it's a witch," Harry joked before catching his mother's eye and lowering his head with a soft-spoken apology. "Not all of his mindless flock are female, Hartford," she said sternly. "Merlin knows he had enough of both genders when we were in Hogwarts." "You went to school with him?" Harry asked, trying not to laugh. "He was 2 years below me at Hogwarts. How that man made it into Ravenclaw I will never know," she shook her head. "He was an idiot who only cared for his looks and reputation. The only thing he ever did well was charms." Harry and Hermione hung on to every word. They had always loved hearing stories of their parents' time at Hogwarts. "I shared a dorm room with your Aunt Marigold. We were best friends even back then and used to sit up making fun of the girls who followed Lockhart blindly." Cassie chuckled before sighing in reminiscence. "You know, even back then she was madly in love with her husband. Memphis Parkinson was a powerful and handsome pureblood. Everyone wanted him. Granted, he had graduated years before with Lucius. Lucius was not happy when he found out his 16-year-old baby sister was sleeping with his best friend who was 28. It was a brilliant scandal, and then she had to drop out of 7th year to marry him quickly because he knocked her up with Pansy." Cassie laughed heartedly. "As far as people know, you dropped out to have my children, dear," Tom deadpanned. I didn't have Big Brother Lucius ready to kill his best friend over it, she said as she waved her hand. Who else was at Hogwarts with you? Hermione asked curiously. Quite a few, but my circle was rather small. We were all Slytherins in my year. Me and Marigold were the only females that year, and the boys were your Uncle Rabaston, Uncle Barty and Uncle Regulus. She smiled sadly at the mention of her cousin. No one had ever really recovered from his death in 1980. Their small group of friends and Bellatrix was hit the hardest. Bellatrix still blamed herself his death, then again she didn't only lose her cousin that night. Of course your Uncle Sev was only a year older than us, so we spent time with him as well, Cassie said, smiling softly, trying to dispel the morose air that had settled. No Slytherin ever truly liked Lockhart. He was also a victim of the Marauders quite often, she laughed. He is an idiot. Why someone thinks they're good learning material is insane, Harry grumbled as he allowed the topic to return to Lockhart. I will speak to Lucius. Maybe he knows something from being on the school board, Tom muttered as he looked at the list in disgust again. It's like Dumbledore doesn't want us learning anything, Hermione sneered. We can make this new professor suffer, Harry cackled. You sound like a Muggle adaptation of a witch, Hermione deadpanned. Tom and Cassie smiled just lovingly at each other as their children started bickering yet again. Sorry it's late, had major writer's block, next few chapters may be late as well. Hope you enjoy. Chapter 5, Remember, speak clearly, Tom instructed from where he stood on the right of the fireplace with Cassie. With a deep breath, Harry took a pinch of flow powder from the fireplace mantel. Hermione stood to the left watching with Draco, Lucius, and Narcissa. The group was heading to Diagon Alley to get everything the three children would need for the new school year. Cassiopeia and Narcissa had plans to take the children to get new robes fitted, whilst Lucius and Tom were attending to some business and then meet up for lunch. Harry nodded sharply at his father, and with bravado he didn't truly feel he stepped into the fireplace. He hated flow travel, even more than side-along apparition. Dia. Gonally. Harry called out, coughing as the dust and flames erupted around him. Right before he lost track of everything, he heard his father sigh in exasperation and his sister and cousin laugh loudly. It felt like his spinning body was being forcefully sucked into a drain. He pulled his arms in tighter after he felt his elbow smack the bricks of the passing gates. He held his breath in a futile attempt to stop inhaling the smoke and dust around him. Suddenly he came to a sudden stop. He had reached his destination. Before he could register his surroundings, his body lurched forward from the force of the flow. His eyes wide and arms flailing, he went down. With a loud and sickening crunch, he felt his nose breaking as his face connected with a solid, cold, concrete floor. Moaning loudly, he rolled onto his back with his hands clutching his nose. He could feel the blood leaking down his face. Dizzy, bruised, bloody and covered head to toe in soot, he delicately got to his feet. With his hands still clutching his nose, Harry looked around at his surroundings. He appeared to be in a dimly lit rundown little wizard's shop. A glass case nearby held a withered hand on a cushion, a blood-stained pack of cards and a staring glass eye. Evil-looking masks stared down from the walls. An assortment of what looked like human bones lay upon the counter. Rusty and spiked instruments hung from the cling. Taking a risk, Harry peeked out the dirty windows. The broken cobbled street was definitely not Diagon Alley. He had to be somewhere down Nocturne Alley. Despite being the son of the Dark Lord Voldemort, he had never been allowed to adventure down the infamous underbelly of the wizarding world. With his face still throbbing in pain, he made his way silently towards the front door. The sooner he found his family, the better. But before he even got halfway across the floor, two figures stepped into the store. Dad! Harry gasped, running forward when he recognized the formidable figures. It was very rare that he ever used the word dad or daddy anymore, but he didn't care for pureblood decorum once he felt his father's warm arms wrap around him. The relief surged through him as he felt safe again. Hartford, his father breathed, taking solace in holding his son, knowing nothing had happened to him. Are you okay? Lucius asked from beside the embracing duo. I'm okay, Uncle Luke, just a bit banged up, Harry said as he extracted himself from his father's arms. I can't believe you ended up in Borgin and Burke's, an excited voice proclaimed happily. Harry looked over his shoulder to see his cousin poking his head around the shop's open door. Draco? What are you doing here? Lucius asked, shocked at the sight of his son and heir. We followed you. Hermione stated as her head of messy curls joined Draco's peering into the rundown shop with curiosity. Of course you did. Tom deadpanned. Your nose looks terrible, Hermione commented at her brother with a smirk as her and Draco entered the store fully. It feels it too. Harry grumbled unhappily. Oh Hartford. Tom sighed as he sent an episky to fix his son's broken nose, bringing forth a sharp yelp as the bone was corrected before sending a Trigio to clean the blood off his face. What will I do with you? Harry grinned sheepishly and shrugged. Well, you might as well stay here with us until we are done, Tom said, looking at his excited daughter and nephew. But stay close, Lucius finished for him. Harry took the chance with the permission to look around with Hermione and Draco following him around the dusty space. Lucius and Tom crossed the shop, looking lazily at the items on display, and rang a bell on the counter before turning to the children and commanding. Touch. Nad reached for the glass eye, snatched his hand back. This shop is freaky, Harry grumbled as he stared at a glass that held what seemed to be a preserved heart, from what Harry preferred to not know. We won't be here long, Tom assured them. Hermione just rolled her eyes at her brother's disgusted yet fascinated expression as he looked at the bone collection on an old and dusty shelf. Ah, Mr. Leckler, Mr. Malfoy. All three children turned at the new voice. An old, worn and creepy man had appeared at the counter. His voice was as oily as his hair and skin. He looked worse than their Aunt Bellatrix and Uncles Rodolphus, Rabaston, and Barty after their small stint in Azkaban prison. Sunken in cheeks and jaw, sharp and slightly crazy black eyes which were surrounded by dark shadows. Harry shuddered as he felt the old man's gaze fall on him. Instinctively he stood in front of his sister before the man could stare at her as well. Mr. Borgin. Tom's voice cut across coldly once he saw where the man's focus was. These must be your children, Borgin said, grinning widely, not taking note of the dangerous territory he was treading into. Harry and Draco flinched back as his teeth were revealed. There were at least a quarter missing, and those that remained were either black and holy or false gold. But they stood their ground in front of Hermione. Even with their fathers there, they didn't like how he was trying to eye their sister and cousin. Yes, they are, but they are not why we are here, Tom snarled, his glamored eyes flickering red as he stood in front of the children and blocked them from view completely. Of course. How can I be of assistance? Borgin nodded before backing up slightly. Even without knowing who Dion Leckler truly was, he could feel the angry magic swirling around the man. I have a few things that I got in just today, he simpered. We are selling, not buying, Lucius cut across curtly. Selling? Borgin repeated, sounding less than pleased as the smile left his lips. The ministry is conducting more raids, Lucius sneered. We have some objects that would be embarrassing should the ministry find them, Tom said, still glaring at the man, but he wasn't a Slytherin for nothing. He wouldn't punish the disgusting fool until after he had become completely useless. The objects he and Lucius was selling were only minor things that they had no use for anymore, but by telling Borgin of the raids, the news would get around and their sympathizers and allies could hide their own artifacts before they got, randomly, searched. Their true and cared for dark artifacts that they had kept were in different underground cellars protected by Tom's own parcel magic. It was undetectable and unbreakable. I understand, sir. Of course, sir. Borgin gave a fake smile as he took a magically shrunken box from Tom. We have not been visited yet, but the way the muggle-loving fools have been hanging around the law department, it won't take long. Lucius sneered again. I even heard Arthur Weasley is trying to pass yet another law to protect muggles, Tom snickered to Lucius. He won't succeed, not with us in the law department, Lucius rolled his eyes. Father, can I have that? Harry called out, pointing at the withered hand on a blood-red cushion. Ah, the hand of glory. Borgin crowed gleefully as he made to move towards the children, but Tom and Lucius once again blocked his path. Insert a candle and it only gives light to the holder. Best friend of thieves and plunderers. Your son has great taste, Mr. Leckler, Borgin grinned. My son will amount to much more than a low-life thief or plunderer, Tom sneered. Of course, sir. No offense, sir. Borgin nodded as he whispered his pathetic apologies. I am in a hurry, Borgin, and would like to get this moving, Tom snapped. Of course, sir. As Borgin tried to haggle with Lucius and Tom, Harry walked around glancing at cases and shelves with Draco and Hermione behind him. Harry. Draco hissed. Check this out. Together they leant forward, In front of them was a beautiful necklace of opals. On the card resting in front of it was written, "Caution. Do not touch. Cursed. Has claimed the lives of 19 Muggle owners to date. I wonder if it only affects Muggles, or wizarding folk as well," Hermione murmured. "There's only way to find out." Harry shrugged, reaching his hand forward. "You can't be serious," Hermione and Draco cried loudly, gaining the attention of their fathers. "Hartford," Tom snapped. "I have already had to heal you today. Don't make me go to your mother and explain that she has to bury her idiot of a child already." Hermione and Draco snickered as Harry rolled his eyes at the berating. "I wasn't actually going to touch it," he whined. "Oh, and what were you going to do then?" Tom asked with a raised eyebrow, daring him to give an unsatisfactory answer. "Pick up the pillow holding it," Harry defended. "And then what?" Lucius asked curiously. "Throw it at the creep," Harry finally muttered, much to Hermione and Draco amusement as they finally burst into peals of laughter. Tom and Lucius snorted whilst Borgin gave an indignant huff of anger, only to quail under Tom and Lucius' glares. "We're done here," Tom sneered. "Come Hartford, Hermione." "Draco," Lucius called. All three children scurried to stand with their fathers as they walked out. "Once his usefulness is over, there is a spot in the dungeons for that man," Tom growled as he pulled Hermione and Harry close to him. "I'm surprised you didn't Crucio him then and their father," Harry commented, looking up at his father's furious expression. "I would, but he is the best messenger the Underground Society has," Tom muttered, obviously displeased. "I still can't believe you worked there," Lucius commented dryly. "That makes two of us," Tom grunted. You worked there?" Harry demanded incredulously. "I applied for the defense professor at Hogwarts, as you know, after Dumbledore convinced Dippet that I needed more real-world experience. I needed work and Borgin needed an assistant," Tom explained. "He was a creep even back then. Where are we going?" Hermione questioned, causing Harry to notice that they had taken a left heading deeper into Nocturne Alley instead of a right towards the bright light of Diagon Alley. "Potions store," Tom said as he stopped in front of another store. The appearance from the outside was very similar to Borgin and Burke's. The tiles on the roof and walls were broken and falling apart. The paint was clearly years, maybe decades old, and fading badly. The windows were dusty and broken. Even the sign above the door was falling apart. "Hey, isn't there a Mr. Mulpepper's apothecary in Diagon?" Draco asked as he wrinkled his nose at the state of the store. "Yes, there is. As far as I am aware, he has 12 apothecaries open in different locations. But this is the only one run for dark wizards and witches. We can get illegal or dangerous ingredients here that aren't appropriate for selling." Lucius nodded. "So what are you getting here?" Harry asked. "Quite a bit. We are experimenting a bit with that marvelous stone you bought home," Tom said, smiling as he ushered his children into the store. Flashback starts. Harry and Hermione shared a look before taking a breath and knocking on the maple wood door. "Come in," their father's commanding voice yelled out. "Hello, Father," they chorused in greeting. "Ah, back already?" Tom smiled warmly as he stood up to engulf them in a hug. "How was the end of your school year?" he questioned, sitting on the edge of his desk. "Could have been better," Harry grumbled. "Dumbledore gave the house cup to Potter and his sidekicks for defending the school from you," Hermione explained as Harry sulked. "Of course he did," Tom muttered darkly. "It turns out it was Quirrell pretending to be possessed by you," Harry said, chuckling. "And just how do you know that?" Tom asked sternly. SMI1 shared a look. At his sister's nod, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the stone. "Dumbledore doesn't know everything," Harry said as he placed the stone in his father's hand. Shock and awe flickered over their father's face as he just continued to stare at the stone. Daphne, Luna, Pansy, Theo and Blaze played lookout, while me, Harry and Draco went down the trapdoor beneath Fluffy, Hermione said, smirking as their father demanded to know how they did it. "Then we got past Devil's Snare," Harry said casually, "then Winged Keys, Chessboard, Mountain Troll, Uncle Sev's potion and logic test." They continued, taking turns to mention the tasks. "Then the mirror verized," they chorused happily. "How did you get past all of those?" Tom cried as he hugged them close as if to reassure himself that they are okay. "Fluffy, we played music until he fell asleep," Harry grinned. "Devil's Snare hates light, so we lit a fire," Hermione snickered. "Winged Keys used a fishing net," Harry admitted sheepishly, giving a soft grin when his father looked at him in shock. The troll was asleep when we got there, so we just snuck around it while it slept. Uncle Seb's potion and logic test was actually easy. Hermione giggled as Harry gave her a look that clearly stated, "Says you." The mirror. We thought would stump us, Harry admitted. Wait, how was the mirror a task? Tom questioned. The stone was inside the mirror. But once again the stupidity of Dumbledore astounds me, Hermione muttered as Harry grinned. He had charmed it so it couldn't be removed by someone who wanted for themselves, to use it for gain, Harry explained. But I didn't want it for me, I wanted it for you, and that was enough to work. I can't believe it, Tom whispered as he looked at the stone in his hand in reverence. And Dumbledore doesn't know anything? He asked curiously. Quirrell was there waiting for Potter. We fought him, and wiped his memory of us being there. Hermione was brilliant, Harry grinned. You successfully used the memory charm? Tom asked proudly. You children, you continue to surprise me. I am so proud of you both, he whispered. Suddenly his face broke out into an insane grin, his red eyes sparkling maniacally. You got me the Philosopher's Stone, and Dumbledore has no idea. We will take him down, the dark will succeed. He laughed loudly as his children shared twin dangerous smirks. The light had no idea of what was coming their way. Flashback ends. Hey readers. Hope you enjoy reading this chapter as much as I did writing it. Thank you so much for all the reviews. Smiley face. It's so amazing knowing I have such great readers. Smiley face. Chapter 6. Some of those ingredients were just disgusting, Harry said, looking slightly nauseated. You can be such a girl, Harry. Hermione sighed, shaking her head. They had fresh livers and hearts from so many animals, and lionfish spines, in clear jars. It was just ew. Harry defended as he shuddered in memory. I'm curious about something. Draco spoke up. They had fairy wings for sale. They have to take them while the fairies are alive, right? I think so. Harry shrugged. Yes, they do, son, Lucius said. He and Tom had been watching the children banter since they left the store, but he finally spoke up, curious as to where his son was going with this train of thought. Do they die from it? Draco asked. No, of course not, dumb ass, Harry snorted. They become Thumbelina, he said, laughing hysterically, having to stop to lean on a nearby wall. You are such an imbecile, Hermione muttered fondly. What's a Thumbelina? Draco questioned curiously. She is a character in a Muggle fairy tale. She is the size of a fairy but has no wings. Hermione explained as Harry continued to snigger as he caught his breath. Whilst Hartford's explanation is amusing, it is wrong, Tom drawled as they neared the light of Diagon Alley. In an actual fact, when a fairy loses their wings, which by the way, makes them extremely angry and annoyed, they are very vain creatures. It takes around a year, but new ones will grow back, although while they don't have wings, they are weaker than when they are first born, and will be more likely to fall prey to predators such as the augury. Tom spoke with confidence in his professor voice. He had always wished to be a professor at Hogwarts, and even though his dreams had been ripped away by Albus Dumbledore, he had rediscovered his passion by teaching his children. There you are, a voice cried out as they entered the beautiful Diagon Alley. The cobblestoned road was bustling with wizarding families getting ready for the new year at Hogwarts. Shops had their doors open with bright colors and massive signs luring people in. The smells from the few small cafes and bakeries wafted down the alley. Children ran wildly up and down the street, but in and out of two shops in particular. Sugarplum's Sweets Shop and Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop. Oh, praise Merlin. You're okay, Cassiopeia whispered as she wrapped her arms around a pair of disgruntled twins while Narcissa was giving Draco the same treatment. Mother, I'm fine, Harry choked out. I was so worried, Cassie sobbed. He was fine, love. I found him in Borgin and Burke's. Tom soothed her. How on earth did you end up there? She gasped. No idea, Harry answered honestly. And you miss? You just disappeared, Cassie cried, turning on her daughter. I wanted to see Nocturne Alley, Hermione grinned. Cassie shook her head in exasperation as she kissed her children once more. You two will be the death of me, she sighed. I don't believe we gave our own parents this much trouble, Narcissa said softly as she ruffled her son's straight platinum blonde hair, much to his distress. But are you really that surprised considering who our father is? Harry piped up. receiving a smack to the back of his head for his cheek. But his mother was smiling softly as she looked at him. "Where to, my love?" Tom asked, kissing his wife's cheek. "Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The children need new schooling and casual robes." Cassie smiled as her and Narcissa herded their children towards the shop in question while Tom and Lucius walked calmly behind them. "Mother, my robes from last year still fit," Harry cried out in dismay. He hated shopping for clothes. "They are rags now. You are from 2 prestigious houses and you will dress like it," Cassie replied with a tone that seemed to imply she had repeated it before. "Your mother is right, Hartford," Tom spoke up as they entered the strangely empty Madame Malkin's. "Not only are all 3 of you the sons and daughter of the most ancient and noble house of Black like your mothers, but you and Hermione are also heirs to the great Salazar Slytherin himself." Harry nodded his understanding. His father's tone meant he was serious and it was something he would enforce. "Yes, father," Harry whispered. "Good boy. I know you will do our family and legacy justice," Tom said, placing his hand on his son's shoulder. "Ah, hello, dearies," Madame Malkin said, smiling widely as she greeted her new customers. "Madam," Cassiopeia and Narcissa greeted softly whilst their husbands just nodded respectfully. "What is it you are after, dears?" the elderly woman asked politely. "These 3 need 2 more Slytherin uniform packs each, plus 2 casual robes each, 2 pairs of leather gloves each, and I want all of them to have self-ironing, self-repairing, self-heating, cooling and impervious charms on all items." Cassie spoke, addressing the magical seamstress who was jotting down notes while her measuring tapes flew around Harry, Hermione and Draco taking down their measurements. "Will you come back for this later or do you want it owled to you?" Madame Malkin asked. "We will come by before we leave to pick them up," Tom said coldly. "Of course." Madame Malkin smiled, used to such attitude friend high-standing half-bloods. Finally, after what seemed like hours of torture, the children were free. Narcissa and Cassiopeia had decided to drag their husbands to try some tea and scones at the new little cafe. With their newfound freedom, the 2 boys grabbed Hermione's arms and dragged their unwilling captive to their favorite store, Quality Quidditch Supplies. Grinning, the 2 boys grabbed new broomstick servicing kits and some new Quidditch gloves. Draco watched enviously as Harry ordered another set of Slytherin Quidditch robes. "I can't wait to join the team," he bemoaned. "You don't have to wait too long," Harry soothed. "Miles will graduate at the end of next year," he pointed out. Miles Bletchley was still the current keeper and was returning to his 6th year. "Yeah, that's true." Draco perked up slightly. "Besides, isn't the reserve position open this year?" Hermione questioned. "Yeah, that's right. Seth Farley graduated, along with both our beaters, Highland Anks and Reese Colton," Harry said, nodding. "Who's going to take the beaters' spots?" Hermione questioned. "Blaise and Theo are trying out, but they might not get them if the others trying out are better. Marcus won't risk the team just because he is friendly with us," Harry said as he grabbed his purchases off the counter and walked towards the door. "Wow. Look at the Nimbus 2001. Harry whispered in awe as they stopped to gaze at the new racing broom that had only been released that month, and was currently resting in the front window. "Look at how sleek it is," Draco whispered back, never removing his line of sight from the broom. "It's a broom," Hermione deadpanned, keeping the bored expression on her face even when the 2 boys turned to her with identical horrified expressions. "Hermione!" they shrieked in outrage. "Oh, really?" she scoffed, as they proceeded to fall to their knees with their hands clutching at their chests in the middle of the crowded store. "Blasphemy!" Harry cried. "How can you speak against Quidditch?" Draco demanded in his best Malfoy voice. "It's a game," Hermione cried in amusement. "It's a lifestyle," Draco declared passionately as he and Harry stood back up. "It's a religion," Harry said firmly. "You 2 are just ridiculous," Hermione scoffed, but the 2 boys just grinned unrepentantly. "I need new friends," she declared as she walked out of the store. "See, you say that, but you won't replace us," Harry said cheerfully as he skipped next to her. "You love us too much," Draco nodded from her other side. "Right now I am struggling to remember why," she muttered, rolling her green eyes. "Ouch," the boys shouted, clutching their hearts yet again. "You 2 are impossible," she said fondly, shaking her head. "So these new friends of yours, are they boring bookish Ravenclaws?" Harry asked, grinning. Oh, will they be fraidy badgers?" he continued while Draco laughed loudly. Are we allowed to interact with them or are we kept separate? Draco sniggered. Hermione just sighed and kept walking, leading them down Diagon Alley. You two are a lost cause, she sneered. I resent that, Harry declared happily. Where are we going, Hermione? Draco questioned, looking around as they passed store after store. Flourish and Blots, she said quickly as she tilted her head looking for the store in question. No. What? The boys groaned loudly. There are a couple of books that have been released recently that I want for side reading at Hogwarts this year, she explained. Can't you grab them when we go later to get our school books? Harry asked incredulously. Yeah, come on, Hermione. Draco agreed, nodding his head furiously. Oh, for Salazar's sanity, Hermione grumbled as she looked at their pleading faces. And where would you prefer to go? She asked, crossing her arms. Anywhere else, Draco deadpanned. Harry? She asked when he didn't answer. To her shock, Harry's face was tinged slightly pink, his green eyes wide, staring at something over her shoulder. Turning around, she grinned wickedly when she saw Fred Weasley grinning in their direction, before sending a discreet wink at Harry. Ooh goody, Weasels and Potters. Draco sneered, taking note of Fred's family standing behind him. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley seemed to be trying to keep track of their brood whilst talking to Mr. and Mrs. Potter at the same time. Percy was standing straight and silent beside his father. Ron was talking to Henry while laughing loudly. Ginny and Rose were staring at their older brothers and whispering quietly. Mum, can we go now? George complained loudly. Yeah, I want to see the new range of stuff at Gamble and Japes. Fred yelled. Stick together and meet us back here in an hour. Mr. Weasley said back, grinning. Arthur, I don't want them wasting their pocket money on that crap. Mrs. Weasley screeched, hurting the ears of everyone within hearing distance. But it was too late. Fred and George had disappeared into the thick of the crowd. Grinning widely, Harry grabbed the arms of Hermione and Draco and dragged them a few shops down to Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop. Harry gasped when, as soon as he entered the joke shop, he was grabbed from the side and pulled behind a shelf hidden from the window to outside. Fred! Harry gasped as he recognized the face of his attacker. Don't scare me like that, he muttered, slapping Fred's arm lightly. Hey Harry! Fred grinned shamelessly. Harry looked up into the beautiful blue eyes of the tall fourth year. He was just as Harry remembered, but somehow different at the same time. His hair was the same sunset burnt orange, but it was slightly longer than the year before. He also seemed older already, despite it only being just shy of 2 months since they had seen each other. Harry felt himself melt as Fred pulled him into a squishy hug, but the heartwarming moment between the two soulmates wasn't to last. They were interrupted by Hermione, Draco and George all gagging loudly. Gay! Hermione cried out playfully in a surprisingly deep voice as she witnessed the lovesick glances between the two boys. Well, obviously Hermione. Harry snarked, causing Fred to hide his laughter in Harry's messy hair. You two are sickening, George grinned at his twin brother. You should have seen Harry over break, constantly waiting for letters and blushing madly when they did arrive. Locking himself up for hours so he could reply. Hermione laughed. Hermione, Harry cried indignantly. Forge was the same, George smirked. Gred, Fred cried in dismay. Come on, I know when we aren't wanted, Harry sniffed boorishly, wrapping his small hand in Fred's and walking off, deeper into the store. Hermione, Draco, and George's laughter following them. How was your holidays? Fred asked curiously as his thumb rubbed over the back of Harry's hand. It was fine. Kind of missed the chaos of Hogwarts, though, Harry admitted. Yeah, it gets like that, Fred laughed. What about you guys? I'm surprised you aren't being monitored closely anymore, Harry said. Yeah, so are we. Mum was being unbearable. We ended up spending most of the holidays locked up in our room working on experiments. Fred explained as he floated from shelf to shelf picking up bits and pieces. We have perfected the puking pastilles from last year, and we think we have mastered the recipe for the fever fudges. Fred beamed brightly as he talked about their success. You were very passionate about all this, Harry smiled as he waved his hand around indicating the products surrounding them. Yeah, it's our dream. Me, George, and Lee. We all want to own our own store eventually and outdo Zonkos and Gamble and Japes, and maybe even Honeydukes if we expand. Fred was grinning so widely now that Harry couldn't help but wonder if it hurt his face yet. Harry had known it was his dream since the previous year. The mirror of Verized had shown both Fred our own store, but it was different to knowing it and seeing the joy and passion on his face as he spoke about it. Mum keeps saying it's childish and that we are being ridiculous for wanting to follow our dreams. Fred sneered. It was the first time Harry had ever seen such an expression on his face. I know you can do it, and you will, Harry said with such conviction Fred couldn't help but smile and believe his words. Thanks, Hart. Fred whispered, hugging him tight. Hart? Harry questioned, cutely tilting his head to the side. Not that Fred would say that to him, he was smarter than that. You needed a nickname, you called me Freddy. I thought it was appropriate considering you do literally hold half of my heart and soul. Plus it's the start of Hartford as well. Fred shrugged unabashedly. I like it, Harry whispered. Blushing, he looked up at Fred and felt himself move closer, his eyes on Fred's lips. Fred clutched Harry close and moved his head down slowly as their eyes closing on instinct. Hey Forge. George suddenly popped up from around the corner, causing the startled boys to leap apart in shock, their cheeks heating up bright red. Ah, never mind. George muttered, smirking as he disappeared quickly. Not even a minute later Fred and Harry could hear him laughing loudly while he told Draco and Hermione what had happened. I hate you so much right now, Fred grumbled to a grinning George as he and Harry made their way over. They just knew this wouldn't be the end of the teasing. Thanks to all my readers, smiley face. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. I apologize for any mistakes. For those that don't remember, like my mate, Forge and Gred are the nicknames the twins used to confuse people even more. Forge, Fred, Gred, George. Special notes. I met James and Oliver Phelps. I got my photo taken with them at Armageddon, New Zealand. For those that don't know what it is, it's a convention for books, comics, manga, anime, movies, cosplay and gaming. I went as a young Bellatrix Lestrange. It was amazing. The twins are much cuter in person. Also, my best friend has an original story on Fiction Press. Her name is Rouge Wolf 22. The story is called Soul Searcher, so if you read original work as well fanfiction, then pop over and have a read. If I start a Facebook page for my writing updates and other such stuff, would you guys be interested? Thank you guys so much, smiley face. See you next update, smiley face. Chapter 7. It will be so much easier to sneak around once we are at Hogwarts. Fred grumbled as the mismatched group managed to yet again only just avoid being seen by Fred's family or the Potters. It won't be much longer before we can come out and tell the truth, Harry whispered, looking guilty for making them hide themselves. Hey, none of that, Hart. I understand, Fred whispered, grabbing Harry's hand and rubbing it soothingly. Thanks, Freddy. Harry whispered, smiling softly. No need to thank me. Fred shrugged, clearly uncomfortable with the absolute appreciation coming from Harry. He wasn't used to such things. Sure, he got it from time to time from George when he had a good idea, and he knew his eldest two brothers Bill and Charlie loved him, and his father, but not from anyone else. His mother seemed happiest when she was screeching at him, and George, Percy, pretty much ignored everyone in favor of studies and proving himself. Ron was always a difficult child, but he got worse when he befriended Henry Potter. The two of them were extremely arrogant and loved to get the twins in trouble as much as possible. And sweet little Ginny, she used to worship him and George. She loved pranking and causing havoc, until their mother started to fill her head with bullshit fairy tales of her marrying Henry Potter and becoming the new Lady Potter. It turned his stomach that his baby sister was being used just up their family's standing in the wizarding world. So did you enjoy the Muggle comics I sent you? Harry questioned when he felt that the topic needed to be changed. Yeah, me and George read all of them. They were great. How in Merlin's name did you find them? Fred asked as he cheered up. When I was younger, Father took us out in the Muggle world and we found them in this little shop by complete luck. I ended up loving them, and ever since I go exploring in Muggle shops for more whenever I get a chance. Harry grinned. Sue. Harry laughed playfully. Who was your favorite character in the ones I sent? Fred laughed as he thought back on the numerous comics he had read over the summer holidays. The Joker and the Riddler. He grinned, nodding, happy with his end choices. Harry fell into laughter. Really? Not the heroes? He joked, nudging playfully. Nah. They were cool and all, don't me wrong, but the tactics the Joker and Riddler used were so good, Fred explained, gaining a nod of agreement from a grinning Harry. I just enjoy the chaos they create, Harry laughed. Maybe we can use some of those on our classmates this year. Fred smirked. Freddie, Harry mock gasped. I didn't know you had it in you, he smirked back. Don't presume you know me fully just yet, little one. Fred smirked as he wrapped his arms around Harry's shoulders, linking over each other behind his neck, pulling him in tight with no way to escape. Oi! You two! Come see this! The two were brought out of their moment by Hermione yet again. Turning, they followed Hermione to where Draco and George were standing with a newly arrived Lee Jordan. What's going on? Fred asked dubiously when he noticed the mass swarm of witches and wizards outside Flourish and Bots. What in Salazar's bloodline is going on? Harry muttered as two squealing witches bumped into him. Move! One snapped, before forcing her way through the crowd. The group shared bewildered looks before shrugging at each other and pushing through the excited crowd to see what was making so many people so excited. The reason became clear when they got close enough to see a large banner stretched across the upper windows. Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography, Magical Me, today from 12:30 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. We can actually meet him, an elderly witch exclaimed delightedly. Who would want to? Harry scoffed at Hermione, although apparently not as quietly as he had thought, judging by the death stares the witch and her friend shot him. Snickering, Hermione led the way into the jam-packed store, elbowing people out of her way, which was an impressive feat in itself. The store was so full that everyone was in everyone else's personal space. There was barely enough room to breathe, let alone move. Finally, though, Hermione managed to get them to the other side of the shop and up the stairs. Flourish and Blots was a beautiful gold-stoned building. There was the main floor, which was level with Diagon Alley's walking path. It was a spacious room which had walls lined with the best-selling books of the year, all shelves and walls made of the gold stones from the outside. Then towards the back, just shy of being the center of the room, was the counter, which was slightly curved at the ends and made of solid obsidian and designed to look worn, old and slightly melted. The base floor normally had anywhere between 6 to 10 massive crates, also made of obsidian. Every crate came up to an average man's waist, and each would contain different books, varying from specials that were happening, extra or old stock, and second-hand books. On the left side of the store were slanted obsidian stairs that lead to the smaller-sized second floor, which was a permanent mezzanine floor. It was basically an indoor balcony which overlooked the lower floor, and the walls followed the downstairs design of being covered end to end in books. Standing at the edge, leaning on the obsidian rail, Harry, Hermione, Draco, Fred, George and Lee watched as everyone below spoke excitedly. Oh shit, Fred muttered. He and George scrambled back from the railing suddenly. What are you doing? An AMU. Mum and Dad are down there, Fred whispered. Oh relax. Hermione cast a notice me not charm when we walked in. Harry laughed. Without us noticing? George asked, impressed. It's a talent. Hermione grinned wickedly. Wait, what about the trace? Fred asked, looking worried. Ever since he had gotten to know Harry's family, he had to come to care them. They were unique and so different from his own family. They had no expectations except to be happy. You mean your parents didn't tell you? Harry asked, looking highly confused and slightly offended at the same time. Told us what? Fred, George and Lee all spoke in unison. The trace doesn't work like that. It traces the magic, not the user. If we used magic at home or even here, all they would know was magic was being used, not that an underage witch or wizard was doing magic. The trace is only used as a threat so underage users can't use magic in front of muggles and risk exposure of our world. Asterisk. Harry explained. All three fourth-year boys looked stunned beyond belief, their mouths opening and closing with no sound escaping them. So you guys get to do magic in the holidays? Fred finally managed to ask. Yep, all the time, Harry nodded. Why didn't we know this? George asked aghast. No idea. Most purebloods do know it. Majority of workers at the ministry know it too. Then they pass it on to their children. Hermione mused. So your father should have known, Harry said curiously with his head tilted to the side. He would have just not told them. Draco murmured as his sharp gray eyes looked over the undignified display from the wizards and witches below them. Mum. Fred and George spoke together, their tones laced with disgust. She would have told Dad, Fred started. To not tell us kids, George finished for his brother, shaking his head sadly. She doesn't like us doing us anything. She likes us being under her control, Sensing the bad mood, Hermione turned to Lee. "What about you?" she asked. "Me and my brothers are known as half-bloods, but that's only because there isn't really another way to explain it. Both my mother and father are Muggleborns." Lee started, tensing a bit when he said his parents were Muggleborns. He hadn't been able to spend much time with his best friend's soulmate and friends the year before and wasn't sure how the Slytherins would take it. "Don't worry about us," Hermione laughed when she saw it. "We are half-bloods," Harry continued. "Don't say anything though. We aren't ashamed of it, but we just don't need it spread around," Hermione shrugged. "I won't say anything," Lee promised before continuing to explain why he didn't know about the magic outside of school loopholes. "My mom is a healer and father is a herbologist, they wouldn't know any different," he explained, shrugging. The dark-skinned, dreadlocked boy seemed happy that it wasn't because his parents wanted to hide it from him. "Wait, brothers? Plural?" Harry questioned. "Yeah, Kit is the eldest at 22, Ty is 20, Max graduated last year at 18, and I'm the youngest," Lee shrugged. "All Griffs?" Harry joked. "Nah, only me and Max, just like Dad. Kit and Ty were Ravenclaws like our mum." "The Potters have just joined them downstairs," Draco said softly. They all leaned on the rail slightly to get a better view. James Potter stood tall. It was easy to see why he had been voted second for best-looking wizard in his years at Hogwarts. His dark brown messy hair was sticking up everywhere, but it seemed natural and suited the man. His brown eyes, normally sharp and narrowed, were slightly glazed as if he had been working all hours of the night, until a soft hand landed on his shoulder. His eyes focused when he locked eyes on his wife. Lily Potter was as beautiful as ever standing at his side. Her long red hair cascaded down her back, her green eyes sparkling. She tightened her hand on her husband's shoulder before turning back to Molly Weasley and laughing at something the other red-headed woman said. Henry and Ron seemed to appear suddenly from the crowd. "Oh good. There you are." Molly somehow managed to be heard even by the group of teens upstairs over the racket of all the excited customers. "She has a talent," Harry mused, smiling as Fred nodded before wrapping an arm around his shoulder. "You should hear her when she is really mad," Fred shuddered. "Which is basically the only time she talks to us," George muttered. "I swear a banshee has a nicer voice," Fred smirked. "We will be able to see him any minute," she gushed, her hands raising up to pat down and comb through her curls. Harry, Hermione and Draco turned incredulous stares at Fred and George, who were both shaking their heads in disgust and horror. "We have no," Fred started, "idea why she," George continued, "is obsessed with him. They finished together. You know, listening to you two talk is like watch a match of, oh Merlin." "Harry, what is that muggle game you have at home?" Draco asked. "Table tennis," Harry asked dryly. "Yeah, that one?" Draco said happily, ignoring his cousin's amused expression. "We've been told." They grinned maniacally. "Look," Lee whispered, pointing downstairs. Everyone's heads turned at the same time. Gilderoy Lockhart had appeared from the door that led to the back storage room. He stood looking around before breaking into a wide smile and walked, very slowly, to the counter, stopping to pose a few times for the cameraman at the front of the crowd. Harry, Hermione, Draco, Fred, George and Lee couldn't help but release a few sniggers as the blond man showed off perfect white teeth with another wide smile. The crowd was eating it up, squealing out to him madly. At first glance, yes, Harry could say the man was attractive: soft wavy blonde hair, baby blue eyes paired with perfect teeth and a fair complexion. But when he focused, he could see the ugly below. The smile was way too big to be genuine, the eyes sparkled, but more with greed than happiness. It all added up to the simple fact: Gilderoy Lockhart was not a man to be trusted. Suddenly the man froze mid-pose and his grin became all teeth. "It can't be Henry Potter!" the man cried. The photographer gave an excited squeak as Lockhart dived into the crowd and dragged Potter to stand next to him at the counter. Both males placed fake smiles on and waved at the crowd. Several women swooned at the sight. Lily was standing there smiling proudly at her son, only to harshly hush her daughter when she whispered something to Ginny. James was watching the scene impassively. The normally expressive man was stoic as he watched his son get praised and worshipped, until Lily leant over and kissed his cheek and whispered in his ear. His brown eyes lit back up and he smiled warmly at her before turning his wide grin at his son. "Nice big smile, Henry," said Lockhart, through his own gleaming teeth. "Together, You and I are worth the front page. Lockhart threw an arm around his shoulders and clasped him tightly to his side. Not that teen savior seemed to mind. Harry snorted in amusement when none of the adoring fans seemed to notice the false modesty on his face. This is disgusting to watch, Hermione muttered, receiving nods of agreement from all the males. They are peacocks displaying themselves shamelessly. Harry sniggered. Hey, Draco said, offended. My family breeds peacocks. We know, Harry and Hermione said blandly with straight faces before collapsing helplessly into giggles. Ladies and gentlemen. Lockhart called for silence, which was granted from the fans below quickly as they all hung on to his every word. With young Henry here today, it is the perfect moment to announce something I've been sitting on for some time, he said dramatically. Oh no, Hermione whispered. Please tell me I'm wrong. Harry pleaded desperately as he watched with apprehension. Henry Potter and his classmates stepped in today to buy a copy of my autobiography Magical OB, in fact getting the real magical me. I have great pleasure and pride in announcing that I will be taking the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Cheers resounded from downstairs of the bookshop. Whereas the 6 students upstairs groaned loudly, Hermione proceeded to smack her head on the rail, repeatedly. Draco looked like someone had killed his prized Abraxan horse. Trixie, he had gotten her when his mother's Abraxan, Stars, gave birth when Draco was only 5. Fred and George were pretending to cry on each other's shoulders. Lee was just staring stupidly at nothing as if trying to comprehend what had just happened, and Harry was glaring at the man, calculating ways to make his life miserable. Oh, this year is going to suck, Draco whined. I don't know, I think we can turn this around to be good for us. Harry smirked, his eyes glinting. We have a target? Fred asked, grinning. We have a target? Harry confirmed as his eyes didn't leave the smiling, waving idiot below. For an idea of what I mean by mezzanine floor, web links Q equals mezzanine plus floor and client equals tablet Android Samsung and BIW equals 601 and BIH equals 962 and PRMD equals IMVN and source equals LNMS and TBM equals ish and SAW equals X and VED equals 0 AHUKE WIVJOF 5 ZYFQ AHWDRJQKHCA 2 BBKQ underscore AUIBYGB hashtag TBM equals ish and Q equals mezzanine plus floor plus in plus A plus library and imaged equals 7 Li BBKM 10 FMF 3M% 3A% 3B8 GTVCW 7J6 UAJWM% 3A% 3B8 GTVCW 7J6 UAJWM% 3A and IMGRC equals 8 GTVCW 7J6 UAJWM% 3A. I've explained it like this because of when Dobby used magic. They picked it up, so I believe it's the magic, not the user. Hope everyone enjoyed this chapter. I apologize for any mistakes me or my best friend have missed. This chapter was remarkably easy to write, thank Merlin. Hopefully the next chapter is as easy. Chapter 8. Harry sighed heavily as he packed up his trunk. His forehead was scrunched up in thought as he crouched over to look under the bed to look for his favorite shirt. With a triumphant cry, he crawled out with his hand clenched around the sleeve of a yellow and striped Henley shirt with a wasp on the front, and printed in large letters across the back was Wimborne Wasps. Found what you were looking for? An amused voice asked for the doorway. Looking up, he saw Hermione standing there smirking with her trunk packed at her feet. Yep, he said happily, holding it out for her to see. And you left packing until the last moment again, didn't you? She asked, raising an eyebrow. I have no idea what you were talking about, he responded loftily. I'm sure you don't, she sniggered. Are you two ready to go? Tom called down the East Wing hallway. Yes, they yelled back in unison. Ready for a new year at Hogwarts? She asked, grinning as they walked down the hallway towards the fireplace so they could flow to platform 9 3/4 to catch the Hogwarts Express. Only people who worked for the ministry and could afford the outrageous expense could have their flow hooked up to the platform. Are you kidding? Harry responded. I'm Seeker of the Slytherin team, spending more time with Freddie Moore and all our friends, tormenting the new defense teacher, and pulling the wool over Dumbledore's eyes for another year. It's going to be brilliant, he laughed. You have no intentions to study, do you? Hermione said, rolling her eyes. Harry scoffed and raised an eyebrow at her. Yeah, I didn't think so, Hermione snorted. You two ready? Cassiopeia asked, smiling when her children walked into the room. She was standing with Tom and the disguised Bellatrix and Rodolphus waiting to take the children to King's Cross. "Yes, Mum." Hermione nodded. "I think so." Harry grinned unrepentantly as his mother just sighed and shook her head exasperatedly. "He gets this from you," she accused her husband, who just smirked at her before swooping her into a deep kiss. "Ew," Harry declared as he watched his parents. "Shush," Hermione said as she elbowed him in the stomach. "Ow. That hurt," he cried, pushing her. "Children," Cassie cried in frustration as Harry and Hermione pushed each other around again. They reached King's Cross at 10:15. With plenty of time to spare, they busied themselves with alternating between annoying each other and searching for their friends. "Oh, thank Merlin," Cassie whispered. "There is Lucius, and Narcissa," she said loudly enough for the twins to stop their bickering, turn around and wave excitedly at their cousin as he made his way over. "Hey Draco," Harry said, grinning. "You guys ready for a dreadful year of defense?" Draco laughed. "Oh yeah, it's going to be so much fun," Harry said sarcastically. "Just behave yourselves," Narcissa pleaded at the three smirking 12-year-olds. "When do we not?" Harry asked in faux innocence, causing Tom, Cassiopeia, Narcissa, Lucius, Bellatrix and Rodolphus to groan. "Giving you grief?" Narcissa asked sympathetically as she watched their children wave widely at a newly arrived Blaise and Theo. "Oh Merlin, I love them, but I just want to curse them," Cassie whispered. "They have been bickering since we got up this morning," Tom said, shaking his head. "Hey you guys," Theo greeted as he reached them, before wrapping Hermione up in a hug. "Hey," Harry greeted him back with equal enthusiasm. "Have you seen the others?" Blaise asked. He dropped his suitcase beside them, panting heavily. "Not yet," Harry shook his head. "You do know there's the Featherlight charm, to make things easier to carry, don't you?" Hermione said, smirking at her friend. Blaise's silence was enough for Harry to get an answer. "You forgot again, didn't you?" he asked, laughing. "Oh, shut up," Blaise grumbled. "Children, it is time to find a compartment," Tom interrupted with a fond smile. "Yes, father," Harry nodded. "I'm going to miss you so much," Cassie whispered as she wrapped her arms around her children. "We will write every week, and we have the mirrors with us," Hermione soothed her mother as Harry promised his father the same. "A new year at Hogwarts, what shall we do to pass the time?" Harry snickered as they loaded their trunks into a small compartment near the back. "Cause havoc and mess," Daphne's voice said as the blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl entered. "Make therapy needed for students," Pansy added, grinning from behind Daphne. "Hey," Harry cried indignantly. "I am not that bad," he defended, receiving incredulous looks in response. "Okay, so maybe I am," he conceded with a grin. "Did you know you have blibbering humdingers swarming around your head?" Luna's soft and floaty voice filled their already cramped compartment. "What are those?" Hermione asked tiredly. She loved her friend, but sometimes it was hard keeping track of all the girl's creatures. "They feed on nefarious thoughts," she said, smiling vacantly. "That explains why they follow Harry," Hermione sniggered. "I am an absolute innocent angel," Harry declared, his friends dissolving into giggles and laughter at the serious tone the boy had adopted. "You're a cambion, just like the rest of us," Draco snorted. "You lot are impossible," Harry sniffed, before sitting down. Unfortunately, due to the amount of them in the limited space, he ended up sitting on Theo before the brunette pushed him off onto the floor with a yelp. "We should have gotten a bigger compartment," Harry grumbled as he rubbed his lower back. "We can do the extension charm," Hermione said, looking at Harry curiously. The charm was extremely difficult. Most 7th years couldn't do it correctly. It was also regulated by the ministry because if used in Muggle areas it could risk their exposure. Over the summer, though Rabaston and Rodolphus had taught it to them, because of the difficulty of the charm, they had struggled alone, but together they had managed. "Sounds good to me," Harry grumbled, pulling his wand out. "Together?" she asked. He nodded as he forced himself to relax and concentrate. "1, Harry said. 2, Hermione counted. 3, E4 waving their wands and speaking the incantation together perfectly. "Capacious extremis." They grinned as their magic weaved into each other's, creating one magic ball which split into threads and then spread out, forcing the compartment to move with it, people on the outside unaware of the changes happening in front of them. "That's better," Harry said smugly as he fell backwards onto the seats which could now fit 10 or more people instead of the 6 from before. I have room. Draco cried happily as he stretched out across his side of the compartment. Move it, Blondie. The space isn't just for you. Pansy demanded as she shoved Draco's legs off the leather before sitting down herself. Bitch, he mumbled. What was that? She asked sweetly, her eyes flashing dangerously. Nothing, he squeaked, causing Harry to laugh at him. Oh no, my mother found yours. Blaise said, his voice full of dread as he looked out the window to see their mothers all talking, a small group. That's never a good thing, Harry said fearfully. The last time their mothers had conversed it ended with all of them being roped into a shopping trip for all new wardrobes. Individually they were scary, together they were lethal. Oh Merlin, my mother has seen them. Theo groaned, smacking his head on the window. Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa Malfoy, Cassiopeia Riddle, Marigold Parkinson, Katerina Zabini, Camille Greengrass and Samantha Knott had all been friends since their own Hogwarts years. They were famous for enjoying their children's suffering, their shopping trips, and all were taught the dark arts and made formidable opponents. Salazar knows what they are planning, Pansy said, peeking outside from above Harry, who had been forced into a crouch. Probably the wedding for one of us, Daphne said scornfully. She loved her parents, but the amount of times she had to fight them over marriage contracts was ridiculous. Harry, Hermione, Draco, Theo and Blaise all shuddered in disgust before moving back to their seats. Speaking of weddings and betrothals, Hermione spoke suddenly, gaining everyone's interest. The one thing their mothers had passed on to their children was their love for gossip. Where is your other half? She asked Harry. No idea, I haven't seen any of their families since we got here, Harry admitted, looking worried. The train leaves any minute, Daphne said, shocked. I wonder what is keeping them, Theo pondered. Who knows, with parents like that I'm surprised they managed to make their way here each year, Blaise scathed. Weasleys were considered the disgrace of the wizarding world. Almost every pureblood family had some kind of feud with either the Weasley clan or the Prewetts. Although because of Muriel Prewett and her nephews Fabian and Gideon Prewett, their family name wasn't quite as low as the Weasleys. There they are, Draco cried as they watched Molly and Arthur Weasley entered through the barrier, panting and frazzled, with Ginny and Rose Potter on either side of them. Harry had forgotten the Potter's children had stayed with the Weasley family. Something to do with the parents having to be at the school to prepare and not having time to drop the children off at the station, Fred had said. Percy Weasley, the eldest of those still at Hogwarts, third eldest in total, ran ahead of his family, presumably to reach the prefect carriage. Fred and George followed, laughing loudly as they somehow managed to crash their trolleys into each other. Harry grinned as he relaxed back. They had made it. Fred looked up and saw Harry looking out at him. The redhead smirked and sent Harry a wink, causing the second year to blush, before he and George took off, likely to find their friend Lee in a compartment. I didn't see Potter or the youngest male Weasel, Hermione commented absently as she looked at the nails Daphne was currently painting. Neither, Theo said as he browsed through the Quibbler that Luna had handed him earlier. Each of them enjoyed the magazine and its quirky ways. They were all subscribed to get their own editions, but because of Zeno they received them for free. This month's edition was all about the Thestral herds that occupied their world and their uses. Despite what many people out of Slytherin believed, it wasn't all about make-believe creatures. Almost everyone in Slytherin was subscribed to show support for a favorite house member. Maybe they aren't coming back this year, Draco said enthusiastically. A tad too optimistic of you, don't you think? Theo said dully, never looking up from the pages on Thestral hair use in potions. Maybe they did so bad in their exams they got expelled. Blaise offered hopefully. No such luck, sorry. Everyone turned to see Fred and George standing in their open door grinning madly, with Lee shaking his head behind them. Hey Freddy. Harry greeted the boy happily with a hug. Ew, Hermione gagged. Oh shut up, Harry sneered. Hermione just smirked and flipped him off with the hand that was already finished. So where are they? Daphne asked curiously as she played with Luna's long hair. No idea, just wanted to come say hi while I could, Fred admitted, blushing slightly. Fortunately it looked cute and endearing on him, unlike his younger brother. And we got dragged along to play the invisible ones, George spoke up sarcastically. Laughing, Harry tilted his head past Fred. Sorry. Hi George. Hi Lee. he said, grinning bashfully before retaking his seat before Draco could stretch out, hogging it again. "Hello, Harry," George responded cheerfully, as if he hadn't complained a second earlier. "You know, if you guys want to join us, we learned some privacy charms over the holidays so that no one would bug us," Hermione asked as Fred was clearly looking at the open space next to Harry with longing. She had barely finished before Fred had sat down, smiling at the surprised yet happy second year. "I guess that answers that," George muttered as he sat between Luna and Hermione and opposite Fred while Lee sat with Pansy. #Colloportus Hermione hissed. #Muffaliato Harry hissed following her lead. "What was that?" George asked curiously. He was still a little shocked whenever they spoke in Parseltongue around him. Lee, on the other hand, hadn't heard it before and was pale in fright. "You guys speak Parseltongue?" he asked, shocked. "Relax, we used the basic locking spell and a sound silencer spell we learned last year. The only difference is that if done in Parseltongue, then it can't be unlocked by a simple Alohomora," Hermione explained. "Nice," George said, nodding while Lee just stared at them in shock, but Harry wasn't worried about him. He had the twins' talent for accepting things quickly, and he was loyal to Fred and by extension Harry and his friends. "We're lucky that you guys managed to grab one of the bigger compartment," Fred commented as he leant back, relaxing into his seat, his arm making its way around Harry's thin shoulders. His simple statement had been met with a series of chuckles. "What?" he asked, confused. "It wasn't a big compartment," Harry explained with a soft smile, one that had been previously only really used for Hermione and their parents. "Our uncle taught me and Hermione the undetectable expansion charm," he finished, shrugging like it was no big deal. "But that's a charm," Fred started. "Taught in 6th year, George whispered. "My older brother graduated, and he still struggles with it," Lee said in awe. "Our father insists we learn the important and useful stuff at home," Harry shrugged. "Because of it we are ahead in our education," Hermione added. Harry was grateful that unlike James Potter, Fred, George and Lee hadn't questioned him as to why he called his stepfather father. Fred had told him when Harry asked it was because it wasn't his business how Harry's family worked. It was rare to see the serious side of the prankster, but when it did show, it wary needed reassurance about something. "What's that?" Fred asked curiously as Harry placed a little black journal back into his suitcase before turning to face the redhead. "My father's journal from when he was at Hogwarts," Harry explained with a broad grin. "He charmed it to talk back to his bloodline, so his 16-year-old self talks to me about his time at Hogwarts. He entrusted me with it for my studies," Harry said proudly, carefully avoiding the full truth behind the Horcrux. "That is awesome," Fred exclaimed. "Yeah, it also tells me his embarrassing stories," Harry smirked. Suddenly he had everyone's attention. The Cambions were eager to hear embarrassing stories of their lord, whereas Fred, George and Lee were just shocked at the idea of having dirt on a parent. "Yep, apparently, it isn't only mother we get our cheeky side, as father calls it, from," Harry said, grinning. "What? Really?" Hermione asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yep, he used to call teachers by their first name, and just saying, he was a kiss-ass," Harry laughed. "Oh, has he told you about his time at Hogwarts?" Hermione questioned excitably. Despite loving their Uncle Severus, their father had been taught by the legend, Horace Slughorn himself. "Oh yeah, can't believe that Dumbledore is still alive. I mean, he was old when father was a student," Harry chortled. "Wait, isn't your dad French? Wouldn't he have gone to Beauxbatons?" George asked curiously and slightly lost. "Your father isn't that old," Fred said at the same time. Harry looked at them carefully before coming to a decision. "It isn't my father Dion's, it's my birth father's. He died when I was little, and was in his late 50s I think," Harry told them honestly, or at least as honestly as he was willing at this stage. He knew he would eventually tell Fred and by extension George and maybe Lee the full truth, but he just wasn't sure they were ready for the full truth just yet. "Hey guys, I apologize for any mistakes. There may be more than usual as I have just gotten a new laptop and after so long of using a tablet, it is a big change. Smiley face. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Let me know if there is anything you are curious about or if you feel I have left stuff out, although some things are waiting until the 3rd book to be talked about. I may start publishing my Harry Potter, Walking Dead crossover at some point in the next month as well for those that enjoy Walking Dead. Reusable Mermaid Facebook is up and running. Smiley face. Thank you so much reading. Chapter 9. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was alive as students, second year and above, greeted their housemates and friends. It was a warm and comfortable atmosphere for everyone. Ravenclaws talked excitedly about what they learned over the holidays, and what classes they were looking forward to this year. Hufflepuffs mostly just hugged everyone hello and asked about the holidays. Gryffindors were the loudest, shouting at each other in happiness and trying to be heard over each other. Slytherin was the most refrained, but even their table was noisy as they greeted each other and spoke of their break. Harry and Hermione sat opposite each other at the Slytherin table. They were seated at the top of the second years, next to the lowest of the third years. Slytherin House had a system that had been in place for centuries. It kept order and maintained peace within the students. There were rumors that Salazar himself had enacted it himself. Each year group had a selected leader. As such, Knights of Slytherin, each individual had knight said before their name out of respect. They had the leadership of their year, and over the knight of the year below them. The only way to lose the title would be to lose a duel for the position. As knights, they would settle disputes and be obeyed at risk of being punished, harshly at that. Harry looked down the table at the other knights, gaining respectful nods from them all, although the first years hadn't been sorted, so they had no knight. Harry had taken the role of his year group's knight easily the year before. His friends had bowed to him without a fight, knowing he was right to lead them. His other housemates, Bulstrode, Crabbe, and Goyle, bowed because they outright feared him. But he knew Hermione had only bowed to him because she knew how much it meant to him, and having no interest in running their year group, preferring to advise Harry from behind the scenes. The third years were led by a boy called Terence Higgs. Harry didn't actually understand how he had gained it. He wasn't that great, and had thrown a fit over Harry being picked for Seeker over him the year before. Fourth years were led by Serenity McNair. She was a powerful witch in her own right, and her father Walden McNair worked for the Ministry after escaping persecution in the First Wizarding War. The fifth year was led by Peter Blishwick. He was from a family who was classed as neutral purebloods until around 3 generations when a half-blood married into the family. Other than that, Harry didn't know anything about the boy. The sixth year was run by Gemma Farley. She was made prefect the year before and was very talented in charms. Hermione adored the witch and was constantly found studying with her. The seventh year was run by Harry's mentor and friend Marcus Flint, the Quidditch captain who had maintained his role since his second year. But this year would prove interesting, and Harry was looking forward to it because only one person out of the whole house could rule over the knights as well as everyone. The acting prince answered to no one inside Slytherin except the head of house. They were only called acting, unless they were of Slytherin blood, although even those with Slytherin blood still had proved themselves to their peers of being worth their respect and allegiance in a duel. But the last acting prince, Highland Anks, had graduated last year, leaving the spot open. Tonight after the feast and before bed, there would be a spectacular duel in the common room for it. Harry had his suspicions on who would take the crown this year and he couldn't wait to see it in action. His musing was interrupted when he noticed, out of the corner of his eye, that Fred was watching him intensely. Blushing, he gave a small smile. Fred grinned and gave a subtle wink before going back to laughing and joking with George and Lee. Tilting his head to the right, he noticed something strange at the Gryffindor table. Hermione, he whispered lowly, gaining the attention of the Cambions. Potter and Weasley aren't here, he said, nodding his head across the room. Where are they? Draco asked from his right. Who knows, they could be anywhere, Blaise shrugged. The Potters look worried, Hermione murmured, as one, Harry, Draco, Blaise, and Theo turned to stare at James and Lily Potter, who were whispering with Albus Dumbledore, terror on Lily's face. Then suddenly she snapped at James and stormed off, most likely to look for her wayward son, but surprisingly James stayed behind to watch the sorting of his only daughter. No subtlety at all, she said, shaking her head. I don't think they know the meaning of the word, Daphne giggled. So Boy Wonder and his sidekick are missing, Harry said, almost giddy with ideas of what could have happened to the Gryffindors. I doubt it is anything as disgusting as you were imagining, Hermione said, popping the bubble Harry had created for himself. You don't know that it was disgusting, he defended. What was it then? She asked, daring him to lie his way out of it. That they had been kidnapped by Muggle cannibalizes, he admitted grudgingly. His friends stared at him in shock for a beat before laughing hysterically. I knew it, Hermione sighed. Wiping the tears away from her eyes, she shook her head at her brother. Before he could say anything in his own defense, Professor McGonagall opened the massive Great Hall doors with a bang and led the first years to the front of the hall. Among the small recognized 5 people by name, although a few he had seen at ministry functions. At the front with blank masks up, were the Caro twins, Flora and Hestia. They were the children of Amicus Caro and his husband, Evan Rosier Caro. Evan had been killed by Alistair Moody when he resisted arrest shortly before Tom Riddle vanished, or that's what the masses were told by the Light. In truth, he had been killed protecting their newborn children from the Order of the Phoenix, who wanted to take the children and adopt them out to Light members or even Muggles in a desperate attempt to bring down the Dark's defenses and demoralize them. He wasn't the only Dark member to die in such a way either. Behind the twins were 2 redheads that he recognized straight away, Ginny Weasley and Rose Potter, but what surprised and pleased him was that they were standing with the petite and blonde Astoria Greengrass. It was obvious that Rose had liked the girl from his birthday party and had then introduced Ginny to her. It was a good start to his plan to lure Rose away from the Light, and if he was lucky then maybe Ginny would follow her. He watched impassively as McGonagall told the first years the same speech he got about how the sorting would take place, and finally it started. While his face was blank, it was clear to those close to him that his eyes were watching intently with excitement. If only he knew legilimency so he could hear the conversation between the Sorting Hat and Rose Potter. Caro, Flora, McGonagall said. The girl stepped forward. She was quite plain like her father Amicus, straight brown hair with a gray or silver glow to it, brown eyes, and a sharp face. The Hat didn't wait long before shouting Slytherin. With a smug smirk the girl took the seat next to Millicent Bulstrode. Caro, Hestia, was called after the Slytherins had stopped clapping politely. The girl was almost identical to her sister, although she had a slightly wider jaw and from the looks of it was maybe half an inch or an inch taller than her sister. She waited slightly longer than her sister, but soon enough the Hat shouted Slytherin, and the girl sat opposite her sister, next to Gregory Goyle. Creevy, Colin, was next. Harry had to hold in a laugh when the smallest of all the first years tumbled up grinning widely, his blue eyes wide as he took in everything, clearly a Muggleborn. Harry raised his eyebrows in shock when the tiny boy was sorted in Gryffindor. He had pegged him as a Hufflepuff. Greengrass, Astoria. Suddenly all the Cambions were leaning forward to watch. Astoria was a sweet girl and a hard worker. Smirking, Harry turned to Daphne. 3 galleons she goes to Ravenclaw. He grinned. He knew Astoria's family would love her no matter what house she got in, but a bet was always fun. Slytherin and you're on. Daphne laughed, shaking his hand. Quickly, while the girl was walking up, they placed their coins on the table before returning their eyes to the front. They all watched with anticipation as the Hat sat for a while, clearly saying something that made the girl blush before screaming to the hall. Ravenclaw. They all clapped happily as the girl skipped over to her table happily, while Daphne waved at her sister with a smile before sliding the galleons across to Harry. How do you do that? Draco asked, shaking his head. It's a gift, he said arrogantly before smirking and eventually laughing quietly, not wishing to get in trouble for disrupting the sorting. The Cambions were so wrapped up in whispering to each other they missed a few students sorting. Suddenly there were 4 people at Slytherin. 2 boys sitting with the Caros, one of which was Regan Harper, whose father was an unspeakable for the ministry. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw all had more students, but they went silent when they heard McGonagall shout the name they had been waiting for. Potter, Rose. Everyone in the hall was sitting forward watching the younger sister to the boy who lived get sorted. James was watching intently from the professor's table. Rose's expression was one of fear. She glanced up at the professor table and she looked upset when she couldn't find her mother. As the Hat was placed over her head, the hall waited eagerly, awaiting the verdict. Harry felt himself getting tense. It was confusing. Yes, he didn't hate the girl. She had nothing to do with his abandonment. But this concern he felt bubbling in his stomach. Why would he be worried for her? When his eyes glanced up to the head table, it sunk in why. No matter what he had said at his birthday party, he didn't want her in Slytherin. She would possibly be disowned by her parents, and even though he hated them, she didn't, and it would break her. Added to the fact that the majority of Slytherins wouldn't trust her, solely on who her parents were, and he didn't have power over the older years just yet, and he wouldn't for as long as he wanted to hide his true intentions from Dumbledore. He stiffened when the Hat opened its mouth and shouted out for the entire of the Great Hall to hear. Ravenclaw. Wait, what? Rose Potter smiled timidly when the Hat was taken off, and most of the student body just stared in shock. The silence was broken by Astoria Greengrass clapping happily and making sure there was room beside her for Rose. Following the girls' lead, Harry, Hermione and Daphne started clapping again. Suddenly the hall was alive with clapping. Ravenclaw students seemed happy to have another student with them, unlike Gryffindor who wanted the boy who lived's sister. Ravenclaw was just happy to have another student who was smart enough or had the thirst for learning. Hufflepuffs were just all around cheerful people, happy for everyone. How someone could be like that baffled Harry, and it was obvious Slytherin was just following their lead. Harry chanced to glance up at the head table at James Potter, and the sight shocked him greatly. The man was smiling for his daughter and clapping for her. He had expected him to at least be disappointed she wasn't a Gryffindor like her idiot brother. Unfortunately, his curiosity at Potter cost him the rest of the sorting, almost, at least up until the last person was called. Weasley, Ginevra. The last first-year standing walked to the stool and hat, but Harry noticed her eyes dart to her only friend, the friend she had since they were in diapers together. Ravenclaw, Harry muttered so only his friends heard him. What? She is the seventh child of a family made of only Gryffindor, Draco hissed. She is going to talk the hat into placing her with the only friend she has ever known. Hermione whispered back, making Harry smirk, so he hadn't been the only one to notice that. The hall went quiet as yet another child from a Gryffindor-only family made their way to Ravenclaw, but it was broken by her twin brothers jumping up, clapping loudly, and screaming out they knew she was too good for the lowly Gryffs. The girl blushed bright red at her brother's actions, but Harry also saw the small smile on her face. She was grateful that the twins at least didn't hate her, which he knew was impossible for Fred and George. They hated how she acted around Henry Potter, but they blamed their mother for that. She on the other hand was only a child. Harry smirked. With Rose and Ginny in Ravenclaw, the house most popular for neutrals, and with Astoria, his plan was that little bit easier. Hey guys, I hope you enjoy this chapter. Smiley face. I apologize for any mistakes. Review and let me know what you thought. Smiley face. I am sorry to those who aren't happy with the sorting, but I do have a reason for it, which will be more apparent as the series goes on. Smiley face. See you next update. Chapter 10. The Slytherin Dungeons was just as Harry remembered. Rough stone made up the walls and ceiling of the underground common room. Just over half of the room extended under the Black Lake, making a soft green glow come from the windows. Dark wooden cabinets and shelves stretched across the walls. Stairs sat at the back of the room, leading to the sleeping dorms. The carpet beneath their feet was emerald green and soft to the touch. Portraits of famous Slytherins and tapestries of their adventures adorned the walls. The fire in the elaborate fireplace was already crackling, giving the room a comfortable warmth to it. The only difference was that all the black leather furniture had been pushed to the sides, leaving an open space in the middle of the common room. One by one the students, new and old, walked in and moved around the room waiting their head of house. Thankfully they didn't have to wait long. First years. Severus Snape's voice was loud and clear, and just like the year before he had everyone silent and staring at him, giving him their full attention. You have been sorted into the proud house of Salazar Slytherin. You are cunning and ambitious. Unfortunately you will face prejudice from the other three houses. Which is why the #1 rule in Slytherin: you will have an united front. I do not care if you have your disagreements or fights, but they will be held in private. You will stand up for each other no matter what. Outside the common room, Harry had to hold in a snort. It was the exact same speech he received last year. Each first year will be paired up with an older Slytherin. At night before lights out you will sit down together. If you are struggling with anything they will try to help. If they cannot, they will bring you to me, he explained patiently. Harry zoned out when Severus began to pair up the first years. He wasn't bothered. Most tutors were at least in their third year, if not fourth, before being picked. After what seemed like hours, but must have only been half an hour at the most, all the first years had been sorted with older students and the exciting part of the night would take place. Tonight is very special. For the first time in 3 years Slytherin House is in need of a new acting prince. Knights stand by the fireplace. Everyone else, stand around the edges of the room. No need to fear. A barrier will be erected for your safety. Grinning Harry stood up and moved to his spot. He expected to be at the end of the line as the second-year knight, but he was proven wrong when it appeared the first years had already rallied around their knight. Surprisingly, it wasn't either of the Carrows standing beside him, but Regan Harper, with a perfected blank mask. Anyone who wants to duel for acting prince or princess step forward. Severus's voice rang out. Harry was curious over who would be trying for it this year. He had been excited for this ever since his father had told him about it. Cassius Warrington stepped forward and knelt in front of his head of house. He was a well-built 5th year. His year-mate and current knight Peter Blishwick copied him. 6th year knight Gemma Farley stepped forward confidently and knelt next to the others. Harry raised an eyebrow at his sister across the room. There were more people stepping forward than he thought would. 6th year Lucian Bull followed her, but he was clearly apprehensive, knowing his year-mate, Gemma, was lethal and shouldn't be underestimated. The last person to step forward and kneel was 7th year captain and chaser Marcus Flint. Severus stared down at the kneeling 5 with an impassive expression. You have stepped forward to stand for the proud house of Slytherin, to be a proxy to the true king, to lead and guide the knights, to teach and defend the soldiers. His voice was smooth and silky. Everyone listened eagerly. Will you accept and complete your tasks with honor and to the best of your abilities, if the title shall be entrusted you? I do. The 5 kneeling students murmured, still not looking up at Severus. You will all take an individual turn fighting against me. The 2 that fare the best shall proceed to fight each other. The winner will take the title. The runner-up shall be their advisor and right hand. Is this clear? Severus asked, smirking as he shed his outer robe to reveal the dueling clothes he was wearing underneath. Harry's green eyes widened in shock. He didn't know they had to fight their head of house first. That train of thought led to him snorting in amusement. His father's head of house had been the potions master Horace Slughorn. He had seen pictures of the man before, and it was nothing short of an amusing thought. From her twinkling eyes Harry knew Hermione was thinking the same thing. She was seated on a small couch on the other side of the room from him, with Daphne, Pansy and Luna all whispering to each other quietly. Draco, Blaise and Theo were all watching intently and eagerly from the floor in front of the girl's couch. Now for the rules, he said, staring intensely at the 5 before him. If they didn't follow the simple rules they were told, they would automatically lose their chance, and not get another chance again. As we are still on Hogwarts grounds, any illegal or unforgivable spells will be detected by the headmaster and the ministry. If used, I will not cover for you. You have been warned, and if you are stupid enough to use them anyway, you deserve the punishment, he said, sneering. This is not a normal duel. This is a duel for leadership over your housemates, and as such you will not have a second to rely on. Only yourself, he said as he began to pace. Only magical means will have a place in this duel. Any physical contact and you will lose your chance. This was an extremely common as a rule for dueling, and no one was surprised to hear it. You will not go for a killing blow. Once your opponent is unconscious, the duel is over. He snapped loudly, before spinning around, erecting a ward to block the students from the duel. Now, shall we start? Severus sneered as his eyes fell on Cassius Warrington. His father had been a low-level Death Eater and had been rather pathetic, constantly messing up and trying to blame others. Even Tom had disliked the man, but they needed the numbers badly, so he had avoided killing him, although he had enjoyed torturing the man. Everyone watched as Severus and Cassius bowed to each other before taking up their dueling stances. Harry snickered as worry flickered across Warrington's face before the first spell was cast. It was a relatively boring duel with minor jinxes and curses thrown. It barely lasted 3 minutes before Warrington was hit with a stupefy and slumped to the ground, knocked out. Rolling his obsidian eyes, Severus revived him and sent him to stand off to the side while beckoning to Peter Blishwick. As a knight, it was expected that he would last longer than Warrington. The 5th year did well, dodging and sending spells back, but he still only lasted 7 minutes against the potions master. Taking a deep breath, Gemma Farley walked forward, her eyes focused. The 6th year bowed at her professor before moving back and taking up her own stance. It was more advanced than Warrington's. Her blue eyes narrowed as she watched Severus for any sign of movement. Her wrist holding her wand was loose and relaxed. The second Severus sent a spell towards her, she leapt to the left before sending her own back at him fiercely. Harry was impressed as she twirled around, avoiding more and more spells. She sent her own back, a few even Harry hadn't heard of before. She lasted around 8 minutes, 5 whole minutes longer than Warrington, who was now glaring at her from his spot beside the other competitors. Grinning, she bowed at Severus in respect before retaking her place in the line. Lucian Bull stepped forward next. Harry grimaced in disgust as he wiped his sweaty hands on his robes. He wasn't the only one either. Hermione had scrunched up her face. Gemma had wrinkled her nose delicately, and Severus sneered at him. It was over rather quickly for Bull. He lasted longer than Warrington, but still 4 minutes shorter than Gemma, and 3 minutes shorter than Blishwick. He left the floor looking dejected. Marcus stepped forward, a dark smirk on his face. He only had to beat Blishwick's time to qualify for the final fight. 8 minutes and 4 seconds later Marcus bowed proudly after being revived, his dark eyes full of satisfaction as the other 3 males were sent away. The 2 fighting for the title are Gemma Farley, 6th year and prefect of Slytherin, and Marcus Flint, 7th year and captain and chaser of Slytherin Quidditch team. Severus' voice bellowed around them using a mild version of the sonorous charm to be heard above the cheering from the students. Suddenly everyone changed their positions, without even talking to each other. Marcus was standing on the left side of the common room with his friends and other supporters behind him, the Quidditch team directly at his side. Gemma was on the right side with all her friends and supporters behind her, with her best friends Sarah and Claire were on either side of her. Severus was in the middle of the room with his black robes back on. The robes were floating around him, sitting on the pure magic that was coming from his core and surging around him. The rules are the same as before. All other students remembered to stay behind the containment ward. Flint, Farley, you ready? Severus asked, raising an eyebrow at them. Yes, sir, they chorused, both calm and collected, smirking at each other in confidence. Bow to each other, he said, watching them carefully as they bowed lowly but maintained eye contact with each other. He knew both were extremely good duelers and sneaky with their attacks, so it would be a good duel. 3, 2, 1. Duel, Avis, Gemma whispered, conjuring a small flock of bluebirds. Before pointing her wand at Marcus, she grinned wickedly at him, while shouting, "A pugno!" Marcus dodged quickly to the left as the birds dived at him. "Tarantiagra!" he shouted, sending the jinx back at her. She growled as her feet danced wildly. "Finite!" she cried desperately, falling back with a thud. She was released, thankfully avoiding the second spell sent from Marcus. She somehow managed to get up onto her feet and sent a spell back at her opponent at the same time he sent a third. Flipendo. The light blue spell forced Marcus to fly backwards into the shimmery containment ward, crashing to the ground. Reducto. Gemma was forced to fall to the ground a split second after she had sent her spell, the Reducto shattering the top of the fireplace, causing debris to fall down around them. The students of Slytherin watched as different colored spells went back and forth quickly, with each more brutal than the last. The air got tense and heavy as the duel passed the 10-minute mark, with no end or victor in sight. The first years gave yelps of fright when an extremely strong spell caused the containment ward in front of them vibrate and rumble. Petrificus Totalis. Gemma only just dodged the attack that would have paralyzed her, ending her fight for the title, as she threw another spell over her shoulder. Expulso. The dark navy blue light that left the tip of the wand blew the couch behind Marcus to pieces as he dodged with agility that looked impossible with his size. Bombarda Maxima. Everyone flinched at Gemma's scream of pain as her left leg broke right below the knee as the spell hit its mark. Incendio. She whimpered as she struggled to her feet. Marcus grunted as the spell grazed his shoulder painfully. Obscuro. Marcus cried, smirking when the black blindfold wrapped around Gemma's eyes. She stumbled slightly before tripping backwards over her own feet and slammed to the ground. Glacius Tria, he shouted as he stood above her. Instantly she frozen solid in a block of ice. It was over. Marcus Flint had won. The room erupted into chaos. "You did it!" Harry screamed, leaping on Marcus, the 7th year catching him easily, the rest of his friends surrounding him with their own exuberant yelling. Severus nodded at Marcus before walking over to the frozen Gemma, and with a small complicated wave of his wand he pushed hot air around her body until all the ice had melted, then healed her broken leg easily. "Renervate," he said, his silky voice monotonous. Gemma sat up as she awoke quickly, gasping for breath, her blue eyes darting around her before her memories of what happened returned to her. She sighed downheartedly, but got to her feet and walked over to where Marcus was surrounded by the screaming Quidditch team. "Congratulations, Flint," she said, holding her hand out as she reached him. "Thanks, you fought well, Farley, you were a good opponent. You will be a great advisor too," he grinned as he shook her hand. Severus waved his wand, casting a non-verbal powerful reparo around the common room, fixing everything that had been hit in the duel before raising his hands for silence and speaking aloud. Both contenders for the acting title fought bravely and with honor, bringing pride to the Slytherin name. Severus said, his eyes sweeping over his students. But there can only be one winner and leader of Slytherin. Please greet your new acting prince. Marcus Flint, he shouted. Marcus walked proudly, with his back straight and a blank face, to stand by his head of house, already back in pristine Slytherin robes. As one, the entire of Slytherin got down on one knee and knelt down. The knights in the front row side by side, the rest of them arranged in rows by year group behind them. Severus pulled out a small box from a glass shelf above the fireplace which had protective and unbreakable charms woven into it. He stood in front of Marcus and opened the box. Inside rested a silver brooch on an emerald cushion. But it wasn't just any brooch, it was a replica of the one owned and worn by Salazar Slytherin at all times. A single large emerald lay in the middle, a silver snake wrapped around it, then the open mouth at the bottom supporting the gem. Severus pinned it over Marcus's heart, on his robes, before walking backwards away from the 7th year. The rest of Slytherin stood back up, and together starting clapping madly for their new acting prince. Hope everyone enjoyed this chapter. I have a few notes for my readers today. Yes, don't worry, you will find out why Ron and Henry were late in a chapter or two. You will find out about why the 3 girls were sorted into Ravenclaw at some point as well. I do have vague plans to explore the soulmate relationships with both Harry and Hermione. I am not sure when yet, but it will happen. If you feel I haven't covered something yet and you want it to happen, let me know and I may be able to let you know when it will be covered. If you head to my Facebook web links, I will posting pictures of what I imagine certain characters to look and also family trees eventually, and I can keep you all updated on how the chapter progress is going. The link below it to what the brooch of the acting prince wears looks like. Thank you for reading and I will see you all next chapter. Smiley face. Also, if anyone can pick up on the small, quite tiny, reference to a game, let me know in the comments. I have had 3 people read it so far and only 1 noticed it. Web links Q equals Slytherin plus Prince plus Crown and RLZ equals 1 CAASUE underscore ENNZ 719 NZ 719 and ESPV equals 2 and BIW equals 1366 and BIH equals 655 and source equals LNMS and TBM equals ISH and SAW equals X and VED equals 0 AHUKUA 5 OPARTRQAHWEBBWKHBGTBHKQ underscore OI big B hashtag TBM equals ish and Q equals silver plus snake plus brooch and IMGRC equals K VUS VLM Q6 QX2M % 3A. Slytherin system. There are 5 major positions in the Slytherin hierarchy created by Salazar Slytherin himself, in order of rank. Head of Slytherin House. Acting Prince, Princess of Slytherin. Advisor to Acting Prince, Princess. Knights of Slytherin. Soldiers of Slytherin. The head of Slytherin House. Severus Snape is the head of Slytherin House and the potions professor at Hogwarts. It is his job to look after all the students of Slytherin, make sure they are protected and safe, and learning to full potential. Because of the grief his students receive from the other houses, he doesn't like to take points from his house. Instead, he will talk to the acting prince, princess and the knight of the offender's year and together decide a punishment that fits the crime. He also helped maintain the order of ranks in the students and ensure they stand united against the rest of the school. Acting Prince, Princess of Slytherin. The acting prince, princess is usually a Slytherin student of 6th or 7th year. But Tom Riddle claimed the title the youngest in the beginning of his 4th year. They have a number of duties. They will help their head of house with marking homework and tutoring if needed. They will supply the house with rules to follow that are for only them and not from the school rules. They will help with deciding punishments and running detentions if needed. Although if it is one of their rules broken instead of school rules, then they alone decide and deliver the punishment. They also help the head boy, girl and prefects with showing the first years around and adjusting to Hogwarts. Their main role is keeping the students in line outside of the common room and maintaining the united front. Advisor to Acting Prince, Princess of Slytherin. The advisor doesn't have any power over anyone like the prince, princess or knights. Their main purpose is in the title. They assist and advise the acting prince, princess when needed. But they can also act as a messenger between the head of house, acting prince, princess and knights. They always start as the person who came second in the duel for acting prince, princess, but the acting prince, princess has the right to declare them unfit after 2 months, This usually only happens if the advisor is sour about losing and isn't actually helping, or it is known someone else would be better for the job. Knights of Slytherin. There will always be 7 knights at one time, one for each year group in Hogwarts. Each knight is chosen in their first year, although they can be challenged at any point to a duel. The winner will take the knight title. The knights have their own system inside themselves. The 7th year knight has the most power out of the knights and the first year has the least. Each knight has leadership and power of their year group, the year groups below them and the knights below them. But all knights are treated with the same respect by all soldiers, despite differences in ages. So a 6th year would have to show a 3rd year knight the same respect as the 6th year knight. But a 3rd year knight couldn't boss them around or give them punishments. They don't have named advisors like their acting prince, princess, but it is common for their best friend to talk to them and offer advice should they need it. Each knight is responsible for their year group. If someone is behaving in a way that insults Slytherin and or the acting prince, princess's rules and the knight of their year doesn't do anything, then they will be stripped of their title and be punished with the offender by the acting prince, princess. Their main job is to help their year group appear united at all times outside of the common room. But they are also expected to keep an eye out for bullying or struggling with schoolwork within their year and below. Soldiers of Slytherin. The students of Slytherin House are called soldiers, unless they gain a title from above. Even prefects and head boy, girl are only soldiers if they don't retain a title as well. They are at the lowest point in the Slytherin hierarchy, but this does not mean that they are unimportant or treated without respect. They look out for each other and provide support to everyone in their house. They report back to the knights, advisor and acting prince, princess of things that are ongoing in their house and outside of it. Hope this clears up any confusion. If not, then leave a review of the question you want answered that I didn't cover and I will answer smiley face. See you guys next chapter. Chapter 11. Harry was wrapped up warmly in his green and silver bedsheets. His eyes were closed but he was wide awake, just unwilling to move from his comfort cocoon. He sighed as he pushed his face deeper into the soft pillows. The sounds of the dorm were keeping him from going back to sleep. He could hear someone in the shower, most likely Draco, a quill scratching on parchment, which he hazarded a guess was Theo, and Blaze's unmistakable and horrendous snoring. He peeked open a green eyes slowly to see that the dorm already had light flooding it, but because their dorms were in the dungeons, the light was a charm on the windows to replicate the actual weather outside. He forced himself to sit up, yawning loudly and rolling his shoulders until they clicked. "You're awake then?" an amused voice asked. Rolling his eyes, Harry looked over at Theo. "What time is it?" He grunted curiously, his closed fists rubbing at his sleep-filled eyes. "Only 7 in the morning, we have half an hour before breakfast," Theo responded as he finished up his letter and placed it in his pocket. "How long have you been up for?" Harry asked as he swung his legs out of the bed and rested his feet on the soft carpet. "About an hour maybe," Theo said, grinning. Harry shook his head at his friend while laughing softly. Theo was the best of the boys at getting up, and Blaze was definitely the worst. "How long has Draco been in the shower?" Harry asked as he pulled his new black jeans up over his thighs, jumping and wiggling his hips. As long as the pants were black, the professors never really fussed over them not being the uniform trousers. "Like 40 minutes. Theo laughed. "He spends too much time primping," Harry snorted, before crying in triumph when he finally got the last button done up on his white uniform shirt. "I heard that Riddle," Draco snapped playfully as he walked into the dorms from the bathrooms, a green towel wrapped around his waist. "Well, who needs to spend that long in the shower?" Harry asked, laughing, the sound slightly muffled as his black long-sleeved school sweater got stuck over his face before Theo finally freed him. "I had to dry and style my hair too," Draco defended himself, but it just sent Harry into a set of helpless giggles. "Stop laughing at me," Draco demanded. "Or what?" Harry said as he calmed down, raising an eyebrow at his cousin. "You don't want to know," Draco sneered as he got dressed, but once the two boys caught eye contact, they both burst into laughter again. "We should hurry, we only have 15 minutes before breakfast, and we need to wake Blaze too," Theo said as he did the clasps to his Slytherin robes up. "Oh, this shall be fun," Harry said, a sadistic smirk gracing his lips, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he stared at their sleeping friend. What to do, Draco murmured as he inched closer to Blaze while Harry started rummaging in his trunk. "Let's go with the classic, it never fails," Harry said, grinning widely, as he pulled a small Muggle air horn out and held it up happily. Draco and Theo were laughing softly as they had their wands out and ready. Ready? Harry asked, grinning when they nodded eagerly. He placed the air horn by Blaze's sleeping face and held the top down, causing a loud noise to reverberate around their stone walls. Blaze sat up, screaming, his eyes wide. Aguamenti! Draco and Theo shouted. 2 jets of clear and pure water sprayed Blaze in the face, making the dark-skinned boy splutter. Laughing, the 3 boys collapsed on the floor. Was that really necessary? Blaze coughed, glaring at his friends. Yes, Harry said before looking at his soaked friend and laughing again. If you stopped being the last one awake, it wouldn't be you getting drenched in the morning. Theo laughed. Harry, Draco and Theo watched in amusement as their friends stumbled to the showers grumpily. Together the 4 boys finally made it to breakfast, Blaze stumbling beside them, still complaining about the rude morning wake-up. Almost all the Ravenclaws and Slytherins were there already, half of Hufflepuff and only a few Gryffindors. 4 sitting beside his twin sister, Hermione, who was writing a letter while eating. Morning, my own, Harry said, grinning as he grabbed some bacon. Morning, Harry, you seem happy. Blaze sleep in again? She asked, never taking her eyes on the parchment as she nibbled on some toast. Yep, he laughed. The usual way? She asked. Of course, it was brilliant, he said, sniffing slightly, causing her to laugh. What are you doing anyway? He asked, leaning over her shoulder to read the letter. Just writing to Mother. I forgot to pack a few reading books, she responded as she pushed him back onto his seat and out of her personal space. How are you 2 so awake? Blaze groaned as he sat down beside Pansy, who was struggling to stay awake. Freaks of nature, the both of them, Pansy grunted, resting her head on Blaze's shoulder. You will be awake shortly, Luna said softly with a grin as she sipped at her hot tea. Why? Blaze asked, but she didn't need to respond. In that moment, that bulk of Gryffindor chose to show up. Their raucous laughter and talking shocked both Slytherins into sitting up with pained moans. I hate them so much, Blaze muttered as he rubbed his temples. Why must they make so much noise? Pansy sneered. They aren't all bad, Harry said, his eyes lighting up as he saw Fred and George entering the Great Hall, a happy and dopey grin stretching across his face. Hermione gagged as she caught sight of her brother's expression. You will never believe what we just heard, Adrian declared happily, interrupting Harry, who had opened his mouth to snap at his sister. Without waiting for an answer, he sat down next to Harry, grinning widely. Golden Boy and his sidekick got 2 months detention, Miles chortled as he sat down next to his friend. How'd you hear that? Draco asked, leaning forward. Percy Boy was berating them on the way down here, Graham grinned as he showed up with Marcus. What happened? Do you know? Hermione asked. Not really, but both boys were trying to say it wasn't their fault. Apparently the barrier at platform 9 3/4 wouldn't let them through. Marcus shrugged. We did hear Percy shouting something about flying here though, Adrian said, shrugging. All of their curiosity was piqued. They all looked up to see Ron Weasley and Henry Potter sulking at the Gryffindor table, with Percy still berating them by the looks of it. Would the twins tell you? Miles asked, turning to Harry. I can ask if they know. Harry nodded with a smirk. If the twins knew, then he would know shortly, but they didn't know that they would know sooner than they thought. Mail is here, Daphne said as she looked up. Harry followed her line of sight as he munched on more bacon. Then there was a rushing sound overhead. 100 or so owls flew in from the topmost windows. They swooped down, circling the students before dropping letters and packages to their owners. Hedwig and Aristotle landed in front of Harry and Hermione and happily ate some of Harry's bacon. Aristotle only had a letter to Hermione from their parents wishing her luck on her first day back, plus a new homework planner that they had forgotten to get on their trip to Diagon Alley. Hedwig had 2 letters which Harry ignored for now, instead grabbing the package that had his Charms holiday essay and 2 of the Lockhart books he had left on his bed by mistake. You are hopeless, Harry, Hermione said, giggling lightly. Suddenly the Gryffindor table went quiet. They looked up to see Ron looking at a red envelope, his face white and mouth slightly open. She's sent me a howler, Ron said faintly, but even as quiet as he was, the entire school heard as they watched on. You'd better open it, Ron, Henry said, shaking in his seat. It'll be worse if you don't. My gran sent me one once. I ignored it. It was horrible, Neville said from opposite the redhead. What's a howler? Harry heard Dean ask. He was the only Muggle born in their group, Ron and Neville being purebloods and Henry and Seamus being half-bloods. Seamus broke down into laughter as he tried to explain it to his best friend. Neville took over, rolling his eyes, and before long the red envelope had started to smoke at the corners. "Open it," Neville urged. "It will all be over in a few minutes," Seamus chuckled as he, Neville, Seamus and everyone else close to them stuffed their fingers in their ears. "Ronald Weasley. How dare you?" Mrs. Weasley's voice screeched out. Harry and Hermione had identical looks of sadistic amusement as they watched both Ron and Henry flinch back in pain. It was loud enough for the rest of the students, let alone for the two Gryffindors sitting in front of the yelling envelope. "Stealing the car? I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd expelled you. Just wait until I get a hold of you, if possible." Ron had gone even whiter at that thought. Harry grinned as he watched Fred and George laughing a few seats down. They had told him how many times they had suffered a howler. He could only imagine the pleasure they got from watching Ron suffer it. Percy was glaring at them. Harry had a stray thought that the prefect would sound like his mother when he was angry. "I don't suppose you stopped to think what your father and I thought when we saw it gone." Harry sniggered again. "They stole a car," Draco said as he tried to not laugh. "Fred said their dad a car that was charmed to fly," Harry recalled. Fred and George had tried to steal it for his birthday. He looked back up when he realized the howler was still going. "Letter from Dumbledore last night. I thought your father would die of shame. We didn't bring you up to behave like this, you and Henry could have died." And the boy wonder had finally been brought up. Glancing at the table, he saw James sitting there looking mutinous, Lily sitting beside him whispering in his ear. "I am absolutely disgusted. Your father's now facing an inquiry at work and it's entirely your fault. If you put another toe out of line, we'll bring you straight home." Everyone's ears seemed to ring with the sudden silence. She had finally stopped screaming. "Brilliant," Harry said before he, Hermione and their friends dissolved into laughter. The rest of the school laughed with them, but it wasn't long before everyone went back to breakfast and the normal chatter resumed. So the platform wouldn't let them through, and they decided to steal their father's flying car to get to Hogwarts? Pansy confirmed. Harry nodded as he opened the 2 letters Hedwig had bought him. One was from his parents wishing him luck and to behave. The second, strangely enough, was from his Uncle Barty and Uncle Rabaston. "But why wouldn't the platform let them through?" Daphne asked. "Well, just because that's what they said, doesn't mean it's true," Blaise said. "Oh, it's true," Harry whispered, his green eyes wide in shock as he read the letter from his uncles. "What?" Hermione asked. "Listen to this," Harry said, choking on his laughter before he coughed and read the letter out loud for his friends to hear. "Hey everyone. It's your favorite uncles, Barty and Rab. We wonder if you have found out all the information yet? If you haven't, then don't worry, we shall supply it. We were getting bored, being in the manor for so long. There is only so much you can do. So we snuck out after you guys left to catch the Hogwarts Express. Don't worry, we were disguised. But we saw Potter and Weasley running late and decided to block the gateway to the platform. Their faces when they crashed into the solid bricks was just perfect, better than when Rodolphus got stuck in the women's lingerie at the meeting. We then hit them with a compulsion spell. We just wanted them to do something stupid to laugh at, so the spell would make their thoughts seem like even better ideas. But it went even better. They stole a blue Ford Anglia and flew it. They were also was so much better than we could have hoped for. Severus Flo called us last night to tell us all about it. Apparently he and Lily Potter caught them after they crashed into the Whomping Willow. Harry finished before he burst into hysterical laughter. I love those two. Blaise sighed happily. I want to grow up to be just like them. Harry nodded with a dreamy expression across his face. Brilliant. Theo grinned. Legends, Draco murmured with a happy smile. Guys, this is serious and dangerous. Hermione snapped. How? Harry, Draco, Blaise and Theo chorused. Barty and Rabaston are like Harry. If they are left to entertain themselves or they get bored, they get stupid, Hermione said. Hey! Harry cried before conceding her point and nodding helplessly. If they get reckless, then they could get caught and sent back to Azkaban, she whispered softly. Father would just break them back out, Harry dismissed. And if that alerts the Ministry or worse Dumbledore that he is alive and well? She asked snidely. Oh, Harry murmured as it sunk in what she was saying. Yes, now you get it, she sighed. Wouldn't your father keep an eye on them now for that reason? Pansy asked. Yeah, your brains come from your father. If you figured it out, then he has too. He will keep them safe and in line. Daphne nodded. You can't cage or lock up the truly free. They must be allowed to fly. Luna whispered with a faraway gaze, her blue eyes clouded. Vision? Harry whispered. What? She asked, shaking her head. Suddenly she was back to normal, well, as normal as she could get. What did you see? Draco asked excitedly. You can't just ask her that. She can't tell you. Draco. Hermione, Daphne and Pansy all said at once, overlapping each other. Luna just smiled at them as they bickered over her visions and the rules of magic. Hello, Professor. Luna smiled as Severus made his way over to them as he handed out the timetables to the Slytherins. Miss Lovegood. He nodded, a small twitch of lips giving away his amusement as the others argued around her. What has set this off? He asked, handing her enough timetables for her and the others. My visions again. She giggled lightly. Severus smirked outright. He knew she enjoyed creating chaos as much as Harry, but she was much more subtle about it. Luna had always struggled the most with her personality and being herself, being teased by other children for her quirky ways, but when she befriended Harry and Hermione, everything changed. Suddenly she had friends who loved her, and would argue over what was best for her, and who liked her more. She could be herself without fear of being tormented. They accepted her fully. Just 2 summers ago their families had gone with her and her father on a trip looking for exploding snabberwitches. They hadn't found any, but they had a fantastic holiday. Cambions, our timetables are here. It's almost time for class, she said. Even as soft as her floaty voice was, they all stopped and turned to her. What do we have today? Harry asked, grinning at her. Transfiguration and then double herbology with Ravenclaw before lunch. Theo read out. Not bad, so bad. Harry nodded. After lunch is horrible. Draco groaned. Oh Merlin, tell me I'm reading this wrong, Blaise pleaded. Nope. Double block of potions with Gryffindors. Harry sighed, leaning forward. He proceeded to bang his head on the table. And charms to end the day. Daphne said. But double potions with Gryffindor is bad enough without making it a double block. Harry cried out before pretending to sob on his arms. Come on, we have to get to Transfiguration. Hermione sighed as she grabbed Harry's arms and leading the way out of the Great Hall to start their first day of second year. Hey everyone, hope you enjoyed this chapter. Sorry for mistakes, both me and my friend edited it, but we may have missed a few. Let me know what you think. Is there anything you want to see this year? Oh, and just to clarify, double block means 2 lessons back to back of same subject. Double class means 2 houses for the 1 class. See you all next update. Chapter 12. Puga Vestes ***. Harry intoned as he tapped the beetle on his desk with his wand, and slowly the beetle turned into a silver button. The Slytherins were in their Transfiguration class, and Professor McGonagall was forcing them to practice the last Transfiguration spell they had learnt the year before, and Harry was bored out of his mind. He had already transfigured 4 buttons. He sighed and leaned back, waiting for Professor McGonagall to notice he had done it yet again, although the Gryffindor head of house wouldn't praise him or award him points, unlike if he had been a lion. He smirked and looked around to make sure no one was watching, as an idea came to him. He had his wand under his desk and waved the levitating charm with a whispered incantation and shot it towards the front at his fellow Slytherin Vincent Crabbe. With the charm combining with Crabbe's botched transfiguration spell, the beetle flew upwards whilst growing bigger before exploding over Crabbe, Gregory Goyle and Millicent Bulstrode. Mr. Crabbe! Professor McGonagall cried in dismay. Harry, Draco, Theo and Blaise erupted into loud and uncontrollable laughter, as Bulstrode jumped up screaming and dancing around, trying to get the beetle bits out of her hair. Harry saw Hermione giving him a disapproving look out of the corner out his eye, but he could also see her lips twitching as she fought back laughter. Right class, today's lesson is over. Next lesson we will start moving on. Mr. Crabbe, I expect an essay on the dangers of not focusing while attempting transfiguration spells. McGonagall said as she looked over the class. Nodding, they all collected their books up and left the classroom, and headed towards their next class. Greenhouse 3 today. Professor Sprout shouted, drawing the Slytherins' attention to her as they walked across the vegetable patch for their double-class herbology with the Ravenclaws. Harry and Hermione shared a look before leading their friends towards the appropriate greenhouse. They had only been in Greenhouse 1 last year. As they reached their destination, they noticed all the Ravenclaws were already there waiting. 4 girls and 4 boys were grouped together talking excitedly. Professor Sprout opened the greenhouse doors and they filed in. The middle of the greenhouse held a large trestle bench which they stood beside in single file along it, Slytherins on one side and Ravenclaws on the other. Harry found himself at the front with Hermione beside him, and opposite him was a girl of Indian heritage, Padma Patil. Her twin sister Parvati was a Gryffindor if he remembered correctly. On the trestle bench before them lay 19 different colored pairs of earmuffs. Harry wrinkled his nose in disgust as he saw a few pairs of bright pink fluffy earmuffs. Today, we will be repotting mandrakes. Now, who can tell me the properties of a mandrake? Professor Sprout asked. She was a short, dumpy sort of witch, who was the perfect example of an over-friendly Hufflepuff, but she knew her herbology and taught well. Hermione's hand was in the air straight away, along with a few of the Ravenclaws. Hermione smiled and opened her mouth as Professor Sprout nodded at her. Mandrakes, also known as mandragora by herbologists, are a powerful restorative. It is used to return people who have been transfigured or cursed back into their original state. Hermione said confidentially as she repeated what she had been told by her mother and aunts Narcissa and Bellatrix, all 3 of whom had excelled in herbology. Excellent. 10 points to Slytherin, Professor Sprout said, grinning at the girl. The mandrake forms an essential part of most antidotes. It is also dangerous. Who can tell me why? This time Harry raised his hand almost lazily compared to Hermione once again. Mr. Riddle? She asked, nodding at him. The mandrake's cry is fatal to anyone who hears it. Our minister in 1912, Venusia Crickerly, died due to hearing it. Harry stated. When he had been learning about all the ministers in his father's lessons, he had come across the fact and he had always remembered it, mostly because he had laughed himself silly. Well done. Take another 10 points, Slytherin, Professor Sprout said proudly. Now, these mandrakes are still seedlings, she said, pointing to a row of deep trays which held 100 or so tufty little plants. They were purplish-green in color and looking very unremarkable. Their cries won't kill you yet, but they will knock you out for several hours, which is why we have these earmuffs, she continued. When you place them on, make sure they are firmly over your ears, and when it is safe to remove them, I will give you all the thumbs up. Now hurry and place them on. Harry reached forward and grabbed a simple black pair and placed them on his ears. Automatically all sound was blocked. It was a strange sensation. Professor Sprout then grabbed one of the plants and pulled harshly. Harry leaned back as he saw a mandrake in person for the first time. It was disgusting. Instead of roots, a small muddy, fat and extremely ugly baby-like thing popped out of the earth. It had pale green, mottled skin and was clearly bawling at the top of its lungs despite no sound being heard. Professor Sprout then took a large pot from under the table and pushed the mandrake into the dirt, before burying it completely under more dark and damp compost. She gave everyone the thumbs up and waited patiently as they all removed the earmuffs hesitantly. Now it is your turn. Be careful. Make sure your earmuffs are on firmly. I will get your attention when it is time to pack up. Mr. and Miss Riddle, you will be with Mr. Boot and Miss Turpin. Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Not with Mr. Goldstein and Miss Lee. Mr. Zabini and Miss Parkinson with Miss Pottle and Miss Brocklehurst. Miss Lovegood and Miss Greengrass with Mr. Corner and Mr. Malone. Mr. Goyle, Mr. Crabbe and Miss Bulstrode are the last group, she said. As each group formed, she started to hand out the mandrakes. Hi. The Ravenclaw girls said shyly as Harry and Hermione moved to stand with them. Harry sneered slightly and nodded sharply before looking at their equipment, making sure they had everything. Hartford, Hermione snapped as she elbowed him in the stomach. Hi, I am Hermione. This tosser is my twin brother Hartford, she said, extending her hand out to the girl. It's Harry, he grumbled, rubbing his stomach which felt like it was bruising already. I'm Lisa and this is Terry, the girl said. She was feeling braver now. Hermione was proving to be nicer than her brother. Harry scoffed and rolled his eyes as Lisa started blabbing away about everything she knew about mandrakes and plants similar to them. Thankfully, it wasn't long before their pots of mandrakes were placed before them. With their earmuffs on, they got to work. Unfortunately, Professor Sprout made it look easy, but it wasn't. They didn't seem to like coming out of their Earth homes, but they didn't want to go back into new ones either. They squirmed around, kicked their root-like legs out, flailed their sharp little fists and gnashed their teeth. Harry struggled with an extremely fat on for around 10 minutes trying to squash it into the new pot and dirt. By the end of class, Harry, like everyone else, was sweaty, aching and filthy. They traipsed back into the castle and headed for the dungeons to have long hot showers before lunch. The 8 Cambions decided to enjoy their lunch break outside before they had to head to potions. Despite it being overcast and slightly windy, a majority of the students seemed to have the same idea. Thankfully, their spot by the old tree next to the courtyard was free for them. Sighing loudly, Harry flopped back onto the grass, his legs and arms splayed out. "Please show at least some decorum, brother," Hermione sneered as she sat down next to him. Before pulling out her herbology book, Professor Sprout had said that they would be working with mandrakes a bit this year, and Hermione wasn't wasting any time reading deeper into the plant. "I could, but I don't want to, so I won't," Harry said, grinning at her cheekily, but she just rolled her eyes and continued to read. The Gryffindors have decided to infest us with their presence," Draco drawled, causing the others to look up, and sure enough, Potter Jr. was walking out flanked by his 3 friends Weasley, Thomas and Finnegan. "They truly believe they own the school, don't they?" Blaise scoffed as the 4 boys strutted across the courtyard, the small blonde first-year Colin Creevey following with his massive camera in hand. Finally, Colin seemed to make Henry and his friends stop walking so that he could talk to them. Smirking, Harry and Hermione shared a look and they got up to move closer, their own friends following them. They got close enough to hear just as Colin was taking a deep shuddering breath of what seemed to be excitement and opened his mouth to speak. "It's amazing here, isn't it? I never knew all the odd stuff I could do was magic till I got my letter from Hogwarts. My dad is a milkman, he couldn't believe it either. So I am taking loads of pictures to send home. And it'd be really good if I had one of you." His blue eyes peered up at Harry imploringly. "Maybe your friend could take it and I could stand next to you. And then could you sign it?" It was in that moment that Harry couldn't help himself and let out a loud snort before speaking. "Signed photos? You're giving out signed photos, Potter?" he said scathingly and loudly, and just as he intended, his voice echoed over the courtyard, gaining many students' attention. "Everyone line up," he shouted loudly as he smirked at Henry. "Henry Potter is giving out signed photos." "No, I am not," Henry snapped. "You're just jealous," Colin piped up nervously. Harry sneered at the small boy. His entire body was about as thick as either Crabbe or Goyle's necks. "Jealous?" Hermione laughed as she stood by her brother with an identical smirk across her face. "Of what?" "That ugly scar on his face. Trust me, it isn't that special," she sniggered, although only the Cambions knew that it literally wasn't special, caused by nothing more than falling wood from the roof of the old nursery. "Getting your head cut open isn't something to celebrate," Draco laughed. "Eat slugs, Malfoy," Ron said angrily. "Be careful, Weasel," Blaise sneered. "Yeah, wouldn't want to start any trouble or your mummy will have to come and take you away from school," Theo snorted. "If you put another toe out of line," Pansy and Daphne chorused in high-pitched whining voices, trying to imitate Mrs. Weasley as they leant sideways on each other. They could hear a bunch of the older Slytherins laughing loudly from where they were sitting on the stone benches. "Maybe Weasley would like a signed photo," Luna said softly, tilting her head to the side. "He could sell it to upgrade his family from their teeny tiny shack of a home." At that, everyone laughed loudly again. It wasn't often that Luna joined in with them, usually just watching from the sidelines, but hearing her delicate and floaty voice insulting someone was always amusing. Ron snarled as his face flushed unattractively red as he whipped his sellotaped wand and pointed it at the dreamy blonde. Automatically, Harry, Draco, Blaise and Theo stepped in front of her, shielding her from whatever the redhead had planned, their own wands out in an instant pointing at him. "Guys, look out," Hermione whispered harshly, her green eyes looking slightly to the left. "What's all this? What's all this?" Gilderoy Lockhart was striding towards them, his turquoise robes swirling ridiculously behind him. Harry, Hermione and their friends sniggered behind their hands as Theft, their defense teacher. "Who is giving out signed photos?" Henry opened his mouth to try and deny it, but Lockhart suddenly noticed him. "Shouldn't have asked. We meet again, Henry," he cried joyfully as he flung his arm around Henry's shoulders and pulled him close, effectively pinning the Gryffindor to himself. "Come on then, Mr. Creevey," he said, beaming. "A double portrait, can't do better than that, and we'll both sign it for you." Colin fumbled with his camera and took a photo just as the bell rang from the tower, signaling the end of lunch hour. As they started to move to their classes, laughing about Lockhart and Henry Potter. Thankfully, they were behind them and could hear Lockhart talking to him as he walked him into the castle. A word to the wise Henry, I covered for you back there with young Creevy. If he was photographing me too, your schoolmates won't think you're setting yourself so much. Much to the Cambion's amusement, Lockhart wasn't paying attention to any of Henry's stammering. Let me just say that handing out signed pictures at this stage of your career isn't sensible. It looks a tad big-headed, Henry, to be frank. There may well be a time when, like me, you'll need to keep a stack handy wherever you go, but I don't think you are quite there yet, he said, chortling. Finally Potter managed to stammer out he had to get to potions, and he bolted, beetroot red in the face, with Weasley, Finnegan and Thomas on his heels, with the Cambion's laughter echoing down the hall behind him. Latin translate to button clothing. Haha, the spell doesn't have an incantation, so I made this up. Thank you so much for reading. I truly hope you guys enjoyed this chapter. I apologize for any mistakes. The next chapter will be similar to this chapter, I think. We have potions coming up and more interactions between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Not sure on when it will be out, as I have been struggling the last few chapters, but hopefully I won't have to make you guys wait too long. Chapter 13. The second-year students of Slytherin and Gryffindor stood in front of the potions room door, on either side, glaring at each other, waiting for their professor. Thankfully they didn't have to wait long before the doors to the classroom opened. Severus Snape ushered them in and ordered them to stand along the wall, quickly and quietly. This year is going to be different. After I graded your results from last year's class, I sat down and made a setting plan. Loud groans came from the Gryffindors at the latest announcement. Silence. Severus snarled. I am placing you with others to help your studies and to put a stop to sabotage. Yes, I noticed every incident last year. He glared at Henry and Ron when he said this. You will be paired with people based on your knowledge, patience, and compatibility, he stated. Right. The first pairing will be in the front seats on the right, he said, leaving a pause, enjoying the Gryffindors shuffling in their seats. Mr. Riddle and Longbottom. Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He wasn't that bothered. He knew the boy was insanely good in herbology, and he knew he could use that to help him in potions. He also suspected the boy was nervous around Severus. He hoped being paired with him, a Slytherin, would help him relax. Miss Riddle and Dunbar. In the front row, middle seats. Severus said. Harry watched as a brunette moved forwards with Hermione to their delegated seats. Who's that? I don't remember her, Harry whispered to Neville. Faye Dunbar. Transferred for this year from Beauxbatons along with her cousin Lily. They both got sorted into Gryffindor. They're nice. Neville whispered back hesitantly. Harry grinned at the boy. Once he got the Gryffindor out of his shell, he reckoned they would get along perfectly. Malfoy and Thomas. Front row, left side. Severus said, glaring at the Muggle-born Gryffindor who was grumbling as he made to his seat. Nott and Finnegan, second row, left side. Theo scowled as he sat behind Draco. Zabini and Potter, middle seats. Severus started to read quicker, wanting to start the actual lesson. Parkinson and Weasley on the right. The scowls from the Gryffindors got darker and darker as each name was read out. Greengrass and Pottle, third row on the right. Lovegood and Moon, third row, middle seats. Harry turned to Neville with a raised eyebrow, his green eyes clearly asking the question. Yeah, that's Faye's cousin. Their mothers are sisters, I think, Neville whispered. Crabbe and Brown, left side. Harry sniggered when he saw the horrified look on Lavender Brown's face. Then we are out of Gryffindors, so the last pairing is Goyle and Bulstrode. Take the middle seat of the last row. Now, these pairs will stay this way until next year. There will be no arguments, complaints, and no attempting to swap partners. Get used to it, and I don't care if you hate each other, you will work together. Am I clear? Severus snarled. Yes, Professor, the class chorused. Now, I am sure you have done this in your other classes, but today we will be redoing a potion from last year. The class collectively groaned, for once both Gryffindors and Slytherins in agreement. I don't want any complaints. Many of you couldn't do this potion last year, and I want to be sure that almost everyone remembers the basics. Severus said sternly as he walked to the board off to the side of the room, his robes billowing behind him. You will be making the herbicide potion. Can any of you remember what this potion is for? He asked as he charmed a piece of chalk to write the ingredients on the board. Hermione's hand was of course in the air, followed by Harry, Draco, and Hermione's partner Faye Dunbar. Dunbar. Let's see if you deserved the grades you got from Beauxbatons. Herbicide is a potion used to kill or damage plants, like weeds. Herbologists use it as protection from dangerous plants. Faye Dunbar said softly. Well, it seems the Gryffindors actually has someone with a brain among them now. Severus said, sneering at Potter and Weasley. For those that remember, the first part shouldn't take long. Then you leave your potion for 45 minutes before returning to it. During that time you will clean your stations and get prepared for part 2. Once that is done, if you still have time remaining, you will read over the passage in your books about this potion and each of the ingredients. Now get started. Harry grinned at Neville. Stay here and read over the instructions until I return with the ingredients, Harry said before getting a tray and heading to the storage cupboard. He looked at his handwritten list quickly before grabbing everything they needed. Lionfish spines, he murmured to himself before grabbing 6. The potion only called for 4, but Harry had been taught to always have more than needed. Horklump juice, there, flobberworm mucus, gross, and standard ingredient. Do you know what they say about talking to yourself? Hermione's amused voice came from behind him. Grinning and shaking his head, he turned around. That it's a sign of insanity. No, that you have an idiot for an audience, she smirked. Oh haha, he said sarcastically. Rolling his eyes, he walked back to his table. You ready? Harry asked his partner. No, what if I blow it up again? Neville asked, his eyes wide. Hey, breathe, I am fantastic at potions. Now turn the fire on to boil the water and follow me, Harry said calmly. What is the first step? He asked, keeping his voice relaxed and calm. First step is to add 4 lionfish spines to the mortar, Neville said shakily. Good, then add them and crush them into a rough powder. Now a rough powder means it doesn't have to be fine or precise, so don't worry about that, just crush them. He grinned as Neville nodded and did so perfectly. Now I will add 2 measurements of standard ingredient. Okay. Neville entered ingredient? He asked quietly, as if he was worried about being teased. Oh, you don't know? Well, it is just a mixture of herbs that are always needed together instead of separately. In every potion that requires it, they are combined first, so we store them together in one tub labeled standard ingredient. You will find it is the most popular ingredients as well. Harry explained as he added said ingredient mix to the lionfish spines and crushed them together to make a combined powder. Now what, Nev? Harry asked, grinning when the boy startled at the nickname before smiling back. 3 measures of that go into the cauldron, and we wave our wand, he said, reading the instructions out loud. And we are done for part 1, Harry declared. See, you can do this. Thanks, no one really believed in me before, Neville whispered as they started tidying up their station. Look, Nev, screw them. I've seen you in herbology, you are incredible at it. Daphne and Pansy were always telling me about how you would help them last year, with herbology homework in the library. Just put that into work here. How? Neville asked in disbelief. Well, potions is all about the ingredients mixing together to make something new, right? A lot of the time we use plants. So use your plant knowledge to know which plant would react badly or correctly with what. The fact that you know things about plants that no one else in our year knows shows you have brains. Get a book on potions ingredients and learn about the ones that aren't plants. You can clearly store knowledge easily, so just learn the ingredients and you will be great before you know it. I didn't even think about how many of the ingredients are plants, Neville breathed. I mean, I knew they were, but it didn't click, you know? Yeah, I know, trust me, after a bit of reading and you will be as good as me, Harry boasted. Well, I don't know about that, Neville chuckled. Want to know a secret? Harry whispered. Neville nodded eagerly as he leant in. I am only good at potions because growing up Uncle Sev taught us all about potions, Harry whispered before winking at the shocked and gaping Gryffindor. You're related to Snape? Neville finally asked. Not by blood, but he is a good friend of my parents, my mother in particular. She was a few years younger than him in Hogwarts and they got closer after me and Hermione were born, Harry grinned. Wow, you must be pretty bored in class then. Surely you are years ahead of us. Not really. He didn't want to take away from the excitement of learning new potions, so we only got taught what each instruction means. Like the difference between powder and dust, or chopping and dicing. We also learned about each ingredient, and what would happen if you added heat or removed heat, or added another ingredient to it, Harry explained. Do you think you could help me with that stuff? Neville asked nervously, but he let out a breath when Harry grinned at him. "Sure. I'd be happy to help, for a price," he smirked when Neville's face fell. "Help me out in herbology. My mother and aunts were great at herbology, but it would be nice having someone my age to talk to about it." Harry smirked when Neville hastily nodded in agreement. Harry had Pansy and Daphne to help him in herbology if he truly needed it. But he saw it as the perfect opportunity to get to know Neville. He suspected that Neville didn't actually know the relation 3 of his classmates had to Bellatrix and Rodolphus Lestrange. If he did, he would be more wary around Hermione, Draco and himself. But Harry also knew that there was no way Neville had been told the truth. The story released to the public upon their arrest was that after their master, the Dark Lord Voldemort, had been vanquished by Harry Potter, the 4 Inner Circle Death Eaters went looking for information to bring him back. The story reported that they decided to torture Frank and Alice Longbottom for 2 reasons. Because they trained Aurors, and they were both members of the Order of Phoenix, Dumbledore's own League of Fighters to stand against Voldemort and the Death Eaters. The Light never reported the truth about the war though. Harry had high hopes that eventually, he would be able to tell Neville the truth about his parents and what they did to his aunt and uncles, but until then, he had gained Neville's trust and friendship. "Potter won't be happy about our arrangement, you know," Harry said, bringing himself out of his thoughts. When his aunt had told him she didn't blame Neville for his parents' offenses, Harry had been shocked. But he knew afterwards, he shouldn't have been. His aunt was an amazing woman, who had just been hurt one too many times by the Light, and she snapped. "Then we won't tell him," Neville said, grinning. He didn't like Henry that much, but staying on his good side meant he wasn't shunned and alone in the Gryffindor Tower. He didn't have many friends, he wasn't like the other 4 boys in his dorm. Although he suspected the Weasley twins sort of liked him, they were always warning him of their pranks and talked to him in the common room. "Careful, Nev, your Slytherin is showing," Harry smirked when Neville chuckled. "My ancestors would roll over in their graves. Longbottoms have been Gryffindors for as far back as we can trace. My mother's family were all Hufflepuffs until her and her father were Gryffindors. Slytherin would be their nightmares come to life," Neville said, grinning. "What about your family?" he asked. "Entire family is Slytherin on my mother's side. My birth father's family was Slytherin. But my adopted father, he went to Beauxbatons." Harry shrugged with a grin. "Oh shit, it's time for part 2. Harry gasped when he looked at the magical clock that was on the wall behind Severus Snape's desk. "All right, so I've got the Horklump juice and Flobberworm mucus here and ready to go," Neville smiled. "Add 2 measurements of Horklump juice," Harry said as he had his wand pointed at the fire beneath the cauldron. Once Neville added the Horklump juice, Harry turned the heat up to medium and held it for 10 seconds before turning it back down to low heat. But before the potion could cool down with fire, he added in the last ingredient, 2 blobs of Flobberworm mucus. "Stir 4 times, clockwise," he told Neville. The moment Neville finished stirring, Harry waved his wand over the potion, pouring pure magic into it, which then sealed the final step. "Now, let's bottle up our vials." Harry grinned widely. "How does it feel to complete a potion?" Harry asked playfully. "Pretty good," Neville laughed. Together they bottled up their potion, wrote their names on their vials and dropped them off in the tray on Severus' desk. "Well done," Severus said, nodding at them after he inspected the vials. Only 3 groups had finished so far. Unsurprisingly, it was Harry, Hermione and Draco's pairs that had. Gregory Goyle and Millicent Bulstrode somehow managed to blow up their potion at the very start. Vincent Crabbe and Lavender Brown left their cauldron on medium heat for too long and it bubbled and then hardened. "All right everyone, you have another 10 minutes until this class ends. If your potion is not bottled in a named vial and on my desk before then, well, you fail this lesson, and you will repeat this potion next lesson instead of moving forward. The longer you take, the less time you get for your future work, and you risk failing this year. If you fail this year, you will be repeating it instead of moving forward to your 3rd year." Severus said. He was staring at them all intently. Failing would be horrifying for any student. It was a shame to their house, but for half-bloods and purebloods, it was a shame for their family name. "You have 2 weeks to write me an essay on the use of Flobberworm mucus in potions. I expect no less than 2 rolls of parchment, B," he continued. The charmed Chalk was now writing down their homework on the board for them to copy. The last of class was starting to bottle up their finished potions as their professor spoke. But everyone stopped where they were standing or sitting, when a knock on the door interrupted the speech. Without waiting for Severus to acknowledge them, the knocker opened the door and stepped inside. Professor Dumbledore stood there, his blue eyes devoid of the usual twinkle. He looked tired and upset. Madame Pomfrey stood beside him, her own eyes sad and downcast. "Headmaster, madam?" Severus asked as the entire class watched on. "I am sorry to interrupt, Severus, but I need to bring Mr. and Miss Riddle and Mr. Malfoy to my office." Immediately the three Slytherins looked at each other in shock. Potter, Weasley, Finnegan and Thomas started sniggering, believing they were in trouble. "This is not a laughing matter, boys," Dumbledore boomed angrily, much to their shock. 50 points from Gryffindor. The four boys' mouths dropped open in horror. "Come along, children," Madame Pomfrey said softly, her eyes glistening with tears as she held her hands out for them. "Your parents are in the headmaster's office waiting for you." Together the three Slytherins stood and walked to the nurse, with no idea what information was waiting for them. Hello to all my lovely readers. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. I apologize for any mistakes. My partner edited this one instead of my best friend like usual. Smiley face. All information for the potion came from the Harry Potter Wikia. Sorry for the cliffhanger. I wonder if any of you can guess what's going on. Let me know if you enjoyed this chapter, or if you have any questions, let me know. My Facebook is Remade. My profile pic is of a mermaid reading a book. Feel free to add me to get updates of my writing, and also to check out some character casting I've chosen. See you all next chapter. Chapter 14. A dark cloud shrouded the Black Manor. It was impossible to escape. It seeped under all the doors and flooded the rooms. It was thick and murky, heavy and without mercy. The occupants of the great manor could feel it everywhere. From the backyard with a small grove of different trees and a pond, to the kitchen that resided under the ground floor for the house elves. From the massive attic that was strewn with priceless artifacts and heirlooms, to the front greeting room with the flow connection and front door. It was in the last room that the Riddle and Malfoy families appear in, out of the flow. Tom Riddle appeared first with his son Hartford clutched to his side. He hadn't wanted to risk Harry disappearing again. The second his feet hit the ground, he removed the glamour he had placed on while he had collected his son from Hogwarts. His wife Cassiopeia appeared next with their daughter Hermione. Both women had tears rolling down their cheeks. They held each other for support. Lucius Malfoy appeared next. He was the epitome of the perfect pureblood lord. His expression stoic and cold, much like Tom's, but their eyes gave them away. One silver and one red, but both drowning in sorrow. Lucius' wife Narcissa was the last to step through, their own son Draco glued to her side. The children had not left their parents' side since receiving the news. Narcissa and Cassiopeia looked around their old family home in shared pain. The greeting room was empty of the family having tea and laughing about their family's drama and antics. Even the portraits who hung across the wall were empty instead of talking to family members and yelling at each other. The house had a ghost-like feel to it already, not that they had expected it to be any different. The Great Black Manor belonged to the women's parents, Cygnus Castor Black III, and his late wife Druella Inja Rosier, but the manor was not to be confused with Orion and Walburga's black home Grimmauld Place. In this home Druella gave birth to his 4 beautiful girls. Bellatrix Deneb in 1951, Andromeda Alberio in 1953, Narcissa Odette in 1955, and finally, Cassiopeia Dorothy in 1962. Unfortunately, it seemed Druella wasn't as happy as Cygnus with their 4 daughters. She had confessed to Cygnus that she hated them, because they were proof that she had failed as a pureblood to bring a male to the line. In 1971 everything went wrong. Bellatrix was 20 years old, apprenticing with warding and runes. She was married to 21-year-old Rodolphus Lestrange, a trainee within the unspeakable department. Andromeda was 18 years old and just out of Hogwarts, considering a healing course at St. Mungo's. Narcissa was 16, returning to her 6th year, and had just started dating a 7th year, Lucius Malfoy. Cassiopeia was 9 and still at home with her parents. Andromeda gave the news that she had been in a secret relationship with a Hufflepuff since she was 14, and he had proposed, and she intended to accept. Cygnus had been heartbroken that his second-born had hidden something so serious from him. His wife Druella had thrown a fit saying she was meant to marry a French pureblood, something Delacour. After the fight he had with his wife over their daughter's relationship, he had gone away for a week on Wizengamot classified work. Upon his return, his wife informed him callously that Andromeda was disowned, never to contact them again, all because her soon-to-be husband was a Muggleborn. Cygnus and his remaining 3 daughters had been devastated, but he hadn't had the courage to go against his wife. Thankfully she died in 1974, before she had been able to corrupt young Cassiopeia. After her death Cygnus made sure his youngest never experienced what his wife had forced on his eldest 3. Now it was 1992, and an era was over. The 4 adults led their 3 children down the dark hallways of the Black Manor, heading to the West Wing. Harry, Hermione and Draco would normally be excited, it was their first time in the West Wing. But not today. Today they were quiet and lost in their own thoughts. Out of all the options they had thought of when Dumbledore collected them from class, this hadn't even made it onto the list. Finally they reached the room they had been looking for. The door was open as if waiting for them. The walls were white and bare, the entire room looked like a room in St. Mungo's. The bed was made perfectly despite having an occupant still in them. 2 healers were standing around him talking softly as they worked. When he turned his head slightly he caught sight of his visitors. "You're here," he croaked harshly with a soft smile. His face was covered in purple pustules from the spattergroit that was slowly killing him. The features that made him handsome and sought after in his teens still lined his face, but the strong jaw, high cheekbones and sparkling gray eyes couldn't deter from how sick he looked now. His black hair only recently streaked with white, his gray eyes surrounded by dark shadows, and he had lost a lot of weight recently too, looking almost skeletal. "We wouldn't be anywhere else, Dad," Cassiopeia whispered as her and Narcissa moved forward with soft smiles. "Where are my grandchildren?" he asked, coughing harshly. It was getting harder and harder to speak. "Here, grandfather," Harry said, stepping forward with Hermione and Draco. "Oh, look at you, all grown up in your Slytherin uniform." He smirked at disgruntled expression on his grandsons' faces. "Where are the others?" Narcissa asked, looking around. The nurses had left when they arrived to give them privacy, but she was more concerned for the rest of her family. "Bella was here earlier," he said, coughing. "She went in her new favorite disguise, to get me some of those cauldron cakes I used to love, and some butterbeer from that small cafe." He grinned. "She took a disguised Rodolphus, Rabaston and Barty with her." Every time he spoke, the coughs got harsher and lasted for longer. He lifted himself weakly, struggling to keep his weight up with his thin and shaky AAD. Cassie smiled. As he waved her off, her father had always been stubborn, almost bullheaded. "I'm fine." He started another coughing fit, this time blood came away from his handkerchief. "Daddy," Cassie whispered, feeling like the little 9-year-old again, feeling lost and confused. "I'm fine, darling," he soothed. He wanted to reach out and comfort his youngest daughter, but spattergroit was incredibly contagious, so he was wrapped up in a magical bubble that stopped them from being able to touch skin to skin. It wasn't usually a deadly disease, but his age, coupled with the fact that his health had been declining over the years, catching illnesses easier and easier, he knew his time was short. This disease would kill him. "We are back," a voice sung from the doorway. The eldest daughter had returned. Bellatrix danced into the room holding a bag of what smelled like freshly baked cauldron cakes, while her husband, brother-in-law and friend entered behind her holding enough cups of warm butterbeer for everyone, plus extras. "Are we expecting others?" Narcissa asked curiously as everyone grabbed a cup, 3 being left behind. There weren't many blacks left to say goodbye to the man. Both of his parents were long gone, dying when he was still young. His brother older Alfred died in 1977, at the age 45. His death remained a mystery to this day, but they suspect Dumbledore or the Order of the Phoenix. His older sister Walburga died in 1985, aged 60, for an unknown reason. Her heart just failed. His eldest nephew Sirius wanted nothing to do with the family, believing them to be as evil and twisted as Walburga had been. His youngest nephew, Regulus, had been killed by the Order of the Phoenix members. Frank and Alice Longbottom, Lily Potter, and Alistair Moody. He fought so hard that it took all 4 of them to take him down. Their magical signatures were traced all over his house. All that was left to Cygnus were his 4 beautiful daughters and their children. Excuse me, Mr. Black?" A voice from the door stopped Cygnus from replying to his daughter's question. They turned to the doorway where a nurse stood looking at their family sadly, but she had slight happiness shining in her eyes. "You succeeded, Miss Dolohov?" he asked, hope coloring his voice. The young girl in her late 20s grinned at the man as she nodded. She had been happy to help. Her grandfather Antonovich Dolohov had been a good friend to Cygnus, and her father Antonin a good friend to Regulus Black. "Father?" a timid voice asked from behind the nurse. The young woman moved to the side to reveal another woman. She was in her mid or late 30s and had wavy light soft brown hair. She had wide and kind gray eyes, identical to her sister's. Andromeda Alberio Tonks nay Black. "Andy!" Cassie cried out, rushing to her sister's side. She hadn't seen her since she was 9 but remembered her clearly. Narcissa didn't waste any time in joining the hug. All 3 girls now crying. The only one who didn't join was Bellatrix, who was standing in the corner with Rodolphus, both still in disguise. "I'm glad you came," Cygnus said softly from the bed. Tears were leaking from his gray eyes, as he watched the reunion, unable to join in. "Why?" Andromeda asked, breaking the hug and moving to stand next her father. "I've always loved you, darling," he said firmly and sternly. Unfortunately, by raising his voice to sound sincere caused another round of harsh coughing. "I was kicked out of this family because I married for love," Andromeda snapped. She didn't want to argue with her father when he had asked her to be here for his final moments, but the anger and hurt she felt all those years ago surfaced easily. "We all married for love, Andy," Narcissa whispered. "What?" Andromeda asked, confused. She knows she remembered her parents drawing up a contract for Bellatrix when she was only 10. Bella was the only one with a contract. Cygnus coughed. "Rodolphus was her soulmate. I recognized the signs when they met a few months prior. The contract I drew up with his father, Reinhard, was to stop our wives from making contracts with others. They had out clauses in case they did want to be with others." "He was your soulmate?" Andromeda asked in shock, turning to the disguised Bellatrix. What?" Bellatrix stumbled out, her blue eyes darting around to look at the shocked faces of the rest of their family. "Oh please, you may be under polyjuice or a glamour, but I grew up with you for 18 years, you were my best friend. I know your facial expressions and habits better than anyone." Andromeda chuckled. "I don't care what you have done. Right now, you are my sister and we are here for our father." With an hysterical sob, Bellatrix threw herself at her younger sister and enveloped her in a tight hug. When the sisters finally separated, Andromeda turned to her father. "What happened all those years ago?" she asked. "Your mother was furious about the fact that I refused to make you enter a contract when you were clearly in love. We had a massive row, and I left for work hoping she would give in while I was gone. When I returned, you had been banished and disowned without my approval, and you had vanished." He paused for a coughing fit, during which a bunch of the pustules burst on his face and hands. "Ew!" Harry cried, leaping back, causing Cygnus to laugh. "Don't worry, kid. It won't reach you. The bubble is stopping that." "Andromeda, I don't expect forgiveness. I don't deserve it. I was a coward, a terrible coward. I was terrified that she would do worse. She threatened Cassie, little Cassie." Tears rolled down his cheeks as he looked at his youngest. "She what?" Bellatrix and Andromeda snarled as Cygnus nodded sadly. Cassiopeia and Narcissa just sobbed as they clutched each other's hands. They had both been there at the time, and heard their mother's evil words. "When she died, I was relieved, I felt free. But when I finally tracked you down, you were happy. Married and raising your daughter, being a nurse at St. Mungo's. I didn't have the right to walk back into your life after so long, after being such a coward. After abandoning you to believe I agreed with your mother." Cygnus was out of breath when he was finally finished speaking. The 4 sisters and the 3 children were all in tears when he was done. "I never stopped loving you, Dad," Andromeda whispered, smiling at him as she downed beside him. The smile on her face and in her eyes spoke the words of forgiveness he had always wanted but never thought he deserved. "My daughter is just outside the door, if you want to meet her," Andromeda whispered. A grin stretched across Cygnus' face at those words as he nodded as frantically as he could without popping more pustules or causing himself more unnecessary pain. "Dora, sweetie, you can come in," Andromeda called. Harry, Hermione and Draco all watched eagerly as a girl who had to be their elder cousin walked in. She was just out of Hogwarts, maybe 18 or 19 judging by her looks. But it was hard to tell. She had bright pink hair which sat around her chin, sparkly gray eyes, and a face that was almost identical to her mother's. Dora, this is your grandfather Cygnus Black. Your aunts Narcissa, Cassiopeia and Bellatrix, she said, pointing at each member with a smile. Then your uncles, Lucius, Rodolphus, and sorry I haven't actually heard much about your husband Cassie, Andromeda said apologetically. This is my husband, Dion Leckler. She introduced him, although her sister was reconnecting with them, it wasn't time to tell her who he was. She waited to see how she coped with the news of why Bellatrix attacked so viciously. It's nice to meet you. Tom grinned as he extended his hand. Pleasure is mine, Andromeda smiled. These must be my nephews and niece, she said, smirking at the preteens. These are my two. Cassie grinned, pointing to them. One. It's Harry, he grumbled. Mum and Dad do that too. Dora whooped happily, throwing her arms over his shoulders happily, as her mother sighed in exasperation. For a few moments, they could be a family and forget the horrors that were drawing them together again. It is not that horrible, Andromeda groaned, as if having had this argument many times. What did your mother name you, dear child? Cygnus asked breathily. Nymphadora Swanhilda Tonks, she grumbled, acting much like her younger cousin when he was called his full name. You named her after me? Cygnus asked, turning to his daughter, his eyes shining with tears yet again. Yes. You may not have stood up for me against Mother with Ted, but you showed us true love growing up. It's why I had the nerve to stand up for my love with Ted. She whispered softly, sitting on the end of her father's bed. I love you, Andy. Just promise me something. Anything, Dad. Listen to your sisters when I am gone. Hear them out. What you have been told about the dark is wrong. Your mother was twisted and sick, and Albus Dumbledore is a liar, and not the man you think he is. Cygnus said, coughing harder than ever. I promise. She whispered. I am just sorry I missed out on you finishing growing up, on Nymphadora growing up, and I will miss out on Hartford, Hermione and Draco's growing up. He whispered. He could feel his time growing shorter. His main nurse, Anichka Dolohov, had been in every 5 to 10 minutes to check on his systems. He knew he was getting worse even without her saying anything. He could feel it and see it on her face. He smiled to himself. He may be in his final moments, but he could honestly say that it was the happiest he had been in many years. He had his family reunited around him. How could it not be? There are only a handful of days that are better than having you all here for me today, he said, smiling weakly. The days each of you come into my life, he said, looking at each of them individually. I still remember the days that you 4 girls were handed to me, so tiny and so delicate. I knew then that you would all become beautiful and powerful women. I am so glad I got to see you all now, and as the women I had hoped you would be. He broke off, coughing before regaining himself. I am so proud of each of you, he whispered. My 8th birthday. Bellatrix spoke up suddenly, bringing the attention to herself. She stood at the foot of Cygnus' bed, but it was clear she was talking to everyone. Andromeda was 6 and Narcissa was 4. Mother was yelling at me for my accidental magic setting fire to the chair she was on. She never knew that it happened because she was using magic to punish Narcissa for something. I can't remember what now. But when you found out, you took us out for a day, just us, no mother. She was staring wistfully out the window that overlooked the backyard and the grove of trees as she spoke. You took us all riding on the Granian horses. Me and Andromeda got to ride them for the first time alone. You had Narcissa on the horse with you. We got the whole day with you, riding and flying the Granians, and had a picnic down by the pond. That was one of my favorite memories of me and Dad. Rodolphus hugged her from behind, whispering to ear lovingly as she cried softly. I remember that day. You were so happy to be able to ride by yourself. Cygnus chuckled. The summer between my 3rd and 4th year, just after I turned 14, Andromeda started. Bellatrix wouldn't stop bragging that she had bet I would be a Slytherin with her, not Ravenclaw like you thought, Dad. Narcissa was 11 and was ecstatic for her letter arriving any day, and Lil Cassiopeia was about to turn 5. They both kept asking us about Hogwarts, and if it was as magical as the stories. So Bellatrix came up with the genius plan to sneak out, and take the night bus to Hogsmeade so they could see the amazing castle and the small shopping district. Andromeda stopped as Bellatrix chuckled madly, nodding as the memory played in her own mind. I remember when we arrived, Narcissa and Cassiopeia were in shock of how big the castle was. We were at the edge of Hogsmeade looking up at Hogwarts, Me and Bella were too busy explaining the castle and the wonders it holds to even notice someone creeping up behind. Andromeda shook her head with a chuckle. And suddenly, we hear this voice. Just what were you thinking? Made all of us jump so high. We turned around, there was Dad and Uncle Alfred, just standing there with their arms crossed. Turns out we weren't as sneaky as we thought, they had been following us since we left the front door. Everyone laughed at the sheepish look all four sisters had. Even Cygnus managed a few chuckles. He winced at the pain though. Thankfully Anichka made another appearance, handing him another pain potion. He sighed in relief as it worked almost immediately. Smiling, she took his temperature and how his body was fighting before writing it down and leaving with a soft-spoken, "Be back soon." "My wedding day," Narcissa said softly, before looking at her father fondly. "It was right before I was supposed to walk down the aisle. I was so nervous, I didn't want to leave the dressing room, but you showed up and sat me down. You asked me what was wrong, and I asked you, am I doing the right thing?" Narcissa grabbed Lucius' hand as she spoke. She didn't want him to get the wrong idea and think that she hadn't loved him, but she had been 19 years old and nervous. "You told me that I was overthinking and letting the fear get to me. You said, you have been in love with Lucius since you were 13 years old, and when he asked you out that it was one of the happiest moments of your life. You told me that not all marriages had to be yours and that you knew mine wouldn't be. You said that you would be there for me, every step down the aisle, and that you were so happy for me, because I was marrying for love. You said that you knew I would have a good life, and that was all you had ever wanted for me." Cygnus smiled at her. "All I have ever wanted is my daughter's happy." Narcissa smiled and leant into Lucius' strong arms, trusting her husband to hold her and comfort her. Cassiopeia stepped forward and sat on the bed beside her father. They shared a smile as she thought back on all of her memories growing up trying to decide on her favorite. Samhain 1969, I was 7, and the only one not at Hogwarts. You wanted to cheer me up because I was upset over missing the Hogwarts celebration. You decided to take me into the Muggle world, and go trick-or-treating like they do for Halloween. All because you thought it would be a good learning experience for me. I got all dressed up as how the Muggle think witches are. I had green skin, a large nose, moles on my cheeks, and had an old ragged broom. Everyone laughed heartily at the description. I got so much candy and completely gorged myself until I was sick. Cassie laughed lightly. It was an amazing night, seeing Muggles having fun and dressing up, plus it was just the two of us. Your mother was furious when she found out. It was one of the few times I stuck up to her and told her where to shove her wand. Cygnus chuckled. Nymphadora looked around shyly. She was meeting most of her family now for the first time and didn't have many memories of them, but wanted to show them that she was there now. Right now, she said, looking at her grandfather's eyes. Even now they were sparkling with happiness as he spoke to his family. I didn't get you while I was growing up, but right now is the happiest memory I have of you, because I get to meet you and my mother got to see you again. Mum has missed you, and it makes me so happy that even after everything you loved her, and wanted her here today. I will always be grateful that I got to meet you." Andromeda wrapped her arms around her daughter while tears rolled. "You are a smart and brave girl. The Auror Academy is lucky to have you as a trainee." Cygnus coughed. "Wah. I kept up with you, even I wasn't there. Hufflepuff, one of the top students in your classes. You are in your second year of the academy, looking to graduate as one of the top students there as well. Although I don't think any blacks have a record similar to yours for detentions." Cygnus smirked as Nymphadora blushed bright red. "Yeah, Professor Sprout said I lacked the ability to behave," she laughed. "Much like my two then." Cassie joked as Harry and Hermione looked at her with innocent wide green eyes. "The summer holidays before my first year at Hogwarts," Draco said from beside Harry and Hermione. "I was all anxious about getting my letter and going away for most of the year. You sat down and told me all the wondrous stories of your time at Hogwarts. About the family you make with your dorm mates, of all the friends you made, all the enemies you fought with. About the classes and what you enjoyed the most. You actually got me to calm down and you said that I would miss my parents and get homesick, but that I just had to remember that they did this too, and would be happy to talk to me. That they will miss me just as much as I would miss them, and that it was okay to miss them, that I can write them whenever I want. It really helped, and hearing your stories made me excited all over again." Last summer, Hermione said once Draco finished. Harry and Draco were playing Seeker games and Keeper versus Chaser in the backyard. I was extremely bored, so I flew Ed around to your place to see you. You took me to the Black Library, and led me into our own, restricted section, for the first time. You sat down with me, and whenever I had a question you were patient and answered them all. So that's where you vanished to for a week, Harry said while Hermione just smiled at him. You have a curious mind, you are extraordinary mind, and that should be celebrated and nurtured. Never hide yourself. Cygnus whispered. His eyes were getting heavy, it was almost time. It was shortly after Mother and Father brought me home, Harry whispered. He had tears rolling down his cheeks as he sat as close to his grandfather as possible. It was our 5th birthday. I was still terrified that everything would go wrong, that Mother and Father would realize what a freak I was and take me back, or hurt me like they used to. Harry spat out they like dirt, much how he felt the Dursleys and Potters truly were. But then you arrived over, and instead of hiding me like I thought would happen, Mother brought me over to meet you. She introduced me as her son, and you as my grandfather. When you held me, it was the first time that I truly believed that everything had changed for the better. You held me close and told me that you loved me. I didn't understand how or why you loved me already, but you promised me that you would never let me think otherwise. You said that you would spend the rest of your life loving me and making sure I knew my worth. You never broke your promise. Harry was sobbing by now with his parents behind him waiting for him to need them. Thank you for giving me love, and for being there as I grew up. Thank you for raising my mother to be the best mother I could ever ask for. I will never forget you. I love you all. Cygnus coughed out before his body starting seizing. Harry, Hermione and Draco all cried out in fear as his coughing got harsher, as the pustules popped and spread in front of their eyes. It only took 5 minutes, but it felt like a lifetime, but finally it all stopped. Cygnus Castor Black 3 closed his eyes peacefully as his breathing evened out. He was gone. Goodbye. I hope you enjoy this chapter. It is my longest chapter to date. I apologize for any mistakes. Both of my normal editors were extremely busy and I ended up using an online writing editor for the first time. If there is anything wrong, let me know please so I can fix it. Let me know what you thought and if there is anything else you want to see in the coming chapters. Next chapter, this story is finally starting, in which case there are going to be more chapters than planned for this story. Smiley face. See you all next update. Deneb and Alberio are stars in the constellation Cygnus. Odette is the Swan Princess. Cygnus is the Swan constellation. Dorothy is a modern name of Doria, Cygnus' favorite aunt. I changed Cygnus' date of birth to 1931, because according to the Potter Wikia he was born in 1938, in which case he would have been 13 when Bellatrix was born. Alfred was born 1932 because it was an approximate on Wikia, so I chose a year. Walburga born in 1925 according to Potter Wikia. Chapter 15 Chapter Notes. I am so sorry for long this chapter took to come out. It was really stubborn and didn't want to be written, haha. This was meant to be a birthday chapter for Moonlit Reader, who had her birthday on the 27th of February. So happy belated birthday. See the end of the chapter for more notes. The Library of Hogwarts was one of the largest in Europe, 3 floors in total, the bottom 2 being filled with rows and rows of shelves filled with books. The very bottom floor also had an open space in the middle filled with tables for group studying. Each row of shelves had bar table-like desks across them as well. The top floor was an entirely restricted section. You weren't allowed up there unless you were a 7th year or had written permission. Hidden away on the lowest floor in a corner was a small 2nd-year Slytherin boy was writing in an old diary, with his study books around him. How was the funeral, Snakelet? The beautiful cursive appeared on the worn-out pages of the well-cared-for but an old diary, the nickname bringing a smile to the reader's face. It was sad but beautiful, a traditional funeral in the old ways. We celebrated his life on this earth and his achievements in Mother Magic's name. That was beautiful. We chanted out to Magic herself, Rogamus autem vos, Matra Magia, Discadebant nostris muniribus honoramus, Nomen uni vocasti nos redere que dederunt Cygnus Castor Black 3. We felt her joining us as we laid grandfather on the stone altar in the Black Necropolis. Then as one, we all poured our magic into his body as we chanted again, Avenue Mater, eius anima, calicoli medium chem ad latus alterum ducat ultimo tempori. Mother Magic wove through our magic and fiend fire engulfed grandfather's body, but before he could burn, his magic exploded out. We all felt the warmth of his magic. Then the fire washed away in the rain that Mother Magic poured on us, and his body was left on the altar, completely changed. He was made of stone. When he was buried, we unleashed our magic again with mother magic, allowing the soil to absorb our essence, and our grandfather's essence as well. On top of his grave, we planted Dittany plants. They will grow with our magic and flourish. Then Mother, Aunt Bella, Aunt Sissa, and Aunt Andy can use them in potions to heal others. Just like Grandfather wanted. Harry responded in his scratchy handwriting. It glowed for a second before being absorbed into the pages. I am sure he would have loved it. I hope so. I miss him so much already, and we only buried him yesterday. This morning I arrived back at Hogwarts with Hermione and Draco. The old codger was being all polite, saying sorry for the loss and all that bullshit. Language. You can't talk, you say worse all the time. I am older than you. Oh, excuses. Hey, I didn't get the chance to ask at the funeral, but how did his magic meet ours when he has already passed on? Mother was too distraught to talk, and Father was taking care of her. Magic is a sentient being. She is our mother, our father, our brother, and our sister. She is in all of us and around everything. She gives life to everything and takes it just as easily. When our souls move on, she guides us there. She stays with us. She stays in the body and moves on her own even when we are just a shell. It is why prisoners who have had the Dementor's kiss don't stop living. They still breathe and can move without the soul, because she hasn't left them yet. She won't leave us ever. This is why those who still celebrate in the old ways resent those who don't. They don't give worship to the one who gave us magic. They don't respect her and celebrate her holidays. Fucking mudbloods, language. But yes, Muggleborns come into our world and expect to celebrate their Muggle holidays, and we lost the old ways because of them. But I hope my older self, your father, has taught you to use that word correctly. Father says not all Muggleborns are mudbloods. Salazar Slytherin was the first to use the word back when he was teaching. It is used as an insult to Muggleborns when they refuse to accept our way of life with mother magic. That those who create change in our world without understanding what they are changing dirty our world and dirty the true magic. It is why Uncle Ted, who married Aunt Andy, is a Muggleborn and not a mudblood, because he allowed Andy to teach him the old ways. Then they taught their daughter together. Exactly, Snakelet. There are the Muggleborns out there that are open-minded and want to learn. But mudbloods don't. They have no respect for who we are, and who they are. They are not Muggles, they are witches and wizards, yet they don't celebrate why we have magic or even magic itself. It is why I want to complete what Salazar started. Muggleborns can be found from their first accidental magic, so why wait until they are 11 and set in their ways to introduce them to magic? Why leave them in the Muggle world where they are hated, feared, and treated like scum, when we can bring them to us, and be raised with families who understand their magic, who understand them better than anyone else? Raise them with our traditions. Albus Dumbledore has managed to not only make out that the old ways are wrong and only done by pure-blood supremacists, but he has created the intolerance to true magic, being light, neutral, and dark. Which of course is creating the disbalance of magic. Every soul is either light, neutral, or dark. Your magic doesn't define if you are evil, although he has managed to spin it that way. It is all part of magical balance. Father is working on it. He is working with Lucius in the law department of the ministry. But Albus Bloody Dumbledore is blocking them at every turn. But Father won't give up. When I am old enough I will be helping them as well. Don't worry, Dumbledore won't destroy us. We will end him before he can. We will restore the balance and acceptance. Harry, Draco yelled as he ran towards his cousin. Sighing, Harry wrote in the diary quickly, Draco found me. I will write to you tonight. Before he closed the diary and turned to face the way he had heard his name from. Shush, Madam Pants. The old witch who had run the library for years scolded the rushing boy. Blushing, Draco nodded before continuing on his way. Harry smirked, raised his left eyebrow in question. Marcus just found me and told me to find you. Quidditch tryouts are today, the blonde said excitedly. Wicked. Harry gasped, grinning with excitement. He hoped Draco made reserve. Let's go. Draco whined, tugging on Harry's robe sleeves. All right. Harry laughed as he packed his books back up into his bag, and being dragged away by Draco, neither boy noticing the one black diary left on the table. The entire Slytherin team stood together on the pitch, all of them in their uniform, looking proud and strong. Marcus stood in the middle and slightly in front, with his team showing a united front right behind him. The two other chasers, Adrian Pusey and Graham Montague on either side of him. Their keeper, Miles Bletchley, stood beside Adrian, and Harry as their seeker stood beside Graham. Then behind them, the reserve chasers stood. 4th year Cassius Warrington, 7th year Muriel Rothley and 6th year Imogen Stretton. Together they looked powerful and they knew it. As a team they always looked the most intimidating. The Hufflepuffs just always seemed shy and nervous. The Ravenclaws looked they knew their tactics but still unsure of how dirty they would play. And the Gryffindors, they were always good for a laugh, trying to be tough and strong, attempting to stare them down. But no one could beat a Slytherin at their own game. Today we are holding tryouts for both starting and reserve positions for 2 beaters. Marcus's voice rumbled deeply, reaching everyone who had turned up to try out and those in the stands watching, which included Hermione, Daphne, Pansy, and Luna. Those that are applying for beaters positions, starting and reserve, stay here. The rest of you in the stands to wait your turn. With that said, around half of the people trying out moved into the stands. Surprisingly, standing in front of them were only 6 Slytherins varying in age and gender. Alright, you can't be on this team unless you can fly around players at all, so we will be starting with everyone in teams of 2 and you need to avoid the players already on the team, Marcus said before dividing everyone up into groups of 2. Line up with your brooms. Marcus snapped, smirking when they rushed to comply. You name and year group. Keep the line moving until the last person has spoken, he ordered harshly. Peregrine Derek, 5th year. Lucian Bowl, 5th year. Callan Vasey, 4th year. Blaise Zabini, 2nd year. Theo Knott, 2nd year. Michaela Higgs, 6th year. Team 1. Marcus called out when they finished. Peregrine Derek and Callan Vasey. He said, pointing them out. The 2 called, stepped forward, Vasey slightly faltering. Derek shot a look off to those still standing with an arrogant smirk. Harry rolled his eyes at the overconfident git. He was all arrogance and no talent. Something that was proven later when he almost crashed into Graham and Adrian, who had been passing the quaffle to each other. Vasey hadn't been too bad, not overly confident but better than Derek by a long shot. Team 2. Marcus cried, shaking his head at his teammates. He already felt a stress-induced headache coming on. Lucian Bowl and Michaela Higgs. Bowl had the same arrogant smirk as Derek. He stalked forward confidently. Higgs walked forward shyly but with an excited and nervous smile. She was the older sister to Knight Terrence Higgs and had the same dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. Bowl turned out to just be as bad as Derek. Not even 3 minutes into their turn, he almost fell off his broom trying to avoid a suddenly diving Harry. Team 3. Marcus barked as he rubbed his temples. It was best to get this over quickly. Blaise Zabini and Theodore Knott. Harry smirked as 2 of his best friends nodded sharply. They knew they had talent. Now they just had to prove it. 2 minutes after they took flight, it was obvious the 2 second-year boys were the most talented so far. They flew under and over all the other players while keeping track of where the other was as well. They lasted the longest, Marcus letting them fly for 5 minutes before calling them back. Come back in, Marcus yelled, getting their attention. As soon as they landed, the team noticed the glares Derek and Bowl were sending at Blaise and Theo. All 6 of you in the air with bats. These charmed bludgers will record the strength and accuracy in your hits. Go. Once all 6 players were in the sky, he released 3 bludgers, 1 for each pair to hit back and forth. The balls were charmed to only head towards the 2 in the pair together. Shaking his head, Marcus turned to the rest of the team who had landed around him. What do you guys think? Derek and Bowl are arrogant sods who aren't even good at flying, let alone Quidditch. Adrian snarked, his blue eyes glaring at Sky, who were waiting for their bludger to return from where they had hit it on the other side of the pitch. They are both massive and awkward on their brooms, Graham snorted. I think it is safe to say they are idiots who wouldn't play well as a team, Miles muttered, rolling his brown eyes. Harry laughed loudly and shook his head, gaining the attention of his team. Still laughing, Harry pointed up. Their eyes all widened with shock. Bowl had a bloody face and broken nose. He was holding on tight to his broom for dear life as he hung off it, while the bludger chased Derek. Derek! Bowl! Get down here, Marcus shouted. He had enough. Get off the pitch and leave, you won't make the team. Marcus stood his ground even as Bowl and Derek yelled and ranted about the unfairness of it all, but eventually, they left. All right, now they're gone, we read the results. Marcus grumbled as he waved his wand. A piece of parchment floated down to them with the records of all 3 bludgers. Zabini and Not hit harder and have great accuracy, but the girls are far behind, he said out loud for his team. All in favor for Zabini and Not. Harry smirked when all of their hands went up. All right. Marcus turned to face the four beaters who were all standing and waiting. Zabini, Not, you're our new starting beaters. Vasey, Higgs, reserve. Blaise and Theo cheered as they joined Harry, grinning widely. The two girls looked happy enough with being reserves. All four of you stand with us for the rest of the tryouts. You are part of this team now, and will help us decide on the rest. They all smiled as they joined the rest of the team and received congratulations. Reserve keepers. Marcus barked. Harry shared a smug look with Blaise and Theo when only 3 boys came down with Draco. Names and year group, then we will get you in the sky, Marcus said. Harry winked at Draco. He knew how talented Draco was in the air. Tristram Bassenthwaite, 6th year. Darius Barrow, 7th year. Draco Malfoy, 2nd year. Niles Hanley, 4th year. You will each take a turn blocking the goals. You will get a quaffle thrown from each of us chasers. Marcus started. Both Graham and Adrian shot dangerous smirks to the 4 boys, their eyes glinting with malice. Draco was immune already to them, and it appeared that Barrow thought himself better by them judging by the sneer he had. But Bassenthwaite and Hanley flinched back. Much to the team's amusement, even Callan Vasey and Michaela Higgs were giggling along. Head to the sky, and warm up, Marcus barked before turning around to face his team. All right, what do you know about them? He asked. Bassenthwaite is in our year. He is a good player, and an alright guy, one of the top students in our year too. Should have been a Ravenclaw, Adrian said with Graham nodding in agreement. Hanley is in my year, Callan said nervously, but carried on when Marcus's nodded to her. He is a good flyer, has a small tight group of friends, so I don't know him that well, but he seems alright. You know Draco, so we don't need to boost him up, Harry said, grinning with a wink. Marcus just rolled his eyes, well used to Harry's antics. Barrow is my year. Marcus started. Bit of a tosser, thinks his name means he should be respected, but overall isn't a bad guy. The team nodded as he moved to take off on his broom with Adrian and Graham. Barrow. You're up first. Marcus shouted from the air, although it was a faint whisper to the rest of the team on the ground. Harry sat down with Blaise and Theo on either side, Miles in front of him, Callan and Michaela sitting on his left. Barrow managed to block a goal from Adrian but missed both of Marcus and Graham's shots. 1 save out of 3 shots, that isn't that impressive. Callan sniggered. She had blonde hair and blue eyes. Her mother had been a greengrass before she married, so Callan shared many attributes with Daphne. I just hope Draco makes the team. He is a great keeper, Miles said as his eyes traced the flying above them. They watched eagerly when Bassenthwaite was called forward to the goals. Marcus, Adrian, and Graham all flew the other side of the pitch, before coming back at great speed, passing the quaffle between them as if in a real match. Marcus's shot went straight past the diving keeper and through the hoop. They all chuckled as the boy smacked his broom in frustration. Flying around, they prepared to strike again. But in a short time, he managed to block both Adrian and Graham's shots. Harry bit his lip. Draco now had to get at least 2 goals to stay in the running. Hanley. They watched as he flew to the sky. He looked nervous, even those on the ground, when Marcus flew towards him at full speed. 5 minutes later, he got sent off the field after saving none of the 3 goals. Finally, it was Draco's turn. Harry, Blaise, and Theo all stood up and cheered until Marcus told them to shut it. Draco flew confidently to the hoops, his white blonde hair almost sparkling in the sun. Harry held his breath as Marcus went for a goal, and for the first time today, someone blocked Marcus's shot, and by the youngest of those trying out. Harry whooped with Blaise and Theo, the rest of the team all murmuring appreciatively. Marcus was the best shooter in the school. Even Oliver Wood as the best keeper had trouble saving his shots. The 3 chasers were moving closer again, and by hanging upside down on his broom, Draco was able to save Adrian's shot. He is now tied with Bassenthwaite. Harry grinned. He can do it, Blaise said confidently. Easily. Theo nodded. The boys had grown up together and they had practiced Quidditch together since they learned about the house teams. You have a lot of faith in your friend, Callan said softly, tilting her head to the side. We've seen him play and we've trained with him. We know he is that good. Harry said, smirking as the chasers went for their 3rd and final goal. They all broke out in cheering when Draco caught the catch from Graham. He flew down to the ground with a smug grin, his gray eyes sparkling with joy. Harry, Blaise, and Theo all jumped him screaming with joy. All four of them were officially part of the Slytherin Quidditch team. "Glad it is you," Miles said, grinning, clapping Draco's shoulder in congratulations. "Me too," Draco smirked playfully. "All right. Reserve Seekers here," Marcus shouted once the team settled down again. Startled 4 boys and 2 girls came running down. "Form a line and mount your brooms, but do not take off," he ordered before turning his back to the students who were now scrambling to obey. "Miles, did you know your brother was trying out?" Marcus asked curiously. "No, he hadn't even hinted towards being interested," Miles Bletchley said, his brown eyes wide in shock. "Same as before, name and year group," Marcus shouted as he turned away from Miles. "Sebastian Daly, 6th year. Zoe Accrington, 4th year. Byron Miller, 4th year. Tabitha Bainbridge, 5th year. Gideon Scalby, 5th year. Kevin Bletchley, 3rd year." Once they had finished, Marcus beckoned Adrian and Graham, the 2 boys bringing forward a large box. It was the box that had held the charmed bludgers. This time Marcus pulled out a small box, around the size of a brick. "For your tryouts, we are doing things slightly differently this year. This idea came from our starter seeker Harry Riddle. This small box holds our training snitches. Each one has different settings depending on your skill set. There are 3 main levels: beginner, intermediate and advanced. But each level has 2 settings. Beginner has novice and amateur. Intermediate has skilled and proficient. Advanced has experienced and expert." Harry was standing with Blaise and Theo to his left, with Draco on his right side, watching for weaknesses. Some of them were already starting to look worried. "LL be releasing 5 snitches, all set on beginner. Novice. You have 5 minutes to catch one. Once you have caught one, return to the ground. If you don't return in this time, then you are cut. If you are the only one without one, as there are 6 of you and 5 snitches, you are cut. Got it?" Marcus snapped. Grinning, he waved his hands, sending them up, and then at his team's countdown. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. He opened the box, releasing 5 snitches. "Timer on?" he grunted. "Yes, Captain." Miles nodded respectfully. Even though they were all good friends, everyone gave Marcus the respect he deserved as captain. Many believed he was thick and stupid because he mostly grunted or remained silent, but he just preferred being quiet and watch or listen. Because of it, he had an advantage against any opponent. "You boys had defense yet?" Graham asked in amusement. "No, not yet. We should have had it 2 days ago, but someone set off a bunch of pranks in the first room, so we have it tomorrow afternoon after History of Magic," Theo said. "Yeah, I heard about that happening. I heard it was your lion and his mirror image, Harry." Adrian snickered. "Yeah, that sounds like Fred," Harry said, trying to sound exasperated, but it came out fondly. "Oh, just wait until you have a lesson with the Ponce," Miles snorted. "He is even more ridiculous than we originally thought." Adrian nodded furiously. "Merlin, please tell me you're kidding." Draco groaned while Harry proceeded to bang his head on Theo's shoulder. "Look, someone is coming down," Miles said. They all stopped talking to look up as 2 people raced to the ground, both clutching a snitch each. "Scalby, Accrington. Congratulations on being the first 2 down." Both grinned, their faces flushed as they handed over their snitch. Their arrival seemed to set off a chained reaction as Bainbridge, Bletchley and Miller swooped in one after the other. "Daly, you are out," Marcus shouted. The 6th year let off a string of colorful curses. "Watch it, Daly. I am still acting prince even on the field," Marcus snarled. "Pitiful, couldn't even best a 3rd year and 2 4th years on novice." Adrian sneered while the others snickered in amusement. "All right, the same thing again. I am only releasing 4 snitches for the 5 of you, but this time on beginner, amateur. Ready?" Once he received confirmations from the 5 remaining Slytherins, he nodded at the team, who started the countdown again. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. He released the 4 snitches as they took off into the sky yet again. "They are serious about Lockhart, by the way. I have to fight back the urge to use an unforgivable every lesson," Marcus muttered, only just loudly enough for his team to hear him. "Which one?" Harry asked with childish delight, his head tilted to the right, green eyes shining with amusement and intrigue. The Cruciatus, Marcus said, a dark leer as he pictured it in his head, cursing the insipid cretin until he was mad with the pain, unable to speak, being locked inside his head forever, or even better, his mind broken. Harry watched as his expression changed to sinister lust, his smoky black eyes going glazed as he was lost in his thoughts. Despite being a Flint, the heir to Benjamin Flint, it was easy to see his mother in him as his thoughts got darker and darker. His dark eyes, the slight insanity in them, and the mad smile were all less strange. Regina Flint, nay less strange, was the younger sister of Rodolphus and the older sister of Rabaston. She was one of Bellatrix's best friends from Hogwarts. Their other best friend, Rita Skeeter, was just as bloodthirsty and slightly tapped in the head, but she was just the best at hiding it. The three of them had been ruthless and perfect Slytherins, sharing a dorm for 7 years, and being so similar solidified their friendship beyond the norm. "I would use the Imperius," Harry said wistfully. "Why?" Draco asked, sounding like he very much didn't want to know the answer. "Because, then you can make him do all these embarrassing things, in front of everyone," Harry cried gleefully, causing everyone to laugh and roll their eyes. They were pulled out of their conversation yet again as Kevin Bletchley and Zoe Accrington landed smiling widely, each with a snitch in one hand. "Well done, we have 2 more minutes, so just wait there," Marcus rumbled, his dark eyes now watching the sky as the 3 others circled the pitch trying to find one of the 2 remaining snitches. It didn't take long before Byron Miller returned looking relieved. "Only 1 to go," Harry said as his eyes watched it zip around just above the 2 still flying. "You can see, can't you?" Miles chuckled as he watched Harry's eye follow something he couldn't see. "Of course," Harry smirked cockily. "Only a minute to go and then they both get kicked," Blaise murmured, but just as he said it, they saw the snitch. Laying flat on their brooms, they chased after it before catching it with a loud cheer. "Scalby joined the others," Marcus said as he landed. "Bainbridge, you are out." The girl nodded, looking upset, but she took it well, saying good luck to the remaining 4 and nodding her head respectfully to the team before walking back to the stands. "All right, you 4. We don't have that much longer on the pitch, so we need to hurry through and finish the reserve seeker. Only 2 snitches are going up, and they going up on intermediate. We are skipping skilled and going to proficient. You ready?" Marcus said as he held the 2 snitches. "Yes, Captain," they chorused. 5.4. .3. .2. .1, and they were off into the sky. Harry sat down on the grass and relaxed back. Looking up at the sky, "Who do you think will make the team?" Harry asked casually as he traced the 4 flyers with his green eyes. "Accrington is talented and might have the skill," Draco commented when the girl in question did a sudden dive after one of the snitches, Bletchley on the other side of the pitch going up quickly after another one. "I think Bletchley Jr. will do it," Harry said as the 2 landed grinning widely. "Scalby. Miller. You're out," Marcus cried, and for the last time, he released a snitch set on experienced. 5.4. .3. .2. .1. What classes do we have tomorrow? Harry asked curiously. "History double class and block with Gryffindor first," Blaise said, groaning. "I hate Binns," Draco muttered. "Yeah, he hasn't changed since my older sister was a first year," Michaela said, laughing as Callan nodded with her. "I don't think he has changed since our parents were first years," Marcus grunted as his dark eyes kept watch of Accrington and Bletchley as they dived around each other in desperate attempts to get the snitch. Suddenly there was a loud whoop, as Bletchley grabbed the snitch triumphantly. They all cheered happily. Miles' smile was the widest as he hugged his younger brother tightly. "First practice is tomorrow night after dinner," Marcus called out before dismissing them to the showers. "We should get rid of Binns this year." Harry grinned maliciously. "Ooh goody," Draco smirked. "This will be fun." Blaise nodded. "So we have 2 targets this year? Lockhart and Binns." Theo mused. "This year will be interesting. Translate may not be 100% accurate. I used Google Translate. We call upon you, Mother Magic. We honor the gifts you gave our departed. We give back what you gave to the one you called Cygnus Castor Black 3. Mother Magic, take his soul, escort him to the other side, guide him one last time. Asterisk all names that you don't recognize from the books I got from Wikia, Most are just background characters from the games, and I gave them years. Chapter endnotes. Does anyone know how to use italics on this site? Hope you enjoyed =D. Chapter 16 Chapter notes. This chapter is dedicated to a reader for her birthday. Happy birthday, Chelsea. I hope you have a good one and enjoy this chapter. Smiley face. Harry awoke Hayne with a feeling of dread in his stomach. His eyes automatically sought out his friends in the dorm. But aside from being the first one awake, for once nothing was unusual or out of sort. Scrunching up his nose, he shook his head. Grabbing his toiletries, he headed for the shower. But even relaxing under the strong pressured and hot water wasn't enough to deter his dread. He shook his wet hair before stepping out and drying himself off. With a towel wrapped around his waist, he moved into the dorm room again. After growing up with Draco, Theo and Blaise, none of them were shy about hiding away. As he entered, he noticed Theo was awake as well and grabbing his own toiletries. The umber brown-haired boy grinned at Harry. Morning, Harry. Sleep all right? Yeah, but I woke up with this sinking feeling in my gut, like something is going to happen today. Harry confused as he sat down on Theo's bed while his friend continued to get ready for a shower. Well, it is Samhain. Last Samhain a freaking troll was let inside of the castle. Theo snorted. Dumbledore. Harry muttered in disgust while shaking his head, but he felt better. Theo was extremely intelligent and his reasoning made sense as well. Theo was extremely logical despite being magical. It was what made him perfect for Hermione, as she was very much the same. Theo laughed and nodded. They all knew Dumbledore was manipulative, but since coming to Hogwarts it was easier to see it as their parents did. As Theo left for his shower, Harry turned to his own trunk to pull out his uniform. As he changed, he heard Draco grumbling and mumbling his way to the showers. No, I'm awake. Blaise shouted, sitting up quickly, softly panting. Harry looked at him for a moment before collapsing into hysterical laughter and his friend's panicked expression. Huh. You can't get me now, Blaise said triumphantly. Well done, Blaise, Harry said dryly, rolling his green eyes as he buttoned up his robe. Hey look, the Dago is awake. Theo smirked as he entered the room. Harry snickered at the familiar insult for Italians. They had used it for years in a playful manner. Blaise rolled his eyes before playfully tackling Theo to the floor. You two are such muggles, Draco drawled from the doorway as his gray eyes watched the two boys rolling around the room. I don't think they care, Harry said as Blaise and Theo continued, ignoring Harry and Draco completely. Boys, Hermione's voice come from the other side of the door. It was loud enough to startle even Theo and Blaise. I guess it is time for breakfast, Harry said over a long silence of the boys looking at the door. Abruptly they all laughed and rushed around to get dressed quickly before making their way out. Harry was walking down the halls with his sister and friends when suddenly, for no reason, he reached behind him and pushed his hand into his bag, and he realized the journal from his father hadn't been placed in it with today's books and homework. Guys, I left something behind. Go ahead without me, Harry said before spinning around and rushing back to the dorm room. His eyes were wild as he searched under his bed in his trunk for it, but it was fruitless. A beeping sounded in the dorm room. Startled, Harry spun in circles before he realized what the sound was. It was an alarm spell that was built into the chambers and common room by Salazar Slytherin in himself to remind students of the time for breakfast, lunch and dinner. With each alarm you had half an hour to get to the Great Hall and eat before the food stops arriving. Sighing, he rushed back out, wondering if Hermione had it, or if his three roommates had seen it. His heart raced in his chest at the passing thought of what if they had no idea. Growling at his thoughts, he forced them from his mind. He would find it. He had to. But while he fought off bad thoughts, someone had snuck up behind him. Before he even noticed, and well before he could have reacted, his body was slammed forward onto the floor. He felt his nose break for the second time in the year. He rolled over, wincing at the pain, and readied himself to jump up, but then 3 kicks were aimed to his upper body. He cried out as he hit the wall and a suit of armor. Not so tough now, are you, Riddle? A male's voice sneered from above. Coughing, he looked up to see Potter Jr. and Weasley flanked by the either side with their ever-present cohorts, Finnegan and Thomas. What the fuck do you want, Potter? Harry snarled, his eyes flashing in anger. To teach you a lesson. You're a dirty snake and a Death Eater in training. Who knows how many people your father killed in the First War? Weasley said smugly. Well, Ron, I heard Mother talking the other night. Apparently, He doesn't even know who his father is. Leclerc is his stepfather, not father. Potter Jr. revealed tauntingly. Maybe he is the bastard of a raping Death Eater then. Finnegan laughed loudly. Watch yourself. You won't like what happens otherwise, Harry yelled as he reached for his wand while leaping up. Both Potter and Weasley attacked at the same time. Harry gritted his teeth tightly when he felt a rib break. Finally he took his chance and whipped his wand out. He had it pointed at them as he climbed to his feet. They were backing away warily as they pulled out their own wands, but then an unwelcome voice was heard. Riddle. Just what do you think you are doing? Harry clenched his jaw as James Potter made his appearance. Dad. Potter Jr. yelled in false panic. He attacked us. We had to defend ourselves. Lies. Harry yelled out, glaring across at the Gryffindors. Detention, Mr. Riddle. Tonight with me, James said, smirking at the angry second year. I better not see you with your wand out in the halls again, let alone at my son, he warned. Despite everything, Harry flinched back minutely. The anger he felt at his former father surged inside of him. The hurt from the memories he had buried so long ago were brought forth. He felt his eyes bleeding red again. It always felt the same, like the angry was triggering the dark in his magic and sending it straight to his eyes. In order to hide them, he ducked his head and kept it down as James marched him to the infirmary with the Gryffindors trailing behind. Without even looking at them, Harry knew they would have smug smirks on their faces. Just you wait, attacking my son is too far. I always knew you were dark, and now Albus will know too, James muttered furiously. Why are you even here? Harry snapped, glaring up at the man now his eyes had calmed down. You are an Auror from what Mother told me. Why are you here at Hogwarts? Because you know you need to step in for your incompetent son? Harry taunted. He knew it wasn't his smartest move, but the Potters always bought out the worst of him. Because you insipid little shit, despite the fact you don't have the right to question me, I will tell you. The minister himself asked me to work inside Hogwarts for a few years. I am training students in self-defense, which is why you got hurt trying to harm my son. He started it. Harry snapped. Even though he knew it was hopeless, the man wouldn't listen to him. Sure enough, James sneered down at him, grabbed his arm and stormed into the infirmary doors, which they had finally reached. What happened? Madame Pomfrey gasped when she saw Harry's bloody and bruised face and arms. He attacked my son, and with the self-defense I've been teaching him, he got slightly carried away defending himself, James said coldly before he moved to the floor to call down Albus Dumbledore. I did not. They attacked me from behind, Harry shouted angrily, as Madame Pomfrey set about to fixing his bones and shoving pain relief potions down his throat. It wasn't long before Albus Dumbledore, Lily Potter, Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape were in the infirmary hearing the story from each student. Mr. Riddle, I am very disappointed, Dumbledore said, shaking his head. Forlo, Severus said, shocked. They attacked him 4-on-1. That is not what they are saying, along with James witnessing it, Dumbledore said sternly. A week's detention with Mr. Potter, and 20 points from Slytherin, McGonagall said harshly. Harry was about to protest again, but Dumbledore glared down at him from his half-moon spectacles. He knew to keep his mouth shut, so it wasn't worse. His eyes narrowed when he saw James and Lily talking softly over by the doors. Unfortunately, he couldn't cast an eavesdropping charm, not with Dumbledore and McGonagall there. Can I go now? I am going to be late, he ground out. After receiving a sharp nod, he spun on his heels and stormed out, only catching a second of James and Lily's conversation. You need to take your potion, James. With that line alone, his curiosity piqued, dimming his anger slightly. The Medieval Assembly of European Wizards. The bold words were written on the old chalkboard at the back of the room. The history of magic professor was floating in front of it, droning on in his bland voice. By the time Harry reached the class, Binns was so wrapped up in his lecture that he hadn't noticed Harry sneaking in through the door. One purpose of the Medieval Assembly of European Wizards is that they have the power to hand out honors and awards to wizards and witches, although it was only the 1500s that witches could receive the award, Binns said as Harry rushed to find a seat. There were 6 rows of desks, each row divided in 2 separate columns, which sat 4 people. The 6th row, closest to the door, held his friends and family. One desk held Theo, Blaise and Draco. The other desk had Hermione, Luna, Daphne and Pansy. Thankfully Crabbe, Goyle and Bulstrode were in the 3rd row and nowhere near the others, just how they all preferred it. Their most prominent award is the recognition of bravery against fantastic beasts. This award has been handed to many witches and wizards over the years, one of which is currently Hogwarts' own defense against the dark arts professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Another to receive the award was the wizard, Martino Frolic. He was born in 1901, and was the first Muggle born, and the youngest ever to be chosen for their awards at only 20 years old. Harry quickly made his way to the spare seat, on the end of the table next to Draco. His friends looked up surprised. Martin Frolic attained the award after an adolescent mountain troll wandered too far from its home, getting lost. The troll stumbled on a Muggle village that resided at the bottom of its clan's mountain. It went on a rampage, killing 37 Muggles before he jumped in defending them and eventually killing the troll to protect a Muggle child. Binns continued. What happened? Hermione hissed, leaning across the space between the two desks. Potter, Harry growled. Him and his cohorts cornered me, 4 against 1, beat the shit out me, then claimed it was self-defense. Just relieving it was enough to make his anger boil again. What? Hermione snarled, her eyes flashing red in anger. All their friends were reacting similarly. Yeah, they got Dumbledore, McGonagall, Potter and Evans, then spun their sob story. Uncle Sev tried to help, but it was useless against that lot, Harry grumbled. But I did notice something as I was getting ready to leave the infirmary. Infirmary? Hermione interrupted. They beat the shit out of me, my own, remember? Harry sighed before continuing his tale. After Pomfrey fixed me up, they were all waiting for my side of the story, not that they actually believed me. But Potter and his wife were standing off to the side whispering about something. It seemed pretty intense. For a moment, I swear Potter looked confused and angry. And then it was gone and he was smiling at her again. As I was walking past, I heard her tell him that he needed to take his potion again. Potion? Draco murmured, his gray eyes narrowed as his mind spun through possibilities. Do you know what potion? Theo asked, leaning over Blaise to be heard without raising his voice. No, she didn't say, Harry said, shaking his head. Well, I guess we will have to find out ourselves then, Blaise said, grinning. What difference would it make to know, though? Daphne asked, looking up from where her and Pansy had been drawing on parchment. Well, if it is a mental thing or even a physical thing, we could use to get Potter out of the school. Say we don't feel safe while he is on it or something. We can figure out the details after we figure out what the potion is, Hermione said, shrugging. Hopefully it is one that keeps him sane and we can get him thrown into St. Mungo's, Harry said wickedly. Not all pain can be fixed easily, even with magic, Luna said, smiling softly. Pain relief? That could be an easy sell, Harry smirked. Addiction? Hermione questioned. Of course, Harry said cockily. The Cambions' plotting carried on throughout the day. At lunch they watched James Potter take another potion. Unfortunately they weren't able to discover which pain potion it was, as it was in a colored vial instead of clear. They had deduced that it must be a strong one if he was hiding it from everyone. It wasn't long before it was the last class of the day. Unfortunately it was also their first time with Gilderoy Lockhart in defense against the dark arts, and they had been paired with Gryffindor. The class was divided by 2, one side the Slytherins, the other, Gryffindor. Split right down the middle rows. It wasn't like either house trusted the other to sit behind them. Harry was in the back row with Theo. Blaise and Draco again. Hermione, Pansy, Daphne and Luna were in the row in front. 2 rows in front of them was Goyle, Crabbe and Bulstrode. In the same row but next desk across from Harry was Potter Jr., Weasley, Finnegan and Thomas. In front of them were the annoying Gossip Girls, Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil. The front table held Neville Longbottom with the 2 new girls, Lily Moon and Faye Dunbar. Harry could feel the glares coming from 4 of the Gryffindor boys, but continued to ignore them. It wasn't like they had detention that night or had been jumped 4-on-1. But he knew that he would get his revenge, and he would make it sweet. Suddenly the doors to the professor's office opened. They all watched as Lockhart made his way down the stairs and to the front of the room where his desk and chalkboard was. Grinning widely, the man walked forward and picked up a book from Neville's desk. It was a copy of his own book, Travels with Trolls. Me, he said, his smile growing bigger to show his white teeth. He continued with a wink. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin 3rd Class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the abandoned banshee by smiling at her. He looked around as if expecting them to laugh. Harry grimaced, the expression shared by his friends. He shot disgusted looks when he heard Brown and Pottle giggling and sighing dreamily at the fraud. Now, we haven't had a class yet due to unfortunate circumstances, so today I decided we would start with a quiz to see if you have read the books assigned while we didn't have a class. Hermione turned in her seat to share an incredulous look with Harry as Lockhart handed out the quiz to each student. You have 30 minutes, start, now, Lockhart said cheerfully. Harry looked down at his paper and read the questions on the page. They seemed to get more and more ridiculous the further he read. His eyes went wide in shock. This man couldn't be serious. But apparently he was judging by the fact that he was walking between the rows smiling happily as they started. Brown and Pottle were scribbling away furiously. Harry groaned and looked back down, before smirking and lifting his quill. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite blue that his eyes are? I imagine it is the only thing he really looks at with how much time he spends looking in mirrors, or perhaps the gold of his hair. 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? To win which weekly's Most Charming Smile award a 6th time? 3. What in your opinion is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement? I think Professor Gilderoy Lockhart has 2 greatest achievements. Managing to stay upright with his inflated ego. Being able to walk and breathe at the same time. This went on for another 6 questions. There were 3 pieces of parchment, both sides have used for 9 questions. There were a total of 54 questions. Finally he had the first 18 questions answered and he was on to the second parchment. 22. How many times has Gilderoy Lockhart won the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award? Too many times considering the runner-up was more charming and Lockhart comes across creepy not charming. 23. In his book Break with a Banshee, how did Gilderoy Lockhart bravely banish the banshee? By winking at her? That would make anyone, thing run in fear. 24. Which is Gilderoy Lockhart's best side for photographs? Doesn't matter, as long as he has a rubbish bag over his face. Harry felt the headache coming on as he continued the quiz. He knew logically he could just refuse to do it and get a satisfying response for doing so. But he was looking forward to the man's reaction from reading Harry's answers. He had to admit, at least to himself, that he was also curious about how far he could push the newest professor, and maybe taking out his frustration from Potter on Lockhart a bit. 52. Which product does Gilderoy Lockhart use to clean his teeth to achieve his famous dazzling white smile? The Muggle product bleach. 53. What is the name of a person did Gilderoy Lockhart gave to his broomstick? Ew. I do not want to know. Is that even appropriate to ask students? Let alone second years? 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? And what would his ideal gift be? Once a year? More photos of himself winking at the camera? And finally he was done, releasing the quill and stretching his fingers out to relieve the cramps. Smirking he sat back and relaxed, waiting for the time to be up and for their quizzes to be taken back and graded. Hey everyone. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. Sorry for any mistakes, smiley face. Review and let me know what you think or if there is anything you are looking forward to seeing. Chapter 17. Harry's eyes wandered across the classroom. Lockhart was at the front of the room watching a magical hourglass. Using magic it could be set to time any amount. He could hear Draco sniggering as he wrote down his own answers. Blaise wasn't even trying. Instead the half-French, half-Italian boy was charming extra pieces of parchment to become aeroplanes and fly. They had discovered Muggles did it when they had snuck into the Muggle world a few years back. They had then spent a few weeks figuring out what charms could replicate it. Theo wasn't doing the quiz either, but instead of playing around like Blaise, he was reading a defense against the dark arts book that was actually useful and should have been used for their second-year classes. Harry's attention then drifted to the table in front of him. Hermione was doing other classes' homework. Even from behind her Harry could tell, she always used sugar quills for homework so she could chew on them while thinking. It had been Harry to buy her first set in first year when he noticed she was chewing on her normal quills. Pansy, Daphne and Luna were all doing their nails side by side, sharing the colors and Muggle stencils of different patterns and designs. Even from his seat in the back he could see that Crabbe, Goyle and Bulstrode were struggling, although disgustingly enough Bulstrode kept staring at Lockhart dreamily. The 4 Gryffindors in his row on the next desk were all whispering harshly. From what he could hear, they didn't think much of Lockhart either. Apparently Gryffindors and Slytherins could agree on something. The gossipers Brown and Pottle were scribbling their answers as quickly as they could move the quill. Harry just knew that their answers would all be serious attempts as well. Neville seemed to look bewildered, but even though he was in Gryffindor, the boy needed to work on his courage. He was obviously trying to answer the questions even though he most likely thought that the quiz was as ridiculous as Harry thought it was. The girls sitting with him seemed to be in the same boat, curiously looking at each other before shaking their heads and returning to writing. "Time's up," Lockhart called cheerfully, which was really unfounded considering the loud beeping noise coming from the hourglass. Sighing, everyone passed their quizzes along their tables to sit on the edge of the aisle so that their professor could collect them. They sat in silence, friends sharing looks with friends while Lockhart graded their quizzes. A few were put aside straight away and they knew that those were the ones from students who didn't even try. Harry smirked when Lockhart's face went white and then an angry red. He shared a smirk with Draco. Hopefully that meant he had read his quiz. After what seemed like an agonizing 10 minutes, Lockhart finally finished grading them. He stood up in front of the class smiling widely, but Harry could see it was slightly strained. "Tut, tut." He started looking around with a disappointed expression. "Hardly any of you remembered that my favorite color is lilac. I say so in year with the Yeti," he said, shaking his head. "Only 2 people got that right. Miss Brown and Miss Pottle. Well done." The Cambions sneered when the 2 Gryffindor girls preened under the attention of their favorite professor. "Although, Mr. Riddle," he continued looking around, Harry raised his arm smirking. "I sensed a fair bit of sarcasm coming through your answer. Now my lad, there is no reason to be hostile, although being faced with my fame I can't say I blame you. But I am sure that one day you will get your chance, you just have to work hard for it." "Is he serious?" Harry gaped, looking at his friends who were all sniggering. They all watched and listened in shock as the man continued to go through all their answers. He occasionally stopped to comment on Harry's responses and a few of Draco's, which were just as funny. Unfortunately, the man seemed to believe that they were just unsure of how to act with their professor being as successful and famous as he was. Harry smirked. All that it meant was he was going to up his game. He would make the man crack before the end of year. "It is time to get down to business. As your defense against the dark arts professor, it is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizardkind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this very room," Lockhart said as he pointed at a large covered cage on the floor next to his desk. His dramatics caused the rest of the students to lean back in their seats, eyeing the cage wearily. "But know that no harm can befall you, whilst I am here. I ask that you remain calm," he continued. Harry shared incredulous looks with his friends as their professor placed his hand on top of the cage. "Screaming will provoke them," Lockhart said as he whipped the cover off. The other students leant back in fear only to stop in shock and send looks of confusion between the cage and their professor. Even Neville looked to be holding back laughter. "Cornish pixies," Harry snorted in derision. With his comment, the rest of the class, even the Gryffindors, started laughing, although Potter and Weasley looked upset that it had been him to make the joke and not them. Only Lockhart's fans, Brown and Pottle, weren't laughing. "Freshly caught Cornish pixies." Lockhart nodded seriously, his blue eyes confused at their laughter. "Well, they're not very dangerous, are they?" Seamus Finnegan choked on his own laughter. "Don't be so sure." Lockhart annoyingly at Seamus, causing Harry to snort loudly, much like his mother when his father did something stupid. "Devilish tricky little blighters they can be." The pixies' skin was electric blue and they were about 8 inches high, with pointed faces and voices so shrill it was like listening to a lot of budgies arguing. The moment the cover had been removed, they had started jabbering and rocketing around, rattling the bars and making bizarre faces at the people nearest them. "Right, then," Lockhart said loudly. "Let's see what you make of them." And he opened the cage. It was pandemonium. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets. Several shot straight through the window, showering the back row with broken glass. The rest proceeded to wreck the classroom more effectively than a rampaging hippogriff. They grabbed ink bottles and sprayed the class with them, shredded books and papers, tore pictures from the walls, upended the wastebasket, grabbed bags and books and threw them out of the smashed window. Within minutes, half the class was sheltering under desks. "Come on now, Round them up, they're only pixies," Lockhart shouted, grinning. He rolled up his sleeves, brandished his wand, and bellowed. "Pesky pixie pesternami." It had absolutely no effect. One of the pixies actually seized his wand and threw it out of the window, whilst laughing madly. Lockhart gulped and dived under his own desk, leaving the students to defend themselves. It was chaos. When the bell finally rang and there was a mad rush toward the exit, Lockhart saw his chance and straightened up, catching sight of Harry and Hermione with their friends, who were walking towards the door shaking their heads. "Well, I'll ask you lot to just nip the rest of them back into their cage." He swept past them and shut the door quickly behind him. "Can you believe him?" Harry snarled as one of the remaining pixies bit him painfully on the ear. "Surely we can complain about this," Draco said as he ran from a group of pixies. "He will just say he wanted to give us some hands-on experience," Hermione sneered as she shot freezing spells off at individual pixies. "Hands-on?" Blaise asked, chuckling, while he was trying to grab a pixie who dancing out of reach with its tongue out. More like he just didn't have a clue about what he was doing. "He has to be the biggest moron to ever breathe," Daphne scowled as yet another pixie got caught in her wavy hair. "You've met Potter, haven't you?" Pansy asked, laughing as one of the pixies she had been chasing hid under Luna's school sweater. "How is she doing that?" Theo muttered, looking at the spacey blonde. Luna was perched on one of the desks with 4 pixies on her lap, and giggling airily as another 2 pixies tried to braid her hair. "It's Luna." Harry shrugged. "I am not even sure that she knows how she does it." "You just have to understand them," Luna said before she began to hum softly while swaying side to side. Then peacefully each pixie flew over to her and allowed her to place them in the cage. "Thanks, Luna." Harry sighed as he cracked his neck. "Must you do that?" Hermione asked in disgust. "Yes." Harry nodded seriously, before grinning widely. "You all right up there, Neville?" Luna asked, her voice breaking up another fight between Harry and Hermione. "Neville," Harry asked, spinning around, not seeing the boy, until he saw his friends looking up. Joining them, he noticed Neville hanging from the chandelier. "Hey," the shy boy said, waving. "How in Merlin's beard did that happen?" Harry asked, baffled. The hanging boy just shrugged weakly. "All right, let's get him down." "How?" Neville asked nervously. "The levitating spell should work, right?" Harry asked Hermione. "Yeah, the 2 of us together should prevent anything from happening. But just to be on the safe side, Daphne, Pansy and Luna, spell the floor repeatedly with the cushioning charm. Theo, Draco and Blaise, can you 3 be ready to slow him down? You know the spell, right? Arresto momentum." Draco recited dutifully, getting a nod from Hermione. "Together then?" Harry asked, grinning, pointing his wand at the Gryffindor boy. 3.2.1, Hermione said slowly. "Wingardium Leviosa." They chorused, sending their magic towards Neville. He could feel it washing over his body and lifting him above the hook he was stuck on. Grinning, Harry and Hermione slowly lowered him to the ground, rendering their friends' spells unnecessary. Thanks for that," Neville stuttered bashfully. "What else are friends for?" Harry smirked. "Well, my friends ran for their lives," Neville grumbled. "Cowards." Hermione spat. "How they ended up in Gryffindor escapes me," Draco sneered. "You have us now, Nev. You don't need those pretenders," Harry grinned. Really? You guys are my friends?" he asked nervously, looking around at the Slytherins. All he ever heard in the dorm room was how evil they were, and how they would join you-know-who as soon as they could. But he just couldn't see them as evil. He was paired with him in potions, receiving extra help outside of the class as well, and he in return gave tutoring on herbology. The others joined them occasionally, but he hadn't thought that they thought of him as a friend. "Of course we are, Nev. We don't help people we don't like," Hermione said, winking at him. He knew he must look like a nutcase with the big smile he had, but he couldn't bring himself to care. He had true friends. Lunchtime found the Cambions outside with their lunches in different bags that were charmed to stay warm or cold. They were resting under their tree yet again, happily eating and drinking while talking about their day. Although today was set to be different, they hadn't been there for longer than 10 minutes before Neville appeared, his usually soft brown eyes hard with anger. He stomped over in a huff and sat down next to Harry and snatched up some sausages. "Wow, what ruffled your little mane today, Simba?" Harry asked, the corner of his lips lifting in amusement as he ran his fingers over Neville's hair. Wah. What? Neville asked, shaking his head in confusion. Ignore him, Hermione said after shoving Harry, shaking her head in exasperation. What happened to make you so angry? She asked softly. Potter and Weasel. Neville grumbled as he slowly relaxed in the company of his true friends. Even though he had only realized that they were that morning in defense, he was already more comfortable around them than his own dorm mates. What did they do to piss you off so much? Draco asked, grinning eagerly. They were bragging about this morning, Neville admitted after glancing at Harry for his reaction. We will pay them back, Hermione promised viciously. I wanted to punch them, so I left before I went through with it, Neville said, grinning when Harry laughed. So what will happen if they see you with us? Pansy asked, raising an eyebrow at the lone Gryffindor. Screw them, Neville grunted, laying back when Luna tugged his hair, pulling his head down to rest in her lap while she ran her fingers soothingly over his scalp. You don't want to ostracized by them already, Neville, Theo said as he scanned the courtyard for any Gryffindors that could be spying on them. That is true, you dorm with them. They could make your life a living hell until we graduate, Daphne said, smiling sympathetically as Neville groaned and nodded. I just can't stand them, they are nothing but bullies and they are so arrogant, Neville whined. But at least, if I am on their good side, I will hear all their plans regarding you guys. Won't it get back to them that you are with us now though? Nothing stays secret at Hogwarts, Blaise mused thoughtfully. Neville groaned again from Luna's lap. You just need an excuse for being with us, so you can complain to them about it, Luna said, being when the groan turned into a moan as she massaged his temples. Oh, I've got it, Harry cried. You can say that Professor Snape is making me tutor you in potions and that Professor Sprout has got you tutoring me in herbology. That way we have a ready-go excuse to hang out in the library or in courtyard again. That could work, Neville mused, and it would be easy to make them believe it. They aren't exactly intelligent. There we go, Nev, we will make a snake out of you yet, Harry declared with an exaggerated wink. The hat said I had some secret qualities of a Slytherin but not enough to be sorted there, and that the current members would help me find something I didn't know I had lost, Neville admitted. I wonder what that could be, Hermione mused. Well, that explains why you were so willing to hear me out in potions then. Harry laughed before whimpering when Hermione and Luna smacked his head. Ow. What was that for? Harry complained. Smart ass, Hermione scoffed fondly. So have you planned how you will get revenge on Potter and the others yet? Neville asked curiously from Luna's lap. Not yet, Harry grumbled reluctantly. He is waiting for permission, Draco teased, laughing loudly. Oh, fuck off, Harry sneered, pushing his cousin over. Permission? Neville asked Hermione curiously as Harry and Draco started rolling around in their mock fight. Swear a vow you won't say anything to anyone, Hermione responded. She liked Neville, but she wouldn't take any chances with anyone when it could jeopardize her brother. Neville nodded, pulling out his wand and doing as he was asked. Fred Weasley. He is Harry's soulmate. Harry doesn't want to risk angering him even though the youngest male Weasel deserves it, she explained, watching in amusement as Neville's brown eyes widened in shock. Wow. So that's why he left before I did, looking furious. Wait, he was there when Potter and Weasel were bragging? Theo asked, stunned. Fred, George and Lee all were. Neville nodded in affirmation. Oh, they are going to suffer, Blaise chuckled heartedly. Fred adores Harry, he won't let them get away with it, Hermione informed Neville as she snickered. It is sickening, really, Draco piped up from where he and Harry had ended up. It's sweet, Daphne said, defending the soulmates. You only think that because you're a girl, Blaise laughed. Excuse me, Hermione, Daphne, Luna and Pansy said, staring at him, each with one eyebrow raised and a look in their eyes that promised pain. I mean, oh look, it is Astoria, Blaise stuttered out, causing Harry, Neville, Theo, and Draco to chuckle at their clueless friend. They were pulled out of their laughter when Daphne let out a happy cry when she realized that her younger sister was indeed walking towards them with her friends Ginny Weasley and Rose Potter on either side of her. The dirty blonde-haired girl hugged her sister happily before ushering her and her friends to sit with them. Hey girls, Blaise shouted with exaggerated arm movements. Hey Blaise. Astoria giggled, she adored her elder sister and her friends. She had grown up with them and they had never treated her badly, like they didn't want her around. "So everyone, this is Ginny and Rose," Astoria said quickly when she noticed her friends looking a little awkward. She was just glad that she had convinced Ginny, who hadn't met the others yet, to give them a chance to prove not all Slytherins were how her family had told her. "Hello." Hermione smiled. "I am Hermione. This is obviously Astoria's sister Daphne. Then this is Pansy and Luna," she continued, introducing them all. "Then the Gryffindor in Luna's lap is Neville." The 3 first years giggled when Neville waved his hand hello without sitting up to look at them, enjoying the massage Luna was still giving him. "This is Theo, Blaise, Draco and my brother Harry," she finished. "Hi," Ginny said, waving shyly. Unlike Rose, she hadn't met any of them, was extremely nervous. All she had heard all summer was how evil the Riddle twins and their friends were, only to befriend Astoria and Rose and hear differently. "Hiya Harry," Rose chirped, ass shuffling on the grass over to him. "Hey Rosie." Harry grinned, wrapping his arm over her shoulders, smirking down at the girl who should have been his sister. If he had his way they would have that relationship still. He wouldn't let the Potters take that from him as well. "How is Ravenclaw treating you?" he asked, smirking at their blue and bronze ties. "Ravenclaw is absolutely amazing," Rose gushed. "There are 6 girls in our year group, and obviously us 3 were sticking together," she said, grinning at her 2 friends. She had known Ginny since they were in diapers, as their mothers were friends, and she had bonded with Astoria easily the night they met. She had been ecstatic when Ginny and Astoria had bonded together just as easily on the train to Hogwarts. "We were allowed to go 3 in each dorm room, so it is just us," Astoria concluded happily, grinning when Daphne hugged her again. "What about you, Ginny?" Hermione asked, trying to draw the girl into the conversation more. She knew it would mean everything to Fred and George if they could sway Ginny as well. "Professor Flitwick is a great head of house," she said, smiling shyly when Astoria pulled her closer and placed her hand on her knee in support. "If we have any questions about anything, even if it is a subject other than charms, he will sit down with us in the common room and help. He is there every night from just before dinner until dinner, and then after dinner until curfew." Ginny seemed to come out of her shell the more she talked and realized that the elder students were actually listening to her. "What is the common room like?" Blaise asked eagerly. "Oh, it is stunning," Astoria said softly, her light gray eyes wide and bright. "I know it is a tower like Gryffindor, but beyond that I don't anything," Theo said, leaning forward, eager to learn about the house the Hat had debated over before deciding on Slytherin. "Yeah, it is. We have to climb a tight spiral staircase to reach it," Rose said, grinning. "The common room is circular like the tower, but very wide and so spacious. Although judging from what the tower looks like on the outside, it must have an undetectable extension charm on the room at the least. Although it is possible that the founders had another spell back when they built the school, I've read a few from Rowena's published books that could have been used," Ginny said, showing that despite asking to be placed in Ravenclaw, she did deserve to be there. "The walls are hung with blue and bronze silk too. It is warm, comfortable and inviting," Astoria continued, grinning over at Ginny, her hand still on the redhead's leg. "The best part is definitely the roof." Rose sighed happily from under Harry's arm, where she was still curled up. She never got this kind of attention from her mother or Henry and was relishing in it. Even her father had gotten more distant since Henry's letter arrived, and he had another fight with her uncles Siri and Remy, although she didn't know what it was over. "It is domed and painted with the stars of the night sky. They reflect on the midnight blue carpet like the moon on water." "Sounds beautiful," Pansy sighed dreamily. "Way better than the Gryffindor common room," Neville muttered. "The red and gold is blinding, and rather tacky." "Ah, poor little lion," Harry said in mock sympathy. "I know," Neville moaned, nodding his head before burying it back into Luna's robe. This caused a round of laughter from the group, as they continued to banter back and forth until lunch was over and they headed off to their next class. All enjoying the peacefulness from having true friends. Ori about how long this chapter took. "My fiancé's grandfather passed away and I wanted to be there to support him and his family. By the time I felt it was okay to come back, my writing muse had disappeared again. But I am back and I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. As always, if I have let a mistake slip through, let me know and let me what you thought of this chapter or things you want to see. Thank you all." Chapter 18. Is it too late to get a puking pastille from Fred? Harry whined. It was time for dinner in the Great Hall, and being saw one night there would be a magnificent feast underneath the full moon in the night sky illusion ceiling. You know full well that doing such thing would only postpone the detention, and not get you out of it completely. Hermione said dully, not even looking up from the book she was reading while walking down the corridors. It could be worse. Draco said, grinning. How? Harry asked skeptically. You could be in Henry Potter's shoes, Luna said dreamily. He got himself and his friends invited to Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington's death day party. How do you know that? Blaise asked incredulously. Unfortunately, they didn't receive anything more than a secretive smile from her. Who is Sir Nicholas? Heir. Demisi Pantinus? Harry asked, tilting his head to the side while biting his lip. I don't think that is what she said, Pansy said, giggling. Mimsy Porpington. Daphne corrected with a smirk. Whatever, who is he? Harry asked, exasperated. The Gryffindor ghost, Theo informed him. Why in Merlin's name is he going to a ghost's birthday? Harry asked aghast. Death Day, Luna corrected. Oh sorry, Death Day. Harry amended sarcastically. Apparently Sir Nicholas roped him to it, she shrugged. I can't see that being fun. Harry snickered, but he stopped when they reached their destination. The classroom that had been turned into a dueling room and an office for the senior Potter male. Oh joy, I have reached my demise. Harry, it won't be that bad, Hermione said soothingly. Do you want to do it for me? Oh good Merlin, no, I would rather go swimming with the giant squid. She denied, shaking her head vigorously. Glaring, Harry stomped over and opened the door, turning around to send one last forlorn look at his friends before entering. The office wasn't what he was expecting. There were two large windows on either side of the room. One looked out over the Black Lake. The other looked out over the courtyard in the middle of the school. The walls weren't covered in red and gold either, but instead a light blue, dark blue and a bright yellow. It gave a warm and open appearance. There were no chairs and tables like in most classrooms. Instead the room was open and empty, giving room for duels to take place. James Potter was sitting behind an oak desk which sat to the side of the room beside the window overlooking the lake. He hadn't noticed Harry's arrival yet, giving the young Slytherin the chance to appreciate the room. Not that he would admit that, that was what he was doing. Rolling his eyes and bracing himself, he cleared his throat. Potter startled and looked up at him. Oh, you're here. He looked at the magical clock on the wall beside the window pane. It was a clock that would show the time and what he had booked written under it, and sure enough it read, 6 p.m. Supervising detention of Hartford Riddle. Yes, sir. Harry nodded. As much as he hated the senior Potter, he wasn't going to give the man reason to put him in more detentions. He softly snorted. Hermione would be so proud of him. Detention will run through dinner. In an hour a house elf will bring you some of the feast, Potter said firmly before conjuring a single desk and chair in front of his and motioning Harry to take the seat. Yes, sir. Harry responded monotonously as he sat down. What am I meant to be doing, sir? He asked when he realized he hadn't been told what this detention would consist of. In a minute, Potter said, not looking up from the papers he was marking. Apparently his classes weren't just for practical lessons but theoretical as well. Shrugging, Harry leant back in his seat, his head flopping back, green eyes looking up at the ceiling blankly. I saw at lunch today that my daughter Rose joined you and your friends, Potter said unexpectedly. Harry tensed. This couldn't be good. How is she coping? Potter asked, looking up from the papers briefly, but it was enough for Harry to see the concern in the man's brown eyes. Why haven't you asked her that? Harry asked snidely before he could catch himself. So much for not winding the man up. The man's lip curled in anger, eyes flashing. He stood up with his hands curled into fists by his side. I don't know why I even bothered asking a little bastard like you. You can't understand. And then out of nowhere the anger and self-righteousness vanished. He sat down looking defeated. Head bowed, shoulders hunched, and his hands running through his messy black hair. I have asked. But she only said fine. I am worried she thinks I am not happy with her sorting. I may not like you, but she does. Harry inwardly sniggered at the disgusted sneer on the man's face at the thought of Voldemort's son being friendly with his only daughter. She loves Ravenclaw and her friends. Harry sighed reluctantly. As much as he wanted to mess with the man, he had grown to care about Rose over the small amount of time he had known her. Although he could never have prepared himself to see this human version of James Potter. The man was grinning slightly from the news that his daughter was adjusting well at Hogwarts even if she wasn't in his old house. Good. Good. He murmured. Now, you will be writing today, James said, standing up and grabbing a piece of parchment, an inkwell and quill. That's it? Harry asked incredulously. He had thought the man would have come up with something more creative than that to punish him. What am I writing? Harry groaned when James placed everything needed on the desk in front of him. An essay on why fighting and dueling is forbidden at Hogwarts, James said, smirking. He was turning around when a piece of paper fell out of his robes without the man noticing. Curious, Harry bent over in his chair and picked it up. He felt his mouth drop. The picture contained a younger James Potter holding a messy-haired, chubby and grinning baby. He was laughing as he tickled the squealing child. The baby was only about 9 or 10 months old but was already the splitting image of James Potter with one major difference. The baby had bright green eyes, the shade of the killing curse. Riddle! James screamed when he looked up and saw the boy staring at a photo. His hands went to his robe pockets and he felt his heart sink when they were empty. You dropped this, Harry whispered in shock. It isn't yours to look. Get out. Get out now, he screamed, spittle flying as he snatched the photo back. Wide-eyed Harry scuttled out of the room and came to a stop in the hallway. His mind wouldn't stop racing. For once nothing made sense to him. Catching his breath, he headed off to the Great Hall. He nodded to Lily Potter as he passed her, the woman heading to her husband's room. The halls of Hogwarts were filled with chatter and feet patter as the Halloween feast came to an end. The students walked down the main corridor cramped together. It would be a while before each house could veer off towards their own common rooms. Harry had rejoined his friends halfway through the feast and was now full and warm. Despite hating that they celebrated Halloween instead of Samhain, he did enjoy the food served for Hogwarts feasts and the warm fires that burned throughout the castle. So what happened in detention? Hermione asked curiously. I don't want to talk about it out here when we reach the common room, Harry answered. He couldn't risk the wrong person overhearing their conversation. Although there wasn't much of a chance, considering the noise that was being released by the student body, he still wouldn't chance it. Well, you can take pleasure in knowing that Potter and Weasley never made it to the feast. They must have been stuck with the ghosts all night. Blaise chortled. Would hate to be him tonight. Draco gagged. Would hate to be him. Point stop. Blaise sneered back, shuddering horrified. What about the other two? Did they not join them? Harry asked curiously. Nope, Finnegan and Thomas were at dinner with Neville, Theo said, shaking his head. Some friends, Daphne scoffed delicately. They are only friends because they believe Potter is the savior. They want a piece of his fame, Hermione said disgustedly. The light proclaims they are better than us, but they do nothing but lie and cheat and steal to get their way, she continued. Well, we have each other, and our families. We love and care so much deeper, everything is more powerful, stronger, and so much, well, more in the dark, Harry said, grinning, throwing his arm around his sister's shoulders. Despite the anger and hurt he still felt on occasion, he still wouldn't change how this happened, for he found everything he could or would never need within the dark. Suddenly everything got very quiet and they stopped moving. Sharing a look, Harry and Hermione pushed their way to the front with their friends right behind them. There, hanging from a torch bracket, by her tail, was Mrs. Norris, the beloved cat of Argus Filch. She was stiff as a broom and her eyes wide, unblinking. Henry Potter and Ronald Weasley stood next to it, faces white and eyes wide. Above them on the wall were foot-high words, shimmering from the light coming from surrounding torches. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware. Hermione read aloud, green eyes tracking the message. Harry felt his heart sink. This couldn't be good. Is it written in blood? He asked. The hall was so quiet that even those at the back could hear them talking. I think it is, Pansy confirmed. How the hell has the chamber been opened? Harry whispered lowly to his sister as everyone else broke into terrified chatter. It shouldn't be. We're the only heirs since Father took up the lordship. No one should be able to even get inside, let alone open it. This can't be good, Harry said, feeling another shudder work up his body. What's going on here? What's going on? Harry smirked when Potter and Weasley went white at the sound of the voice belonging to the Hogwarts caretaker. Argus Filch came shouldering through the students. When he saw Mrs. Norris, the old man reared back, clutching his heart in horror. His popping eyes landed on Potter and Weasley. "You," he screeched. "You've murdered my cat. You've killed her. I will kill you." He reached out, his hands going for their throats. Argus. Everyone parted to the side when Albus Dumbledore arrived with the professors Snape, McGonagall, Potter, Evans and Lockhart behind him. Dumbledore gently took the cat off the wall, and turned to look at Potter and Weasley. "Come Argus, you two Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. Everyone else, to your common rooms. Mr. and Miss Riddle as well." Potter snarled, his eyes glaring at them. "What?" they chorused. "Very well." Dumbledore sighed. Lockhart stepped forward eagerly, causing the 4 students to groan before glaring at each other. "My office is nearest, headmaster, just upstairs. Feel free to use it." "Thank you Gilderoy," Albus said jovially. He turned and led the group away from the rest of the curious students. Reluctantly Harry and Hermione waved to their friends to go, and followed the headmaster, professors and 2 Gryffindors. When they reached Lockhart's classrooms, they watched in disgust as the portrait Lockharts hurried out of their frames, their hair in curlers. Harry couldn't help but snigger at the real Lockhart's blush and stammering. With just a flick of his wand, Dumbledore enlarged a polished desk for them to gather around and placed Mrs. Norris on the table to examine. Shrugging, Harry sat down in a chair followed by Hermione and watched as Dumbledore waved his wand around the cat, murmuring to himself. Harry crinkled up his face as Dumbledore leant so far forward that his crooked nose was barely an inch from the dead cat. "How bad do you reckon that cat stinks right now?" Hermione whispered to Harry, causing him to snort and choke on his laughter. They received glares from McGonagall, Potter and Evans for the comment, but Harry swore he saw a slight smirk on Severus' face even through the shadows that encased the man. Of course Lockhart hadn't noticed, he was too busy giving useless and unwanted advice, and Filch was softly crying beside Dumbledore. Harry had never thought he would feel sorry for the cranky and terrible-mannered caretaker, but the man genuinely cared for Mrs. Norris, and was mourning her. "It was definitely a curse that killed her," Lockhart said, nodding his head. "Probably the transmogrifian curse," he continued, oblivious of Filch's whimpering. "I have seen it used many times, so unlucky I wasn't there. I know the very counter curse that would have saved her." Harry rolled his eyes at the man. He knew no bounds. "I remember something very similar happening in Ouagadougou." Harry groaned, leaning forward and burying his face into his hands as the fraud kept talking. "A series of attacks. The full story is my autobiography. I, of course, was able to provide the townsfolk with amulets, which cleared the matter right up." Finally the man seemed finished, and Dumbledore stood up and placed his hand on Filch's shoulder. "She is not dead." Argus. Harry, Hermione, Henry and Ronald's faces all split into grins when Lockhart's face went white and his jaw dropped. "But, she is all stiff." Argus sniffed. "She has been petrified," Dumbledore said softly. "Ah, I thought so," Lockhart declared, but the stupid man was ignored by all. "But how? I cannot say," Dumbledore finished thoughtfully. "Ask them," Filch shouted in anger, pointing his finger at Potter and Weasley. "Argus, no second-year student could do this. It would take dark magic," Dumbledore soothed the man. But the boys hate me, and they know I am a squib." Harry and Hermione almost missed the last bit with it being whispered so quietly, but their hearts went out to the man. Their grandmother Merope Gaunt had been only slightly more than a squib herself and had been mistreated by her family for years before their grandfather rescued her. "We never touched Mrs. Norris," Henry cried loudly, with Ronald nodding his head furiously. "We know the boys," Dumbledore said, smiling at them. "Do we?" Severus asked, stepping forward. "You claim no second year could do this, yet you allowed Potter to bring 2 of my Slytherins, both of which were actually at dinner tonight, unlike Junior and Weasley." He sneered from his new position, behind Harry and Hermione, his hands on their shoulders. James puffed out his chest, eyes narrowing as he got ready to yell. It was like a different man from the calm and lost man in detention. But before he could open his mouth, his son spoke again. "We were at nearly Headless Nick's death day party. There were hundreds of ghosts there that can vouch for us." "Then why did you not join the feast afterwards? I can't imagine a death day party having much to eat for the living." Severus smirked as the Gryffindors shared a look of panic. "We weren't hungry," Ron said quickly, blushing when his stomach rumbled, giving away his lie. Innocent until proven guilty, Severus, but I do not believe any of these four had anything to do with this. Dumbledore said firmly, but his blue eyes were watching ruefully. My cat has been petrified, Filch shrieked, his eyes popping again. I want to see some punishment. We will be able to cure her, Argus, said Dumbledore patiently. Professor Sprout recently managed to procure some mandrakes. As soon as they have reached their full size, I will have a potion made that will revive Mrs. Norris. I'll make it, Lockhart butted in. I must have done it 100 times. I could whip up a mandrake restorative draft in my sleep. Excuse me, said Severus icily, but I believe I am the potions master at this school. There was a very awkward pause which had Harry trying to not laugh at Lockhart. You may go, Dumbledore said to Henry and Ron. They went, as quickly as they could without actually running. Professor? Harry asked, looking at Severus for help. Surely the headmaster wouldn't change his tune now and claim they did it. Headmaster, I do not understand why my students are still here, Severus said. They can't have done this. Not only are they only 12, but their whereabouts are accounted for. You can't know that. They still could have done it, James snapped. Dumbledore stared at them over his half-moon glasses. We cannot condemn them just because of your dislike for Slytherin, Dumbledore said finally. I am sorry you were dragged along with this Mr. and Miss Riddle. Of course, Professor. But sir, has the chamber really opened? Hermione asked, blinking her eyes open and wide as if scared. We can't know for sure, Dumbledore replied gravely, but what do you know about the chamber? Not much, Harry said, scrunching up his face in thought. Grandfather used to tell us stories though, he said, stuttering over his grandfather. It was getting easier, but the pain was still very raw. He was only a first year when the chamber was opened the first time, but he said he remembered how terrifying it was for students back then, and that a young girl tragically died before it was closed. Hermione said slowly, as if racking her brain for the memories. It was sad how easy it was to spin things to the light idiots. Yes, I remember Cygnus Black. I am truly sorry for your loss, Dumbledore said before nodding goodnight and walking out with a furious James and Lily behind him. Come on, you two, Severus said, leading them out and down towards the dungeons. I will be contacting your father as soon as I can without suspicion, he whispered. Thanks, Uncle Sev. Now run along, get back to the common room. Your friends will be waiting for you, I am sure. Nodding, they both headed off quickly, whispering to each other as they went. Hey everyone. I hope you enjoy the newest chapter, smiley face. I apologize for any mistakes. Let me know what you thought and feel free to share what you would like to see. See you all next update, darlings. XX. Chapter 19. They had barely reached the common room in record time before their friends were surrounding them, demanding to know what had happened. What happened? Are they blaming you? Did Potter and Weasley get blamed? Tell us everything. Blaise, Daphne, Draco and Pansy shot off in quick succession. Thankfully Luna and Theo seemed content to wait for Harry and Hermione to catch their breath. Not here. Hermione hissed. Although Slytherins were loyal to each other and treated like family, they couldn't say the same for the portraits or even eavesdropping charms in the common room. Together Harry and Hermione led their friends to the boys' dormitory. Their father had informed them that Salazar Slytherin had done specific magic to keep the dorms private. No eavesdropping charms would work. There were no portraits, and not even the inventions of the Marauders or the Weasley twins could make it through the barriers. But as children of the Dark Lord, both Harry and Hermione threw up protection and silencing charms to be safe. Paranoia would keep them and their secrets safe and alive. Finally, when they felt safe, they all sat down on the floor in a large circle. Talk. Draco demanded imperiously. Harry opened his mouth to start talking, but he went silent when Hermione spoke over him quickly. This conversation may take a while, so I believe we should start with the less pressing, Harry's detention with James, then we can move on to the chamber. Draco and Blaise groaned pitifully but nodded their heads in agreement with the others. So why were you back early? Hermione asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, to be honest, I am not actually sure myself, Harry started. I got there and he was, sort of polite. Well, what passes for polite for that man? James Potter, polite? Hermione gaped. Yes, James Potter. He asked about Rose, and snapped at me when I suggested he ask her. But then he changed in front of me. The anger vanished and he seemed almost defeated. We spoke about Rose briefly before divulging that I would only have lines for detention. Harry nodded when his friends just stared at him with looks of shock. I thought he would have used this detention to torture you, Draco murmured. Or maybe interrogate you about our family, Hermione added. Thanks. Harry responded sarcastically, rolling his eyes. Then what? Hermione asked, her eyes encouraging him to continue. He was walking back to his desk when something fell out of his robe pocket. Harry whispered, unsure of how they would take what he had to say. It was a photo. He stopped to take a deep breath. It was Potter holding a baby with green eyes, not brown. A stunned silence was his response. Hermione was opening and closing her mouth, her eyes wide in shock as she stared at her brother. It wasn't long before the others broke out of their shock and started to talk over each other. You can't be serious. Why? What did you do? Does he know? Daphne, Pansy, Theo and Blaise all spoke. Draco had joined Hermione in just looking at Harry blankly, whereas Luna had a soft smile on her lips. Harry shook his head fondly, they never disappointed him. But before he continued, he reached over and grabbed Hermione and Draco's hands in his own. What matter what it means, you are my family. Nothing will change that. He whispered softly, gaining smiles and firm nods in return. I don't know what it means yet. He got very angry when he saw I had seen it and kicked me out. That is why detention was ended early. I do intend to find out more, Harry said to everyone, leaning back and speaking up for them to all hear him. Remember Hartford, not all pain can be fixed easily, even with magic, Luna said, her eyes shining with knowledge. You knew he had that photo? Draco asked, his eyes narrowing. Draco, do you really think she would have hidden it from us if she had known? Daphne sighed, exasperated. Draco sighed and shook his head. I did not know of the photo. I did not know he held something like that with him, and I did not know that Harry would find it in detention, Luna said sharply, her beautiful eyes flashing. However, I do know that James Potter's soul cries out in pain. But not daily. Most days it is like it is too high to feel, in the clouds or too deep to understand, covered by water. Her head tilted to the side as she spoke, her blonde hair falling over her shoulders. A soul in pain but isn't at the same time? Pansy asked, baffled. No, something is muffling the pain, Theo said, running his hand through his head as he thought. Something like a potion, Hermione whispered. Like the kind his wife has given him, Harry whispered in horror as he caught on to what to his sister was implying. Do you really think it could be? Blaise asked in disgust. To control someone's emotions like that was beyond evil. It was something the so-called light side would accuse them of doing. We can only speculate for now, Harry hummed. We watch and bide our time. Once we are sure we can formulate, nodded firmly, gaining agreements from the others. Well, I hadn't thought that the conversation about detention would be as interesting as the talk about the Chamber of Secrets. Blaise deadpanned, causing them to all break out into laughter, destroying the seriousness and tension that had enveloped them. It wasn't that what he had said was that funny, but with the tension it had been a wave that broken. Speaking of the chamber, Hermione said once they had calmed down. Do they believe it was you too? Daphne asked worriedly. Dumbledore claimed no second year could have done it, but I do think he will be watching us, Harry said thoughtfully. An annoyingly close watch, Hermione added with a smirk. Harry chuckled at her, shaking his head fondly. I don't understand though, who could have opened the Chamber of Secrets? Theo asked. I thought only Parselmouths can open it, Luna asked. It was frustrating her to no end that she couldn't see who was behind it. That's what worries us, Harry admitted. There is only 3 people who can open it. Me, Hermione and Father. Yes, but unlike Father, we can't yet as we haven't found the entrance yet, Hermione interjected. And Father would have told us if he had to plan to open it, Harry said with a groan, his hands gripping his hair in irritation. Well, that just crossed off the only people possible, Pansy said dryly. Could we be wrong about you guys being the only descendants of Slytherin? Daphne asked. Nope, Luna said, shaking her head. No, we have a tapestry going back to Salazar Slytherin himself. We're the only ones left, Harry denied, backing up Luna's statement, Hermione nodding along. So, somehow, someone has stolen your magic and used the talent to frame you? Blaise scoffed jokingly. Oh, shut up, Blaise. You can't steal someone's magic, let alone magical gifts," Pansy said, rolling her brown eyes. "Wait." Harry's green eyes were wide in horror, his skin chalk white in fear, before he jumped up and ran to his trunk and started pulling everything out, quickly discarding everything after a momentary glance. "Harry?" Hermione asked, concerned. "Fuck?" Harry cried after a moment. He collapsed on the floor in shock. "Harry, what in Merlin's name is going on?" "It's gone. It's not here." "My own, what's gone?" "Father's diary." Hermione's face went white to match her brother's. The dorm went silent as the meaning registered. The diary's essence had opened the Chamber of Secrets. "Okay, calm down," Hermione said, taking charge. "Where was the last place you saw it?" she asked. Let me think," Harry mused. "Don't hurt yourself." Blaise scoffed before flinching when Pansy and Daphne both hit him across his head. "Ouch. Oh, I remember," Harry declared. "The library right before Quidditch tryouts." The statement was met with silence. Anyone could have it. Hermione breathed in horror. "What do we do?" Draco asked. "I am in so much trouble," Harry moaned, burying his face into his hands. "Just relax." "Relax? How can I relax, Hermione?" Harry asked hysterically. "We just need to find out who has it," she said. "Oh, is that all?" Harry asked sarcastically. "Well, we know it isn't a Slytherin. Anything found by us gets given to Professor Snape," Hermione said, ignoring Harry's meltdown. "Daph, can you fill Astoria in on the diary and get her to keep an eye out on the Ravenclaws?" "Yeah, I am sure Rose and Ginny will help her too." Daphne nodded seriously. "Harry, pull yourself together. You need to tell Fred and get him to look in Gryffindor with George and maybe Lee." Harry nodded. "Yeah, of course, Freddie. He can help." Harry still looked a little lost and panicked, but Hermione's confidence and calmness was grounding him. "What about Hufflepuff?" Theo asked. "We don't really have any allies in there." "No, but we have classes with them. All we have to do is talk about Harry's family heirloom diary in front of them and wait for them to be the do-gooders they are." Draco snickered. "That is actually a good idea. Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones are all right people, despite being children of light ministry workers," Daphne mused. "Neutral," Luna hummed. "Both families were neutral for years. They only sided with Dumbledore in the last war because they were against the murders and violence our Lord used while he was insane. Explains why they are more tolerable than most." Blaise laughed. "They still celebrate the old ways and respect Mother Magic and the balance," Luna said, smiling. She liked the two Hufflepuff girls. Both were gray in magic and were accepting of her outlook on magic the few times they had been paired together in class. "All right, so we mentioned to them that Harry's lost a diary that belonged to our father and asked if they could just keep an eye out. They don't need to know that it is what opened the chamber." It was early morning. Most people were only just getting up to get ready for breakfast, but Harry was already awake, and had been pacing in an empty room in the dungeons for 20 minutes. All he could do was hope that his message had reached Freddie and that the older boy would be there soon. Sighing, he rolled his head around on his neck and pointed his wand at an old dusty chair. With a whispered incantation, the wooden chair became a large and comfortable beanbag. His previous cousin Dudley Dursley had one as a child, and he hadn't been allowed to touch it, let alone sit in it. So when his father and mother took him and Hermione shopping to buy their own stuff, he had cautiously asked for one. He had loved them ever since. Their playroom in the manor was filled with them now for him and their friends to use. Smiling softly at the memories of his parents making his life better, he got comfortable and waited. Thankfully, it wasn't long before the door opened and a red-haired head with blue eyes poked through the gap. Seeing Harry, a grin stretched across his face. "Hey, Hart." Fred greeted before dropping on the beanbag next to Harry happily. "Hey, Freddy," Harry whispered as he burrowed into Fred's chest, taking a breath, enjoying Fred's scent. It was a mixture of potions and wild magic, which came from his experiments with George and Lee. Then there was the smell of dragon leather from the Quidditch uniforms. Fred's hand came up and softly stroked Harry's hair in a soothing manner. "Are you okay, Hart? Your message was rather panicked." "You will hate me," Harry whispered, keeping his eyes on the floor. Hey, Hart. I could never hate you," Fred promised as he put his pointer finger under Harry's chin and forced him to make eye contact. Fred's blue eyes were sparkling with sincerity. Taking a deep breath, Harry nodded. My family is more complicated than I have told you. He started softly, his entire body shaking from nerves. Fred just wrapped his arm around Harry's shoulders and held him close, patiently waiting for him to gather himself. My name is Hartford Thomas Riddle for my father. His name was Tom Marvolo Riddle, the half-blood son of Muggle Thomas Riddle and pureblood Merope Gaunt. Steeling himself for what could come, Harry pulled his wand out and spelled his father's name out in the air, the letters sparkling like fireworks. He then gave a fierce wave, the letters rearranging. I am the son and heir of Lord Voldemort. He finished when the letters spelled out, I am Lord Voldemort. He was startled when he realized Fred was chuckling, his face buried in Harry's hair. Is that what you were worried about telling me? He asked when he caught his breath. From the way you avoided talking about him, I had guessed he was a high-ranking Death Eater or something. The Dark Lord himself isn't that much difference. You mean, you had suspected something like this and you don't care? Haley? Hart. You are my soulmate, I would follow you anywhere. Fred promised, kissing Harry's head softly while wrapping his arms around the second year's waist, pulling him in tight. What about your family? Harry asked uncertainly. What family? Fred scoffed, derision clear in his eyes. They parade around like the perfect light family. It's just a lie. Mum is a harpy who is only happy when screeching at me and George for something. Nothing is good enough for her. She drove Bill and Charlie away and doesn't even think she was in the wrong. No, apparently they were for following their dreams and not what she wanted them to do. Bill works for Gringotts. He is their best curse breaker. Trust me, he could work anywhere for them, yet he chose to go to Egypt. Charlie is a dragon tamer. Like Bill, he is one of the best in his field. When he finished his apprenticeship, he had offers from 4 different reserves, yet moved to Romania. Harry watched wide-eyed as Fred continued to rant. Dad is just a weak man, never sticking up for his children, just watching as she insults us and yells at nothing. Fred sighed defeatedly. Percy is just a tosser. He follows everything Mum says without question. He believes in rules and laws, even if they are wrong. He also worships the minister. He gagged loudly as Harry giggled. Feeling Fred's pain, he wrapped his arms around his neck and held him close. Ron, Merlin, do I even need to explain? He asked, chuckling when Harry shook his head with a disgusted look on his face. I don't know how you and George come from the same family as him, Harry admitted. Trust me, we ask the same thing all the time. Fred smirked. Thankfully, Charlie and Bill are more like us than Ron and Percy. It's why they left the country as soon as they could. I am hoping being in Ravenclaw and being friends with Rose and Astoria, that Ginny can escape being like them. Mum doesn't know that we know, but she is trying to train Ginny to be the perfect woman so that she can marry Henry Potter and raise the family name, he said in disgusted anger. Don't worry, we can save her from that fate, Harry promised. He knew as he said it that he would do anything to stop Ginny from having to be with the prat who did nothing. Fred grinned at him and hugged him tightly again. I can't believe your mother would do that to her own daughter, Harry murmured, still shocked and sickened over that revelation. I'm not. I've known for years that the light wasn't what they portrayed themselves to be, Fred said, shocking Harry even more. I was just waiting for you to come to me first. I didn't want to push you, he admitted sheepishly when Harry turned to look at him. Me and George, we were 7, and we overheard Mum talking to Dumbledore and Mrs. Potter. They were talking about Harry Potter. Harry tensed as his eyes went wide. They were saying thankfully the public had bought the story of him dying the night Henry vanquished the dark, I mean, your father. They had played the grieving family well, and now they could focus on Henry and Rose without it being strange to the wizarding world. But Sirius had a godfather bond with him and could feel that the bond was only weak, not broken, so continued to search for his pup. Dumbledore suggested obliviating the memory of the boy from their minds. We were horrified. Even though we were 7, we understood what they were talking about. Mrs. Potter then pointed out that not only was Remus a werewolf and therefore couldn't be obliviated, but Sirius was a black and trained in the mind arts. He can be obliviated, but he would know something was missing. Good people wouldn't do that. It was around then that we figured out light doesn't equal good and dark doesn't equal evil. Sirius and Remus had been looking for him all that time? Harry asked emotionally. As far as we know from eavesdropping on meetings between Mrs. Potter, Dumbledore and Mum in the summer, they are still looking. Tracked him to an orphanage last year, but there is no trace of him ever being there. They are determined to find him. Fred said, nodding. He was startled when he saw that Harry was now crying openly. Hart, what did I say? Fred asked, panicked. They're still looking for me, he asked between sobs. Hey everyone. Hope you enjoyed the newest chapter. Sorry for how long it took, and I apologize for any mistakes. Let me know what you thought and what you would like to see. I can't believe it has been over a year since I started the darkness. Thank you for your continued support, smiley face. See you darlings next update, XXX. Chapter 20 Chapter notes: this chapter is dedicated to two very important people. Sarah, a dear friend and reader. Thank you for all your support, XX. Jason, a dear friend who is amazingly supportive and encouraging, XX. The great hall was bubbling with life by the time Fred and Harry had made it back to their respective tables and friends. Fred quickly hurried to the open spot by George and Lee, and after promising to explain later, joined their conversation on pranks. Harry went straight for the spot opposite Hermione and in between third-year Knight Terrence Higgs and his cousin Draco. Sitting down, he was unable to wipe the grin from his face. So things went well this morning? Hermione asked with a knowing smirk. Better than I could have ever dreamed, Harry responded happily, dishing up some pancakes paired with bacon, bananas and maple syrup. You told him everything? Draco asked, eyebrows rising in surprise. Yeah, everything, from the Potters to father using disguises until he is ready for his ultimate return. Harry nodded, speaking in between bites. Wow, and you still had time to make it to breakfast, you talk fast. Blaise joked, laughing as he dodged Harry's shoulder punch. He was understanding and took it all really well, Harry said, still grinning. Told you that you had nothing to worry about. Hermione sniggered as she finished off her mixed berry porridge. Yeah, Harry said, rolling his eyes, their friends chuckling as the twins continued to bicker playfully. Laughter and jokes passing freely between the students, when suddenly, the great hall doors were swung open with magic, banging loudly. The entire student body went silent as Albus Dumbledore stood up from his seat with his wand drawn, his professors following suit. All the students broke into whispers as 12 witches and wizards walked into the room, all of them wearing black robes with orange trims around the seams. Their hoods up. The Hogwarts Board of Governors. Their power was overwhelming. Everyone could feel their magic as it filled the hall. They were not happy. Students were leaning forward eagerly in their seats waiting to hear why they were there. The Board of Governors didn't arrive at the school, let alone in such a manner. For menial reasons. The professors had sat back down once they had seen the uniform and perceived that they were not a threat to the students. What is the meaning of this? Dumbledore demanded, his anger hidden behind a facade of shock at their entrance. Although deep in his soul the anger raged, he hated the outside interference of the Board of Governors or the Ministry. They never brought any good, only disruption, although thankfully he had taught many on the board and they admired him, so they were only a nuisance compared to the Ministry. It made him regret not taking the minister's seat as asked after he defeated Gellert Grindelwald, but as always he knew he had made the right decision. Young minds were easily molded and trained, young minds such as his students. They would then leave Hogwarts filled with his beliefs and trusting his guidance, changing the world for the greater good for him. He hid his feelings and thoughts behind his occlumency shields and stood straight, looking at the invaders of his domain. You cannot simply barge in like this, uninvited, and interrupt. He spoke condescendingly as if explaining to a toddler why they couldn't have a cookie before dinner. They are having breakfast. I highly doubt this is disrupting their studies. A smooth and cultured voice spoke, somehow still sarcastically, from the front of the group, hands reaching up to draw back his hood. Father. Harry and Hermione choked out when their father's smirking face was revealed. The man's eyes flicked to his children, nodding his head before turning back to Dumbledore. The headmaster had gone white in shock and horror. Although it had been many years since he had seen Tom, he could have sworn that the man before him was Tom. Of course, it couldn't be. Tom had deformed his body with his addiction to the dark arts. His brown eyes had turned red and the insanity had taken over. Of course, he could be using a glamour charm, but surely the dark magic wouldn't have allowed the eyes to be glamored. Plus his insanity, he would never have the patience to be here playing as a father and on the Board of Governors. No, it must be a simple coincidence. We have important news for the school, changes that will be enforced straight away. We saw no reason to hide it from the students, who of course will suffer the consequences of the changes. Another voice spoke, removing his own hood, to reveal Lucius Malfoy. He was the only rogue on the board, until Tom's alter ego made an appearance. Lucius. Dumbledore greeted stiffly. The one man he hated almost as much as Tom Riddle was Lucius Abraxas Malfoy. He had been trying to turn the other board members against him for years. Thankfully, Chairwoman Gertrude Vance was an old friend. They had attended Hogwarts together. Although she had been a Ravenclaw, her youngest granddaughter Emmeline Vance was part of the Order of the Phoenix and as deeply in his pocket as her grandmother. Chairwoman Vance, I am a little shocked that you agreed to this approach with so much lack of decorum and respect, Dumbledore said, looking out at the remaining cloaked bodies. Well, that is something that we needed to discuss, Tom said, grinning widely. I am the new chairman. Minister Fudge discovered some unusual inconsistencies and she has been relieved of her duties while an investigation is launched. Tom's smirk widened as Dumbledore's eyes flashed in anger before his grandfatherly mask slid back. Oh dear, I would never have expected that. Well, although unfortunate, I congratulate you on your new position, he said softly. But, surely a man of your standing understands why this entrance is unorthodox. Well, apparently you are a difficult man to get a hold of. We have sent letters and tried to call you to set up a meeting. In the end, we decided to come to you, Lucius drawled. The first thing I decided as new chairman was the board needed a fresh start. Newer eyes and ears, you could say. Tom said, his grin now predatory as Dumbledore sunk back into his seat defeated. He had lost all of his followers from the board and he knew it. Of course, Dion Leckler would be as dark as his best friend and brother-in-law Lucius. He had married into the Black family and was raising the Dark Lord's heirs. He even almost looked like Tom, if Tom hadn't started to look like the monster he was. This was not good. The man would have to be investigated. Perhaps Alistair could launch his own investigation for him. If the man had a friendship with Lucius, he may have friendships with other Death Eaters, or even could have been one himself, raising the twins under orders of the Dark Lord himself. The first business of today, Tom said, standing tall and talking to all the professors and students alike. The new members of the board. Slowly the rest of the cloaked witches and wizards removed their hoods, revealing their identities to the school. Dumbledore recognized all of them, surprised to see a mix of previous students from all four houses, somehow all working together in apparent ease and peace. I am the new chairman, as I stated before. I am Lord Dion Leckler, and Lucius Malfoy is my assistant chairman for when I am unavailable, Tom said clearly, making sure he was heard by all. Madam Kaylee Davis. A woman with gray curly hair and kind brown eyes nodded her head while raising her hand for the students to see. Her only son Roger was grinning from her own previous house table. Ravenclaw. She was the head of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, hence being Madam instead of Mrs. or Lady, her husband Clive being a lord in the Wizengamot. Both her family and her husband's family had remained neutral in the last war and still practiced the old ways. Lord Advic Pottle. A strict and stern-looking Indian man nodded sharply at his introduction. His black hair pulled back neatly and sharp black eyes roamed over the crowd. He worked in the death chamber inside the Department of Mysteries. No one outside of those in the department ever knew what went on in there. As a pure blood lord, he also held seats in the Wizengamot. He had been a Ravenclaw like his daughter Padma, but his healer wife Samira had been a Gryffindor like their daughter, Padma's twin sister, Parvati. Both had been light in the war but fought legally and denied Dumbledore's offer to join the Order of the Phoenix. Lord Tiberius McLaggen. A strongly built man grinned and waved, his blonde hair in curls around his face, highlighting his cheekbones and blue eyes. He was extremely handsome, but those that knew him also knew he was arrogant, bossy, and entitled. His third-year nephew Cormac McLaggen was shaping up to be just like his uncle, although his father Octavian wasn't that much better, despite not holding the family lordship. The McLaggen family were strongly light Gryffindor supporters but never joined the order. Madame Amelia Bones. The head of magical law enforcement nodded sharply. There was hardly a witch or wizard in England that didn't know who she was. The strict-looking woman had natural dark gray hair cropped short, a strong square jaw and dark chocolate eyes which seemed to stare into your very soul. Despite her toughness and no-nonsense attitude, she had been a Hufflepuff, much like her niece Susan, who was in the same year as Harry and Hermione. Although firmly a light witch, she had never joined the Order of the Phoenix and didn't hold Dumbledore in high esteem. Her two younger brothers Edgar and Warner had belonged to the Order, both losing their lives spying for the Light's leader, Edgar's wife and children perished shortly after himself. Warner's wife had died in childbirth with their daughter Susan. Susan was now in the care and custody of her Aunt Amelia. Lady Grace Abbott. A beautiful and elegant woman nodded her head from beside Amelia Bones. The two women had been in Hufflepuff together and best friends since their first year. She had blonde wavy hair which was pulled back in a ponytail. She had delicate facial features causing many opponents to underestimate her. Her daughter Hannah was now in Hufflepuff and best friends with Susan Bones, Amelia and herself being godmothers to the two girls. Grace had sided with the light due to being a Muggleborn and believing the dark had wanted to eliminate her kind, but her neutral pureblood husband Gareth had made sure she learnt the old ways and raised their daughter the way he had been. Lord Sirius Black. The recently appointed, slightly childish, Black Lord grinned roguishly and made a show of waving dramatically but somehow maintained his casual elegance. He was tall, well-built and extremely handsome, fair skin paired with long, wavy, almost luminous black hair. His aristocratic features handed down the Black family, his striking gray eyes bearing extreme resemblance to his cousins Bellatrix, Andromeda, Narcissa and Cassiopeia. He had been a staunch follower of Albus Dumbledore and Lightside despite being from a dark family. He had been sorted into Gryffindor and ended up being kicked out at 16, his younger brother Regulus heir. But when Albus Dumbledore, James and Lily Potter decided to abandon Harry, he grew disillusioned with the light and took things into his own hands, including taking up his deceased brother's lordship the previous year. Despite taking up the lordship and fixing the image his parents had left upon their deaths, he still retained his Auror status. Madame Lahua Chong. A petite Chinese woman with kind, dark shiny black eyes smiled and waved, her black curly hair in a French braid before ending in curls. Madame Chong worked in the International Magical Office of Law with her husband Hai Chong. Both sides of their families remained neutral because in China all magic is taught equally and dark is not hated or feared. Both had grown up in England, but they held their cultural ways close and raised their two children the same way. Niu, their son, had graduated and now working in the same department as his parents. Cho, their daughter, was in her third year of Hogwarts in their old house Ravenclaw. Lord Arnold Macmillan. A short and stout man waved his hand. He had dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. He wasn't that impressive overall, giving a pushover sort of vibe, but he was loyal and hardworking. These traits had given him the placement of Hufflepuff. His son Ernest, Ernie, had followed in his footsteps, both in looks and the attributes that placed him in Hufflepuff as well. Arnold worked for the Portkey office and held his lordship in the Wizengamot. His family had been light for generations. Arnold and his brother Walter had both fought in the Order of the Phoenix. Lady Marigold Parkinson. An elder but blonde version of Pansy nodded her head and raised her hand. She held herself with poise and grace. Born a Malfoy, she had learned very young what was expected of her as a pureblood lady. They could have a career and a life, but they had to learn how to hold themselves in public. She had raised a scandal when she dropped out of Hogwarts to marry Memphis before their daughter was born out of wedlock, but she came back in a storm. Having charity events to raise money for many organizations, being involved in the ministry as much as possible whilst raising her daughter. Making both the Parkinson and Malfoy families proud. Always a firm supporter of the dark, her husband and brother both being Death Eaters. And last, but not least, Tom spoke. Madame Vera Edgecombe. She had the stereotypical Irish look, curly red hair with pale and freckly skin, and bright blue eyes. Her daughter, third year, Marietta, was the spitting image of her. Vera had been a Ravenclaw in her day like her daughter now, and went on to work at the ministry, as a flow network regulator. Vera and her husband Bartley had been light in the war but she hadn't fought. Bartley, on the other hand, was an Auror and had worked hard in the war to bring down Death Eaters. Both were extremely straight-laced and followed the rules without exception, a trait they passed on to Marietta. Albus Dumbledore was not happy. Who did Dion Leckler think he was? Shaking things up. He had lost all the people he had spent years manipulating. Although there were a few light supporters, in among all the dark and neutral, they still hadn't molded much, and even light supporters could be sensitive when it came to their children. If they got suspicious of how he ran Hogwarts, they may even side with the dark, and he knew that they would love to destroy him. Well, thank you for that introduction. I am sure the children are grateful, he said out loud, hiding his true feelings buried below. Well, this board is for the benefit of them after all, Tom said smugly, allowing his true nature to bleed through for a moment, enough to tease Dumbledore without being obvious, leaving the man confused about just who Dion reminded him of. "But this doesn't explain your abrupt arrival," Dumbledore scolded. "Actually, it does, Dumbledore." Amelia Bones spoke up, her voice as stern as she looked. "Our main interest for this taking place in the morning is to introduce the new members to the students. We are available to every student to owl or flow call for any problem, although we do only take problems that your head of house or even headmaster can't handle," she said, her eyes roaming over Albus with skepticism. She didn't think he could manage or handle much and blamed him for the deaths of her family members. "But if you need more, we do have another reason for appearing today," Sirius said, grinning widely. Clearly, whatever it was, it pleased him. Given the man had been a notorious prankster in his schooling years, Dumbledore was concerned. "What may that be, Chairman?" McGonagall asked curiously. When it appeared Albus wouldn't answer, the man's right eyebrow was beginning to twitch. "It has come to our attention, by talking to many students and graduates over the last few weeks, that you still have Cuthbert Binns in your employment. Is this true?" Tom asked professionally. Well, although he wanted to tell them where to take their questions, he knew he couldn't anger them. For now, he had to tread lightly. "Yes, I do still have Professor Binns teaching history. He is a capable teacher, has seen many years and knows his subject," Dumbledore said haughtily. He was taken aback when the board members snorted and many of the students burst into giggles. "Professor Dumbledore," Tom said slowly. He smirked as he pulled out papers from his robes. "We have the results from the last 10 years of NEWT students who sat the exams for History of Magic." He smirked wider as Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock. "Less than 40% of the students, not yearly, but overall, less than 40% have passed." The entire board was glaring at the headmaster, daring him to try to say otherwise. Added to that fact, only 6% of that passed with something above acceptable, Lucius spoke up. "Well, that is unfortunate," Albus said, his grandfatherly persona back. "But, can we really fault a teacher without evidence of it just being students not trying in his subject? We have interviewed many of those graduates, and they all had similar stories of how they felt about the class. The one thing they all had in common was the fact that Cuthbert Binns is a terrible professor," Tom said authoritatively. "This board has decided to remove him from employment. As he is a ghost and taught for many years, he won't be removed from the castle, but he will no longer be teaching here as of this moment," Sirius said gleefully. He had spent his entire Hogwarts years trying to find a way to get rid of Binns. The ghost could bore anyone to death. In fact, Sirius had suggested more than once that the man had managed to even bore himself to death. "Just what am I supposed to do without a history of magic professor?" Dumbledore demanded. "I can't just find one on such short notice." "That is where we come in," Amelia said. "We have already found a replacement. He will be ready to start lessons this morning. All schedules have been rearranged so that the students can start catching up to where they should be," Lucius said imperiously. "I don't even know this person. How am I to know that he is okay to be around the students?" Dumbledore cried. "Do you really think we would hire someone who is a danger to the students?" Tom hissed angrily. "We did the same, if not more, work that you have done in the past to ensure hiring the best possible professor. Now students, please give a warm welcome to Professor Remus Lupin," Tom announced, waving his hands towards the open doors where the new professor stood. The students all stood and clapped loudly. Anyone who was replacing Binns would be a great teacher. Professor Lupin smiled softly and waved shyly. He was tall, standing taller than even Tom's 6 feet, maybe an extra 2 inches in height. He had light brown hair that was streaked with gray even at his young age. He looked exhausted but happy, if the massive grin was any hint. In contrast to his usual shabby and patched robes, he had scars cutting across his face, but it didn't take away the warmth in his green eyes. "Remus, my boy, this is excellent. How did you come by this job?" Dumbledore asked jovially. "Sirius recommended me," Remus said blandly. "Dion owed me with a time to meet the board members and talk about why I wanted the job and what qualifications I had. Dion also found some interesting information whilst going through my folder. Apparently, there is no law yet written that would have kept me from Hogwarts as a student or applying here for a job, only laws on what safety measures must be set up." Remus raised an eyebrow when Dumbledore spluttered. He had idolized the man ever since he said he would keep his secret so that he could attend Hogwarts. Only to discover that Dumbledore hadn't actually done him a favor, that he should have been admitted anyway. None of the other board members had a problem with his lycanthropy, many of which were at Hogwarts when he was. On that topic, Professor Lupin was unfortunately bitten by a werewolf at the tender age of 5. Tom said loudly. Remus tensed. They had spoken about being truthful, but he was still afraid. Sirius' hand on his arm helped relax him. Shockingly, only a few students were looking scared or disgusted. Most looked at him in sympathy and sadness. They weren't running and screaming, but instead, they were upset that he had to suffer such an infliction. There will be precautions on the night of the full moon. The most obvious being after dinner no one is allowed out of their dorms. Heads of houses will be checking. Now, not to worry, you aren't being sent to bed early, but you will have to stay in the common rooms. Professor Lupin will be transforming in the Shrieking Shack, which from here on out is forbidden to all students any day of the month, as it is part of Professor Lupin's property while he is teaching here. Tom said firmly, making sure the students understood the severity of the rules being set in place. Once he was in charge, any and all stigma following werewolves would be demolished. But being straightforward now was keeping students from freaking out, and instead of keeping them looking at him as a human. Of course, if any student is disrespectful because of this, I am sure there are many different punishments that can be dealt out in detentions. Lucius sneered. Since this had started, he had spent a great deal of time with both Sirius Black and Remus Lupin and came to respect them, although he would happily take the Cruciatus Curse before admitting being friendly with those two specific Gryffindors. I am sure the students understand the gravity of the situation, Dumbledore said smoothly, feeling irked at the fact that not only were Leclerc and Malfoy were changing his school, but that Sirius and Remus hadn't mentioned any of this to him. He would have to bring them back to heel. He was careful to keep his expression happy as he added another chair to the head table and welcomed the new History of Magic professor whilst the Board of Governors handed out the new timetables. For the rest of the year, all History of Magic classes were combining all 4 houses instead of splitting them up by 2. This way they had more blocks available to catch them up as one. Finally, the board left with Dumbledore to discuss more in depth the changes happening. And the students left to their new classes chattering excitedly. Hey, darlings. I hope you enjoyed this new chapter, longer than the last few =D. I apologize for any mistakes. Let me know what you thought. Smiley face XXX. Chapter 21. The students of Hogwarts had never had as much gossip as the last 24 hours had brought them. In that short time frame, the hated pet of Argus Filch, Mrs. Norris, had been attacked and left with the threat of the Chamber of Secrets being opened. Then, the Board of Governors had arrived at the school and sacked Professor Binns, replacing him with Professor Lupin. Harry and Hermione walked to their next class side by side, their friends behind them. They had been rather distracted in their previous class, knowing the next lesson was History of Magic. Henry Potter had been declaring rather loudly that Uncle Remus would put the dirty snakes in their place, and bragging about how close he was to the man. Draco was doing a scarily accurate impression of the redhead while they were walking past the corridor where Mrs. Norris was petrified. Filch was still there, futilely trying to clean the words off the wall with Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover. They hurried past, hoping to avoid the yelling he was currently giving 2 first-year Hufflepuff girls. What do you think the new professor will be like? Daphne asked curiously. If we can stay awake in his lessons, then Professor Lupin will surpass Binns 100%. Blaise laughed. Harry listened to his friends chattering behind him distractedly, but apparently his agitation didn't go unnoticed. You going to be all right, Har? Hermione asked in concern. They had herbology previously and been paired up in twos. This meant he had only managed to find time to tell Hermione about how Remus Lupin and Sirius Black were still looking him. I don't know, he replied honestly. Would he be all right? It just seemed too much for him to process right now. In Merlin's name, no matter how mature he appeared at times, he was only 12 years old. He had so many emotions swirling around inside of him, it was very overwhelming. Shocked that they had never given up. They had been separated for over 10 years, after 7 years he could have been legally declared dead. From what Fred had said though, they hadn't even considered giving up, let alone the possibility of him being dead. Happiness that they still loved him. He could feel his entire feeling warm from the knowledge that these two people who hadn't seen him years still felt that level of love for him. They had no idea of who or what he could be, but they still searched. Sadness that they hadn't found him as a child. He couldn't help imagining about how his life could have been different if they had raised him instead of him being sent to the Dursleys. He wouldn't have thought his name was Freak for one thing. he wouldn't have felt the pain of being smacked or being hungry. Guilt, the most powerful emotion of them all. The guilt he felt that Sirius and Remus had been in pain all these years because of him. But most of all, he felt guilty for imagining how life could have turned out. He loved his parents, he adored his sister, and he truly wouldn't wish it any other way, but it didn't stop the thoughts. Harry, you can't blame yourself for them hurting and for wondering what if they had found you, Hermione said with raised eyebrow. How? Harry stuttered. I know you better than anyone, she said lovingly as she wrapped her hand around his. I love you, my own, you are the best sister I could ask for. Harry whispered softly as he gripped her hand back. It reminded him of when they were children and wouldn't go anywhere without holding hands. They even shared a bed until they were 9, too scared to be apart, but their parents were patient and loving. He felt himself grinning. She was right and he knew it. It wasn't his fault, and he wouldn't trade his parents for the wizarding world, but just maybe, he could still have a relationship with Sirius and Remus. Before they knew it, they were standing in front of the history of magic classroom, previously their dullest subject. All second-year students, from all 4 houses, were standing outside the room waiting to be let in. Harry Potter was still standing at the front with his bragging. The door swung open and standing there was Professor Lupin. Welcome everyone. Stand at the back of the class and wait for me to call you forward, he said briskly. Harry and Hermione shared a confused look before shrugging and moving with. The rest of this school needs a reform, and I am starting it in this classroom, Remus said firmly as he looked at all the students before. He had already discussed his plans with the Board of Governors and they had agreed that it would be the best approach to start with. You will each be divided up into groups of 4. This group will be who you sit with, study with and complete projects with. There is absolutely no swapping or complaining. Is that clear? He asked, smiling when he got nods of agreement. Granted, for some, it was reluctantly. Another thing, I will not tolerate any name calling. You will not call classmates mudbloods, blood traitors, Death Eaters or anything similar. It will result in detention or loss of points. Continue to do so and you will be asked to leave the lesson. A few students had pinched expressions but most didn't seem bothered by the rules. When I call your names you will step forwards and take a desk with your assigned peers. Your partners will be based on your exam results from last year, and from what I've heard from your other teachers about your interactions with classmates. Several students shared looks of worry. Hopefully they wouldn't be paired with people they didn't like just to learn to get along. Hopefully each group will have 1 student from each house, and 2 girls and 2 boys. But some may not due to number of students vary per house. I will be reading them out in the order of house. Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin, Remus said as he looked down at the paper which had all the students' names down for him. Neville Longbottom, Susan Bones, Lisa Turpin, Hartford Riddle. Harry and Neville sighed in relief at being together. They were friends, getting closer all the time, and the girls were hard workers, in the top 20 students if he remembered correctly. Seamus Finnegan, Justin Finch Fletchley, Padma Patil, Hermione Riddle. Hermione rolled her eyes as she moved. Padma was all right, very studious like herself but quiet, which growing up with Harry, Hermione wasn't used to. Justin was okay, a bit of a follower and terrified of anything Slytherin. But Finnegan was a pain, always with Potter parading around. Dean Thomas, Hannah Abbott, Michael Corner, Luna Lovegood. Luna grinned happily as she skipped over to Hannah. She liked the shy and sweet girl. Michael was nice too. Hopefully Dean would be nicer away from his friends and with nicer people. Ronald Weasley, Megan Jones, Morag McDougal, Vincent Crabbe. Weasley was groaning loudly as he made his way to a table, uncaring of where his other partners wanted to sit. Lavender Brown, Wayne Hopkins, Terry Boot, Blaise Zabini. Blaise sauntered happily over to his partners, all of whom, miraculously, seemed to their own houses gossiper, including himself. Parvati Patil, Ernest Macmillan, Anthony Goldstein, Daphne Greengrass. Daphne shrugged. Parvati was all right for a Gryffindor, although she didn't know the boys that well. Sophie Roper, Sally Ann Perks, Stephen Cornfoot, Theodore Knott. Theo grinned happily. None of them were annoying or loud, so he could easily get along with them. Although he was shocked Sophie Roper was back. She hadn't come back at the start of the school year due to being in St. Mungo's in a breathing bubble while she was treated for pneumonia. Faye Dunbar, Kevin Entwistle, Roger Malone. Pansy Parkinson. Pansy walked gracefully to her seat, smiling politely at her partners. From what she had heard from Neville, she would get along with Faye famously. Lily Moon. Oliver Rivers. Mandy Brocklehurst. Draco Malfoy. Draco smirked and joined his classmates. He wasn't with Potter, and for that he thanked magic. The last group will be a group of 5. Henry Potter. Leanne Clover. Sue Lee. Gregory Goyle. Millicent Bulstrode. Potter proceeded to do the same as Weasley, much to his partner's disgust. Now, we can move on to our studies, Remus said, grinning at the students. He didn't care for those that were unhappy, they wouldn't be swapping. Now, from your old professor's notes, I have gathered you are studying the International Warlock Convention of 1289. He asked, laughing when he only got groans in response, with a few heads banging on the desks in the background. I am kidding. Professor Binns was my teacher when I attended Hogwarts. I understand the torture you have suffered. Thankfully you only had to suffer him for a year and a bit. I suffered all 7 of my schooling years, he said, smiling when the students looked at him horrified. Now, to start you off, I figured we would start with something easy and work our way up. We will be starting with the magical history of our very own school. Remus grinned even wider when the students all looked happy at this news. So who can tell me anything about Hogwarts? He asked curiously, smiling when a number of hands went up. So you will have to help me out until I have learned all your names and faces, Remus said, chuckling as he pointed at a student at random. Although he would figure them out rather quickly due to his heightened sense of smell. Daphne Greengrass. The blonde offered, smiling. Hogwarts was founded sometime in the 10th century, no one knows the exact date. It was founded by 4 witches and wizards, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin. These become the houses in which the students are sorted into. The sorting hat that actually sorts us belonged to Godric Gryffindor himself. All 4 founders pushed their pure magic into it, enchanting it with their intelligence. Although she was smart and precise, she didn't come across as a know-it-all or arrogant. Well done. 5 points to Slytherin. Anyone else? Remus asked, looking out. Yes, Henry Potter. He asked when he saw the boy practically leaning out of his seat to get his attention. Godric Gryffindor was the most powerful of the 4 and Salazar Slytherin hated Muggleborns, he said smugly while sending a quick glare at the 2 Slytherins in his group, both of whom glared back as they cracked their knuckles. 10 points from Gryffindor. I warned you about making comments about other houses in that manner. Remus growled in displeasure. Henry's mouth dropped open in shock. How dare Remus not side with him and take that many points? The 4 founders were equally powerful and knowledgeable. Yes, history has made out that Salazar Slytherin hated Muggleborns and did not want them attending Hogwarts. But a reason had never been discovered. All we have are speculations. Remus said firmly. He would not have any student using that against the Slytherins. He may have believed it in his youth, but he had grown up now. Severus Snape was a Slytherin, but a fantastic potions teacher and head of house. Lucius Malfoy and Marigold Parkinson were previous Slytherins, but since he had met them in his interview with the board, he could see that they only cared about their children and their education at Hogwarts. Sirius' favorite cousins were also past Slytherin students, Andromeda and Cassiopeia, both of whom had become loving mothers and caring women. Oh come on. Everyone knows Slytherins are evil. They even opened the Chamber of Secrets last night. Ron cried out angrily, Henry voicing his agreement. 25 points from Gryffindor. If I have to take more points, then you will also have detention, Remus snapped. That's not fair. Henry whined. Detention, Mr. Potter. Uncle Remus. Henry cried out. Do you want to make it a week's detention? You do not address me as such in class. I am your professor, Remus snapped. Harry was barely containing his glee watching boy hero get dressed down so thoroughly. Neville, who was sitting next to him, was suppressing his own amusement. Although Lisa Turpin and Susan Bones seemed to be torn between giggling at Henry's horrified expression or being angry and disgusted at how he was talking to a professor. Now, unless Mr. want to interrupt our lesson even more than they already have, we can get back to the lesson, Remus said sternly, taking a pause to give them time to speak up, before continuing. Does anyone else have anything to add that isn't a derogatory comment? He asked the class in a gentler voice but still with a warning tone, smiling when another student raised his hand timidly. Yes. Justin Finch Fletchley. the Hufflepuff said softly. Each of the founders had their own subject that they all taught while they were here in Hogwarts. They weren't just headmasters or headmistresses. Well done. Do you know what they each taught? He asked with an encouraging smile. Helga Hufflepuff taught herbology, and she was also the secondary healer at the school, the matron being her younger sister Hetty Hufflepuff. Rowena Ravenclaw was the only one to teach an elective. She taught the study of ancient runes. Godric Gryffindor taught 2 classes, Defense Against the Dark Arts, which was curriculum, and Dueling, which was optional and only taught 3 times a week after the last class and before dinner. Salazar Slytherin was the potions professor, and he occasionally helped out in dueling, as he was a formidable opponent in his own right. Most of the class had wide eyes in shock. Justin was a shy boy by nature and very soft-spoken. To hear him speak so much and so confidently left them in awe. Perhaps he had been underestimated. Very well done, Mr. Finch Fletchley. Very impressive. Take 15 points for Hufflepuff, Remus said, grinning widely. Anyone else? Remus asked, looking around, surprised when students were shrugging or looking confused. Apparently the state of their knowledge was worse than he had thought. Nobody? He asked, shaking his head. Okay then, now I don't believe in a strict structure in lessons for learning. So keeping Hogwarts history in mind, what would you like to learn? The class was shocked. Never had they been asked what they wanted to know before. A number of hands were raised all over the classroom. All the students were intrigued. Even Weasley and Potter, who were both still sulking over the telling off. Yes? Remus asked, pointing at a student at random. Padma Patil, the Ravenclaw said softly. I was just wondering, before when you said history tells us that Slytherin hated Muggleborns, but it was only speculation, why did you sound disgusted when saying history? Good question. Remus smirked, nodding at the girl. You can never trust just one source, and occasionally even a few sources. Can anyone tell me why? He asked, looking around at the class. Yes. Michael Corner, a long dark-haired Ravenclaw boy, spoke. Well, they can be written by people who are biased to certain events, like all the books on the Goblin Wars are written by wizards, not goblins. He said, stumbling over his words as he realized everyone was watching and listening to him intently. Exactly. Remus cried, delighted. 5 points to Ravenclaw. I like the phrase. History books are written by the victors. If you keep this in mind, you will be able to read between the lines and see the truth below. Anyone else? He asked, grinning when hands went up all over the classroom again. Yes. Lavender Brown Professor, the Gryffindor girl said, smiling at him. Could you tell us the history of the Chamber of Secrets? She asked hesitantly. Remus looked like he wanted to tell her off, much like he had her housemates, but she seemed genuinely curious. His pale green eyes scanning the class and finding many looking interested, he let out a sigh before nodding. You are aware that what we do know about the Chamber of Secrets is myth, not history, right? It has never been confirmed, let alone actually found. When the students nodded their heads in understanding, Remus began to pace in front of them as he started the tale. Most myth or legends start with a basis of truth. Many magical historians and mythologists have said that Slytherin built a chamber in secret. This not accurate. What we do know from the founders' own journals is that each of them built their own secret chambers that they hid within the walls of Hogwarts. Each chamber can only be accessed by their own heirs. No one has any idea of where they could be, except maybe their descendants. A lot of history reports that Salazar Slytherin didn't want those of impure blood tainting Hogwarts, Muggleborns. He argued about it with his fellow founders, and they say that eventually it drove a wedge between Godric and Salazar, who were best friends. Salazar left the school, but before he did, he closed his chamber. It is said that it would remain closed until his true heir returned and opened it, and by doing so would release the horror within. Potter and Weasley were looking smug, but kept quiet after a glare from their professor. Professor, sir, do you believe that is the truth? A Ravenclaw asked softly. I don't know, Terry Boot, the boy stated quickly, gaining a smile and nod from Remus. Salazar Slytherin didn't have any books published since he left Hogwarts, never once explaining what had happened or his true thoughts. Almost everything we know are just people's opinions on him and his beliefs. What did they mean by the horror within? Hannah Abbott asked fearfully. Legend has it that the chamber was home to a monster to purge Hogwarts of the impure blood. Remus sighed reluctantly. All his Slytherin students were keeping themselves impassive, but he knew that it must be difficult for them during such a time. Of course that was part of the myth. The only thing we know for sure is that each of the founders had their own chambers hidden here for their descendants. Remus said, soothing the student's nerves more than he had thought he could. Professor? A voice called out with a hand raising to accompany it. Yes? Wayne Hopkins. The student supplied. Hasn't the chamber been opened before? Remus looked startled. I don't know, I do not recall anything of the sort being announced, he said, shaking his head. Something like this couldn't be hidden, could it? Surely everyone would have heard about it. Well, that is all we have time for today. I want an essay on any part of Hogwarts history to be handed in next lesson. The class groaned, but it was light-hearted. They had all enjoyed the lesson much more than any other previous class that had been taught by Binns. The students all stood together, gathering up their bags and leaving, all talking to their friends about their new professor and his class. Harry was joined by Hermione and their friends, grinning before heading for lunch in the Great Hall. That was pretty good for a first lesson, Hermione said happily. If his lessons continue on like today's, then we may actually learn enough to pass the class. Theo agreed, nodding his head quickly. The best part was him yelling at Weasley and Potter. Harry grinned dreamily as he replayed it in his mind. Mr. and Miss Riddle. They all turned at Severus' voice. You two are coming with me, he said authoritatively. Your friends can go to lunch without you. He dismissed them easily, smirking when they hurried to comply. What's going on, Uncle Sev? Harry whispered. Your father is in my office waiting for you, Severus murmured without breaking his stride. Hey everyone. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. Smiley face. Let me know in reviews. Sorry this chapter wasn't much, but you got a taste of Remus teaching and being around Harry. I can't believe how quickly I finished this chapter. That being said, I am sorry for any mistakes. See you lovelies next update. Chapter 22. Severus Snape's office was in the dungeons, much like the potions classroom and the Slytherin dormitory. Hartford and Hermione followed their uncle down the cold corridors. Moving portraits hung all over the walls, watching the three walking past their destination. A large portrait was before them, the woman within reading a potions book in a large comfy recliner with a muggle cigarette dangling carelessly from her left hand, a cocktail on the side table. She was tall, even sitting down that was obvious. She had a long oblong-shaped face, age lines giving her the look of someone in their 40s. She wasn't very pretty by any means. Her black eyes were wide, bug-like, and too far apart. Her long black hair was lank and greasy, reaching down past her shoulders. Her cheeks were sunken, giving her cheekbones a very prominent look. Her skin waxy, as she had never seen the sun. A permanent scowl rested on her resting features. Severus coughed, gaining the portrait's attention. The scowl deepened as she looked up to see who dared bothered her. It happened within a second, a blink and it would have been missed, but her demeanor changed. Her thin lips spread into a beautiful smile. Her black eyes sparkled with happiness. It was like it was a different woman before them. Severus. She spoke softly with love and tenderness, her hand reaching for him, but unable to leave the painting. Hello, mother. Severus returned just as warmly, his own potion-stained, long-fingered hand reaching up to touch hers. When he had first been made potions professor by Albus Dumbledore all those years ago, he had pulled the portrait of his mother, Eileen Snape née Prince, from his home and placed it as his room's guardian. He had been forever grateful that she had the portrait done shortly before her death in 1977. He had only just finished 6th year and came home to discover his muggle father had been arrested for her murder. Hartford, Hermione. She greeted softly, her eyes flickering to them before returning to her son. Lady Prince. They chorused politely. Did everything go according to plan this morning? Eileen asked her son as she sat back down, crossing one leg under the other, resting her hands on her lap. Yes, it did. Binns is gone. The wolf has taken his place. Tom and Lucius have control of the Board of Governors and seem to be well liked by all the members. Severus said with smirk. Speaking of Tom, he is currently enjoying your 1900 aged bottle of fire whiskey, she said, chuckling when her son cursed under his breath. Boomslang. He spat the password, shaking his head as his mother continued to laugh as they entered his office. His office was cold and desolate. The floor and ceiling were made of concrete, the walls of dark bricks. It was rectangular in shape. His large stone desk sat at the end, like a tunnel leading those towards their doom. Harry chuckled softly. Gryffindor. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaws must be terrified every time they had to meet the potion's master here. It was great for intimidation. "What is so amusing, Hartford?" Severus asked with an amused glint in his black eyes, as if he knew but was asking anyway. "Very intimidating. I can just see the weak pissing their pants when they get called in," Harry said, chuckling again with a smirk that was directly inherited from his father. "It suits the persona you portray to Dumbledore and the rest of the students." Hermione added approvingly as her and Harry's eyes roamed over the rest of the room, taking it all in. The walls on the left and right side had stone shelves coming out from them. Each shelf was covered completely with potions ingredients. This was his own personal storage. The potions classroom had its own storage room. The fireplace behind his desk was dark, with burnt-out logs and ash. "I do try," Severus said dryly as he watched them look around. Although it worked in his favor as being seen as a cold and harsh man, the actual reason for his office being so empty was rather simple. He was a potions master, and his office doubled as his own private brewing room. Many of the ingredients could be damaged with too much light or heat. With his rooms being so cold and dark, he only needed to rely on charms to protect them on the rare occasions he did have a fire going. Moreover, potions were extremely volatile and it was easier to prevent environmental accidents in such rooms as Severus. "Your father will be in my private rooms," Severus said as he reached his hand out to his fireplace. On the side was a small hole. Placing his wand in it, Severus smirked when Harry and Hermione's jaws dropped as the fireplace vanished from view, leaving behind a door. "It is charmed, so only allowed wands will open and unlock the door. Any other wand will reveal the door, but they then have to knock and wait for me. Apparently I made a mistake allowing your father access," Severus joked as he opened the door to present his own rooms. "That hurts, Severus." Tom smirked as he stood up and placed his glass of fire whiskey on the side table. "You don't have a heart to get hurt," Severus scoffed with a smirk, his eyes laughing when Tom sent him a glare. "Father!" Harry and Hermione cried happily, racing to his side as he opened his arms and hugged them tight. "You didn't tell us you were taking over the Board of Governors," Harry accused from where he was still under his father's comforting arm. Tom grinned down at his son, who so resembled himself at that age. "I wasn't certain it would work and didn't want to get your hopes up," he said, his rough voice full of love. "So you came from History of Magic, didn't you?" Tom asked as he sat down in a black dragon leather armchair, raising an eyebrow at his children. "How was Professor Lupin?" "Satisfactory, I hope." "Lupin is wicked." Harry grinned widely. Of course, not all of his happiness was from the man's teaching style. "He has an unusual style of teaching. Let us ask questions about history, starting with Hogwarts, and then giving a lecture on the facts and what's important for us to know." Hermione nodded thoughtfully as she and Harry sat down in a double-seater couch. "Really?" Tom asked, smiling, ignoring Severus' snort. The man still hated all the Marauders and hadn't agreed with appointing Remus Lupin onto the faculty. The way he told the history of the Chamber of Secrets was, well, odd, I guess the word is, Harry said, unaware of the danger he creating. He didn't seem to hate Slytherins, or believe that Salazar wanted to kill all Muggle-borns, he mused. Just why was the Chamber of Secrets brought up as a subject? Tom asked, dangerously quiet. Red eyes, instead of a dark wine red, were now crimson and narrowed in displeasure. Harry gulped, leaning back and slightly into Hermione's right side. "We have some news on that front," Severus spoke, taking Tom's attention. "Dumbledore and Potter have been working to keep everything under wraps, going as far to rescind flow call authorization of the staff, although I suspect Potter still can. Because of suspicions, I couldn't risk sending mail to anyone either. Wouldn't put Dumbledore past reading my letters," Severus snarled. "Just what is being held from parents and the public?" Tom asked, dread and anger settling in his stomach. "The Chamber of Secrets, it's been opened," Severus spoke tightly. The first crack was quiet, but in the silence that followed Severus' statement it was enough to startle both Harry and Hermione. Tom's hand was clenched around his tumbler glass. A small glisten of his whiskey stained the thin line. Suddenly the glass shattered into tiny icicles, covering the floor at his feet like snow. His crimson eyes filled with anger as they swung to look at his children. "And pray tell, just how was the chamber opened? Only 3 people have the gift of Parseltongue. I had hoped my own children would be smart enough to find the chamber to use as an escape room, yet not open it and risk being outed to Dumbledore," Tom screamed, causing Harry to flinch backwards. I told you the story of what happened whilst I was a student so you could learn from it. In his fury, Tom's magic was creating a slight wind that was gusting. Tom! Severus snapped, bringing his friend out of his state. Shaking his head, Tom sat back down, running his hands over his face before staring at the twins. What happened? He demanded. Well, see, we haven't found it yet, Harry said, wincing when his father's eyes snapped over to him. Talk. I sort of lost the diary, Harry stuttered out. You sort of lost it? Tom stood up. His voice was calm and icy cold as he spoke, red eyes glowing in anger. It was worse than the previous yelling. How could you be so irresponsible and idiotic? I told you what that diary was and warned you about not taking care of it. Tom spat in anger, and for the first time in years, Harry flinched away from his father in fear. Tom caught the movement and his heart went cold. He had promised to never hurt his children, to raise and love them in the way he hadn't been. His vision and focus narrowing down on the twins, Harry leaning into his sister's side for protection. Then, the sight before him began to change. It was 8 years ago. The twins had been with him for 6 months. It had not been easy. Neither child was inclined to believe that they were finally safe, despite their eagerness to leave with him the day he found them. Cassiopeia Black was the perfect choice for their mother. She had fallen in love with the toddlers the second she saw them. She was kind and caring, giving off warmth and love with every word and look. She was finally breaking through with them, but so far they remained wary of Tom. But he was nothing if not determined to prove himself worthy of being their father. When he first found them at his old orphanage, experimenting with their magic, he had been incensed that any magical child could be placed there. Upon discovering that the boy was in fact the very child that caused him to become injured and forced him into hiding 3 years ago, he had decided to use it for his own advantage. By taking him in, he could ensure the boy's loyalty was to him, and the light would never have their true savior. That plan changed rather rapidly. Both children had weaved their way into his heart, their frightened eyes, terrified cries at night, and the way they needed him and Cassie to survive, how they wanted love but too fearful to trust it. He had stalked through the halls of the manor, a war raging on the inside of him. 2 different sides of him fighting for dominance. Voldemort wanted to use the boy, turn him against his family and destroy them, but Tom, the boy who had been unloved and hated, he wanted to protect and cherish them forever. To be the father that Morphin Gaunt had robbed him of. He was so deep inside of his own thoughts that he hadn't noticed where his heart and feet were taking him. Before he knew it, he was in front of the room his new children shared. It had seemed to calm them down, and keep the worst nightmares at bay being together. Cassiopeia had informed him that most mornings she would find them sharing a bed, sleeping intertwined together with peaceful smiles upon their faces. Taking a stealing breath, Tom pushed his hand against the door, softly opening it, leaving the 2 souls inside, unaware of his presence. Peering his head into the room, his eyes quickly sought out the twins. A soft smile graced his mouth. They were on the floor together, almost identical as they giggled and babbled back and forth. He frowned as he strained to hear them. Their talking didn't sound like normal toddler babble. He leant forward and focused, only to surge back in shock. They were babbling in Parseltongue. It didn't make much sense, being that they were still chopping up words and sentences like 4-year-olds, but it was still very clearly Parseltongue. #neonate. Why did you stop? A voice hissed. Tom looked up, to see his familiar wrapped around Harry and Hermione's feet. Giggling, the twins resumed rubbing their hands down her scales. Nagini had been his familiar since before he knew what a familiar was. She was as old as he was, due to being a magical snake bound by familiar magic. She would not die of natural causes until Tom himself did. She had been his first ever friend, finding him at Wool's orphanage after his first beating from Mrs. Cole. He was only just 3 years old and he had been punished for his first burst of accidental magic. He had been starving and summoned food from the kitchen to his bedroom. She had sworn to stand by his side through everything and protect him as much as she could. Apparently that extended to his children as well. He chuckled when Nagini started to hiss in pleasure, swaying her head softly side to side as she began to doze. Unfortunately, his chuckle alerted the children to his presence. Hermione squeaked, her green eyes wide, arms wrapping around Nagini, as if to stop Tom from taking her away. #too tight neonate. Nagini hissed her displeasure, but the giant snake still wrapped her body around the child to give comfort. Harry hadn't made a sound but instead scurried away to hide, but his short, sharp, gasping breaths made it easy to find him, under the bed. Tom sighed and got down on his stomach to be at Harry's level. He smiled softly. "Come on, son, it is okay. I am not going to hurt you," he promised. Harry's green eyes full of tears looked at him desperately, obviously wanting to believe it. I so sorry," the boy sobbed out. "What are you sorry for?" Tom asked, confused. "Freaks Dawn, Avenue Fun. Freaks Dawn, serve toys. Freaks Dawn, got love. Bad freak." Harry whispered the mantra, as if he had it memorized, his tears leaking over and staining his cheeks. Tom felt a flash of anger and hatred toward those that had made his son believe this, but he hid it behind his occlumency walls, keeping his expression placid for the scared child. "Child, you are not a freak. You deserve everything. I will give you the world," Tom promised. "I wish I could have saved you sooner, my child, but you are mine now. I will never allow anything to happen to you." He held his hand out for the child. He waited patiently. It was worth it. When he grabbed his hand, he felt a warmth spread through his body, his lips growing into a smile. "I have you now," he swore as he pulled the tiny child into his chest and held him tight, opening his other arm for Hermione. The girl gave a tentative smile before snuggling into him like his son. His son and daughter. His to love. His to protect. It was in that moment that he knew his children would only ever know Tom, the loving father. They would know Voldemort, but Voldemort would not ever be directed towards them. He was brought out of his memories by 3 different reactions to his anger. Hermione was on her feet screaming at him in defense of her brother. Even before the adoption, the twins had a bond that even their parents couldn't hope to have with them. But even with his daughter's angry tirade, he could only focus on his son's whimpering as he burrowed into Severus' robes while his godfather whispered soothingly into his ear. Powerful and overwhelming guilt flooded him. Running over to his son, he cradled him into his arms. Even after the 8 years of loving care, Harry was small for his age. The abuse both Harry and Hermione had endured during their first few years had stunted their bodies. They would always be smaller than their peers. Once his son was safely bundled in his arms, Tom paced the room singing one of the songs Harry and Hermione had loved to fall asleep to when they had first started to trust him. Sunny days and starry nights and lazy afternoons. You're counting castles in the clouds and humming little tunes. But somehow right before your eyes the sunlight fades away. Everything is different, and everything has changed. If you feel lost, and on your own, and far from home, you're never alone, you know. Just think of your friends, the ones who care. They all will be waiting there, with love to share. And your heart will lead you home. Funny how a photograph can take you back in time, to places and embraces that you THND. They're trying to remind you that you're not the only one, that no one is an island. When all is said and done, if you feel lost and on your own, and far from home, you're never alone, you know. Just think of your friends, the ones who care. They all will be waiting there, with love to share. And your heart will lead you home. Tom's smooth tenor voice trembled with emotion as he held his son close, Harry's arms winding up and around his father's neck, taking the love and comfort offered. He sat down on the large one-seater again, rolling Harry to his side, making room for Hermione, who quickly cuddled in, reaching a hand across to grab Harry's with a loving smile. She was rather shaken by the harsh anger from her father, and needed the comfort like her brother. Severus' deep silky voice joined Tom's as they continued the song together, their voices harmonizing flawlessly. There'll come a day when you're losing your way, and you won't know where you belong. They say that home is where your heart is. So follow your heart, know that you can't go wrong. If you feel lost and on your own, and far from home, you're never alone, you know. Just think of your friends, the ones who care. They all will be waiting there, with love to share. And your heart will lead you home. If you feel lost and on your own, and far from home, you're never alone, you know. Just think of your friends, the ones who care. They all will be waiting there, with love to share. And your heart will lead where you belong. I know your heart will lead you home. Hartford. Tom whispered. My prince. He shook his head when Harry's tear-stained face peered up at him. He lovingly ran his hand over the red cheeks, wiping the tears away. I am so sorry. I promise to never hurt you, and no matter how angry I get, I will never break that promise. Harry nodded as he listened to his father's soft and soothing tone, his ears resting over Tom's chest, listening to his heartbeat. "That is the same for you, my princess," Tom whispered, kissing both Harry and Hermione on the foreheads. "I'm weak," Harry muttered in disgust. In equal parts he wanted to soak up his family's love, and run away, hiding his meltdown from the outside world. "You are not weak," Tom growled lowly. "You wouldn't have freaked out," Harry said petulantly. "You seem to forget that you are also only 12 years old. Would you have freaked out at my age?" Harry demanded. "If I had a family that I trusted and felt safe enough with to lower my masks, then yes. But I didn't, I had to keep it hidden." "But my child, would you have broken down in front of Dumbledore, the Potters or your Gryffindor classmates?" Tom asked with a raised eyebrow, chuckling when Harry shook his head scandalized. "There you have it. You got scared, that is natural, but you only let yourself show it because you knew deep down that you were safe," Tom said, grinning when his son nodded happily before moving to sit up on his own, although not leaving the chair he shared with his father and sister. "Now, I didn't mean to lose myself, but this is serious, Harry," Tom said firmly. "I know, father," Harry nodded resignedly. "But we have a plan for finding it. We have people in every house keeping an eye out for it," Hermione spoke up. "We have just told them that it is a family heirloom, not what it truly is," Tom nodded. "Good. Dumbledore's suspicious, but we will figure something out, I promise," Harry said solemnly. "I know you will. I will as well, in case you need help," Tom promised. "Oh, but Fred knows who you are now, because of it," Harry chirped, happy again as he thought of the Gryffindor's reaction. "How did your soulmate take it?" Tom asked, although from the brilliant beam coming from his son, he already had a conclusion of how it went. Both Tom and Severus were startled by both children giggling wildly. "He said that he had suspected that you were a high-ranking Death Eater and that being the Dark Lord wasn't that much of a difference." Tom contorted his face into a mock expression of horror as Severus laughed. "Excuse me?" Tom demanded. "I am better than some Death Eater," he sniffed imperiously. "If it's not that much of a difference, I reckon I should be allowed to be a Dark Lord too," Severus announced childishly. He rarely let go and just enjoy life, but this family he had, they brought it out of him easily. "You wish." Tom shot him down quickly while still pretending to be offended. "This peasant, he must be taught. Take him to the dungeons." Harry and Hermione had collapsed into uncontrollable giggles on the couch watching their father and uncle play around, completely carefree. "No. I am the Dark Lord," Severus shouted as he brandished his wand at Tom. "The dungeons are my domain." "You answer to me. It is only your domain because I allow it," Tom declared pompously as he pulled his own wand out with a smirk that wouldn't look out of place on the devil. Their impromptu play duel was interrupted when a silver shadow burst into the room abruptly. The blinding light slowly faded, leaving the silver mist flying there in the distinct shape of a bird, but not just any bird. A phoenix. Severus' expression changed from happiness and carefree to anger and annoyance as the silvery shadow bird opened its mouth to speak. Surprisingly to Harry and Hermione, it wasn't a bird's squawk that came out, but the voice of Headmaster Dumbledore. "Heads of houses, please ensure all your students are in their dorms, then proceed to my office for an emergency meeting. Another attack has happened. This time on a student. Then like it was never there, it vanished. Hey lovelies. I am truly sorry about how long this chapter took to bring out. I just lost my train of thoughts with it and scrapped it 3 times before I was even happy enough to start editing and fixing it up. But I was finally happy, and I truly hope you were too. This chapter is longer than usual because I couldn't bring myself to count the song as actual story so next chapter will be back to normal size. Maybe. By the way, It Is Your Heart Will Lead You Home by Kenny Loggins. It is also from the Tigger movie. Let me know what you liked or didn't like and add me on Facebook, Remade, so that you can see some character pictures and get more information as it comes. I am working on some family trees for you. Thank you for reading. I will see you all next update XXXXX. Chapter 23 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Thank you for arriving so promptly. I trust there was no issues with finding all the students? Dumbledore asked, his blue eyes void of his usual twinkle, his eyes instead dull. It was like the wizard had aged years since breakfast that morning. He was standing in front of his chair at the large circular table where all staff meetings took place. Sitting around looking somber and waiting for news were most of the professors. On one side of Dumbledore was James and Lily Potter, on the other Minerva McGonagall. Phileas Flitwick and Pomona Sprout were next from Minerva, the three heads of houses looking serious and worried. Next to Lily Potter was the newly instated Remus Lupin, who didn't look comfortable next to his previous friend. Beside Pomona Sprout was Gilderoy Lockhart, much to her displeasure, if her leaning away from him and into Phileas was any notion. Aurora Sinistra, the astronomy professor, was on the other side of the Dada professor, looking just as disgruntled as the man sat there, looking happily oblivious to the seriousness of the situation. Next to Remus Lupin were two other elective professors. Sylvanus Kettleburn, care of magical creatures, and Septima Victor, arithmancy, both looking tired and worn. They were some of the oldest professors still employed at Hogwarts besides the headmaster himself. Bathsheba Babbling was beside her old-time friend and colleague Aurora Sinistra, whispering in her ear softly, most likely Roald and Hex Gilderoy. Looking extremely awkward and distressed to be out of her tower, Sybil Trelawney, the divination professor, was beside Septima Victor. Rolanda Hooch, the flying professor and referee, coach of Quidditch, was a kind soul and was speaking soothingly to the worried Sybil Trelawney. Severus Snape was the final professor, seated between Rolanda Hooch and Bathsheba Babbling, and directly opposite Dumbledore. His black eyes roamed with a slight shine, knowing that Tom was currently contacting the rest of the governors before making his next move regarding Dumbledore. "Is it true, Albus?" Lily tittered worriedly, her hand clenching James's tightly, ignoring the man's wince of pain. "Has a student really been attacked?" "Yes, my dear." Albus spoke gravely. Severus had to fight to not roll his eyes as she went sheet white and her green eyes went wide in panic. They had all received the Patronus, and Dumbledore wouldn't have joked about it. He could hardly believe that he had considered himself in love with that harpy shrew of a woman. Although he had to admit that randomly, out of absolutely nowhere, he would get floods of emotion, like back in school, and then it would fade again. But while concerning, not in need of immediate worry and attention. "Who was it?" Pomona asked sadly. Thankfully she had every badger in their common rooms, but nonetheless, it was still a student. Someone that they as professors were charged to keep safe. Severus raised his eyebrow as Minerva stood up with tears in her eyes. "A Gryffindor." "Muggle-born second-year Dean Thomas," Minerva said, her voice wavering. "He was found just down from the library, in a small alcove. It appears he was making his way back to the Gryffindor common rooms from the library where he had been tutoring the first years, and was attacked just before the first flight of stairs." Severus had to hold in a snort of laughter at the idea of any of Potter's three lackeys helping anyone, let alone tutoring first years. Although that begged the question, what had the boy been doing? The thought brought back memories of only a few weeks past when he had found Thomas, Finnegan, Weasley and Potter harassing the Slytherin and Ravenclaw first years as they came out of astronomy night class. It made him wonder if their own house wasn't safe from the horrible foursome. He was broad of his musing when Remus Lupin spoke up. "When will his parents arrive?" "My boy?" Dumbledore asked. His voice was soft and confused, but his eyes were daring the man to continue. "Well, all parents are informed and then given the chance to see any injured child," Remus said, his Gryffindor attributes pushing him through the dangerous water he was treading. "Oh, of course, but as his parents are Muggles, they wouldn't truly understand petrification and I don't want to worry them needlessly." "Needlessly?" Remus breathed in horror. "They deserve to know what happened to their son no matter their blood status. I am his head of house." Minerva snapped finally. "The headmaster is right. The amount of times I've had Muggle parents freak out over something that is an easy fix. If they don't need to be worried and scared witless, then I won't do it." Severus sneered at the woman. She was always in Dumbledore's pocket, siding with him and neglecting her duties as a head of house. And if he was to tell his parents after being restored to normal by the mandrakes? Severus drawled demeaningly, one black eyebrow raised, stifling a snort when Dumbledore and McGonagall shared wide-eyed glances. Clearly they had not planned for any possibilities beyond "it must work because we planned it." Out of the corner of his eye he noticed Remus Lupin giving him an appraising look. Holding back a sneer, he kept his black eyes firmly on Dumbledore. Hopefully the self-righteous, arrogant and hypocritical man's world would come crashing down around him. Severus silently thanked Lady Magic for blessing the prince line, his mother's maiden family, with the magical talent for legilimency and occlumency. Because of her gift, he was able to hide his malicious glee behind his occlumency shield, which unsurprisingly was a potions lab, with all his thoughts and memories hidden in ingredient jars. Well, that could be an issue, but I am sure young Mr. Thomas can be reasoned with. Dumbledore set his grandfather mask firmly back in place. You plan on convincing a 12-year-old to not tell his family he was petrified? A horrified voice demanded. As Dumbledore and the other professors snapped their heads to the side where the entrance door was, Severus allowed a smirk to grace his face briefly, a smirk which was caught by Remus. Amelia, my dear. Dumbledore greeted warmly, but his blue eyes were iced in anger, and his teeth clenched. Only those who truly knew him could see beyond the facade. It's Madam Bones, I am here in a professional manner. Amelia snarked. She eyed Dumbledore and McGonagall distrustfully. She had been there long enough waiting for the right moment to reveal herself. What kind of situation would bring you to us today? The headmaster asked coldly enough that the others, who were usually blind to the man's faults, noticed. You know exactly why we are here. A wheezing voice spoke. Remus' golden eyes widened. In shock as Minister Fudge stepped out from behind Amelia with a smug Lucius and redisguised Tom at his side. Severus would be forever grateful that Tom had been with him when the Patronus appeared, just for Dumbledore's expression of shock alone. Unfortunately, the headmaster managed to get a hold of himself rather quickly. Cornelius, what in Merlin's name are you doing here? Amelia dear, you felt the need to bother the minister with silly little school issues? Dumbledore asked in a soft and grave tone paired with his trademark disappointed expression. Silly little school issue? Cornelius' shrill voice caused everyone in the room to wince. The portly man had managed to imitate the sound of a wand on a chalkboard, something no one would have thought possible. A child has been petrified. We are handling it, Dumbledore said dispassionately. He was deeply annoyed that both the school board and ministry were interfering in Hogwarts. He was the leader of the Light, the defeater of Grindelwald, chief warlock of the Wizengamot. How dare they doubt him, or treat him like one of the untrustworthy Slytherins he keeps an eye on? Really, headmaster? And what measures have you taken? Amelia asked, an eyebrow raised as she stared him down. Measures, my dear? He asked in strained politeness. To prevent another student being attacked, she clarified sharply. Well, we have yet to discuss that, due to your unceremonious arrival. Dumbledore smiled. I had planned to inform all the professors of an earlier curfew being put in place. His benign grandfather persona back in place. A curfew? Lucius asked incredulously. That is all? Tom joined in playing the perfect horrified parent. Albus, surely you know that an earlier curfew won't keep the children in their dorms. The normal curfew barely does. Remus agreed. You would know, your bloody marauders were the worst culprits. Severus snorted derisively, smirking when the wolf sent him an exasperated look and James sent a snarl in his direction. It was the first real reaction James had shown since arriving for the meeting. He had been unusually docile. Oh, like you weren't out there breaking curfew planning evil attacks on our classmates. James snapped. Severus' eyes narrowed as he opened his mouth to retort. James, Severus. Dumbledore spoke in a warning tone, peering over his half-moon glasses, his jaw clenching when both men rolled their eyes and ignored him. We will be implementing our own measures to protect the students of Hogwarts, Amelia stated strongly. You don't think I have the ability to protect my own students? Dumbledore demanded of his audience. Considering a cat and a student have been attacked, and you only want to induct an earlier curfew. Yes, I am doubting your ability. Amelia snapped. Careful with what you say next, Albus. Cornelius warned gleefully. He had hated relying on the old man, but with Lucius and Dion helping him now, they would be able to prove the man was manipulative and didn't deserve power. Yaxley. Amelia called as she turned around to face the group of men who had accompanied her. Lucius and Tom stepped aside as their friend and follower Corbin Yaxley moved forwards, nodding respectfully to Amelia. Corbin was only slightly shorter than his younger cousin Lucius, his own blonde hair also pulled back into a ponytail, but the streaks of white giving him an aged yet dignified look. His blue eyes like ice, they were colder and harder than Lucius' own. He was a dangerous man on a good day. His pregnant wife, Emma Fenwick, was murdered by her two older brothers, Robbie and Benji, for the crime marrying a Death Eater and then carrying his child. He had become a frozen, bitter shell, his only purpose getting revenge. With his best friends, Antonin Dolohov, Walden McNair, and Rodolphus Lestrange, he had tracked the brothers down. Only bits of them had ever been found. Headmaster. The man greeted. Dumbledore's face slowly was going red. Corbin Yaxley had been a Death Eater lieutenant in the First Wizarding War, only narrowing avoiding Azkaban. Yaxley, you will be contacting Mr. Thomas's family and explaining the situation and giving them the option to come to the school to talk to Madame Pomfrey and visit their son. Surely, Dean's head of house should be in charge of such things. Dumbledore cried with McGonagall standing up with her own protests. Lord Yaxley has recently replaced Rufus Scrimgeour as head Auror. I believe he has more experience with handling distraught family members. Cornelius spoke, glaring at them. He was a Death Eater. James shouted, jumping up angrily. Mr. Thomas is a Muggle born. Surely you can't send him to inform Muggles. Lily cried in horror. Lord Yaxley was cleared of all charges. Amelia snapped, her magic subconsciously amplifying her voice. She was outraged that they would try and use that against her. She was well aware of Yaxley's past. But the man had been found innocent and deemed worthy enough to work for the ministry, moving up the ranks, and was more than qualified for the job. Now, are you going to continue questioning the decisions of the minister and myself, or are you going to cooperate? Hermione Cassiopeia Riddle prided herself on being intelligent, rational, and composed in any given scenario. With the exception of the situations her own twin brother would somehow manage to trip, flail, and plummet into. He was the only one who could make her lose grip on the sanity she held close. She had long accepted that he had thrown his own sanity out the window. Hermione loved her brother dearly, but when he did things without a second thought and left her to clean up like a house elf, she would find herself dreaming of the day their father would teach them the unforgivables. The rest of the Slytherin house watched warily as she paced angrily in the middle of the common room, no one wanting to risk her wrath turning on them. Her long dark brown curls were in disarray, made even worse when her hand went up and clenched in frustration again. Her magic was snaking around her body in agitation. Even the older years were recoiling at her power, all thanking Merlin that they weren't the reason for her ire. The only ones still unaffected by her behavior were her friends on the couches that she was pacing between. Everyone watched with wide eyes as Theodore Halton Knott Jr. placed a hippogriff feather in the book he had been reading, marking the page he was up to, before approaching his fearsome soulmate. Rolling his eyes at the sharp intakes of breaths from the other students, Theo placed his hand on Hermione's arm, his magic already naturally reaching out, soothing and calming Hermione's. She turned, already the tension leaving her shoulders, eyes softening, and magic relaxing. My own, I know you are worried, but I am sure Hartford is perfectly okay. He can be rash and unthinking, but he knows how to look after himself. Theo whispered as he embraced her from behind, his arms wrapping around her chest, pulling the frazzled girl to rest against him. I will kill him myself. She swore softly, turning her head to nuzzle into Theo's shoulder. I know you will. Theo cooed condescendingly, causing her to relax further as she giggled. The quiet hum of voices blending together returned when Hermione's magic calmed down from dangerous levels, conversations picking back up from where they had left off about the newest attack. Theories flew back and forth between groups, each more wild than the last, for those in the know of who Hermione and Hartford were, also knew that the twins weren't involved, at least not directly. Hermione couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard Marcus Flint loudly declaring that bets were now being taken by Adrian, Graham, Miles and himself. The 7th year wasn't much for intelligence, at least on the surface for those who didn't know him well. He was getting outstanding in defense, potions and ancient runes, but everything else he was struggling to get acceptable. By magic's luck he didn't really need the other subjects. He wanted to be an unspeakable like his father, for which he only needed the 3 he was good in and charms, although, who was tutoring him in charms was a mystery to even his friends. Hermione gazed around the room in fondness. All Slytherin students were judged harshly by the other 3 houses, professors and even the outside world for being evil and dark, but here, inside Hogwarts, they stood together and never left one behind. She lay back on the couch, her head resting in Theo's lap, his hands carding through her hair soothingly. Daphne and Pansy were light-heartedly bickering, Luna humming a soft lullaby, Draco and Blaise accusing the other of cheating in their chess match. The only thing missing was Harry's loud, obnoxious dramatics. Bang! Everyone jumped to attention with their wands out in habitual response as they were startled out of their seats and conversations. Turning to the sound, only to see their head of house standing in the open entranceway smirking, his own wand being lowered after gaining their attention. Acceptable on reflexes. He snarked, causing Hermione to roll her eyes. The man truly turned everything into a lesson and never gave easy grades. Although the fact none of you noticed that I wasn't standing here waiting earlier is disappointing. He drawled, his black eyes flickering over his older years as they squirmed uncomfortably under his piercing gaze. I am sure that you have all been informed about the reason for this sudden lock-in by Mr. and Miss Riddle. Severus continued, his eyes widening slightly when noticing Harry wasn't with his friends, Hermione giving him a shrug in answer. A student was indeed attacked. Second year, Mr. Dean Thomas of Gryffindor was found petrified. He paused to let the students quickly whisper to each other while digesting the news. The Ministry has had enough of Dumbledore's attitude towards these attacks and have decided to interfere. They're implementing their own rules and guidelines to keep you students safe. We don't need protection. Whatever is happening has only attacked the cat of a squib and mudblood. A voice scoffed loudly from near the fireplace. All heads spun around, everyone wearing a look of incredulity as Severus' face darkened in anger. Seventh-year student. Baron Jugson was tall and built like a brick, but had no brains and was almost completely useless. His best and only friend Trevin Gibbon was standing with him in agreement. Sons of low Death Eaters and so inbred that it was only by Madant died out with squibs, although the newest generation wasn't far from it, and that's saying something. Hermione sniggered, considering her mother was a daughter of the infamous Black family. Mr. Jugson and Mr. Gibbon, step forward. Severus demanded silkily. Now, you two seem confident in your beliefs, he said, eyes roaming over them in disgust after they had stepped forward and the rest of the house settled down for the show. Is it possible that you know what are causing these attacks? Of course he knew they didn't. Even knowing Tom's diary was responsible, he knew that two before him didn't have the brainpower for this. No, Jugson stuttered. Severus just raised an eyebrow. No sir, Jugson quickly corrected. So if you aren't the culprits, then how are you so sure in your safety? He asked disdainfully. No pure blood has been attacked, Gibbon answered haughtily. Yet, Severus responded sharply. So far there has only been 2 attacks. The first on a cat, no matter her owner's status, is only an animal, which is usually the first victim for either a sociopath. The second victim was, yes, a muggle-born, but he was also a student who was alone, close to curfew, meaning the risks of being caught were low. Severus spoke in a deadly calm voice, driving the seriousness into the students' minds and hearts. I cannot express how cautious you must be. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air beware. Gibbon recited. The Chamber of Secrets is the legend of Salazar Slytherin. His enemies were mudbloods and muggles. Jugson spat, trying to defend himself. Unfortunately for him, most of his classmates just laughed uproariously. It is people like you that have given Slytherin its reputation and destroyed all Salazar's work, Hermione scathed. What would you know first? Gibbon taunted. Riddle ain't a wizarding name. At best you're a dirty half-blood. Jugson continued his friend's train of thought, unaware of the danger despite the looks of incredulity from some students who were also stepping back. A dark smile appeared on Hermione's young and innocent face. You want to say that to my father? She asked ruthlessly, her green eyes lighting up sadistically. Your mudblood father couldn't do anything to me, Jugson sneered. Is that so? A deep voice rumbled from behind Severus. Hello, father. Hermione greeted with a mad exuberance. Jugson and Gibbon spun around, eyes wide at the imposing man before them. He raised an eyebrow as his blue eyes appraised the boys before him. Then he noticed the angry figure of Marcus Flint, who had made his way over to Hermione ready to defend the Daughter of Darkness. He held in his amusement as he used his talent for legilimens to plant a message in the irate teen's mind. With a smirk, Marcus nodded respectfully before moving to stand before the man and kneeling down on one knee, head bent down. My lord, he declared loudly. Adrian, Graham, Miles, and the other students who had been privy to that information knelt, declaring their own loyalty. The rest of the students seemed to be in awe and shock, decorum forgotten as they stared with open mouths. Jugson and Gibbon were the worst off, looking like they were ready to pass out or just die on the spot. Tom sent the boys a burning gaze as he dropped the glamour around his eyes. You think you have the right to attack my daughter? He asked dangerously. No, my lord. Judson stuttered in fear as he fell to a kneel. Hashtag lies hash Hermione hissed in delight. Hashtag I am aware my dear hash Tom hissed back, both enjoying as Gibbon fainted, unable to hold out at the confirmation of Parseltongue. Hashtag CRUCIO hash he snarled out. The vibrant red light unlike any other spell raced out of his outstretched hand wandlessly and hit Judson in the center of his chest. The unforgivables were meant to be impossible to do wandless, yet the Dark Lord had mastered the art before he left Hogwarts. They were more powerful in Parseltongue, except for the killing curse, as it couldn't be more powerful. Instead it not only hit the target faster but changed color to appear as a simple stunning spell. Judson's screams were like nothing any of the students had heard before, sharp and high like a wand on a chalkboard, but also wrenching, pulling on every sympathetic string in those watching. He writhed around the floor, scrambling for purchase, his body bending in unnatural angles. Many students would go to use the expression like flobberworm in heat to describe it. 30 seconds under the curse consistently was painful. A minute under the curse consistently was damaging short term. 5 minutes under the curse consistently would cause some permanent physical damage. 10 minutes under the curse consistently could destroy the mind. 2 long and harrowing minutes later Tom let up on the curse, causing Judson to fall to the floor, only barely conscious, his eyelids fluttering and breathing sporadic. Gibbon, who had been woken from his friend's screams of pain and fear, scuttled over and ran his hands helplessly over Judson's arms. Tom just chuckled darkly, causing everyone bar Hermione to shudder. "You can't." Gibbon started to cry in anger as he leant over Judson, like he was shielding his body from the monster before them. "Oh, can't I?" Tom challenged. "Your parents swore fealty to me. Their loyalty is to me, not some spawn that disrespects their lord. They can always have a second child, they are not yet old enough to be barren." "Oh, but if it is the wards you are hoping will save you, then you are sadly mistaken. I am the heir of Slytherin. Anything that happens inside the castle by me will be hidden if I wished it to be. Our parents will not follow you once we will tell them." Gibbon shook his head in denial. "The vow all my followers took was very specific, and I am in my magical rights to punish unruly offspring as if my own." Tom smirked as both boys looked horrified. Without hesitation he turned his wand upwards, causing even the hardest Slytherins to flinch. Most of them, although not stupid enough to confront the man, still only knew of the horror stories and didn't know about his slightly regained sanity. "Indefinita arcana crinum," he chanted, his tongue rolling over the Latin easily. Languages had always been easy for him to grasp. He suspected it had to do with the Parseltongue gift. "WH. What do you do to us?" Judson stuttered out, his voice hoarse from screaming. "Merlin, you really are a moron." Gemma snickered, stepping forward from where she had been soothing the first years that they weren't in danger. "We all study Latin and French to understand spells. We are drilled this information so that when someone uses an unknown spell we can make at least an estimated guess to what it is. It is supposed to be a reflex in us to translate spells quickly as to save our lives in battle." Gemma looked disgusted at the filth on the floor. "I bet these first years have a better grasp on magical theory and spell creation, interpretation." The declaration was met with laughter, surprisingly not only from the students, but Tom and Severus as well. "Indeed. 10 points to Slytherin," Severus smirked. "Any of the first years wish to take a guess at what my lord's latest spell invention does?" he asked, nodding his head when Knight Regan Harper raised his hand. "Crinum means lock in Latin, and because it is at the end of the spell then it can be assumed that it is in the context of locking in the meaning of the previous words and not in fact physical like a door." "Impressive," Tom stated, his expression stoic as always, but his eyes gleamed as he appraised the tiny first year. "Indefinita, it is Latin for unlimited and indefinite, so it can have a few different meanings in spell work, but paired with locking something and context of actions I would take it as unlimited and multiple." The boy continued softly, smiling and gaining confidence as the Dark Lord rose in glee. "Arcana means mysterious usually, but in certain phrases in Latin can be used for secret. With that information I would believe it is spell designed to keep secrets within groups, unlike an unbreakable vow or blood contract which can't be between more than 3 people. "What's your name?" Tom demanded. "Regan Harper, my lord," the boy answered diligently. "Related to Cassius Harper and Elizabeth Collins?" Tom asked knowingly. "Yes, my lord, my grandparents." A pureblood Slytherin and Muggle-born Ravenclaw, few years below me in school," Tom revealed. Not surprised you have your grandfather's spell talent and grandmother's intelligence. You hear that, Gibbon, Judson? You are stupider than a first year whose grandmother was one of those you insult, he taunted. Yes, the spell I created is used for making it impossible for groups of indefinite numbers, revealing a secret to those who are not under the same spell. You will never be able to tell the wizarding world I am back, or that Hermione and Hartford Riddle are my children being raised by me. You will not be able to confide in your parents and lie about what went down here. But be assured, when I make my return known, I will be informing them of how you disgraced their names. The shaking boys nodded their heads in fear of their situation getting worse if they spoke. Now, Hermione, my dear, where is Hartford? He would have loved this but hasn't made his presence known. He took off after we were assembled here. He was worried about the red flame. Hermione spoke in a riddle as to not reveal her brother's secret soulmate. Even with the spell protecting him, it wasn't her secret to tell. But I locked the entranceway, Severus said, astonished, even though he knew by now to not be surprised by the twins. The Slytherin common room has a Parseltongue bypass, Tom groaned. When he found his son, he may actually kill the boy. Hey everyone, I am truly sorry this chapter took so long, but it was finally finished like I promised. Things have been chaos. I went from no work to working 6-day weeks, and Christmas is rushing up on us. I wouldn't change it for the world, mind you. Equals D. I thrive in chaos. I am extremely proud of this chapter. It definitely took turns I hadn't actually planned on happening at all, haha. I hope you enjoyed reading it as much I enjoyed finishing it. Let me know what you thought. I hope everyone who wanted more Hermione are happy too. It was harder than I thought it would be, but worth it. We'll be having more chapters following her in future. See you all next update, my lovelies. Chapter end notes. Hey everyone, I am truly sorry this chapter took so long, but it was finally finished like I promised. Things have been chaos. I went from no work to working 6-day weeks, and Christmas is rushing up on us. I wouldn't change it for the world, mind you. Equals D. I thrive in chaos. I am extremely proud of this chapter. It definitely took turns I hadn't actually planned on happening at all, haha. I hope you enjoyed reading it as much I enjoyed finishing it. Let me know what you thought. I hope everyone who wanted more Hermione are happy too. It was harder than I thought it would be, but worth it. We'll be having more chapters following her in future. See you all next update, my lovelies. Chapter 24. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Saturday the 7th of November 1992 had the occupants of Hogwarts waking to a dark sky hosting what looked like one massive rain cloud stretching over the castle. Heavy wind howled through the towers and battered the windows. However, by magic's grace it wasn't raining yet. But even the bad weather with the threat of rain couldn't dampen the students' spirits. The Quidditch season had officially started at Hogwarts. There had been a massive debate over if the season would even happen due to recent events. Madame Amelia Bones had wanted to cancel it, worried that many students in one place would be tempting for the attacker. But she had been worn down by Dumbledore's shouting about how it was his school, and the persuasion of Lucius and Tom saying it would bring morale up. She had finally agreed, but demanded to have Aurors patrol the event and keep an eye on everything. The first Quidditch match of the year always took place the first Saturday of November between Gryffindor and Slytherin. The hostility of the two houses was always thick in the atmosphere, but the Quidditch and House Cups made the tension outright volatile. Before breakfast was served, 4 Gryffindors and 3 Slytherins were sent to the hospital wing and subsequently given detention. Thankfully none belonged to the Quidditch teams, and therefore missing the match and gaining the ire of their captains. Harry was eating breakfast with his team at the Slytherin table between Draco and Marcus, opposite Adrian, Graham and Miles. Blaise and Theo sat on Draco's other side, Cassius laughing next to Marcus, Callan and Michaela sitting side by side next to Adrian. Muriel next to Callan with Imogen opposite them, beside Draco, the 4 girls giggling wildly. Lastly, Kevin was beside his older brother Miles. Even the reserves were required to be in their emerald green and silver uniform. Being prepared was key to winning. Quidditch was a dangerous game without taking into account the bad weather and hostility between the two houses. Harry looked over at the Gryffindor team and smirked when he saw Fred and George sleeping on each other's shoulders. Oliver Wood was talking non-stop, lecturing the team sharply. Harry couldn't help but be grateful Marcus wasn't a talker. His eyes drifted over the team before he felt them widen in shock as he finally noticed who was sitting between Oliver and one of the chasers, Angelina Johnson, if he remembered correctly. Henry Potter was looking smug in his new scarlet red and gold Quidditch uniform. Harry felt his jaw drop, mid-chew, in horrified surprise. "Fucking Merlin, Harry, close your mouth. No one needs to see that shit." Adrian sneered as he pushed his oatmeal bowl to the side. "Watch your mouth." Imogen scolded him, her lip curled in distaste. "Oh, Imogen, I would much rather watch yours. Around my bell end," Adrian responded, wiggling his eyebrows in a way he thought would be seductively. "Ew," was her only retort before turning back to the other girls while rolling her eyes. "Harry." Marcus grunted, confused when he noticed that Harry hadn't responded Adrian's crass ribbing and flirting, but was in fact still sitting mouth agape. The entire team turned at Marcus's grunt only to see Harry wordlessly raising his hand to point to the Gryffindor table. Following his line of sight and finger, the rest of the team found themselves in similar shock at the sight of Henry Potter arrogantly and smugly showing off his uniform. Unfortunately for Adrian, Graham and Miles, they had been eating, but now were beating their chests with closed fists as they coughed harshly from choking in surprise on their breakfast. "I knew they were desperate for a seeker, but I didn't think that even Wood would sink that low." Draco sneered scornfully. "He wouldn't," Marcus said, looking completely flummoxed, staring at the rival captain studiously. "That team is Wood's life. He trains them hard, almost obsessively. Getting the cup means more to him than passing his OWLs did, and I'm sure his NEWTs next year too." "And you know this how?" Miles asked with a raised brow. Marcus sent him a look that clearly asked, "Are you stupid?" "The Gryffindor team is the only team that has really made a challenge for us. I know everything important about every team member, from their strategies to how much each member relies on each match. Wood wants to play professionally, and desperate players are more dangerous than planned methodical ones. Wood is both," Marcus explained scornfully. Loud laughter from the Gryffindor table pulled them out of interrogating Marcus further. Weasley had joined Potter at the Ulating, his best mate. Finnegan was rumored to still be in the hospital wing, refusing to leave a petrified Thomas. Harry snorted when he saw Fred and George covering each other's ears while glaring at their brother and Potter. Even Wood seemed to tense as he stopped talking, as he couldn't be heard over the noise of the two boys. Harry chanced a glance at the head table. James, Lily and Dumbledore all looked inordinately pleased with themselves as they looked down at a bragging Henry Potter. Although on closer inspection Harry felt shock run through him as he noticed James Potter's brown eyes were dulled and slightly glazed. He narrowed his eyes. He would get to the bottom of the mystery surrounding James Potter. If he had been wrong all this time and the man was just a pawn, then he would free him. He wouldn't leave his family, but he wouldn't leave James Potter with the light if he was innocent and being used. Harry was startled when Marcus stood up, demanding the team to be at the Slytherin locker room in 10 minutes. It was almost 11. Grinning, Harry scoffed the last few mouthfuls of breakfast before following his captain. The mystery would have to wait until Gryffindor had been crushed on the field. Hermione felt herself grinning stupidly as she shoved her way through the mob of students making their way to the pitch. She laughed as Pansy outright shoved a Hufflepuff from their year group to the ground, the dark-haired girl's face contorted in disgust as the boy cried out in pain. Luna, humming along with the music her friend's magic was singing, stood on the boy's hand, creating a loud crunch as something broke, before continuing on to try to find the best seats. Hermione glared down at the whimpering blonde mess at her feet before a dangerous smirk graced her features. With a wave of her wand she wordlessly hexed him. "What did you do?" he blubbered. "You will find out later," Hermione waved off-handedly. "But I will find you again, Smith," she swore menacingly, laughing as he flinched. Zacharias. Smith had been the target of their wrath after they all heard him insulting Luna over her imaginary creatures. It had only been a week and the boy now shuddered and ran in fear when he saw them. Smirking, Hermione followed her friends to the front row of the bleachers. Quidditch had never been an interest of hers, preferring books over the violent sport the boys seemed to love. Despite that, she had always supported Harry. He was her twin and it's what siblings did. But it was different now. Her soulmate was playing. Knowing he would be on the field hitting bludgers and diving among the other players, it had her excited for the game in a way she had never experienced. Although her soulmate playing Quidditch also had its drawbacks, she could feel anxiety underneath the excitement. The worry she felt for Harry being on the pitch was nothing to the worry of her Theo being hurt. She couldn't imagine how Fred and Harry felt playing against each other, knowing their own team would try to hurt the other in the hopes of winning. Welcome to the first match of the season. Hermione was pulled out of her musing as Lee Jordan yelled through the magically enhanced megaphone. Today we watch as Gryffindor goes against Slytherin, the stands of. Students erupted into cheering. Here is the Gryffindor team, led by their captain Oliver Wood. Wood flew out on his broom followed by his teammates, each appearing as their names were shouted. Weasley and Weasley, Johnson, Spinnet and Bell, Potter, Hermione. Luna, Daphne and Pansy all cheered for Fred and George, gaining confused looks from Slytherins who were not privy to the relationship between Harry and Fred. They chuckled when Lee had managed to sound disappointed when announcing Boy Wonder's name before booing loudly with the rest of their house as he flew out on a new Nimbus 2001. The Slytherins were surprised when many Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs joined the booing. Apparently no one was impressed with the way he used his fame to get what he wanted. And the Slytherin team led by Captain Marcus Flint. Lee shouted, "The Slytherins as one raised together and started screaming and stomping their feet, drowning out the boos from the Gryffindors. Zabini and Knott, Pusey and Montague, Bletchley, Riddle, Hermione couldn't help herself cheering loudly for her soulmate and twin brother. Both teams have made changes this year. Gryffindor needing a new seeker since the best seeker they had, Max Jordan, sadly graduated. Jordan. Collectively the school laughed as McGonagall scolded the team before he could start regaling stories of the awesomeness of his older brother. Her voice coming through the megaphone just as clearly despite not shouting. Stick to the important facts in the game. Yes, Professor, he agreed before going back to commentating with exuberance. But will Wood regret the decision to give the position to second-year Henry Potter? Flint made a similar decision last year with Hartford Riddle, but just because it paid off for the Slytherin team doesn't mean it will for the Gryffindor team. Today will be the deciding game, people. Jordan. Sorry, Professor. Jordan was quick to apologize and to return to his speech, much to Hermione's amusement. Captain Marcus Flint also chose to go young with his replacement beaters. Knott and Zabini are second years like teammate Riddle. Never before has the Slytherin team had this many players from the younger years. The talent must be true for Flint to take the risks. Lee Jordan stopped talking as Madame Rolanda Hooch walked to the middle of the pitch, standing between the two teams. Both captains landed with grace and walked towards each other, stopping on either side of the Quidditch referee. "I want a nice clean game," she said, sternly glaring mostly at the Slytherin captain. Marcus just smirked cockily. "Shake hands," she demanded. "You're going down, Flint," Wood promised as he held his hand out, his fierce expression getting darker as Flint just chuckled and shook his head while reaching out and engulfing his hand with his own. "It's always you going down, Wood, just accept your fate." Flint leered lewdly, his voice deep with suggestive undertones, causing the younger captain blush wildly and pull his hand back roughly. Flint winked before jumping back on his broom and taking to the sky with the rest of his team. Wood shook his head and gained control of himself before doing the same. Hooch looked to both teams before kicking the wooden box at her feet. It opened quickly while releasing the bludgers. The two identical jet black balls shot straight up into the air, passing between the two teams before twisting around each other and taking off to the other sides of the pitch. Kicking the box again caused the snitch's compartment to open and the tiny golden ball zipped out and circled the heads of the seekers. Harry's eyes followed the ball keenly, snickering as Potter seemed shake head to the side trying to keep it in his sights. Hooch bent over to pick up the quaffle, and held it cupped in her hands. "Let the match begin." Lee Jordan screamed as Hooch launched the quaffle up between the two teams and the chasers all flew forwards, diving under and over each other in a race to grab the only immobile ball of the game. Harry flew up high, his eyes searching for Snitch as he kept out of the chaser's way. "Slytherin has the quaffle." Harry turned his broom to watch as Marcus dove under Angelina Johnson and did a swerve roll to avoid Katie Bell. The stands erupted into cheers of encouragement from the Slytherins. A flash of red hair flew past him at full speed. Fred sent a smirk over his shoulder at his tiny soulmate as he smashed a bludger towards Marcus, causing the captain to drop the quaffle in order to grip his broom and fly to the side safely. Fred Weasley hits the bludger with deadly accuracy, making Flint drop the quaffle. The Gryffindor stands exploded into cheers. Spinnet gets the quaffle and flies to score. The T1 I would say no to a chance to score. The rest of his sentence was drowned out. Jordan. Professor McGonagall screeched. Keep your commentating appropriate for the younger years. Harry was laughing gleefully, only to laugh harder when Fred glided past with an exaggerated wink. Although most second years and even third years were oblivious to Lee Jordan's meaning, Harry had grown up with his uncles Rodolphus, Rabaston and Barty. He, Hermione and their friends had heard far worse from the three over the years, much to their mother's displeasure. Snickering, Harry went back to watching the game whilst still keeping an eye out over the pitch for the snitch. Spinnet goes for the goal, and Bletchley saves it, cheers and groans blended together from the crowd. Harry rolled his eyes as Miles did a victory flip, stopping in front of the Slytherin bleachers, pretending to tip a top hat to a group of girls screaming for him, before swooping back to the goals to throw the quaffle back into the game. Pusey has the quaffle. He passes to Flint. Spinnet and Johnson are coming in behind the Slytherin captain. Oh, and Flint barrel rolls under them. Ouch! Spinnet and Johnson crash. Everyone watched with their breath caught in their throats as the two fourth-year girls fell towards the ground, only just pulling themselves out of the spiral in time. They waved off Madame Hooch and returned to the game, but the crash has still done damage. Spinnet favoring her right arm and Johnson flinching with every turn. Flint passes to Montague. Montague, Flint and Pusey are flying in perfect formation. They might be Slytherins, but they know how to fly. Harry laughed. The three chasers were in the triangle formation they had been practicing, the two on the sides keeping others from reaching the one with the quaffle. Shaking his head, he went back to searching for the snitch. Potter was currently engrossed with the game, watching his teammates, giving Harry the advantage to find the golden ball first. Flint elbows Johnson in the side. Such form of brutality should be illegal. Foul. Harry snickered at Lee's comments. Marcus's move was not a foul, but it was common for Lee to state as much. He turned back around as he heard the crowd screaming, only to see that Johnson had fallen from her broom and was on the ground. Madame Hooch swooping down to the fallen student, and Montague scores right before the whistle to pause the game is blown. The Slytherins cheered in victory, sounding much like a stampede as they jumped up and down on the bleachers in a rare show of undignified and unrestrained behavior. The entire school watched as Johnson was taken off the field on a floating stretcher by Madame Pomfrey, who was talking to Wood, most likely explaining the injuries. The rest of the players floated in the air, divided into their separate teams, waiting for the whistle to resume the game. Slimy Slytherins shouldn't be allowed to play. Potter's whining voice reached Harry's ears, sounding much like when Peeves scratched his nails down McGonagall's chalkboard. The whole lot of them should be expelled and sent to Azkaban to rot, away from decent folk. Oh, shut up, Potter. It's a Quidditch match. People always get hurt. Fred and George spoke disdainfully, even though they were worried about their friend. Such contact was not a foul and happened commonly in professional matches. When did you two become traitors? Potter demanded. Traitors? For knowing the rules of Quidditch? Oliver scoffed as he returned to his team. I hate Slytherin's tactics as much as anyone, but that was not something anyone should be condemned to Azkaban for. That place is where your worst nightmares become life. Wishing a student to be sent there because of something that happens in normal Quidditch matches is disgusting. I didn't have a choice about you being placed on the team, but I will make sure you are removed if I hear talk like that again. You can't do that, Potter sneered. I am the best player this school has, and Dumbledore himself awarded me this position. Potter is getting more and more arrogant. Here's hoping the hot air inflates his head so much it explodes, Draco sneered. He needs to be taken down a wand. Marcus spat. So, let's make him dance, Harry suggested viciously. What are you thinking? Marcus asked as he recognized the glint in the second year's eyes. Harry had an idea. Blaise and Theo. Oh, we've got this. The boys chorused, smirking manically as they swung their bats around lazily. The whistle went off and the quaffle was once again released as the players shot back to the high skies. The brutal game resumed, Slytherin playing dirtier and dirtier tricks to get and keep the quaffle, while Blaise and Theo were smacking the bludgers towards Potter every chance they got, making the second-year dodge and roll constantly, limiting his time searching for the snitch. Harry spun as he saw something shine past his eyes. He went to dive only to spot a golden ray of light peeking through the dark clouds. The weather was turning around. Slytherin scores again. 60-10. Harry cheered with his team and house as they continued to pull ahead. He was flying close to goals watching Draco deflect yet another throw from Bell, a third-year Gryffindor, when Potter zoomed past him trying to avoid a perfectly hit bludger from Blaise who was hooting loudly. Suddenly he swerved sharply, almost bowling into Draco as Theo hit the second bludger towards him from the side. Training for the ballet, Potter? Draco laughed scornfully. Harry laughed gleefully as Potter tried to flip Draco off but ended up having to dive to avoid yet another bludger. But before he could join Draco in the teasing, a streak of gold caught his eye from behind Blaise, and in flash he was flat against his broom and hurtling past a startled Potter who was trying to right himself. "And Riddle has seen the snitch," Lee screamed, as the entire crowd leant forward to watch in anticipation. Harry felt the adrenaline rush through his body like wind around him. Almost nothing beat the feeling of flying high, totally in control. The broom responding to the smallest of twitches from his hand, he grinned widely and openly as he followed the snitch into a dangerous spiral, hurtling towards the ground. With the wind roaring in his ears, he couldn't hear Slytherin chanting his name and Gryffindor chanting, some reluctantly, Potter's. He couldn't see how the entire game had stopped to watch him, and how Potter was on his tail, hate and anger across his face. What he did hear was a snapping and loud scream from right behind him. Determined to win, he ignored the urge to look as he raced on. Gryffindor Seeker has taken a hit from a bludger hit by beaters Zabini and not working together. Something I have never seen before. Harry barely heard Lee's commentary. It was less than 3 seconds later when he felt his fingers closing around the fluttering snitch. Slytherin erupted into screams and thumping as Harry landed on the grass holding his hand up with the snitch. A wide grin stretched across his lips. Before he knew it, he was wrapped around from every angle in the arms of his teammates, each one yelling and jumping in victory. Slytherin wins 210-10. Lee shouts. Gryffindor's Seeker looks to have passed out after that brutal and accurate hit. The Slytherin team stopped to turn and see for themselves that Potter had indeed passed out on the pitch, his arm laying at an unnatural angle. What happened? Harry asked, his voice filled with mirth. It was spectacular. Marcus crowed as he threw his bulky arms around Blaise and Theo, causing the smaller boys to jostle. The bludger was going in the wrong direction to you and Potter. There was no way any beater could have made the bludger hit Potter with the force they wanted. So bloody Theo. He screams at Blaise and hits it diagonally towards to him. With it gaining speed, Blaise was able to HND smacks Potter right in the fucking elbow. Marcus was practically dancing in exuberance. It was the most fucking fantastic thing I have ever fucking seen. Marcus rambled on, sighing happily, his eyes dazed. Flint. Language. Yes, Professor. Marcus's hulking form shrank under Severus' glare. Should I remind you of who Riddle's mother is and her rule of swearing in front of him? Marcus shuddered. Aunt Cassie was as bad as his own mother with that rule. Both knew punishment spells that would make the fiercest Death Eaters quake. No. Not you. They heard Potter stutter as he awoke. The Slytherin team followed Severus over to where the Gryffindor team was standing around Potter. Professor Lockhart was standing above the boy with his wand out. Oh, the boy doesn't know what he's saying, Lockhart huffed. Maybe he is concussed, Professor. Harry spoke up helpfully and with much pleasure, only to replace his blank mask when Severus cuffed the back of his head. Of course, I was so worried about his arm, but how right, my boy. We'll check that concussion next. But first I can fix that arm faster than I win the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. Lockhart said in what he must have believed was a soothing voice, but instead it sounded air-headed and oily. Stand back. Lockhart ordered all the Quidditch players. Harry shared a look of delight with Draco as Lockhart moved his wand in an exaggerated movement before pointing it at Potter's broken arm. A bright beam of magic left the wand and hit Potter. When the glow vanished, Harry burst into peals of giggles, manly giggles. Lockhart had managed to banish all the bones from Potter's arm. It was flopping to side as Potter, reminding Harry of rubber from the Muggle world. Ah! Lockhart's cheeks tinged pink as everyone stared between him and Henry Potter in disgusted horror. Yes. Well, that can sometimes happen. But the point is, the bones are no longer broken, because there are no bones left. A loud screech had all the students on the field flinching and covering their ears. How dare you think you have a right to heal my son when we have a Medi-Witch here, and then you try and say it can happen. When you screw up, Lily Potter had made her appearance with James by her side. "I will have your job for this, then take you for all your money. You moronic man." Harry winced as the banshee-like screaming brought up old memories of the abuse he suffered from the woman and her sister. "Mrs. Potter, I am taking Henry now if you want to be with him." Madame Pomfrey spoke up. She already had Potter on a floating stretcher. With a sharp nod she briskly walked towards the castle, the stretcher following her magical signature. Lily Potter sneered at Lockhart once last time before grabbing James's arm and dragging him after the Medi Witch and their son. "I guess we should go show team support." Oliver Wood sighed before rallying the others and leaving the pitch. "Congratulations on the win, and with such a beautiful catch. You truly are breathtaking in the sky, Hart," Fred whispered in Harry's ear as he walked past, his hand purposefully brushing his lower back. Harry blushed vividly as Fred walked off with a smirk and wink while George shook his head, gagging playfully beside him. "What did Loverboy say to make you blush so hard?" Draco teased as he pretended to examine his face. "Oh, shut up," Harry sneered playfully. "Let's get showered and then party in the dorms." Marcus smirked as he clapped Harry on the shoulder. Grinning at the idea of a hot shower and warm clothes after flying in clouds and wind, Harry whooped and took off running towards the changing rooms. Grinning, the rest of team let out their own hoots of joy before chasing after their seeker. The victory party that night would be one to remember forever. Chapter end notes. I am so sorry this chapter took so long. It was horrible to write and I have no idea why, ha ha ha. Apparently Quidditch doesn't like to be written by me. I hope you enjoy. Please review and let me know. Chapter 25, here we come. Hopefully. Chapter 25 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. A raging party inside the Slytherin common room was already underway by the time the Quidditch team had trekked back down to the dark dungeons. Although dark was not exactly the right word when there was a party on. Slytherin went all out to celebrate their wins, with the rest of the school and the headmaster against them. Their wins were far and few between. Balls of colored flames floated around the ceiling, green and silver illuminating every small crevice. The black leather couches with silver and green cushions were situated around the outside of the room instead of the middle. The glass tables between the couches, each table covered in food and drinks, although there was a considerable amount more than what the parents had sent them the day before under preservation charms in anticipation of their win. The Slytherin team arrived together in clean Quidditch uniform, minus the safety gear, as was the tradition after a game. The elves of Hogwarts always washed the uniform while they showered. All of the house's teams did this out of pride and honor regardless of a win or loss. Wild cheering greeted them as they walked over the threshold as a synchronized unit, in the same pattern as they flew in the sky. Marcus leading them, his arms raised in victory, grinning widely. At the flick of his hand the entire room went silent, including the music that had been playing. "This may only be one match," Marcus spoke, his deep voice reverberating off the stone walls surrounding them. "But even small victories should be celebrated as large victories, as it is still a victory. We won the cup last year undefeated. This year will be no different." As Marcus shouted out, everyone began to clap and cheer again. "We will remind the other houses that we are not weak, that we won't just vanish because they wish it, we will take the glory." At that statement the party roared back to life. The weird sisters playing through the wireless loudly enough it was hard to hear the person next to you without them shouting. Harry grinned as he and his teammates were pulled into the horde of housemates. Hugs and congratulations were given at every turn. Harry let out a startled squeal as he was picked up and spun around by strong arms from behind. "That was a remarkable game, Hart." Harry relaxed as he recognized the voice whispering in his ear with hot breath. Spinning around in his arms, Harry grinned dopily. "Freddie," he exclaimed happily, wrapping his arms and legs around the bigger boy. "What are you doing here?" "Hermione smuggled me and Gred in here after the match so we could celebrate with you." Fred grinned as he rested his arms around Harry's waist comfortably. "Is the Slytherin dungeons as you imagined?" Harry teased. Although Fred had been once before during Christmas, it was his first time with the whole house still there and without Christmas decorations and trees. "Not really. Fewer coffins and jabs at us being here than we had assumed," George chuckled. As he joined the couple, "Hey, Georgie," Harry greeted cheerfully. "Well, we aren't vampires from Muggle novels, so we don't sleep in coffins for one," Harry snorted. Having my father known to the house now would definitely keep the jabs down to a minimum, but I am surprised the stupider ones haven't said anything yet, he admitted as he was let down on his own feet. I think we are to thank for that. Fred and George spoke, trading off lines flawlessly. What? Harry asked curiously. We may have shown your friends the secret door to the kitchens. You know where the kitchens are? Harry demanded. That's a stupid question, of course you do. He answered himself with a chuckle, leaning sideways on Fred, who wound his arm around Harry's shoulder. We know every secret this castle has to whispered. Hey, Hartford. Nice game. A third voice joined them as a dark-skinned hand ruffled Harry's hair. Hey, Lee. Harry grinned. Since the win he felt like he hadn't stopped smiling. No trouble getting supplied? George asked. Nah. Abe was only too happy to sell enough for the party, Lee smirked. What are you talking about? Hermione asked as she joined them, kissing Harry on the cheek with a shouted congratulations. It isn't a party without fire whiskey and not grass mead. Fred chuckled as loud whoops were heard when the drinks had been discovered. Here's to our own smugglers. Marcus cheered as he walked over, handing Fred, George, and Lee a glass of fire whiskey each. The captain had clearly already had a glass or two, evident by the light flush on his cheeks from the heat and spice, and the massive open grin on his face. Where's mine? Harry demanded indignantly. Ha! Like I am giving you fire whiskey. You're 12. Your parents would kill me, Marcus huffed. We bought butterbeer and daisyroot draft for the younger years. Fred soothed as he summoned a bottle of butterbeer for Harry and daisyroot draft for Hermione. Here's to Slytherin's victory, Marcus shouted, everyone raising their drinks with an agreement shout. The next morning everyone was awakened by a loud voice using a sonorous charm. House meeting in 20 minutes. Harry leapt off the couch he had been sleeping on, dislodging Hermione from his chest, causing her to roll to the floor on top of Theo and Blaise. Uncle Sev. Harry whined. Yes? The dour man asked, cocking his eyebrow. Evil fucking dungeon bat. Marcus groaned as he held his throbbing head in agony, his friends surrounding him grunting agreements as they slowly came to their senses. Would you care to repeat that, Mr. Flint? Severus asked in false sweetness. Fucking ears of a bat too, Marcus mumbled as he lay back down. 15 minutes. Severus shouted out again, smirking as his hungover students whimpered and tried to hide under blankets. Harry, bleary-eyed, looked around confused by the coolness of the couch under him until he remembered Fred, George and Lee had snuck back to the Gryffindor Tower early morning as to not be caught. Groaning he lay back down, one arm coming up to cover his eyes from the magical lights that adorned the common room walls. They were charmed to reflect the natural light from the outside world. Apparently, today was an extreme contrast to the day before, with the room being radiated in bright sunlight. It took all the time given, but eventually, everyone was awake and sitting on couches, chairs, or even on the floor waiting for their head of house to start the meeting. House meetings were rare, and such had the entire house confused and more than a little curious. The only house meetings outlined on the house planner near the entrance were for the start of each term and 2 months before exams started. Now I have some very grave news, Severus spoke. Around 1 this morning, first years Annabelle Entwistle and Irene Denholm of Hufflepuff were found by fellow first-year Gryffindor Colin Creevey petrified near the hospital wing. It appears the 2 girls had snuck out to visit Mr. Potter. At this Severus sneered and Harry pretended to gag loudly. They were caught unawares and an hour or 2 later were discovered by Mr. Creevey, who had done the same. Luckily he was able to escape the same fate, although Professor McGonagall claims the boy to be traumatized and has asked all students to be empathic. Severus outwardly rolled his eyes, causing his students to snicker. Unfortunately, this incident will cause the other houses to become more hostile. We must not break ranks. We present a united front and we do not travel alone. Any student stupid enough to attack one of mine will suffer, but do not give them the opportunity to catch out off guard. Black eyes searched out the older years. Protect each other and bring Slytherin honor. Curfew was so obviously ignored, so enforcement has become necessary. Starting tonight, each head of house will be taking roll call at 8:30 each night. Charms and alerts will also be sealed on all entrances, keeping students inside the dorms until 7 in the morning. In case of any emergencies, each head of house will be staying in the rooms for head boy and girl until further notice. Severus smirked when students began to groan and grumble. It's a Sunday, so I expect everyone to be enjoying the weekend but no wasting it with insipid and worthless activities." With that said, their head of house swooped out, his cloak billowing behind him. "I still haven't figured out how he does that," Harry grumbled, his friends laughing in, shaking their heads fondly. A loud pop caught everyone's attention as a house elf appeared in the middle of the room, balancing a large tray in her arms. "It's Mossy!" Adrian cried in relief. His cry had Marcus sitting up straight with a manic grin directed at the head elf of the Slytherin dungeons. Each house had their own group of elves that took care of them, their clothes, rooms, common room, cooking on their tables and anything else their head of house may ask of them. "Mossy has potions for silly students," Mossy declared, a wide grin on her face as all the hungover students made their way to her and thanking her as they took their hungover potion. Her charges were always so sweet. A few treated her and her team like scum, but most didn't and put the others in their place. "Thank you, Mossy." Marcus shuddered as the potion kicked in. Silly Prince thanking Mossy for doing hers jobs. Mossy shook her head, ears flopping wildly across her face, blue bulbous eyes wide. "Mossy knows how's to be looking after her snakes," she said, wagging her fingers much to the students' amusement. Mossy was very bossy and often spoke back with her own mind, which was an unusual trait for house elves. "I think we missed breakfast," Adrian said as he checked the time. "Could we trouble you for some leftovers?" "Mossy already has thimble-bringing snakes proper breakfast. Not silly leftovers." Mossy scolded Adrian before popping back out. A large breakfast appeared on the tables filled with porridge, bacon, eggs, toast and fruit salads. Sighing happily, everyone dug in. "It's a bloody Sunday. Why are we here?" Harry groaned playfully as Hermione led them into the library. "For 2 reasons, Hermione said primly as she claimed a table and sat down with an index book so they could summon books without moving. 1. We have 4 essays due this week and I am almost certain you haven't started any of them." "Ha! I finished one already," Harry crowed. "The rubbish one from Lockhart does not count as none of it is relevant and your answers will all be joke answers. Hence I said 4 not 5. We have potions, herbology, transfiguration, and astronomy," Hermione shot back. "Damn it," Harry grumbled. "Thankfully Professor Lupin will not be giving us tests until we have actually learned enough in his classes to warrant one." Blaise grinned as he pulled out all of his books and essay parchment. "And 2, this is where you lost the diary. It's the best place to start looking as we have no idea who could have it," Hermione finished. "That's actually a good idea," Harry said, stunned. "Yes, I do have them, you know," Hermione sniffed. "Not often," Harry snarked, causing their friends to laugh as Hermione threw her study notes at his head. "What should we start with?" Pansy asked in between giggles. "What are they about again?" Draco groaned. "Potions is an essay on the hair-raising potion, which is the next one or learning," Theo said as he handed his notes on the potion over to Daphne, who grabbed them greedily. "Transfiguration is on basic animal transfigurations, focusing on Vera Verteau," Harry said as he read over Hermione's notes, and comparing them to his own. "I hate this one, my goblet," Harry muttered as he summoned a book on why it could be happening. "Astronomy is on our choice of a constellation, which stars are in it and the history of the stars and constellation. So how they were named, why they were named that and anything else important you can tell about that constellation. Which is easy enough when you're part of the Black family." Hermione snickered. "Herbology is on mandrakes and what their uses are as well as proper care and maintenance." Pansy grinned as she pulled out her quills and inkpot and started writing the conclusion for her own essay on mandrakes. Harry sighed as he read over the passages in the book about Vera Verteau, writing down some notes absent-mindedly. "Remember, Harry, you have to picture it perfectly in your mind, you can't just want it to change. You have to see every detail in your mind before you cast the spell. If you haven't thought of a single detail, then it won't change," Hermione said as she flipped through her own notes next to him, pointing her finger at the passage stating such in the book and then pointing at her notes on the topic. Harry nodded happily as he wrote it down in his own notes. "Hey, Nev." Luna's dreamy voice spoke up for the first time. She enjoyed sitting back and letting her friends talk, only speaking up when needed. "Hey, guys." Neville greeted after looking around, making sure no one from his house who could report to his dorm mates was around. "What are you here for?" Daphne asked kindly. "Sort of hiding." Neville grinned. Potter was back this morning. Go on and on to anyone who will listen that it's obvious Harry is behind the attacks and to expel him. He is such a broken record. Harry sniffed. Broken? How can a paper record be broken? Like it would be ripped, but your records of school and even criminal records are charmed memories, not paper. Neville said, looking very much like a lost lion cub. Records are the names of circular plates that play music in the Muggle world. When they break or get scratched, they just play the last thing over and over irritatingly. Hermione explained as Harry giggled widely. Ignore him, Nev. I think he was dropped as a baby. Hermione snorted. Hey, Harry proclaimed loudly. Shush. Madame Pants hissed as she walked past. What are you guys doing up here anyway? Neville asked as he sat down next to Luna. Homework. Blaise sulked as he looked from his notes to his essay, determining which point to move to. Oh, brilliant, Neville exclaimed as he pulled out his own stuff from his backpack. What constellations are you doing for astronomy? Did you pick one at random or do you have reasons for the one you chose? Neville asked. We all searched until we found the right one for us. If we are connected it to, then the work flows easier. Neville nodded in understanding to Hermione. It was the same with him in herbology compared to other classes. So which ones have you picked? Draco the dragon, Draco said gleefully, gray eyes sparkling. Egotistical prick, Blaise teased. Not my fault, mother gave me this name, and then when we learned about constellations as a child I wanted to know everything about the constellation I was named for. Draco shrugged smugly. Anyway, I am doing Lyra the harp, Daphne spoke. She had loved the harp since she was a child and had learned to play. She always listened to a music box charmed with harp music to relax and unwind. Cassiopeia, the queen of beauty. Theo grinned as he winked at a blushing Hermione. Although not vain like the queen in the myth, Hermione put her beauty to shame in his eyes. Centaurus the centaur. Luna giggled as everyone rolled their eyes. Centaurs were classed as creatures with no rights, but they were also seers and star readers. Much better than any witch or wizard could hope to be. Even Luna, who actually had a centaur tutor as a gift for saving a calf from death when she was 6. Cygnus, Hermione said softly with a sad smile. She missed her grandfather more than anything, but each day the pain lessened and the happy memories won more and more. Blaise smiled softly and reached over to place his hand on Hermione's. I understand. I am doing Corona Borealis. He said softly. No constellation really related to his family like his friends, but his father had loved that constellation as well as the Muggle alcoholic beer for the same name. Eridanus the river, Pansy said, her dark brown eyes sparkling as she tossed her black hair back. The city of Memphis sat next to the river, the Nile. The only thing Pansy didn't inherit from her father's mother, who had born and raised in Memphis, was the tanned skin. Canis Major, Harry smirked. Ever since Fred had revealed that Sirius and Remus had not given up yet, he had been trying to think up ways to get their attention without alerting anyone else. Professor Sinistra is friends of Sirius. They are always talking. When Sirius comes to check on the school with the board, she might mention it in passing. But even if she doesn't, it isn't suspicious if I drop my first draft where you will find it. You think that this going to work? Hermione asked dubiously. If it doesn't, I will try something else. But if there is a chance to drop hints or leads I have to take it, he shrugged. Why don't you just tell them? Neville asked, having heard the story from Luna. They need to discover it themselves so they can make a choice to follow me after looking for so long, or give up knowing of my new family and stay on their side of the fight. Besides, if they don't believe me, they might tell the ones we don't want to know. I don't particularly want them to find out the truth as well, Harry explained. I have to play this like a snake, not a lion. Good luck, mate. Neville grinned, clapping his arm. Thanks, Neville. So what constellation are you doing? Harry asked. I can't decide. I am not very good at astronomy and I can't think of any connections to help make it more enjoyable and easier. Neville sighed. What about Leo the lion? Draco teased. No thanks, Potter and Weasley are doing it. Neville gagged. Everyone broke into giggles and laughter at his disgusted intonation and expression. You want a connection? Serpens. The snake. You are a snake in lion's clothing, Harry joked. That's really cool. Neville chuckled. The hat did say I would find my friends in Slytherin as well as finding something I didn't know I had lost. Sorted. Hermione clapped her hands together before using the index to summon all the astronomy books over. Think you can stay and do it with us? Luna asked with a soft sweet voice, blue eyes staring into Neville's warm brown ones. Of course. Potter and Weasel wouldn't be caught dead in the library. Actually, most Gryffindors wouldn't, Neville snorted. Hey, don't put all Gryffindors in that wand box. A familiar voice spoke from behind them. Harry turned around grinning at his soulmate and his twin brother. If we are going to be using Hogwarts house expectations, then that means you are hanging out with evil snakes that are planning your death. George smirked as he wrapped his arm around Harry's shoulder. Hey, Georgie, Harry smirked at his soulmate's brother. Hey, little seeker. George smiled. His blue eyes weren't as bright as usual, like a dark storm had finished instead of beautiful ocean waves. But the older boy just winked and grinned as he sat down next to Harry, and Fred took the other side, wrapping his freckled arm around Harry's slim waist. Harry shrugged to himself. Fred knew his twin better than anyone. He would be able to break the funk the boy seemed to be in. Oh haha. Neville quipped sarcastically as he flipped the twins off. Oh, the lion cub has been corrupted, Fred declared as George reached over as if taking Neville's temperature. Oh, I am corrupted? Neville asked daringly. Have you told the other half of your soul what you did to my doorman, what you started last night? What did you do? Harry demanded as he broke out of his laughter, whipping his head around to look at Fred. Traitor! Fred cried, only to duck in chastisement as Madame Pants walked past with harsh shush. What are you going to do about it? Neville asked with a sneer and raised a brow. Lion cub has claws, George stated approvingly. What did you do? Harry asked again, staring at his soulmate knowingly. Well, we have been cooking up the best idea to get revenge on Ronald and Potter for the attack they orchestrated before the petrifications started, Fred explained. He may be blood, but he isn't family, George added. Ronald has always been easy to punish. His biggest fear is spiders. We have done a lot with that, making it worse his entire childhood, Fred continued. He tells his friends this sob story that Fred turned his teddy into a spider when we were 5 because he accidentally broke our toy broom, George said with a roll of his eyes. But what he doesn't say is why it actually happened, although the truth didn't matter to our mother, Fred sneered in disgust. Of course Ickle Ronnie wouldn't lie, George spat in anger. What happened? Harry asked softly as he held Fred's hand, everyone else listening with their hearts hurting. A mother should never treat her kids differently, let alone show more love to others. We were playing in the yard, taking turns on the broom that had once belonged to Bill. Fred said, smiling despite the topic. Bill had always showered his brothers in love. Ronald came out and demanded a turn. He had attitude problems from the start. Molly didn't help with coddling him. No one commented on the fact George had referred to his mother by her name. We said no. He always demanded, never asked, and he was always getting us in trouble for things we didn't do anyway. Fred snorted, shaking his head. While we were trying to find the toy bludgers, we knew even then we would beaters, George said with a brief teasing smile. He went to our room in a fit and stole a cage from the shelf, bringing it back down with him. See, we had a pet spider. Christmas gift from Charlie. It was part zebra jumping spider, part acromantula. No idea how he managed to get one. He had started at Hogwarts that year. Oh, Merlin, Hermione whispered, fearing where the story was going. Fred and George nodded grimly. He picked up our toy broom and yelled at us. Then, right in front of us, smashed the broom on top of Charlotte before we could do anything. He was hugging that teddy bear while he cried to Molly that he just wanted to play with the broom. He didn't mean to stamp on Charlotte when stomping his feet upset, and that we broke the broom when hitting him with it. Everyone growled at that. They couldn't believe that Ronald had been that sick and violent towards his own brothers so young. Our accidental magic exploded from us at that point, turning the teddy into a giant spider. He's had a fear ever since. Of course we got punished for that as well, so we now use it anytime he deserves it. Which is a lot. But we figure if we are going to get in trouble, might as well do something to make it worth it. So when he came in with Potter, Finnegan, and Thomas bragging about hurting you, Fred's hands clenched around Harry's in anger as George spoke. The hardest part was finding a way to use it against him that we hadn't used yet and figuring out how to punish the others. I mean, Transfiguration is a classic and always entertains, but it wasn't enough. We broke into the restricted section looking for fear-induced spells. We found a spell which would lock the victim into their nightmares where their biggest fear was held, waiting for them. A dark and dangerous smirk crossed George's face. We didn't need to know their fear, the spell would do it for us. The best part was they couldn't wake themselves or each other up. They had to wait for their body to naturally wake them in the morning. Fucking Merlin's saggy balls, you two are vicious, Draco declared joyfully. I can't believe you cast the nightmare curse, for me. Harry breathed, leaning into Fred with blush and a grin that stretched his lips until they hurt. Get a room, Blaise teased as he pretended to retch. How long did it last? Hermione asked, her eyes manic like they usually got when she heard about spells she hadn't used herself yet. Still going, Fred smirked. Their cries and whimpers were hysterical the first night, now I thank Merlin and Morgana for silencing charms. Neville deadpanned, much to the delight of the others as they started laughing. He deserves worse for hurting you, but this was what we could do for now as a start. Fred shrugged as George nodded in agreement. Thank you. Both of you. Anything for our seeker. George shrugged as Fred hugged Harry tighter. Wait. That happened weeks ago. What did you do last night? Pansy asked breathlessly, as they calmed down. Oh yeah, Fred said sheepishly. Well, when Colin came back all hysterical over those girls that got attacked last night, we may have started collecting orders for protection talismans and amulets. You didn't? Daphne asked with delight. All the Muggle-borns and most of the half-bloods ordered some, Fred confirmed with a smirk. Then this morning on the way here, we were approached by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuffs as well, George chuckled. Laughter returned to the mismatched group as they moved to lighter topics. They passed the evening in happiness as darkness and chaos settled around Hogwarts. Dark clouds rolling in, covering the sky, hiding the sun yet again. In their own bubble of joy, they never noticed the somber tension in the walls or the magic flickering like power surges in the air. Chapter endnotes. Hey, lovelies. I am so glad this chapter is done. Smiley face. It was a battle, but we got there in the end. I want to thank you all for your patience and continued support. You guys make the writing blocks, late nights and sore fingers worth it. I truly hope you enjoyed this chapter. As always, review if you did or didn't, and if there is something you want to see in future chapters, let me know. I am open to requests, criticism, and compliments. Of course the last is my favorite. P. Mermaid is out, Chapter 26. Chapter notes. I can't believe how long this chapter took me. I was just getting nowhere. I hope you are all still with me, and I promise I will not just disappear. I will always be writing, even it takes me ages to get it done. I refuse to put out something I am not happy with. I do apologize, and hope you enjoy this chapter. Ministry of Magic under fire after worker breaks oldest law. Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Division of Improper Use of Magic concludes investigation on Ministry worker. This exclusive myself and I expose brings all you rabid readers the horrifying truths and unbelievable details that have been revealed by an investigation conducted by the Officers of Improper Use of Magic, IUM. This investigation was launched when on the 1st of September, a flying Ford Anglia was spotted by no less than 30 Muggles and then proceeded to crash into the Whomping Willow on Hogwarts grounds. Shockingly enough, the flying car in question was driven by our own boy who lived, Henry Potter, and his best friend Ronald Weasley. Now you may ask yourselves the very questions that I asked myself when I first heard about this. How did two 12-year-olds manage to steal and fly a car? Where were their parents? Where did they acquire a flying car? Why did they do it? Rita Skeeter, have the scoop. This investigation was undertaken by IUM representative Lord Dion Leckler, the young half-English half-French wizard, who has been making leaps in our ministry in the IUM division after being transferred here to be with his family. Working under the instruction of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, DMLE. Lord Leckler was paired with co-workers and friends Lord Corbin Yaxley, newly appointed head Auror, and Lord Lucius Malfoy, magical law consultant, to discover what happened that fateful day. This case started on tough grounds when the Ford Anglia, after hitting the Whomping Willow, then ejecting the two reckless 12-years and their luggage out on the grass, fled into the Forbidden Forest. Our investigators tried to start with interviews of the boys as the guilty parties, but it turns out they were blocked at every turn by none other than Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. They crashed on Hogwarts property and they are Hogwarts students, therefore it is a Hogwarts matter. Their head of house, Professor Minerva McGonagall has already seen to their punishment. Dumbledore told them before rudely kicking them out without even trying to help the investigation. Shockingly so, it was revealed that their punishment was a solo detention. Ask yourselves, why does Dumbledore believe he can ignore the law of cooperation during law investigations? Is it because of his status as current chief warlock of the Wizengamot and supreme mugwump for the International Confederation of Wizards? Or is it because it involved his precious boy who lived? Regardless of their titles, these wizards need to follow our laws. Our determined investigators were refused to be coward, and returned with higher authority backup, Madame Amelia Bones and Minister Cornelius Fudge. Dumbledore was unable to send them away again without being charged with obstruction of justice, although he tried very hard to convince them it was unnecessary to grill second years, who in his own words, simply made a mistake. But readers, I reveal what no one else can. As the interviews commenced, the young boys claimed that the platform 9 3/4 would knot them through as their defense, despite that no evidence was recovered by the team of tampering to the barrier. Does this mean our own boy who lived is lying about why they did it? His defense against the dark arts professor Gilderoy Lockhart was eager to comment. I believe Henry is very threatened by my fame. Why, just weeks before, I met him in Flourish and Blots at my signing of Magical Me. I don't think it is chance that this happened shortly after. I mean to steal his best friend's father's car just to make an entrance. That screams looking for attention. Yes, my beloved fans, you read that correctly. According to Professor Lockhart, many of the Gryffindors talked about it loudly, and the illegally charmed flying car was owned by none other than head of misuse of Muggle artifacts Arthur Weasley. Shock. Horror. The misuse of Muggle artifacts, like improper use of magic, is a division inside the DMLE, reporting for the Law and Justice. Arthur Weasley is known for his strong defense of Muggles. Just at the start of this year, he put forth a controversial bylaw, the Muggle Protection Act. This bylaw is designed to protect Muggles from potentially harmful magical or magically charmed artifacts entering their world from ours. On the outside, this law seems straightforward and with good intentions to protect us from being discovered, but hidden within this law are small print conditions. The Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office was given rights to conduct their own searches inside anyone's home that they believe may be hiding such objects without actual evidence. Many lords of ancient and noble households are crying harassment and slander of their names, with a few being searched frequently and thoroughly, whilst other families haven't even made it onto lists for searches, let alone actually been searched. In March, Arthur Weasley had made a statement to the press in response to these claims. We are not biased or cruel in our searches. My teams conduct such searches with honor and pride for the ministry. We want to protect Muggles, who have no idea of our world, from being in danger from us. We are being just and firm in our beliefs, and we have certainly not targeted or avoided anyone to harass or slander their names. We have our reasons and evidence for each search. The most important thing to remember is if you don't have anything to hide, these searches aren't a problem and are over in short minutes. Why create a fuss when you have done nothing wrong? These strong words are looked back on with scorn and as a joke by the magical world now. Many calling for his resignation and for justice to be served. When asked if the punishment would occur, Albus Dumbledore once again stepped forward defending Mr. Weasley. I do not believe Arthur should be punished as by standard laws. He did not charm the car with the intention of it being seen in the Muggle world, nor is he the one who flew it over London. He cannot be sent to Azkaban like some common criminal or Death Eater. Why does Dumbledore want to control this investigation? From the interviews, all the way to the charges filed and now the sentencing. I found myself asking again if Dumbledore believes himself above the law. Does Mr. Weasley believe the same? I don't care who you are, you cannot ignore our laws and get away with it. Our laws are there for a reason. If we ignore someone enchanting a car, does that mean we should ignore an assault or even then a murder? No, the laws are not free to interpret. Madame Amelia Bones spoke to the press just yesterday as part of their release of information on this case. Each of the three investigators had their own thoughts on the blatant disregard of the law. Arthur Weasley should be held accountable for the actions that resulted in this incident. I am disgusted with what has happened. Lord Leckler stated. The law clearly states that in the instance of breaking the statute of secrecy, that a large fine, removal of family titles linked to the Wizengamot and loss of ministry jobs are the punishments for first-time offenders. Second offenders go to Azkaban. Arthur is a ministry worker, he knows our laws. Weasel has brought the ministry into disrepute with his actions. Lord Malfoy responded when asked. He is clearly unfit to draw up our laws, and his ridiculous Muggle Protection Act should be scrapped immediately. They are investigating ancient and noble houses, going as far as harassing certain ones, yet one of their own is actually one needing investigating. What the most incomprehensible part for me is that our own chief of Wizengamot, who presides over our laws and trials, believes Mr. Weasel should be allowed off free and clear. Lord Yaxley followed his partner's statements with his own. How can someone who is meant to enforce our laws and guide our world want someone who risked it to get away? Unfortunately, I was unable to get a comment from Arthur and Ronald Weasel about their actions, although when visiting his old wonky home, Mrs. Molly Weasel threatened to set the family ghoul on me. James, Lily and Henry Potter refused to comment on the advice of their lawyer, who I discovered was none other than Albus Dumbledore's best friend, Alpheus Doge. I ask you, readers of me, myself and I, what is happening with our world when a ministry worker breaks their written laws? The boy who lived shows disregard for the world he saved, and then our chief warlock of the Wizengamot thinks they should get away with it. If it was a member of a family that Mr. Weasel harassed under the name of his law, would Dumbledore still be protesting against the ruling of the law? Should we really let Henry Potter and Ronald Weasel get away with a mere wand to the hand? The Quibbler arrived on the 7th of December during breakfast as the head of houses walked around getting lists of which students were staying for Christmas and which were going home. Harry grinned as he read over the article aloud to his friends, the rest of the school reading copies that had sent by parents, guardians or siblings. With an article of such stature, everyone was reading it despite many believing the Quibbler was a joke before TVE it's printed already. Mother mentioned in her last letter that Aunt Rita was still working on her sources. Hermione asked confused. According to the note that came with my Quibbler, her and Uncle Zeno decided to wrap it up cleanly and get the article out before another paper or magazine covered it. Harry shrugged, handing the note over as he bit into the crispy bacon he was holding. Fair enough. Although no one has the sources she has, it wouldn't be as dramatic if someone else released any details now the case is officially closed, Draco muttered as he snickered at his father's quotes. Freddie and Georgie are actually in contact with Aunt Rita now, giving her more information on the Potters and Weasleys, so when the time is right she can strike with everything, Harry said nonchalantly before continuing with a dark chuckle. The Weasleys and the Potters will never recover from what they have planned. Hermione cackled much like Muggle fairy tale witches. Good. Blaise declared firmly. A loud cough pulled them out of their conversation and together they turned to see Severus standing behind Harry holding out two forms. I can't wait to go home this Yule. Harry sighed happily as he took the leaving form and wrote his name and Hermione's on it, before handing it back to a distracted Severus who had been pulled into a conversation by few older students about them staying. After everything happening this year already we need to relax and let out our stress, Hermione agreed. And hopefully Father will have a plan to move forward with for when we come back, Harry muttered, knowing he wouldn't truly be able to relax over the break if he had to spend the entire time worrying about the blasted diary. I am sure you will. Although you did lose it, so logically it should be up to you to strategize a plan. Hermione teased, only for Harry to send a stinging hex at her in retaliation. Can you two not even get through a single breakfast without tormenting each other? Severus sighed in exasperation as he sent up a shield wordlessly to protect Harry from whatever his sister had tried to send back. Where's the fun in that? The twins chorused, looking at their uncle with wide green eyes and an innocent expression. Menaces, the both of you. Can't figure out how your father hasn't been driven back into his insanity by the two of you, Severus muttered as he walked away, shaking his head to collect more forms. Charming. Hermione snickered. Thanks for that. Harry snorted at the same time. Speaking of menaces, Hermione spoke, a sadistic grin growing on her face before nodding her head towards the Gryffindor table. Spinning around, Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Henry Potter and Ronald Weasley were sitting alone at the end of the long rectangular table. Everyone had moved away, giving them a wide berth once they had read or listened to someone read the article. But the dark bags under their eyes from no sleep and the shakes in their hands as they drank gave Harry a perverse pleasure to watch. It filled him with warmth and vindication that his soulmate and twin brother cared about him enough to curse them so badly, and to not let it up yet, on their own brother. Everyone in the Great Hall seemed to be taking turns between laughing at the angry second years and muttering to their friends about the article, shooting them, and the headmaster glares. "I am going to miss Freddie." Harry sighed as he smiled dopily at his soulmate, who sent a conspirative wink when his friends weren't looking. The Potters and the Weasleys were having a huge Christmas party together, most likely at Potter Manor. Fred had been complaining about it to Harry at length because he hadn't been able to get out of it. Apparently, it was some big event that everyone had to attend, although Fred, George and Ginny had been preparing many of their best pranks to go off for the entirety of the holidays. "Just remember, it's only 2 weeks." Luna smiled softly as she placed her hand on his arm. Harry smiled at his dreamy friend. He couldn't be more grateful he had her. She always understood the sapier side of everyone and would never use it against them, just gave support for as long as needed before moving on. "Oh, the photo Aunt Rita got of the everyone is hilarious." Pansy snickered. Both Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and Mr. and Mrs. Potter stood red-faced and shamed behind the metal chairs their sons sat in during the interviews. Rita Skeeter was the queen of drama, reporting, and photos for a reason. Many of Rita's victims tried to say everything she wrote was embellished fiction, that she used a poisonous quick quote quills, misinterpreting the facts and misquoting people to make a good story. But that was not the case. She just knew how to present the story to the readers, how to make even boring stories into intriguing gossip, leaving them to want more. She was sneaky and underhanded, using an illegal bug animagus form to stalk those that would not give information willingly, but never had she strayed from the truth or dishonored true reporting facts. Although Harry could freely admit it would be torture to her target, she knew how to spin a tale to make the wizarding world turn against them when she wanted. Oh, look, Daphne started excitedly as she dropped the braid she had been working on. Dumbledore got sent a copy of the Quibbler. Everyone, within earshot, snapped their heads up to look at their headmaster reading the article, hands clenched tightly on the magazine. Albus could feel the color leaving his face the longer he continued to read, his blue eyes flashing with anger, lips pulled in a deep frown. Finally, he couldn't take any more and slammed the magazine on the table, causing many of his professors to jump and send startled looks towards him. Damn that Rita Skeeter. This would be a pain to try and clean up. Oh, how he wished he could just take care of her, but unfortunately, with Voldemort still inactive, he had no one to blame it on. Thankfully, his lieutenants Minerva and Lily had noticed the article over at the Gryffindor table and was currently rounding up all the copies they could, loudly declaring Rita a lying gossiper writing for a rag. It was then he heard the last thing he needed to hear after the morning he was already having. Dumblefuck's got in a howler. Marcus Flint chortled loudly from Slytherin with a large demented smirk etched on his troll-like face. "Detention, Mr. Flint," and 100 points from Slytherin. Lily screeched, causing students from all over to flinch. Her voice was like a wand on a chalkboard. But it was too late. Marcus's words had done their damage. Everyone had turned to look at the eagle owl carrying a smoking red envelope. Who dared to send him a howler? He, who defeated Grindelwald, and ran their world from behind the scenes. Who led them away from the dark and kept them safe. He who was the only one Voldemort feared. Right as the howler dropped in front of him, another 3 flew in to join it. He waved his hand sharply, wandlessly and wordlessly, dismantling the howler charms and rendering all of them into normal letters. Albus looked up upon hearing the students all muttering to find them staring at him. Quickly he grabbed the letters and fled with Professor McGonagall and Professor Evans on his heels. "You slimy snakes. You did this!" Henry Potter yelled, waving the Quibbler in the air as he stormed over to the Slytherin table, Ronald right behind him. "I have no idea what you are talking about, Potter." Harry smirked and held back a chuckle. The two annoyances actually looked worse closer up. Neville's description of the effects didn't do the curse justice. "Your Death Eater's fathers are behind this. Trying to get my father charged," Ronald shouted, sending spittle flying. "He did something illegal, Weasel. You don't think your family is above the law, do you?" Draco drawled tauntingly. "Like you can talk." Henry snorted. "Our fathers didn't work faux named, then claimed imperious and used bribes to stay out of Azkaban," Ronald continued. "Well, we all know that your father won't be able to afford to that at any rate," Hermione mocked. Ronald let out a loud roar of anger as he launched himself at Hermione, only to have a hand grasp his collar and yank him, causing him to fly backwards violently. "How undignified, Weasley, attacking a girl, with your fists no less." Severus tutted. "She started it." Henry shouted in his friend's defense. 20 points from Gryffindor in detention. Tonight, for both of you. Severus smirked. What? They both screeched. Do you want to lose more points? Severus asked with a raised eyebrow. Both boys glared before turning around and leaving, stomping and loudly declaring Mr. and Mrs. Potter wouldn't stand for it. They didn't get far before they rudely bumped into a group of students. This bump caused Lee Jordan to drop his pet tarantula with a cry. Looking down, Ronald went ghost white. Looking much like Sir Nick, he let out a loud high scream in terror before sprinting out of the Great Hall with Henry chasing after him. Lee snorted and shared a wink with Fred and George before picking his pet spider back up and walking away. Severus, what was that about? A familiar gruff voice asked bemusedly. Wolf. Severus acknowledged with his patented sneer, holding back a sigh when the man just smiled and tilted his head in question. Since starting at Hogwarts, Remus had felt himself change in the most magical ways. Almost everyone was entirely accepting of his furry problem. Severus still called him Wolf as he did after their 5th year, but it was more playful, less spiteful, almost banter. Your precious Gryffindors were taunting my snakes. When they returned in kind, Weasley launched himself at Miss Riddle and tried to punch her like a common muggle. Severus recounted with a sneer. He punched you, Miss Riddle? Remus asked, shocked as he moved to check her over. He tried Professor Lupin, but Professor Snape grabbed him. Hermione whispered shakily, wringing her hands as she averted her gaze to the table nervously. Remus sighed and shook his head. Disgusting behavior. I don't know what went so awry with those boys. Remus muttered as he placed his hand on her shoulder in support. Severus snorted but otherwise kept his scathing replies to himself, something that did not go unnoticed. I will make sure they show up for their detentions tonight, Remus said with a sigh. Severus nodded in thanks before spinning around and stalking out. Well, I will take my leave, and I shall see you all in History of Magic first class. Don't be late. Remus smiled and waved as he started to walk away. Professor Lupin. Wait. Harry called out, packing up his bag and saying a hurried goodbye to his sister and friends before rushing after the man. Yes, Mr. Riddle? Remus asked kindly as the young second-year fell into step beside him. I had some questions about last class one wanted to ask. Of course, we can talk while I set up, Remus replied, opening the door to his classroom and motioning Harry in first, before following him. With a silent wish of his wand, Remus had the chalkboard clear of what Harry could only assume was an outline for an older year group's homework for the weekend. Another flick had the topic of that morning's class. Medieval Assembly of European Wizards. They had started it in their last class and were set for another 3 lessons on it. What was your question? Remus asked as he perched himself on the edge of his solid mahogany desk. I had a few. Harry started politely, sitting down at the student desk closest to his professor. We talked about when the Assembly gave their first Bravery Against Fantastic Beasts award in 1290 to Barry Winkle for taking out a group of quintupeds, saving his 6-year-old granddaughter's life. But when was the Assembly actually founded? Remus grinned at the inquisitive expression, so reminiscent of himself at that age. It always filled him happiness when a student came to him wanting to learn more. We are actually covering that in today's lesson, Remus chuckled. It will be how we link up to our next subject after this, covering the International Warlock Convention of 1289 correctly and not boring you and your classmates to death. But in September of 1289, the International Warlock Convention worked together with a subcommittee of Sardinian sorcerers to form the Medieval Assembly of European Wizards. The last lesson was more of me getting an idea of how much had been taken in during Bin's classes at the start of the year on this topic. It was not as much as it should have been. Today I will be starting with basics of the assembly. Harry nodded thoughtfully, absently taking notes, the man's rough voice easy to listen to and tone free of condescension or arrogance. Should I wait to ask more? You might cover it if you were going to start from the easy stuff. Harry asked with a head tilt and shrug. You can. You are welcome to stay after and ask then if I didn't cover them, but I do mind helping you first, even if I do repeat it later. Remus chuckled. I can wait. Harry smiled. Remus was easy to talk to. He felt a connection with the werewolf. It would be only too easy to bond with the man, despite the years apart. We have 15 minutes before the first bell goes. Would you like a hot chocolate or tea? Remus asked with a smirk as he called in a Hogwarts staff elf. Is iced pumpkin juice okay? Harry asked, grinning when Remus placed their order. So are you enjoying your second year at Hogwarts? Remus asked as their drinks popped into existence next them. The classes are better, more exciting, we're doing more practical work now. Although the whole chamber thing is a bit of a storm on the Quidditch pitch. I mean, all the houses are looking at us Slytherins as if we are behind it. And the rules and restrictions are getting worse as the year goes on. Yes, I can't imagine how it would feel to be against the entire school like that. But I am here for support. Professors Sprout and Flitwick will also listen to you if someone tries anything. Not McGonagall? Harry asked teasingly. I don't like to speak ill of colleagues, let alone to a student. But Minerva is quite biased. I fear she would not listen and reverse it onto you or your housemates. Even the stuff she let me and my friends get away with school, I look back horrified. We got worse as we grew up because we never got punished, and it could have ended worse than it did for us. I don't intend to let that happen under my watch. Harry stared in shock. He never thought Remus would open up like that. He had heard, of course, the story of the Whomping Willow and how his uncle Severus almost died at a transformed Remus' hands. Sirius, Remus, James and Peter were treated like they had just put a sticking charm on someone's shoes, and Severus was at fault for listening to them. They should never have gotten away with it. They needed to remove Dumbledore and McGonagall so each student would be treated fairly and punished justly. Chapter 27 Chapter Notes. Hey, everyone, I am really sorry I have been gone so long. But life happened. I have autism and polycystic kidneys, so I struggle with my health, both physical and mental, but I have not given up on my writing no matter how long my episodes keep me away. As my most recent episode ended, my sister was having bad headaches. She wears glasses, so we thought her sight was getting worse and needed a new strength. Unfortunately, they found a bleed in her eye and rushed her to hospital. A month later we were informed she had a mass in her eye and it had broken off, causing the pain. Many tests later they found a tumor on the back of her brain. She had surgery and is back to normal life, but everything was really hard on the family for a while. I am truly blessed with a strong sister who never gave up and was up and walking the day after her and my biggest support with my issues, and despite struggling with protocols of care and people, it was my turn to do the same. This chapter is dedicated to the most wonderful sister I could ask for, caring for me and teaching me how the world works despite being 5 years younger. Kennedy, I love you with all my heart and you are my inspiration to keep trying in life no matter the hurdles. I am so glad you will be by my side when I say I do in 4 months. XXXXXX. The ritual in the chapter below will be written in English so you can read it, but it is spoken in Latin like the funeral for Cygnus Black. But I figured it would be easier to write in English so you don't have to get to bottom notes to know what is said. Hope you enjoy newest chapter. Magical celebrations amongst the pureblood family circles in the wizarding world were something magnificent, the picture of Muggle fairy tale dreams. Magic danced through every crevice of the homes wild and free, refueling the souls of the ones honoring her, causing them to act very much the same. Riddle Manor and its occupants were no different. The festivities well underway as they prepared for their holiday rituals. Harry and Hermione laughed loudly and freely as they ran around the manor in the days leading up to Yule, ducking under their parents as they decorated the house, and sliding down the main entrance staircase banisters. Over the weeks since coming back from Hogwarts, every family member had been over to see them home again. Even Andromeda with husband Ted Tonks and daughter Nymphadora. Andromeda was desperate to reconnect with her sisters and wanted to get to know her niece and 2 nephews. Dora got on splendidly with her cousins and despite the 7-year age gap was often seen playing magical tag with Hermione, Harry and Draco. Using simple disarming, paralyzing and defensive spells, they chased each other around the massive manor and its grounds. When hit with a skin color changing spelling, that person became the chaser. The massive Yule log, which had to be collected from trees on a property woven with the magic of the family celebrating, was harvested by Harry and Hermione right as the clock struck 12, rolling into the morning of the first day of Yule. It was now resting in the middle of the large celebration gazebo in the backyard, the ground around it beautiful stone tiles, and stone bricks building the base of the gazebo. The actual rounded structure was made of white wood reaching up high and was large enough to hold close to 80 people sitting down around the rim. The Yule log sat on dried borage flowers gathered by the members of the Riddle family, to bring peace to the home, tranquility in the family, and calmness in their relationships with each other. The first night of Yule, as the sun went down, the Riddle family stood around the log, allowing magic to flow in and around them. It was time for the ritual to begin. "Mother Magic, we call you now," Tom chanted, the Latin rolling off his tongue easily. The head of the family always started the ritual. Hermione and Harry shuddered as they felt the ancient Slytherin and Black family magic settled around them. Air from the east, the one you gave us for our breath, sustaining life. Through it, you grant us communication, imagination, clarity and knowledge. We thank you. They chanted together, smiling as they felt the air whip around them softly, welcoming. Earth from the north, the one you gave us for the crops that fill us to grow. Through it, you grant us fertility, patience, discipline and endurance. We thank you. The ground rumbled under their feet as if reassuring them that it was there. Despite being the start of the winter solstice, the grass stood still as magic settled in the earth. Fire from the south, the one you gave us for warmth and light in the dark. Through it, you grant us love, courage, freedom and power. We thank you. Even though the log was still unlit, awaiting the end of the spoken ritual, the temperature around them started to rise. The ground beneath their bare feet and the air around them warming. Water from the west, the one you gave us for the rivers, satisfy the thirst. Through it, you grant us empathy, intuition, compromisation and health. We thank you. Soft raindrops started to fall on the gazebo's wooden roof. The babbling creek that ran through a brick-sized opening at the base of the stone foundation seemed to get louder as it ran over beautiful white stones. Mother Magic, tonight we honor you for all you have given us. Guide us as you have before. Feel our love and devotion as we willingly follow you with our open souls and cores. Tom finished the last verse himself again, before wandlessly and wordlessly sending an incendio at the Yule log. An immense wave of pure magic from the elements washed over the Riddle family as Mother Magic accepted them as the log and borage flowers went up in flames. Harry and Hermione sighed in unison, feeling utterly content as they felt their magical cores being replenished, their souls being washed, and their minds resting at ease. Basking in the purest form of magic, letting themselves forget every worry or fear melt away, they waited before starting the next personalized step. In order of status within their family, they stepped forward with handmade flower bouquet, each flower symbolizing what they want for their family members in the new solstice. Tom stepped forward first. His bouquets were wrapped around by 3 white heathers symbolizing protection for his family. For his wife, he had lace leaf symbolizing abundance and happiness, paired with a daffodil representing new beginnings. Both flowers for how Tom wanted her to have a new beginning with her sisters and have the happiness she deserves after her mother had ripped them apart. For his son and daughter, he had 2 identical bouquets made of oak leaves, representing patience, power, endurance and strength, all of which his children would need upon return to Hogwarts. Along with baby's breath symbolizing the pureness and innocence that he wants to preserve and everlasting love from their soulmates. A hidden bouquet was bought out of his pocket. It wasn't wrapped in anything, just 14 peace lilies tied together, representing peace in the afterlife, usually used in these rituals to help those that haven't crossed over. Harry and Hermione shared a look. Every year Tom added that bouquet but never told them why or who it was for. Cassie placed her hand on Tom's shoulder in silent support. With a sorrowful smile at his wife, Tom stepped aside, giving her room, the mood changing as he felt genuinely uplifted with the warmth around him as he watched Cassie hold out her bouquet. Like Tom's, it was wrapped in 3 white heathers. For Tom, she had branches of a bay laurel tree with the leaves and little white flowers representing ambition, success and renown. All of which she wanted for his husband with his quest to save the magical world. She had 2 bouquets, one for each Harry and Hermione. They had white lilac flowers representing youthful innocence which she wanted to preserve like her husband, but they also meant confidence. She wanted them to continue to walk with their heads held high and follow their dreams. The last flower was oxeye daisy, representing patience. Something the twins would need desperately as they braved the halls of Hogwarts, facing down Dumbledore and his blind followers. She allowed her love for her 2 precious children to pour out into the bouquets before dropping them into the fire. Harry and Hermione stepped forward as one because of their equal status, feeling the warmth get stronger with every step forward. Harry smiled happily as his parents' love washed over them. This was his family. With his free hand he reached out and grabbed Hermione's hand. She turned her head to smile at her brother, squeezing his hand. Together they were unstoppable and knew the other would always be there to catch each other. Harry's bouquets for his family were all wrapped with white heather for protection, like his parents' bow, extra reassurance that his family would be kept safe during this fight against the light. For his father, he had bay laurels like his mother for the success against the light, as well as geranium for determination and wheat for wealth and prosperity. For his mother, he had phlox for the harmony he knew she wanted with her re-established relationships with her sisters, followed by red and yellow roses together meaning joy, happiness and excitement, everything she deserved. The final bouquet, for his sister, was filled solely with cherry blossoms for a good education, transience of life, gentleness, kindness and feminine beauty. Hermione had done the same as the rest of her family, wrapping her 3 bouquets in white heathers. It was fairly common for families who still practiced the old ways to use white heathers due to the fact that the light was constantly a danger to them. For her father, Hermione had bird's foot trefoil for revenge that he needed against those who had wronged them, and olive for continued peace, which Tom had finally found within himself from his family. For her mother, Hermione had gone with pink tulips representing caring, good wishes, friendship, joyful occasions and confidence, wanting her mother to have good things with her family, just like her father and brother had. Her final bouquet was for her brother. She had eglantine rose for healing wounds, gladiolus for the strength of character, conviction and honor, black tulips for power, strength and supreme elegance, and last elderflower for compassion. All of which he would need for his plans to follow his father's footsteps inside Hogwarts and to reunite with Sirius and Remus. Harry leant over to kiss Hermione's cheek as they dropped their bouquets together. The fire swallowed their plants. Mother Magic wrapped around them accepting their requests, sharing her love and power. The fire would continue to burn throughout the winter, providing warmth and love through the dark and cold nights. I have a plan for the current issues you are facing at school. Tom finally spoke. They had sat in silence by the fire for over an hour, just enjoying being a family, forgetting for a time all their problems. But that moment was over now apparently. Harry and Hermione sat up straighter from either side of their mother, as Tom stood up from Harry's other side and started to pace. But, your mother and I have spoken about this and you need to know the backstory and truth of this situation. Okay, Hermione whispered, tucking her feet up under her legs. We are listening. Harry nodded with trepidation. First, the flowers I leave every year in the solstice fire are the ending of this story. They're for a very special girl. Tom whispered, sadness in his voice. She was the one to introduce me to your mother, but before that, she was so much more. Cassie reached out a hand to her husband as he choked. Harry and Hermione shared worried glances. Not much could rattle the Lord of the Dark. When I was at Hogwarts, I already knew Dumbledore was dangerous. He knew of my Slytherin heritage and had hidden it from me. I told him when he visited me at Wool's orphanage at 11, that I could talk to snakes and asked if it was normal. He said no and left it at that. I could feel his eyes following me the minute I arrived at Hogwarts. Because of him, I spent the first 3 years at Hogwarts being the mudblood of Slytherin. I found out at the start of my 4th year that Parseltongue only ran in the Slytherin bloodline, and I took my place as king and ruled over my housemates. Tom said smugly. He could remember all those who tormented him bowing at his feet, where they belonged. But it wasn't until June 1943 that I realized how dangerous and evil he was. How desperate he was to have another challenger that he could save the wizarding world from again. In my 3rd year, I started to feel my magic playing up. It was reaching out, feeling and searching for something. I couldn't understand it, and I refused to ask another student then, as I was an outsider. It continued into my 4th year, and then I was the king of Slytherin, a leader for the dark faction who either feared or respected me. I couldn't risk the ones who had opposed me using my lack of knowledge against me. Reminding them of my Muggle upbringing would only put me in dangerous territory. Tom scoffed. Those who had opposed him had been punished harshly once he had unleashed his vengeance, and their families never recovered. I searched everywhere, but I was searching in the wrong place. A month into my 5th year, I finally found my answers, inside a book I had scoffed at and ignored, The World of Magical Bonds. Harry and Hermione gasped. It was the same book Tom had given Hermione when she met Theo and Harry when he met Fred. My magic wasn't playing up or being damaged, it was looking for my soulmate. Once I had that information, it only took me a few weeks to find her. Cassiopeia stood and held her husband's hand in comfort, stopping his pacing and grounding him. Myrtle Warren was a Muggle-born 3rd-year Ravenclaw. Merlin, her intelligence rivaled mine already at 13, she was as far from a mudblood as possible. She had embraced her magic and celebrated the magical celebrations, being taught by her pureblood housemates. I caught a Slytherin 3rd year, Olive Hornby teasing her and her glasses on the day I found her. I cursed her harshly with glee, left her in the corridor and took Myrtle aside. That night in the Slytherin dorms I called Hornby and her brother, Sage, in front of the entire house with Myrtle at my side. I informed everyone that they had been caught tormenting a fellow student with the mudblood slur in the middle of the corridor where any professor could have seen. Then informed the shaking pair that it wasn't just any student, but their king's soulmate. Tom revealed. Harry and Hermione had to chuckle. The slur mudblood was not to be used on muggleborns trying to assimilate, especially where a teacher could find them. They would have been punished by their house for that alone. The entire house ostracized them completely. Under my orders, no one was to talk to them or help them in any way. Olive had been betrothed to Cathal Yaxley in my year, who had been one of my first supporters and followers. They lost the betrothal contract the next day. I could see Dumbledore getting suspicious as Myrtle and I got closer. She was getting stronger and more confident, with a unique outlook, much like your Luna, without the seer ability. In my 6th year and her 4th, I finally found the Chamber of Secrets. The two of us spent many afternoons done there in Salazar's office and library. We had found the famed monster in the chamber. Tom grinned as Harry and Hermione sat up straighter, leaning forward eagerly. Her name was Aziza. Salazar had found her egg in Algeria, giving her a name of Arabic origin meaning strength, power, might and precious. He had placed her there to protect the students from Muggle threats. Salazar never wanted to wipe out Muggleborns. He had taken some under his wand as protégés. Unfortunately, his favorite, the most promising, a young girl Ainsley who was a gifted Legilimens and a Clumens at 13. Unfortunately, she had been caught in the witch hunts and burnt to death at 14. That was when he brought Aziza into the school and hid her in the chamber. He then tried to have Muggleborns taken from their families and adopted into the purebloods to save them. What legend does not tell you is that Godric, who was his best friend until the end, supported him. He did not want to take children from their parents and instead wanted to monitor them and any sign of abuse have them taken then. They fought over it yet but not enough to break the harmony between the four friends. Rowena completely agreed with Salazar and Helga with Godric, but they comprised. They would do as Godric and Helga wanted, but if too many were being taken from abusive Muggles that they would change to Salazar and Rowena's plan. All four founders knew of Aziza. All four had helped build the Chamberbull. What was Aziza? Harry asked breathily. Hermione nodded wildly, her curly hair bouncing around her face causing Tom to let out a genuine laugh. She was a basilisk. Both children gasped in excitement. There were only 4 basilisks known to the world, all in a magically guarded reserve. Avon Reserve was in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle and protected the most dangerous of endangered magical creatures. Now they had learned there was a 5th one, in Hogwarts no less. Tom grinned. Their reactions had been identical to his and Myrtle's when they found her. Although Myrtle had not been a Parselmouth, Aziza had loved the caring girl who had learned everything she could about basilisks as to properly care for her. He would often come out of the study to see Aziza sleeping with Myrtle on her tail napping. But then I started to lose days in my memories, according to my followers, and Myrtle I would disappear for hours and be aloof and distant when I did return. I didn't know what was happening. Then a Hufflepuff Muggleborn turned up petrified. I knew immediately it had to have been Aziza. Not many things can petrify like a basilisk, only 2 that it is known. A dark sorcerer of all magic with the Parseltongue gift, even I cannot do it yet, and a magically bred stonefish, touching their spines will petrify you. If you place a male and female normal stonefish in a lake surrounded by magic, like ours or the Great Lake at Hogwarts, their offspring will be a magical mutated creature. We still don't know how. It is the only Muggle creature to do so. It is rumored they were originally magical creatures that adapted to a Muggle world, so immerging it in magic brings it forward again. So it was fairly clear to me what the cause was. But Aziza can't leave the chamber into the actual school unless ordered by a Parselmouth. She can't leave the chamber? A horrified Hermione interrupted. She can, just not into the school. There is a huge tunnel into the back of the Forbidden Forest where she has bonded with many of the creatures out there, Tom reassured her. Anyway, we began to suspect someone was using me. The missing hours and days lined up. But I can fight the Imperious Curse. It washes over me and never has a chance to cling to me. By Christmas I was positive it was Dumbledore. He was watching me more than usual even for him. He seemed eager and happy whenever I disappeared. 4 more students had been petrified, each one Muggleborn. The tensions between the other houses and Slytherin had elevated. Gryffindors were attacking us every chance they got, yet when we retaliated or protected ourselves we got detentions and point loss. We were researching what was controlling me every free period we had with no luck. Even back then Dumbledore was removing books from the library and trying to limit our learning. Harry growled at that. Stupid old coot had meddled too much in the magical world, and he had no doubts that his father's thoughts back then were right and that Dumbledore had behind everything. What I hadn't known was Myrtle had been doing her research into my family as a surprise for me, trying to find out who my mother had been in the hopes of finding my father. She was very much like you, Hermione, Tom said with a sad smile at his daughter. Intelligent and vivacious. Even the most stoic Slytherins grew to respect her as her own. Which instead of as my soulmate. On my birthday she presented me with her findings. She had already known that my most likely blood relation to the Slytherin family tree was the Gounts. I had figured that out myself back in my 4th year. But after that I was stumped. The last Gaunt at Hogwarts was 3 generations ago. She had managed to find out about a young girl who had been almost a squib after all the abuse from her family, Merope. She had given me her last known address where her last known relative, Brother Morphin, lived. We had planned to go together when the school year ended and get my answers. But Dumbledore ruined everything. Tom's magic swirled angrily with hatred, his eyes vibrant red while his hands shook. Harry and Hermione could only watch in horror as their father stalked around in fury. His magic felt unstable and broken. Smothering the area, the power was a taste in the air, encompassing everything. Cassiopeia had been quick to grab her husband and hold him close, allowing her magic to soothe him. "Father, you don't have to tell us more," Hermione whispered as Harry hugged her closely. "No, I am sorry. You deserve to know this." Tom shook himself, gaining control of his magic, reining it back in. Despite the situation, Harry couldn't help but be in awe at his father's power and control. Dumbledore always left his magic out to feel so you were aware of his power, but he didn't even come close to what they had just felt from Tom. June 13, 1943 was the worst day of my life. There had been 8 petrifications and Dumbledore and Dippet were interrogating everyone, yet the DMLE hadn't come in. That night I blacked out. I had been on my way to the dorm after dinner and after that black. When I woke up I was just outside the dorm and it was almost curfew. I was weak and drained. I felt this hole in my magic and soul. I was terrified of what this meant. I turned around away from the dorm and started to walk shakily. As prefect I knew I could talk myself out of trouble for being out after curfew. But before I could get far Professor Slughorn came barreling down the hallway and with fear and sadness on his face he ushered me into the dorm room. He sat the entire house down and informed us that Olive Hornby had found a student dead. Harry and Hermione gasped in horror. They had known a student had died last time the chamber opened, but with all the past tenses and current family, they had a dreaded knowing of who had died. Tom ran his hands over his face as tears gathered. I knew in my gut what was causing this hole in my soul. For the first time since being a child I started to cry. No one could do anything. I was angry and lost control of my magic. It destroyed the dorm room. Thankfully Professor Slughorn had been able to protect my housemates from my rage. When he finally said her name I screamed and passed out. My trusted followers and the closest I had to friends back then filled Professor Slughorn in on the fact she was my soulmate. He managed to get a potion in me to settle my core and got me to the Meadowitch matron Madame Selwyn. Together they were able to stabilize me so my soul didn't disintegrate. Harry wasn't even able to bring himself to gasp unlike Hermione. He just felt cold. He hated Dumbledore more than he ever had before. How dare he do this to his father? He couldn't bear to think about Fred dying. How had his father continued? Most went crazy before killing themselves after the death of a soulmate before bonding. Once bonded they stabilized naturally and could carry on or choose to die in their sleep unwilling to continue. Hermione was crying as she watched her mother hug their father before she joined them, Harry, right behind her. 3 days later I came to. Headmaster Dippet, Madame Selwyn and Professor Slughorn waiting for me to come to. They gave me their condolences and said I could come to them as they understood. But how could they? I felt rage like I had never felt before, not with Billy Stubbs or Mrs. Cole at the orphanage, not even with those who dared defy me and called me a mudblood all those years. Someone had to pay for what had happened. I started going through my bag to find if I had missed something that could maybe undo what had happened. What I found was worse. I found my diary, but it was not a simple diary anymore. I could feel my own essence pouring out of the pages. I leant over the bed in the hospital wing and vomited. I knew exactly what had happened, why both my magic and soul had felt different. I had been researching Horcruxes all year. My fear of my death had changed to the fear of Myrtle's, and I had been desperate, but it happened anyway. However, he had done it. Dumbledore had made me not only kill my own soulmate but from her death. Tom looked sick again, recounting his story. I kept looking and found a folded parchment with my name scrawled on it in delicate cursive. I recognized Myrtle's handwriting instantly. It took me an hour to bring myself to open it. There was a vial of pink liquid within the paper. The page was torn from a book. The title Obscure Banned Potions was on the top of the page. It was a recipe and description of the potion called Imperium Summa. It literally translates to control unlimited, the highest power. It is essentially a liquid imperious, but because it is ingested you can't fight it off. It removes the memory of what you do under its effect, just like a possession. She had scrawled on the bottom that Dumbledore had sent Rubeus Hagrid with a note demanding a meeting with her, and she had a bad feeling, so she placed the antidote and information in my bag before meeting with him. I wish with every part of my magic that she had come to me first, but even we hadn't thought Dumbledore would go that far. I took the antidote straight away, but even that couldn't fix how my soul aches and the chaos I could feel in the back of my head. I do believe that being responsible for my own soulmate's death and the Horcruxes were the reason I lost my mind near the end of the First War. Tom admitted. He relished feeling his family close. I was walking back to my dorm plotting my revenge when Dumbledore found me. He told me it wasn't wise to wandering the halls due to the circumstances. I felt my blood boil. He had a twinkle in his eyes. I had to let him know that I knew what he had done as well as keep the school open. Myrtle had come back as a ghost of Hogwarts. I couldn't go back to the Muggle world, unable to return to see her. She was currently tormenting Olive Hornby and laughing maniacally as she used to when she found something to use against others in debates. Like me, she hadn't been fully right even back then, although she let go more when she got attacked by a wolf pup and Dumbledore just waved it off as the fault laid with one of his Gryffindors. Just then it hit me. I smirked at Dumbledore before turning around and followed the walls and corridors deeper into the castle. Finally, I found what I was looking for. That bumbling idiot was in love with dangerous creatures, always sneaking them into the castle to raise. Sure enough, I found Rubeus Hagrid trying to hide an acromantula of all these in a box. "It's over, Hagrid," I said, startling him. He didn't do it. He pleaded over and over. "You never meant him to hurt someone, but for this, they will have your wand." I was awarded a trophy, a special award for services to the school by Headmaster Dippet and the school governors. Dumbledore hated me even more after that. It was the start of my revenge plans, and it had worked so sweetly. I then cursed the diary to reopen the chamber if ever back in Hogwarts with someone who wasn't my heir. Tom finished. "I am so sorry, Father," Harry whispered. His father had been through the worst anyone could suffer, and he had gone and started the cycle again. "It is not your fault, my son. Yes, you should have been more careful, but you were only a child. Besides, I have a plan. Dumbledore will surely know where the diary is. He was the reason for the first time and most assuredly is behind this one just as much. The most likely scenario is that he was watching you just as closely as he watched me and then waited for a chance to grab the diary knowing it has my soul inside." At this Tom chuckled as he pulled out a small box from inside his enlarged pockets. "You have to find the diary and replace it with this," Tom said as Harry hurriedly unwrapped the box only to reveal an identical book. "This has similar powers. It can talk back, but unlike the Horcrux, it does not house my soul." A dark smile appeared on Tom's face. "Once you have the original and swapped it with the fake, you can pretend to save the sad sap that has it. I will then convince the board to award you the same one I got all those years ago." "That would piss Dumbledore off so bad." Harry chuckled with his father. "Language." Cassie scolded her son but with a smile on her face. "Question: how do we find the diary?" Hermione asked curiously. "Firstly, watch Dumbledore. If he does know who has the diary, then he will be watching them carefully. If that doesn't lead anywhere, try focusing your magic on the family branch. It should warm up the more you use it and you will get stronger at sensing the family magic, and recognizing it will become easier," Cassie said, smiling softly. She had been working on this with Tom since they had found out the diary was missing. Harry ran his hands over the book before handing it to Hermione, familiarizing themselves with the small sliver of their father's magic. We won't let you down, they chorused together. Chapter 28. Chapter notes. I finally found time to update. I am finally married. My honeymoon was cancelled due to no one is leaving or coming in, but it gave me time to spend with my new hubby and write. Hope you all enjoy. So we have the fake diary and we only need to find the real one and swap them? Fred asked for confirmation as he wrapped his left arm around Harry's shoulder. The new generation's inner circle were all in a private compartment on the Hogwarts Express. Harry sat between Fred and George, Hermione opposite him, between Draco and Theo, Daphne and Pansy closest to the windows on either side, and despite plenty of room, Blaise and Luna were sat in the middle on the floor in the lotus yoga position with their eyes closed. Yes, but I have a feeling it won't be as easy as that sounds. Hermione nodded. I can't believe Dumbledore would desecrate a soul bond. They're sacred. Daphne spat in disgust. They all knew how bad the man was, but to go that far, it was incomprehensible. Harry gave George a questioning look when the older boy flinched at the mention of bonds. George just smiled and patted Harry's hand before returning to his newest comic. Is she still at Hogwarts? Your father's soulmate? Pansy asked softly. Yeah, she is. She used to spy on Dumbledore and pass on information to father, but after she showed up to Sage Hornby's wedding and ruined the entire affair, stalking and terrorizing Olive, and harassing Hagrid, the Ministry stepped in and banished her to Hogwarts permanently. Harry said, chuckling at the havoc she had managed to create as a spectral being. We have actually met her before. Hermione teased the other girls. Who? Daphne asked curiously. She is known to the female Hogwarts population as... Hermione paused dramatically, moaning Myrtle. No way. The others burst out. Who? Draco asked bemused, sharing a look of confusion with Blaise, Theo and Harry, who all shook their heads in response. She is a teenage ghost in the second-floor girls' lavatory, always crying and screaming, making it impossible for anyone to use it. All girls avoid it if they can. Pansy shuddered. Yes, father was quite amused when I told him. Apparently, she enjoyed making things more difficult for her classmates once she gained her confidence and grew into herself before Dumbledore's meddling. Hermione said, ending with a sneer. The Ministry sealed her in Hogwarts, unable to see her soulmate. I am not surprised she makes things even harder for the inhabitants. Luna whispered sadly, blue eyes sparkling with unshed tears. But why Hogwarts? Draco asked. Usually when the Ministry has to step in, the ghosts are banished to family homes or forced to move on. Dumbledore. Harry and Hermione chorused bitterly. He didn't want her out there with father. If she had been, she would have been able to stabilize him, Hermione explained. He needed father to fall into his insanity, Harry spat. But why harass Hagrid and pin the blame of her death on him? I get that he took her to Dumbledore, but wasn't he just a messenger? George asked, looking up from his comic, speaking for the first time. Hagrid is Dumbledore's man. Always has been, always will be. Draco scoffed, sticking his nose up in the air. The Gryffindor wolf pup that attacked Myrtle? That was Hagrid, Hermione explained patiently. He found a litter of moon wolf pups in the forest near his home. Harry continued. Moon wolves are wolves born from two werewolves, conceived and birthed on the full moon. They can never shift from their wolf form but have human intelligence. A litter consists of between 2 to 10 pups. They can communicate telepathically between themselves, and when they breed, not only will they only breed with other moonwolves, but the new generation pups will be the same. Hermione recited in lecture mode when Pansy, Daphne, Blaise, Fred and George had shared blank and confused looks. They are exceedingly rare and aren't taught until 5th-year care of magical creatures. Harry soothed a pouting Fred with a chuckle. It wasn't often the older boy didn't know something. Despite the carefree pranking persona of the Weasley twins, they were remarkably intelligent. Anyway, Hagrid found 5 pups and took them away from their den and brought them to Hogwarts, hiding them under his bed, Hermione said as she rolled her eyes as Harry hugged Fred to his chest, cooing at the sulking dramatic 4th year. They managed to escape his room. They were in a new environment, away from their parents and pack. Naturally, in their fear, they attacked. 6 students were hurt that day, including Myrtle, Hermione explained. Because no high-standing purebloods were hurt, Dumbledore was able to sweep it away with a clean sweep. Draco sneered. Hagrid was also the one who dropped me off at the Dursleys on Dumbledore and the Potter's orders. Left me on the doorstep with a letter to be discovered the next morning, Harry whispered. He can't be trusted and must be watched, Hermione stated seriously as Fred tightened his hold on Harry in sympathy and comfort. We are almost there, Luna spoke as she pulled her uniform from her trunk. Here we go, Harry said dryly. The new term seemed to fly by. Fortunately for the students, there had been no attacks since Dean Thomas was discovered. Madame Pomfrey was pleased to report that the mandrakes were becoming moody and secretive, meaning that they were fast leaving childhood. The moment their acne clears up, they'll be ready for repotting again, Harry, Hermione and their friends heard her telling Filch kindly one afternoon. After that, it won't be long until we're cutting them up and stewing them. You'll have Mrs. Norris back in no time. Unfortunately, that meant two things for the Cambions, the first being with no trail to follow, they were no closer to finding the diary. The second being that Gilderoy Lockhart seemed to think it was because of him and the man had become more insufferable than usual. All four houses were lined up waiting for Professor Lupin to let them in for History of Magic when they heard Gilderoy laughing loudly. I don't think there'll be any more trouble, Minerva, he said, tapping his nose knowingly and winking as he walked following the visibly annoyed Transfiguration professor, oblivious to her growing ire. I think the chamber has been locked for good this time. The culprit must have known it was only a matter of time before I caught him. Rather sensible to stop now, before I came down hard on him. He continued joyfully clueless as the students within hearing distance outright laughed or groaned at his arrogance. You know, what the school needs now is a morale booster. Wash away the memories of last term. I won't say any more just now, but I think I know just the thing. He tapped his nose again and strode off, leaving a fuming McGonagall. Oh, Merlin's pants save us all. Harry groaned loudly. What could that moron possibly have planned? He was greeted with laughter from most of his year mates, the exceptions being those who hated him, Weasley, Potter and Finnegan, and the girls who still worshipped Lockhart, Brown, Gryffindor, Pottle, Bulstrode, Perks, Turpin and Abbott. Lockhart's mystery morale booster left even the bravest of students shaken with disbelief when it was finally revealed at breakfast on the 14th of February. Harry's eyes went wide in horror as he took in the monstrosity that lay before them. For a moment he wondered if they had taken a wrong turn. Hermione, followed by Daphne, Blaise, and Luna, had been overtaken by giggles beside him. All the walls in the Great Hall had been covered by obnoxiously large, garishly colored pink flowers. I am going to be sick, Harry moaned as they made their way to the Slytherin table. My eyes hurt, I might need glasses after this, Pansy whined as she sat down reaching for the bacon. What's in my hair? Draco shrieked, his hands flying to protect his head. Laughing, the others tilted their eyes up only to find little purple heart-shaped confetti falling from a pale blue sky. That man is a menace. Marcus Flint growled as he stalked down from his spot at the end of the table to talk to them. He nodded his head towards the head table with a sneer of disgust. Oh. Ouch. Harry spluttered, hot tea scalded his throat as he choked on a mouthful larger than he had intended to take. I have no words. He finally coughed out. Lockhart was standing at the table, his arms open calling for quiet with his trademark smile stretched across his face. He was in pink robes that matched the flowers on the wall, the color almost blinding, tied around the waist, over the robes, a giant cummerbund in the same purple as the hearts. We need to get rid of him, Hermione sneered as she pulled confetti out of her pancakes. What do you need us to do? Adrian asked as he arrived with Graham and Miles, all three sitting down opposite Harry and Marcus. We will meet after Quidditch practice tonight on the pitch. We can't discuss it here, it's too risky, Harry ordered after sharing a look with Hermione. Gather anyone you can who you think will help us, Hermione added. I will let the Twin Terrors know in potions today, Adrian said quickly as Harry opened his mouth again. Grinning sheepishly, he tucked his head down. Happy Valentine's Day, Lockhart shouted, startling the Slytherins from their conversation. Apart from his diehard fans, everyone watched the man in trepidation. And may I thank the 46 people who have so far sent me cards. Yes, I have taken the liberty of arranging this little surprise for you all, and it doesn't end here. 46 people actually sent that disgrace Valentine's cards? Marcus grumbled in horror. Lockhart clapped his hands in glee, and through the doors to the entrance hall marched a dozen surly-looking dwarfs. However, Lockhart had gone one step further and had them all wearing golden wings and carrying harps. My friendly, card-carrying cupids, Lockhart beamed, completely unaware of the looks of horror he was getting from students and colleagues alike. They will be roving around the school today delivering your valentines. And the fun doesn't stop here. I'm sure my colleagues will want to enter into the spirit of the occasion. Why not ask Professor Snape to show you how to whip up a love potion? And while you're at it, Professor Flitwick knows more about entrancing enchantments than any wizard I've ever met. The sly old dog. Harry let out a startled laugh as he looked at his uncle, who was glaring at all of his students as if daring them to ask for a love potion. I think Uncle Sev will poison the first person to ask. Draco cackled gleefully. The rest of the day consisted of students diving to hide from the singing Valentine dwarves, the professor getting more and more frustrated having their classes interrupted to deliver both singing messages and large cards. Marcus had hexed 2 older Gryffindors who had been stupid enough to laugh at him when a dwarf brought him a large pink card. Afterwards, he strided around with a smirk, while his black eyes glinting full of promises that had others shuddering. Harry sulked as they left lunch heading to the South Tower for Transfiguration. Hermione and Theo had been sickening all morning. He was happy for his twin, but tea he could take when he couldn't walk around openly with his own soulmate. As if sensing her brother's mood, Hermione gave him an understanding look before holding his hand, grounding his magic. They were ignoring everyone around them, heads held high, noses in the air when they were waylaid and pulled into a large alcove. What the hell? Hermione groused. I almost hexed you. Harry laughed, hitting Fred and George's arms playfully. Theo stepped in with Hermione as Draco. Blaze, Daphne and Pansy automatically stood in front of the entrance, blocking them from sight, Luna talking happily with the portrait next to them. You will forgive us. The identical beaters chuckled. Watch this. Curiously, they all poked their heads out to see the Gryffindors approaching them heading to the charms class. Oi, you, Henry Potter, was shouted loudly. Everyone moved out the way as a serious and harsh-looking dwarf pushed his way through the crowded corridor. You didn't? Harry managed as he laughed. Happy Valentines, Fred declared gleefully. He gave Harry a hug before George and himself disappeared. The Slytherins quickly left the alcove, getting as close as they could. They got to the front row of students just as the dwarf ripped Henry's bag and tackled the boy, sitting on his legs. Right, he said gruffly, here is your singing Valentine. His eyes are as brown as a baby mandrake's roots, his hair is as dark as a blackboard. I wish he was mine, he's really divine, the hero who conquered the Dark Lord. Unfortunately, Perfect Percy Weasley was making his way through everyone trying to disperse the crowd. Harry let himself be led away by Luna as he was laughing so hard he had tears rolling down his cheeks. Henry's look of mortification would forever be ingrained in his memory. Even Weasley and Finnegan had been chuckling at their friend's misfortune. The sun was setting as Slytherin finished their grueling training. Fuck Flint. I can't feel my ass, Adrian snapped when the captain finally called for them to land. I think my balls are swollen, Miles complained sourly. You two are disgusting. Callan scrunched up her nose. Merlin, there are 12-year-olds present. Michaela sneered as she swung her bat in their direction. All players had to attend all practices under Flint's demand. What's fucking the point having reserves if they are fucking useless, was Marcus's motto. Unfortunately, the girls' defense was wasted as Harry, Draco, Blaze and Theo were all laughing hysterically and had heard much worse over the years. We should shower before those willing to help show up for our meeting, Marcus grunted, ignoring his team's complaints. Too late. Harry chuckled, eyes wide as a large group were making their way towards them. Merlin's saggy balls. Michaela cursed. Hypocrisy. Adrian and Miles shouted, pointing their fingers in righteousness, only for Michaela to roll her eyes and flip them off. Shut it. Marcus snapped. We have everyone we can find that we think will help. Hermione grinned as she waved her hand over the crowd behind her. I can't believe you got so many Griffs to show up. Graham choked as he took in his fellow students. Fred, George, and Lee waved happily from between their uncomfortable classmates. They had managed to drag their entire Gryffindor team minus Henry Potter, plus Prefect Percy Weasley, along. Bell, Spinnet and Johnson wearily approached the Slytherins and looked to their captain and prefect. We are only involved if it isn't going too far or illegal, Oliver grunted. Or breaking school rules, Percy added pompously. If we think you are being too Slytherin and crossing a line, we are out. Wood continued, ignoring his best friend beyond giving him a fond look. The Slytherins rolled their eyes, but the prejudice against them was strong, If it was crossing a line, it was automatically Slytherin. Same here. Hufflepuff's newly appointed Seeker Cedric Diggory spoke up. His 4 friends all nodded along with him. Harry only recognized Anthony Rickett and Herbert Fleet, as they were the Hufflepuff reserve beater and keeper, the girl and remaining boy he had seen around Cedric a lot, but their names eluded him. Yes, you have said that already, and I have promised 3 times. Hermione grouched. We don't have a problem with being Slytherin. Astoria chuckled from the Ravenclaw group. She was standing with Ginny and Rose, who were both grinning. They had managed to bring 4 older Ravenclaws, Chaser Roger Davis, along with Cho Chang, Marietta Edgecombe, all of whom had mothers on the school board, and lastly Prefect Penelope Clearwater. Robert had prefect rounds with Gemma, but he wants to help depending on your ideas. Penelope spoke with a soft smile, blushing as everyone turned to listen. Terry Boot in your year has detention but wants to hear the plans too, Ginny added. All right everyone, listen up. Harry shouted as he moved to stand on the bleachers that rested pitchside where reserves sat during matches. I think we can all agree that Lockhart is useless, Hermione said, standing next to her brother. We aren't learning anything from him. We got rid of boring Bins and now we have ludicrous Lockhart. Harry smirked as everyone chuckled at the name. We have been thinking about it all today and we have 2 plans to put forth, Hermione smirked. The first being, every time he says something in class, question it, keep questioning until he cracks. We will then send all of those memories to the school board so they can see how useless he is and hear his lies. Hermione explained. Everyone blinked in surprise. It was logical and solid. Even the rule-abiding prefects looked happy with the plan. Second part isn't as straight edge and those that aren't comfortable don't have to take part, Harry started. But I will be leading a group to play harmless pranks that will target him and hopefully start to prove the stories of his conquests are just that, stories. We are in. Fred yelled, pointing to himself, George and Lee. What sort of pranks? Percy asked uneasily as he shot a look at his brothers. He knew those 2 well enough to know it'd go too far. Just small things to prove his incompetence, Harry reassured him, although he would like to go all out on the idiot. The more people involved the better, and he couldn't risk one of them running to Dumbledore. We can charm his portraits to be bald. George grinned happily. Sticking hexes to his chairs, Lee added. Things that students know counters too, therefore a fully trained wizard would be embarrassed by not knowing, Fred smirked. What if he knows how to undo them? The girl at Cedric's side asked dubiously. Beatrice, come on. The man is an idiot. The boy laughed. I know, Gabe. She sighed. But he might still know counter hexes we learn in 5th year. He might be an idiot in the real world, but he still graduated. Then we keep trying, going into higher level hexes and charms. Adrian piped up. Excellent, Miles cackled. I won't take part in the pranks, Percy declared, earning groans from those who expected it. But as the man tried to tell us, last class, that he had cured a werewolf and made us act it out, I will not catch those involved or take points on it. That earned wide-eyed looks from those who had not thought the prefect had it in him to break the rules. On that note, Marcus grunted. No prefect shall take part in the pranks. I have no doubts that we will be expected to find those involved. If we don't know the details, it will be easier to convince the professors that we are at a loss. The rest of the prefects nodded in agreement. The group of unlikely allies disbanded as curfew neared. Harry showered the Quidditch sweat and dirt away with high hopes for the following term. Chapter 29 Chapter Notes. I'm BACCCKK. It is so good to be writing again. It's such a relief to be back doing what I love. So I have learnt some stuff since I've been gone. While I am updating new chapters, I will also be going through old ones and making a more reader-friendly format and trying to edit my grammar. Any major changes I will alert you to, but I don't believe many will happen. I hope you enjoy the new chapter and let me know what you think. Gadding with ghouls. Lockhart shouted joyfully as he waved his hands, indicating the students to take their seats. Keeping a wide berth of each other, the Gryffindors and the Slytherins took their claimed seats. At the front of the room next to Lockhart was a giant framed photograph of himself holding his book up for the world to see and waving madly. Today we will be learning about ghouls and how to defeat them, Lockhart said with his wide grin. The ghoul is a dangerous creature and should not be trifled with, Lockhart said calmly, looking over the students. They are best left to the professionals like myself, he boasted. Harry smirked as his professor unwittingly opened himself up for their first attack and raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Riddle. But Professor Sir, Harry started innocently, Hermione snorting quietly next to him. The Ministry has only classed them as a XX creature? Ah, but, you forget, that doesn't mean they aren't dangerous, just that there are more dangerous ones out there. Of course, I have faced much more dangerous creatures, therefore it was extremely easy for me to defeat the group of ghouls I encountered. But they are still dangerous. Lockhart said condescendingly, his blue eyes hardening. He clearly didn't like being questioned. Hopefully, this meant he would start to snap with so many students doing it. Hermione barely wasted a second before throwing her hand into the air, hiding her smirk as Lockhart reluctantly called on her. Yes, Miss Riddle. He sighed. But the Ministry defines XX creatures as harmless and able to be domesticated? She said, striving to sound confused and questioning. Well, yes. Lockhart stuttered, his eyes darting around as all the students watched him intently. But, well, that is for professionals. The best of us can, of course, domesticate a ghoul if we are lucky. But not all can be. Better safe than sorry. Lockhart chuckled nervously as he pulled himself together. Professor? Weasley called, sticking his hand in the air. Lockhart seemed to breathe again, thinking maybe he would get a reprieve from the Gryffindor. But it seemed, even though the Slytherins had started it, the Gryffindors were annoyed enough with their defense lessons to keep it going. We have a ghoul in our attic. The most he ever does is bang the pipes when he thinks the house is too quiet. He has never shown any sign of violence or aggression. Weasley said, Potter, nodding along with him. Graham says she misses the one that lived in her house growing up because they eat bugs, spiders and other household pests. Kept the cellar immaculate for them. Neville added without waiting to be called on. Harry smirked. Neville was already far from the shy boy he had been at the start of the year. They had made a bigger difference to the boy's confidence than he had thought. Well, that is to say, Lockhart stuttered. The majority of owls we use for sending letters are XX creatures as well. Theo spoke up with a tilt of his head. Including the eagle owl, brown owl, tawny owl, screech owl, gray owl, scops owl, and the barn owl. He continued pretending to be oblivious to Lockhart's attempts to talk. Fairies, puffskeins and mooncalves are XX creatures as well. Faye Dunbar said, bestowing the professor with a strange look. She couldn't believe Hogwarts employed this idiot. If it wasn't for a clear standard with the rest of her teachers, she would have demanded to be homeschooled. Beauxbatons is home to the largest frolic of fairies in the magical world. The school's open glades and peaceful woodlands gave them the perfect home for breeding and laying their eggs. They used to come out and dance with us students and follow us around. Faye blushed when she noticed everyone staring. It was the most she had ever said at once since arriving at Hogwarts. Ghouls can't be that bad if they are in the same classification as fairies, she finished quietly. Lockhart had clearly had enough, his face going red and purple in anger and embarrassment. That is enough, he hollered, although it lost some of its pow with how shaky it was. Now, I am the expert here and I do not expect you to all understand as children. You shall all read Gadding with Ghouls again, and I want 2 feet of parchment on the truth behind these creatures and how I defeated them. Now class dismissed. He snapped out before sweeping out before anyone could say anything else. He growled in frustration as he threw his chair across the office the minute the door shut behind him. How dare these imbecile children question him? No one had ever done so before. He had worked too hard to make sure the truth never got out to let 12-year-olds ruin it for him. I think that went perfectly. Harry chuckled as they all fled the defense against the dark arts classroom. I brought a crystal file with me just in case we got a chance to get a memory, Hermione said, her hand patting her robe pocket as Luna herded them down the empty corridor whilst humming to herself softly. With all other classes still in progress, they had 15 minutes before everyone was released for lunch. Of course, the Gryffindors had already made their way to the Great Hall, although the food wouldn't be ready until every class was let out. Okay, so how do we do this? Pansy asked as Luna held a door to an abandoned classroom open for them. Well, we only need the one memory of that class, right? Blaise asked as he jumped onto an old desk. Yes, it would be best if everyone only sends one memory in each as well, so they can see how many people are sick of him. Theo nodded. I am kind of surprised the Potters weren't able to get rid of him after he banished their precious baby's bones. Daphne wondered as she watched Hermione pull out the files and place them on the desk next to Blaise. Please. Harry snorted. Every interaction I've had with them, they blindingly followed Dumbledore's lead. If he told them no and that he needed Lockhart here for whatever reason, they would back down. Speaking of, have you gotten anything from Potter Sr. yet? Draco asked curiously. He knew Harry was watching the man closely, but with everything going on they hadn't had many chances to talk about it. Nothing yet. He seems to take the potion once every 2 to 3 weeks, and the last few days before that woman gives him another one his attitude definitely softens. But it is always in a colored vial and never around many people. Harry sighed frustrated. I don't know what to do next, he admitted reluctantly. We should talk to Rose, maybe find out if she knows anything, Hermione mused thoughtfully. I don't think she is involved, she added hurriedly as Harry scowled. He had become fond of his ex-sister, bonding easily. But if she thinks it is a normal potion, then she might know when he started taking them and noticed the changes, not knowing what it actually means. Harry nodded, easily accepting his twin's reasoning. Okay, I will try and talk to her. I might talk to Severus as well if there is any chance Rose has seen the color or the cycle of brewing. He is our best chance. If you are going to tell Severus, you should inform our father as well. He will want to hear it from you. Hermione informed her brother. You haven't told him yet? Draco asked incredulously. It isn't so simple. I don't want him to think that suddenly James Potter can replace him, and if I had been wrong about the potion then I would have upset him needlessly. Harry defended himself. He knows how much his snakelet loves him. No matter our success or failure, the bonds of your family of choice hold strong. Luna sang softly, kissing Harry and Hermione's cheeks. Thanks, little moon. I will use the mirror to call him tonight, Harry decided. Right. Now that is sorted, who wants to give the memory? Hermione cleared her throat, trying to keep her emotions under control, but if she held her brother's hand tighter than usual, he didn't comment. I will. Harry sneezed before, but how hard could it be? Do you remember the theory? Hermione smirked as she handed him a phial, holding the crystal lid in her hand. Of course. He sniffed arrogantly before laughing. He pulled out his wand, pointing it at his forehead, focusing clearly on the memory he wanted. Extractus. Harry incanted, smiling softly as he felt his magic react, pulling the wand away from his head. A silver hair-like wisp was pulled with the wand, glowing brightly as it floated in the air. As his wand touched the edge of the phial, the memory flowed seamlessly, filling the space with its glow. Hermione grinned as she sealed the phial with magic before placing it in a small box. I've already placed the unbreakable charm on the phials, she divulged. We can't risk them shattering before they are seen. Harry agreed. How do you feel, Harry? Blaise asked curiously, everyone leaning in. Although they had all read up on the theory, it was the first any of them had actually done the charm. It's hard to explain, Harry admitted grudgingly. It is like the memory is still there, but it is an echo. Like a ghost, the body is gone but an imprint of them is still here. Harry tried to explain. I think I get it. Hermione nodded. Well, at least we don't need to admit you to the Janus Thicky ward. Blaise cackled. You were planning for that? Harry cried. You weren't? Blaise laughed again as Harry turned away affronted. Interesting, Theo muttered as he poked Harry's head consideringly, his head tilted to the side. Theo. Harry scowled as he batted the other boys' long-fingered hands away as they went to prod again. Theo ignored his protesting brother-in-law as he pulled out his notebook and his self-writing quill. The Obliviate charm removes the memories entirely. Why is the Extractus different? Why does leave an echo instead of removing it entirely? It isn't copying the memory, or else it wouldn't be described as an echo, it just would be as normal. Theo remarked, his pale blue eyes sharp and questioning. Harry rolled his eyes before stepping away from Theo before the intelligent and curious boy could think about poking him again. Hermione had moved over to stand next to Theo, looking over his notes, their eyes alight with their shared desire for knowledge of magic. Oh no, Harry snapped. We aren't getting into this here. You two? Harry clapped his hands in front of their faces to no avail. Thankfully at that moment classes were let out. The thunderous sound of students' feet on concrete echoed as the students made their way to lunch. We can explore this tonight. Hermione smiled at Theo as he put his notebook into his bag before leaning over and kissing her cheek. Hermione flushed pink as Blaise Wolf whistled and Harry cackled loudly. Honestly. She huffed fondly as she stalked out the room, Harry, Draco and Blaise lagging behind to tease Theo, who took it all with a smile and laugh. Soon enough they had caught up to the large group of students making their way to the Great Hall. They had barely gotten halfway, entering the main entrance for the second floor when they heard it. All easy chatter between friends stopped as the shrill scream reached them. It was followed by Cedric's voice ordering someone to find a teacher. Harry shared an uneasy glance with Hermione. This couldn't be good. They were proven right when the words "another petrification" floated over the crowd. It wasn't long before Professor Flitwick arrived from behind them, pushing himself forward, and Professor McGonagall and Severus were heard from the front. Students are to follow perfect Diggory to the Great Hall. Everyone shall remain there until further notice. McGonagall called out. I wonder who it is, Draco whispered as they walked quietly past, watching as Dumbledore and Evans joined the other professors. We need to find that diary, Harry hissed, eyes watching carefully, trying to get a glimpse at the newest victim in the hopes it could give them an idea of where to look. Finally, they reached the Great Hall and sat down at the Slytherin table. From the sober atmosphere it was clear the word had traveled already. It wasn't long before Dumbledore returned and stood at the head table calling for attention. Now before I start, I want to assure you all you are safe, and I don't want you to panic. But as I am sure you have heard through the Hogwarts gossip, there was indeed another attack today. Dumbledore spoke calmly, his grandfather persona firmly in place. As anyone could predict, the students immediately paled and many started breathing harder in panic. Voices filled the hall as everyone turned to friends and prefects in fear. Silence! Dumbledore boomed, sparks erupting from his wand. I know this is a worrying time for you all, Dumbledore said, his demeanor changed to his grandfather mask again. But I promise you, we are doing everything we can, and we will keep you safe. Like you kept those already petrified safe? Harry sparked under his breath, wincing when Hermione elbowed him with a snort. Now, in light of this newest attack, which unfortunately resulted in Hufflepuff Zacharias Smith being petrified on his way to the loo, every class will be escorted to their next class by the previous professor. Prefects, I implore you to look over your house. No one is to leave their common rooms unless for a class or to see Madame Pomfrey. It proved how scared students were when barely anyone complained about the new rules. I also ask that no one harasses the friends of Zacharias and give them the space they will want, just as we did for the others. What friends? Pansy snorted with an eye roll. No one liked the lump, he was vile. The others chuckled darkly, nodding their heads in agreement. For today, the afternoon classes have been cancelled. Please try to enjoy your lunch. You will be escorted to your common rooms afterwards. Your heads of houses will talk to you tomorrow morning before escorting you to breakfast. With that said, Dumbledore finally sat down as the food appeared on all the tables, and conversation between students resumed. Did you see that? Harry asked quietly enough that only the Cambions heard him. Yes, I did. Hermione nodded before sipping her pumpkin juice. See what? Draco asked curiously. Father said to keep an eye on Dumbledore, as headmaster, and with his power levels, he probably knows who has Father's soul magic tainting them, Hermione muttered. The whole way through his speech, his eyes kept flashing towards Gryffindor even though it was a Hufflepuff student petrified. Harry continued. I thought Fred and George would search Gryffindor? Blaise questioned. Just because they hadn't seen anyone with the diary doesn't mean that no one had it though, Daphne responded. Harry and Hermione found their eyes drifting over every Gryffindor student, studying their body language. We need to be quick though, Theo mused. With 5 petrifications I am surprised we haven't had a death yet. Harry and Hermione shuddered at the reminder their father's soulmate had died the last time. As one they spun around to look at each other, their bright green eyes wide in horrified chagrin, an expression their friends weren't used to seeing on them. Myrtle! They cried in unison. Thankfully the Great Hall was filled with noise, keeping the other students from hearing and being curious. Harry groaned as if in pain before banging his head resolutely against the table. I can't believe we missed that. Hermione was muttering angrily, glaring at her drink as if it was the cause of their issues. Are you two going to explain? Draco snarked with an arched eyebrow. We know how to find out who has the diary, Harry grumbled reluctantly when Draco poked him in the side after he ignored his question. Are you going to elaborate? Blaise prodded. We may have forgotten to share something Father told us before we came back, Hermione admitted. Completely slipped my mind with everything else we found out, Harry nodded. Myrtle hangs around in the bathroom with the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione finally revealed they got annoyed with the delay. She may have seen someone coming in when they shouldn't or more than usual. Harry expanded. With those words, Draco and Blaise had joined Harry in his theatrical head banging on the table. Oh, cut it out. People are looking at you. Daphne hissed. Do you want someone to get suspicious? Theo demanded. We're Slytherins, Blaise sniggered. Someone is always suspicious of us. Don't tempt the bee. Luna hummed, her eyes seemingly vacant, but her friends could see them sweeping the head table looking for a hint of a threat. So what's the plan? Pansy asked, looking at Harry and Hermione, her blue eyes sharp, back straight as if awaiting orders. The others sitting up straighter, all joking aside, looking towards their friends and leaders. We finish this. Harry and Hermione spoke, their voices hard. Chapter 30 Chapter Notes. Hey everyone. I have decided to change Parseltongue from #hello to hello. When I have a moment I will try to remember to go back over existing chapters and change it. But keep this in mind for this and following chapters. Hope you enjoy the new chapter. It had been dismally easy to give their escort, Lockhart, the slip after lunch. He had been rambling about how he would keep them safe and how he could fight anything. In the end, all the Cambions had to do as he led the Slytherins around a corner was not follow them, hiding around the bend. The heads of houses had been pulled into a meeting by Dumbledore along with the Potters and Remus. As lunch had ended, the entire board of governors had arrived with stony expressions and an ominous cloud around them. Students had been chattering excitedly over what could be happening in the meeting. The only ones quiet were the Cambions. They knew if this didn't work out, the school could be shut down. Did you bring the fake diary? Hermione asked as she led them to the second-floor lavatory. What do you take me for? Harry gasped, mockingly offended. I keep it with me at all times just in case we got lucky. He relented after a brief staring contest. Are we sure, and for the lack of a better word, the victim of the diary will be here? Draco asked. He has a point. Daphne nodded as they climbed the moving staircases, eyes darting around hoping to magic herself they didn't get caught. All students were being escorted back to the common rooms. We managed to slip away. Blaise rolled his eyes. We had Lockhart. Pansy snorted derisively as they reached the second floor. Even if they aren't here, hopefully, Myrtle can help us. Harry shrugged as Hermione opened the door to the lavatory, which thankfully was the closest door to the stairway entrance. Why should I help you with anything? A disembodied scorning voice came from inside. Hello? Myrtle Warren? Hermione called out, questioning as the door swung shut behind them. The ghostly head of a young girl poked itself out of a bathroom stall, through the door before floating out to get a look at who was calling for her by name. Oh, is that really you? Myrtle squealed, swooping out quickly before stopping directly in front of the twins. Her entire body translucent, hovering over the floor in front of the Cambions. Long black hair in two pigtails, round glasses framing what should have been deep blue eyes, now like all ghosts, they were dark gray. An expression of wonder and happiness across her young face. Her hands reached out, one to a cheek of each twin. She was cold, but all the three could feel was warmth. You really do look like the perfect blend of your mother and father. She giggled, choking up emotionally. I had wondered when this day would come. When he visited me last year to tell me he had just watched his first-year son in his first Quidditch match, I didn't believe him to begin with. How could the little toddlers that he came to me worried about raising already be at Hogwarts? Of course, he also explained he hadn't told you about me yet, unable to find the words to explain to two 11-year-olds that his soulmate died. I more than understood, which I told him when he felt guilty about it, but oh, I had looked forward to finally meeting you. Myrtle floated down to sit on the floor, as they did to get more comfortable. It's great to finally meet you too, Hermione smiled. Now, as much as I love meeting you, we can catch up and talk about you and your father whenever you want. You came looking for help? Myrtle asked, the happiness fading into seriousness. Someone has father's diary and opened the Chamber of Secrets again, Harry admitted, flinching as she gasped, tears appearing again. This time though, was not happiness but fear. It must be awful being an eternal 14-year-old being stuck in puberty. The thought floated through Hermione's head before she shook herself back to the present. Have you seen anyone hanging around here more than usual or who shouldn't be here? Hermione begged. We need to swap the diary with a fake so Dumbledore cannot destroy it. I haven't heard much. I don't interact with the other ghosts, portraits or professors, Myrtle admitted. I prefer being on my own. Although I have had to chase a young boy out of here many times, I assumed he was part of the book throwing dare games. But now that I think about it, I don't recall friends being outside laughing or encouraging him. That could be them. Harry jumped up in excitement. We don't know that yet, Hermione scolded. What can you tell us about him? She directed at Myrtle. Small, mousy, blonde. Myrtle thought aloud. Definitely first or second year at that size. Oh, Gryffindor robes, she added enthusiastically, clapping her hands silently. No way. Harry stuttered in shock. He didn't by chance have a camera with him at any of these times you saw him? Hermione asked in resignation. You know, yes, he did. Myrtle nodded, looking confused when Blaise and Draco burst into laughter, having to hold each other up. Myrtle was puffing up again in frustration. It's a long story. I can't even start to explain. Harry shook his head. How is the boy who didn't actually live's biggest fan doing this? Pansy asked, completely confused. The diary has magic we cannot fathom, but to understand then to look at the link is vital, Luna spoke softly. What link? Daphne scoffed, although not unkind or harsh. The diary is controlling him, like a possession. But I don't understand the link. Hermione admitted, embarrassed she couldn't see it. The victims are all linked. Luna smiled as she explained. Mrs. Norris, Dean Thomas, Annabelle Entwistle, Irene Denholm and Zacharias Smith? Theo read out from his little notebook. You wrote them down. Blaise chuckled. I didn't know if it would be important or not. Theo shrugged. Mrs. Norris was an omen with the thread on the wall. But the rest all have one thing in common. Luna continued after shooting a glare at Blaise for derailing the conversation. Dean Thomas is a best friend to Harry Potter, very known for his hatred and intolerance for us. Oh, Merlin? Hermione interrupted as she saw where Luna was leading them. Annabelle Entwistle and Irene Denholm were on their way to see Potter in the infirmary after the Slytherin game, most likely complaining about how the Slytherin team damaged Potter. Hermione continued. Creevy found them as well. Harry caught on. Zacharias Smith is also loud in his hatred of Slytherins, as in particular due to us reacting to him trying to bully Luna. Theo realized. The soul shard in the diary is protecting you in the only way a junior Dark Lord can. Myrtle chuckled. How did you see that? Pansy asked, turning to look at Luna. It all fell in place when we figured out it was Creevy. It was as if magic took on colors to show me a map of my thoughts in front of my eyes. Luna shrugged. Theo looked at her intensely. The full extent of her powers were still very much unknown. They showed her new ways to harness them at random, although, Theo mused, it didn't seem random now but. Instead when she needed them. Yes, we can study it after this mission, Luna promised him. Since Hermione had loved talking to her about her magic. Writing it all down. She too wanted to understand it better and enjoyed the small things they found. So what's the plan? Wait here for him to show up, Blaise joked. Yes, Harry responded so seriously that everyone whipped around to stare at him in horror. It wasn't long before they were laughing at the ridiculousness of it. You twit, I actually believed you for a moment, Blaise chuckled. It isn't going to be easy to just kidnap a student now everyone is on high alert, Harry thought aloud. Well, we can't just wait for a moment, it's getting too dangerous and will only get harder to get him alone from here, he defended when everyone shot him a glare. It depends on what Father's younger Horcrux is doing, Hermione murmured. If he is trying to regain a body, then Creevy should almost be weak enough to drain dry. She huffed at the confused looks thrown her way. You can't just drain magic like blood. He would have been slowly siphoning what he needed to get strong enough from the possession. Then when his body is halfway corporeal, he would be strong enough to drain the rest without overloading his core. If my mathematics of magic and runes is correct, then Creevy will probably be the next victim and he will die. So when should that happen? It's not like he will just walk in now, Harry complained. It was that moment they all froze, hearing footsteps on the other side of the door. As quickly and quietly as possible they piled into 2 toilet cubicles beside each other. Myrtle floating above both, preparing to chase whoever it was, away from discovering her soulmate's children. Her eyes widened as she saw who it was. Looking down at the cambions, she motioned for them to peek through the doors as subtly as she could. You have got to be fucking kidding me, Harry cursed as he watched Creevy himself walk in. Am I a seer now? He asked sarcastically, grunting when Hermione elbowed him. Creevy then moved out of where they could see from the cracks in the cubicles, towards the middle of the entrance where the sinks stood. The sound of hissing had them all dropping their mouths. Although it wasn't just hissing, to Hermione and Harry it sounded like English, but broken English. It was clear the body didn't have the magic to support the dark tongue. Unlike theirs, which sounded like proper English to their ears, it had taken them years to discern the hissing behind the words so they could control the switch. The sound of creaking metal flooded their ears. Luna slapped her hands over her ears, as the others flinched. The sound of slamming and colliding, and then silence. Carefully the two toilet doors opened and they came out looking around. No time like the present, Harry joked, stepping towards the sinks. Despite the tone, his face was serious. Be careful, Myrtle whispered in fear. Aziza might be difficult to control if Diary Tom has lost control. It isn't the full soul, so he won't be sane. We will be okay, Myrtle. Find our uncle, Professor Snape. He can be trusted, but he has to be alone. Tell him what we are doing. He will get Father, Hermione told her as she joined her brother at the sinks. If you do die, you can share my toilet. Myrtle joked to try and cover her fear before plunging down her toilet to follow the pipes in the hopes of finding Severus alone. You don't have to come, Harry said, looking at his friends only to be hit on the arm by Draco while the others rolled their eyes. We will follow you anywhere, Draco snapped. Cambions stick together, Daphne confirmed with a sharp nod. So how do we get in? Blaise asked, looking at the two parcel mouths. Open, Harry hissed. Everyone took a step back in shock as the sinks rattled. Blaise standing on Pansy's foot and getting shoved into Draco. The sinks in front of them shuddered before the top floated up as if under a Wingardium Leviosa. The sinks then pushed forward. The sound of creaking metal again breached their ears. This time the wonder and excitement of actually entering the Chamber of Secrets overpowered the sound. The middle sink, which had a snake engraving on the faucet they now saw, sunk down into the ground, a metal platform sliding over the top once it disappeared below. Exposed in the middle was a large pipe, large enough that a basilisk wouldn't have any trouble sliding through. You know, I can't believe Salazar built the entrance in the girls' loo. Harry laughed, slightly hysterical. He built the chamber before indoor plumbing, Hartford. Hermione sighed, shaking her head. How did people do their business? Blaise questioned as he peered down the giant pipe. Trenches or buckets and vanishing charms. Theo piped up, grinning when everyone turned to stare at him incredulously. I'm not even going to ask, Pansy decided with a mock shudder. You know, Draco spoke up as he leaned over Harry's shoulder. I just can't imagine Uncle Tom just jumping down this pipe like a slide. That's a terrifying picture, Blaise muttered. Does he slide down all sullen and serious with his arms crossed? Well, I can't picture him having a blast and hooting with glee. Pansy considered. He isn't one to just let go like that. Actually, that is a more terrifying image, Blaise shuddered. Are we done discussing my father jumping down, and can we just go, before Creevy dies or he releases the basilisk again? Hermione huffed. Ladies first then. Blaise mocked with a bow. Why are we friends? Hermione sighed, looking up to the roof, as Luna rolled her eyes and stepped forward. Ah, guys. Harry interrupted. Luna just jumped. Jaws dropped as they looked down, and true to his word they could hear Luna's delighted laugh winding back up the pipe, long after her long blonde hair disappeared from sight. With a wide grin promising trouble, Harry winked as he grabbed Hermione's hand and leapt after his friend with a loud hoot of laughter mingling with Hermione's squeal of shock. With a shared shrug, the friends left at the top jumped in after them with their own laughs and screams. The pipe seemed endless, twisting and turning down deep. The walls, slimy with moss and water dripping. Smaller pipes branched off every so often, but they stayed the course on the largest. The pipes continued to slide in steep plunges under the castle, going so deep they had to be under even the dungeons. How far are we going? Draco's breathless shout reaching those in the front. Suddenly, as if answering him, the pipe started to straighten out. Right as they started to slow down, it ended. A small sudden drop the size of a wand, and they fell into a heap onto a damp ground covered in the bones of animals. A small cavern, big enough to stand in, surrounded them. Oh, get off! Harry grunted from under the weight of his friends, glaring up as Luna stood beside them giggling, having avoided being landed on. What the fuck do you tossers eat? He gasped, rolling onto his back once the weight was removed. Charming. Draco scoffed, gray eyes going wide as he took in the cavern. Where are we? I think we are under the lake, Hermione theorized before Harry could say something stupid like, the Chamber of Secrets. She brushed her robes down before pulling out her wand, giving it a wave. Lumos. The cavern lit up, showing the other side had a tunnel the same size as the pipe. Onwards we go. Harry cheered. Brandishing his wand like a sword and using his own Lumos, he strutted forward confidently. 6 more voices chanted out Lumos, the combined light making it easier to traverse the uneven ground. It wasn't long before they came to a stop again, eyes wide, mouths open before a canopy of voices overlapped each other. Merlin's pants. Daphne gasped. Oh fuck this. Nope, I'm going back, Blaise declared. I'm with Blaise, Draco nodded. Oh, Merlin. Theo breathed in harshly. This is what is waiting for us? Pansy asked shakily. That has to be easily 20 feet, Theo muttered as he grabbed Hermione's hand. For in front of them lay the shed skin of a basilisk. It was a daunting sight as it stretched out to curve around the next bend out of poisonous green, illuminating under their wands. This is very well preserved, but there is no magical imprint left. It's well over 10 years old. Luna hummed as she touched the skin, allowing her magic to read its own leftover signature. Father said something about Parseltongue magic imbued on her by Salazar himself means that when she sleeps for years in order to preserve her lifespan, Hermione muttered as she reached out to touch the skin. How long do they usually live? Daphne asked weakly. Around 900 naturally, but ones that are looked after, like on Avon Island, are expected to live longer than that with all the care they get. And Aziza is already over 1,000, so she could live even longer with spending so many years preserved, Hermione answered. They keep growing until they die. Do you think she grew under the stasis sleep? Theo queried. I doubt it. Father explained it as a complete halt of their biology. Harry shook his head. And how big do they usually grow to? Pansy asked in fear. 50 feet. Theo and Hermione chorused. But again, that's ones who lived in their natural habitat and food sources. The 4 on Avon Island are expected to exceed that, like their lifespan. Fuck, Draco hissed. Oh, Merlin, Pansy and Daphne murmured. On that note, if you see something move, close your eyes and stop moving. Wait for me or Harry to tell you to open. Hermione added as she turned to continue walking. A basilisk has a second pair of eyelids so that you can make eye contact, but it won't have them up if it's heading back up to the school or on alert for an attack. And if it eats us while our eyes are closed? Blaise asked, only half joking as they passed the head of the skin. Blaise. Daphne screeched. Why do you have to say that shit? Pansy demanded. Will it eat us? Draco fretted. Then I will tell your parents you love them and said goodbye. Harry teased. Only to wince when Hermione smacked him. Woman, stop hitting me. Stop saying stupid shit then. You didn't hit Blaise, he complained, sneering when in the light Blaise stuck his tongue out. Blaise is a lost cause. Hermione reasoned. Hey, Blaise objected. All conversation reached a stop as they reached a large solid stone wall. The middle of the said wall contained a large circular metal door. 7 intricately designed snakes of varying lengths reached out from a hinge, covering the door. Their eyes all emerald gems, gleaming under their wands Lumos, each one looking as if they could actually see. Paranoid bastard, wasn't he? Blaise joked as Harry ran his hands over the smooth metal. It's not like anyone but his descendants could get through the first secret entrance, but to have another one? With an eye roll, Hermione stepped forward with a hiss. Open, with that simple phrase. Another smaller snake slithered out from the hinge. It slid through the crevasse between the door snakes and wall. As it passed them, the snakes on the door slid back towards the hinge with a loud click. As the last one clicked into place, the door swung open with a loud creak. Well, that's ominous. Harry snarked. A loud slap echoed as Hermione once again hit her idiotic brother. Chapter 31 Chapter Notes. So I finally have a chapter ready for updating. I had a lot of trouble with this one, so it is slightly shorter than usual. I am still unsure of it, but I have been writing and rewriting and editing since my last update, and this is the happiest I can get with it. I think it mostly comes from the fact I ended up splitting the Chamber of Secrets into 2 chapters, but I was just so unhappy with it as one. So I hope you enjoy it. As always, let me know what you thought and enjoy the start of 2021. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Welcome to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry and Hermione chorused, grins wide as they took in the sight before them. Holy fuck, Blaise gasped out. I can't believe we are actually here, Theo added softly. The world's best magical historians think it's a myth, but here we are, standing right here looking at it. No one would ever believe us, Daphne laughed softly. It is extremely warm for how far under the castle and lake we are, Pansy noted. It is welcoming its heirs home. Luna smiled as she looked to Hermione and Harry, who had started to walk slowly down the pathway. It was just simple stone tile flooring, covered in splashes of water coming from the roof and flowing into the intentional pools of water on either side of the path. Like the rest of the chamber, the floor was worn with bumps and little potholes the whole way. The pathway was framed with giant snakeheads coming out of the pools of water, with their mouths open as if hissing, teeth looming over whoever walked by. The beautiful yet daunting Grecian marble statues had the same emerald eyes as the door snakes, glinting in the low light. As they walked forward slowly, they kept darting their eyes around, looking for any signs of Colin, ready to shut at the first sign of the basilisk. It doesn't take long before something else gains their attention, as they come to a stop in shock. Blaise choked on a laugh as Daphne blinked furiously as if trying to comprehend what lay in front of her. Pansy and Luna giggled at Draco as he stammered, trying to find the words. Salazar Slytherin. Theo breathed. I wonder where his private studies and rooms are down here, Hermione whispered. Despite the tension and the dire situation that brought them here, she found herself itching to get a hold of her famous ancestor's library. Who knew what he had hidden away down here? What? The giant face isn't enough for you, Harry joked, green eyes wide, although he couldn't deny he wanted to get his hands on Salazar's research. I don't believe this. Draco's loud, indignant voice finally found itself as it reverberated harshly, breaking through the shocked silence. You gave me so much shit because my father and ancestors breed albino peacocks. Yet your fucking ancestor has a 50-foot statue of just his face inside his own chamber. Draco continued, his voice shrill, hand waving wildly at the end of the chamber's wall where Salazar's face came out towards them in Grecian marble. The unnerving statue seemed to be sneering down at them. Salazar's hair and beard swept out to the sides as if rippling in an absent wind. The path broke into two sides, forming a half-circle around the base of the statue, before winding deeper into the cavern. Another pool of water rested in the middle below the beard, the reflection of the statue perfect in the still water. You're not going to let me live this down, are you? Harry sighed in resignation. Never, Draco denied vehemently as Blaise cackled loudly. Oh, Merlin, Pansy gasped in horror, interrupting the boys from devolving into bickering. Her hand was pointing to the side of them, just out of their peripheral vision. Creevy lay deadly still in a puddle of water, eyes closed, his skin pasty and sunken. The diary beside his hand, looking deceivingly innocent. Is he dead? Hermione asked nervously as they approached the first year's daunting still body. Not yet, he is alive, but only just. A voice spoke softly, deep and silky. As one they spun around to see a young Tom Riddle leaning on a pillar, just watching. Their friends blinked as they looked between Harry and his teenaged father. It was jarring how alike the two were now they were close in ages. Although Tom seemed strangely hazy around the edges, as if looking through a misted window, but that wasn't enough to take away from his dangerous beauty. Dark hair perfectly brushed, soft waves dangled just above his left eye. His eyes a dark and deep inviting brown. The Horcruxes had left his eyes red in their time, and he glamored them light blue when out as to deceive anyone still alive who had known Tom Riddle. It was easy to see how he had gotten what he wanted from his looks until he had proved himself with his power. Fath. Harry stopped himself with a confused expression. What do I call you? He finally asked. My lord is what my friend me, but as my future children and the next heirs to Slytherin, I suppose you shouldn't be expected to hold the standards of the others. Tom thought aloud. Oh, why, thank you for that consideration. Harry snarked with an eye roll. Hermione nudged him with a hissed, Harry, as his friends shared horrified looks and stepped back. This wasn't the Uncle Tom they knew. This was the arrogant, dangerous young Dark Lord. Take care with how you talk to me, son or not. Tom's voice was deceptively calm and silky. Harry blinked. This apparition was somehow different from the soul shard he spoke to. How did he seem more unstable when it was the same shard? You have to stop draining him before he dies. Hermione spoke carefully and respectfully, taking the attention away from Harry before he did or said something really stupid. Why should I? Tom hissed angrily as he pushed off the pillar, stalking towards them. His eyes flashing, a red hue already starting to bleed into the brown. With his death, I will be back, strong enough to continue my fight. Kill those who slander or stand against my bloodline. He smirked before continuing. It was very boring listening to the silly little troubles of an 11-year-old boy. But I was patient, I wrote back, being sympathetic. He simply loved me, it's like having a friend in my pocket, he said. Tom laughed, it was cold and high, nothing like the warm laugh they knew. It made all the second years flinch and step back warily. Father, Harry swallowed before speaking, keeping his tone neutral, pleading to the man Tom was under the insanity. We will make them pay and we will succeed in your dreams and missions. The you of our time knows what he's doing, he has the elite working with him. But if you do this, Hogwarts will close and Dumbledore will know you are back. He's right, and you know it too, Hermione added with a nod. It isn't time for him to be consciously aware that Voldemort wasn't defeated yet. It could ruin everything if he is made aware before Father wants him to be. At this stage, he only has his theories and that's the way the dark needs it for now. The calm logic seemed to placate the teenage Tom. His eyes roamed over his children, a soft, real smile stretched across his lips. You have inherited my silver tongue and intelligence, haven't you? He chuckled darkly as Harry shared a look of exasperation with Hermione. He had heard stories of how arrogant his father had been. But seeing it firsthand blew their expectations. Well, how do you plan to cover this up? Dumbledore will know I had something to do with this. With this? Harry grinned, pulling the fake diary out of his magically enlarged pocket. Father embedded with his magic, it is an exact replica but without actually housing your soul in it. We will destroy it and save Creevy, Hermione added. The new board of governors led by the future you will award us with the special award for services to the school. Tom cackled, high and cold again. Oh, I wish I could be there to see Dumbledore's face. He declared gleefully. But isn't the present me worried it could lead Dumbledore towards the truth and the other objects? He questioned after he finished laughing, his eyes darting around the other children. Surely they weren't aware of the truth of what he was. No one could be trusted beyond his bloodline and soulmate who was already gone. That won't be an issue. A deep familiar voice echoed through the chamber, spinning around. The second years broke into smiles as the real Tom Riddle stepped forward with Severus. Father, Harry and Hermione sighed in relief. So this is the fabled Chamber of Secrets. I see that your arrogance is genetic, Severus drawled with a nod towards the statue. Where is the basilisk? He asked as the real Tom rolled his eyes, well used to the jokes, and the Horcrux Tom bared his teeth at the disrespect. It won't come until it's called, both Toms said together. Because that's not creepy, Harry muttered. Why would it not be an issue if Dumbledore starts to suspect the truth of what the diary is? The Horcrux demanded while shooting a glare at the professor who had accompanied him. How does he not know? Severus asked curiously. He only remembers everything up to the moment he broke apart. Anything that happened after that he has to be told. The real Tom explained patiently. Dumbledore is the reason we had the memory lapses and he is the one who forced me to kill Myrtle and break our soul. He is the reason you are a Horcrux. He already knows of your existence. He continued looking at the Horcrux, watching as it sunk in. Without even thinking, he reacted when he felt the pressure of magic changed and threw up a wandless, wordless barrier around the Horcrux as he screamed in rage, his magic bursting out in uncontrollable whips. Tom! Listen to me! Tom shouted, trying to reach through to the younger him. We have plans to defeat the monster. But we have to reveal who he is or else he will become a martyr. A rallying cry. He pushed his own magic out to match the Horcrux, letting the familiar warmth soothe himself. Severus stood in front of the shocked students, his own shield up and in front of them. Rein in your magic. You will bring the entire castle down on top of us. Tom tried again before turning his head with a shake. Severus. This isn't working. Get the kids out of here. I don't know if I can contain him. Although the Horcrux didn't have access to his full magical power, it was also untamed and wild without a magical grounder or an alive soulmate to soak in the excess. Severus nodded as he lowered his shield. Come on, let's go. he ordered, pushing Daphne, Pansy and Luna in front of them, motioning them to run towards the exit. Draco, Theo and Blaise were pushed forward next. Severus moved to grab Harry and Hermione, but they sidestepped him, dodging his arms as they ran towards their father. Theo ran back faster than he thought he could from the circular door they had come through and tried to follow his soulmate, only to be held back by Severus. "Let me go," he shouted as he fought the hold he had around his waist. Hermione was in danger, and that was all that mattered. "Hermione," he cried desperately. "Harry, Hermione, we have to go," Draco called out to his cousins pleadingly as he watched the roof shudder and small stones break from the walls and fall around them. "Father," Harry shouted as he found himself unable to get any closer, pounding on the shield in front of him. Hermione cried at his side as she watched her brother fruitlessly hitting out in front of him, the invisible barrier holding strong. "Go with your uncle. I will be fine," Tom snapped at his children, pleading with them to leave him. "His magic is my own, he can't hurt me with it." "The chamber falling on you will though," Hermione denied, her wild curls flying as she shook her head, refusing to leave. Everyone froze, in their places up and down the chamber, and looked towards the Horcrux as he stopped screaming. His eyes bright red, gleaming with insanity and grief, as he turned to the statue, one hand out reaching for it. "No!" Tom screamed as the Horcrux opened his mouth. "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4. Chapter end notes. The next chapter is almost finished, so hopefully you won't wait as long as last time on this cliffhanger. Cheeky smiley face. Chapter 32 Chapter notes. Hey everyone. Here is the newest chapter. I hope you enjoy it. A huge thank you to Sarah and Nico for your support. This chapter is dedicated to you both. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4. Tom felt the cold fear flush through his body from out of his heart, quickly reaching his fingers and toes. His body was stiff and unmoving, like he had been hit with a petrificus totalis. The fear he had felt at the idea of his death as a child was nothing compared to the horror he felt now as he watched his Horcrux, a part of his soul, put his children in danger. The rumbling of stone against stone filled the chamber as the mouth of Salazar Slytherin started to slide open. He cooed, asking what was happening, the confused admittance of not knowing from Draco. Luna telling them they had to go. Severus calling for someone to hurry up and leave. Harry and Hermione stubbornly shouting they wouldn't leave without their father. Harry, Hermione. The mouth of Salazar was fully open now, he could see the outline of movement inside the blackness. Aziza. Harry. Hermione. He forced his leaden limbs to move, pushing all his strength into his legs. "Close your eyes," he bellowed, spinning around, feet finally moving and arms reaching out to his children, pushing them, face first into his chest. With his back to the statue and the appearing basilisk, he lifted his eyes to make sure everyone had listened. To his relief, the other 6 children were grouped around Severus, all with their eyes closed. He could feel the large presence behind him. Aziza had her own magical signature, pulses of it reached out towards her human. Both the Horcrux and himself had the imprint of her familiar bond. He could feel her confusion as she flicked her tongue out, tasting their magic. "Master?" Aziza hissed, her yellow eyes glowing in the chamber. She flicked her tongue again, but like before she could taste the magic of her master twice. "Ignore them," Horcrux Tom demanded. "You are Salazar's last defense of Hogwarts. The headmaster must die." "Don't do this," Tom cried out, his eyes still clamped shut. "Aziza, listen to me. I am the heir of Slytherin." He had to try, he had to protect his children. "Two," Aziza hissed, large head swinging between the two. Their magic, while the same to taste, were different in texture. One was wild and untamed, the other strong and nurtured. She was torn between the two masters that stood before her. She had to obey the Slytherin bloodline, but their orders conflicted with each other. "No. Kill the headmaster," Horcrux Tom screeched. "Aziza, stop. Tom, Dumbledore will die. But now is not the right time," Tom shouted again. "You are risking your children, your bloodline and all the magical children inside Hogwarts with this plan." "He killed her. He killed my Myrtle," Horcrux Tom screamed. He could feel the madness creeping in deeper, unable to fight it. His already fractured soul breaking all over again. "She is here," Harry spoke up from his father's side, eyes still closed. Horcrux Tom went silent in shock, his magic stuttering like his heart. Her spirit couldn't move on. Her ghost is here at Hogwarts, Hermione chimed in. She wouldn't want this, Tom, and you know that. We will get our revenge, but this isn't the way. Tom tried again. I want to see her, Horcrux, Tom rasped, his voice shaking. Call off Aziza from attacking. She will only listen if both of us are on the same side now. Horcrux. Tom turned to see Tom was right. Aziza was confused, teeth bared but second eyelids down to prevent death. Calm, Aziza, Tom soothed, his magic washing over her. It's okay, Aziza. Stand down, Horcrux, Tom added. The giant snake slumped as if relaxing, the oppressive magic in the room fading. Her secondary eyelids are up. It is safe, Tom said loudly, switching back to English for the sake of the others still in the chamber with them. The second pair of eyelids would come up from the bottom, while the main eyelids would come down when she slept. Slowly and carefully, everyone's eyes opened and turned to see the mighty basilisk for the first time. Hermione. Theo broke the silence as he broke from Severus' hold and sprinted to his soulmate, taking her in his arms. He held on tightly, shaking from fear as he let their magic soothe each other. Draco grasped Harry's hand, glancing over his cousin to confirm for himself he was okay. Everyone is okay? Severus asked, checking over the kids, Daphne and Pansy still by his side, pale in fright. I want to see her, Horcrux. Tom demanded again. I sent a Patronus to her. Severus nodded when Tom looked at him. Hopefully, due to your bond, the wards won't keep her from floating down. If she isn't here shortly, I will go collect her. How fucking big is that thing? Blaise asked as he took in the basilisk, which was curling up to doze, trusting her master's heirs to take care of her. Language. Severus snapped. I think it can be ignored considering the circumstances, Tom laughed. What are all these children doing here? Horcrux. Tom asked as he seemed to finally click that the others weren't of his line and yet still here in the Chamber of Secrets. Cambions stick together. Harry shrugged as everyone else looked startled as they were looked over by the younger version of their lord. They are our children's inner circle and family, named themselves the Cambions. Tom rolled his eyes. After the Muggle myths of half-demons? Horcrux. Tom asked quizzically. All of us only have one Death Eater parent, my lord, Luna spoke with a curtsy. We thought it was appropriate. Horcrux. Tom was opening his mouth to speak again, but a soft, delicate voice interrupted him. Tom? His brown eyes shot up, filled with hope and the insanity slowly fading from them. Myrtle, he gasped in pain. My Myrtle, I am so sorry. I couldn't stop him. His hand reached out for her own, shaking. Oh, my darling. It was never you. You cannot carry the guilt for the moves that the chess master made. Myrtle soothed, her hand touching his, smiling at the contact. In his half-corporal form, it was as if they were both alive, able to touch each other and feel the other's magical core. You have to release the child, Tom, Myrtle added sternly as she looked towards Colin's body. Dumbledore must pay. How will that happen while I am stuck in this diary? This way I get a body and I can fight him again? Horcrux. Tom growled. He will pay, Tom. Myrtle soothed her agitated soulmate. Your main soul will make sure of it. Unlike you, he isn't running with a freshly fractured soul bond, he is playing the long game. Tom nodded with a sour expression on his face as he let the bond to the Gryffindor's magic break. If it had been anyone but Myrtle, he would have continued to fight. But he trusted her to explain and to have a reason. It only took a second before Colin's body started regaining its color and breathing easily. Thankfully, Severus had the forethought to cast a sleeping charm on the first year, preventing the boy from awaking and ruining their plans. Speaking of, Harry spoke up hesitantly. Something else is going on. He seems less in control than the shard I spoke to in the diary this year. I am always in control. The Horcrux snarled, trying to step towards his insolent son. Tom, Myrtle scolded. Immediately the 16-year-old Dark Lord shrunk back to her side, letting her grab his hands again. There is a taint, she gasped. I wonder, Severus mumbled as he walked over to the sleeping first year and cast a diagnostic charm. Meddling old fool. He cursed. Dumbledore placed a compulsion charm to prevent Creevy from coming forward when he got suspicious of the diary. That, combined with Colin's light magic mixing with Tom's dark magic and broken soul bond, has caused instability in his core. We're lucky he didn't blow up the castle when he lost control. Is there anything we can do? Myrtle asked as she tightened her hold on the Horcrux to prevent him from moving again, cutting him off from anything he would have said in his fury. He has to be absorbed into my main soul again, Tom said with a shake of his head. Once he is reunited with me, it will be like a fresh start, all compulsions and taints wiped clean. I won't leave Myrtle. The Horcrux hissed in Parseltongue, although the non-snake speakers got the idea from the way he clasped the ghost in arms. Tom, you can't stay here, Myrtle whispered, reading his body language correctly. You will just get more and more unstable until you fall into full insanity again. She won't be alone, Hermione spoke soothingly. We will visit regularly. I knew the cost of staying behind, Myrtle whispered. I chose to stay in the hopes of saving you. I didn't succeed the first time. Let me save you now, she pleaded. Myrtle, both Toms whispered, heartbroken. I again if I had the choice. You are my soul. She smiled sadly as she kissed the Horcrux softly, pouring all her love and happiness into it. Okay. If it is what you want for me. Horcrux Tom nodded stiffly as he held her close. I love you more than magic knows. He whispered so softly in her ear that no one else heard. I am sorry we didn't get the life we planned, but I am happy knowing you were happy, she said with a smile towards the main soul of Tom. You deserved to find love again. I love Cassie, and I can't imagine what I would be without these two, but I never stopped loving you. I don't think I ever will, Tom admitted as he pulled his twins close, both hugging him tightly. You have enough room for us all in that heart of yours, even when you thought emotions made you weak. Myrtle smiled. Those twins of yours are beautiful and strong. They will make you proud. They already do, every day. He nodded as he kissed their heads. So how will this happen? The Horcrux asked reluctantly. I can't absorb you here. The magic is extremely powerful and dangerous. I will be weakened for a few weeks. I have a ritual chamber attached to my office at home. Cassie and her sister Narcissa are both trained in ritual healing and recovery, so it's the safest place to do it, Tom said with a shake of his head. This isn't goodbye, Tom. By the time I see Tom again, you will be absorbed completely and be one whole again. Myrtle grinned, kissing him again. At least after that, we won't have this confusing mess of Tom and Tom. Harry piped up. Hermione, he snapped, flinching as she smacked his arm. Have some awareness of the situation, she spat with an eye roll. Both of you stop it, Tom groaned. He didn't know how he didn't have a full head of gray hair already. Sorry, father. They chorused as they shot each other glares from around their father. Myrtle let out a tinkling laugh. This is karma for how horrible you were as a child and teenager. She giggled. Her laughter only grew when he sent her an unimpressed look. All right. I will take the real diary home and await to either be called in as your father or as the chairman of the board, Tom said shortly. Do you remember the plan? He asked the children. Yes, father. Yes, sir, the 8 Slytherins chorused. Good. Harry, Hermione, stay close behind me. Tom nodded at them as he picked up the real diary from the floor and placed it in his enlarged pocket with anti-summoning and notice-me-not charms ingrained in the material. He then took the fake from Harry and walked towards the resting basilisk. Aziza, he hissed softly. Keep the eyelids up, Master Tom, she hissed sleepily. I need a favor, my dear, he hissed soothingly. I need you to bite this book, and push as much venom as you can into it. Tom hissed. Because basilisk venom and fiendfire were the only known ways to destroy Horcruxes, this would hopefully mean Dumbledore would never dig deeper. Strange, Master Tom, but Aziza will do this, she hissed. Tom held the diary open above his head, bracing himself for the pressure of her bite. Even so, he still stumbled under the force. Thank you, my dear, Tom hissed, running his hand over her snout as he passed the destroyed diary back to his son. Now, you will go back to sleep shortly, but before you do, I want you to meet my heirs. He smiled as Harry and Hermione stepped forward excitedly. Neonates? Too. They smell of you, Aziza hissed, her massive tongue coming out to taste the magic around them. I am Hartford. Harry smiled as he reached his hand out to stroke her scales. It is so great to meet you. I am Hermione, Hermione added softly. Speaking heirs. Aziza hissed happily as she nudged her massive nose into their hands eagerly. They may come down to visit, but you must keep your eyelids up and they will have friends with them occasionally. Extra scents are strong. Nestmates more than companions. Aziza hissed, nodding her head in agreement. Yes, they're our family. Harry hissed. Go on, Aziza, go back to rest. We will come back. Tom soothed. Smiling as she flicked her tongue again, imprinting the scent like a large blanket before sliding back into her tunnel. Time to go, Tom said in English as he looked towards his younger self who was still yet to let go of his soulmate. I love you, Myrtle. Never forget that. Horcrux, Tom whispered, kissing her reverently, tears falling from both their eyes. I love you too, go be complete and happy, she whispered, with a choked sob. The Teen Dark Lord nodded as he let the diary's magic pull him back into the pages. Take care of him, she demanded of Tom, getting a sad nod of agreement. I will be back to see you, he whispered, wishing more than ever he could hug her as his Horcrux had. With one last look at Myrtle, he turned and hugged his children goodbye before leaving with Severus on his heels. Myrtle let out a choked sob before breaking down completely. Harry and Hermione felt at a loss. Before they could do or say anything, the teenage ghost floated away to grieve in peace. Let's do this. Hermione sighed as Theo stepped up to hold her hand, eyes shining with unshed tears. The grief of Myrtle and Tom hitting them all hard. This is just the start of our revenge, Harry growled. Slowly we will destroy Dumbledore's kingdom, starting at his reputation and foundation. A dangerous smirk growing on each of the Cambions' faces. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore felt a shudder make its way through his body. Dread in his heart as the flow fireplace lit up green. Chapter 33 Chapter Notes. Hey everyone. Had a good roll with this chapter thanks to Nico. Hope everyone enjoys. As always, let me know what you like or don't like, and remember to find me on Facebook as Remade. Profile pic of a mermaid reading a book. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore felt a shudder make its way through his body. Dread in his heart as the flow fireplace lit up green. Headmaster. The smooth dulcet voice had Dumbledore scowling as he looked up from his desk to see the last people he wanted to see after this last attack. Breathing deeply, he schooled his expression into welcoming confusion. Standing, he spread his arms wide as he stepped away from his desk. Lucius, Dion, Amelia, Sirius, what brings you to see me today? I really must insist you make appointments for these meetings. I am a very busy man, you know. Dumbledore scolded softly, ignoring the scowls on their faces. Hogwarts doesn't run itself, he chuckled lightly. We are here for a professional matter, Headmaster, as representatives of the Board of Governors. The least you could do is use the titles of respect. Lucius sniffed as his cold blue eyes fluttered over the cluttered office. Please forgive an old man, but besides Mr. Leckler here, you were all my students at one time. No matter how grown you get, I still see the bright-eyed first-year students. Dumbledore chuckled, even as he watched Dion closely. He still had his doubts about the Maw. As he sat back down at his desk, waving his hand dramatically until 4 chairs were opposite his desk for the governors to sit in. He had found that using basic wandless and wordless summoning charms always seemed to impress people and remind them of his power. Reminding the common folk of his power and even his defeat of Grindelwald kept them from questioning his leadership. Lord Leckler, Tom interjected smoothly with a smirk. He knew it frustrated the old man when he was forced to use proper titles. He liked to use their given names as if they were friends and to try and endear them to him. But it only disgusted purebloods and high-standing half-bloods. It was against social etiquette to call someone by name without permission. Only family and close friends could use given names. If you didn't have express permission, in an informal setting you would use the family name, in a formal setting, you would use their title and family name together. It infuriated many that Dumbledore ignored the etiquette of their world. Unfortunately, his mindless followers had mimicked him in his diss he claimed was pureblood supremacy. My apologies, Lord Leckler. Dumbledore nodded reluctantly. I assume it is a French lordship? He asked, blue eyes twinkling. Although still a lord, it did mean he wouldn't be able to join the Wizengamot and he would have less sway than his brother-in-law with the ministry members. Tom's eyes narrowed as if knowing what Dumbledore was thinking. Yes, it is. But that is not what we are to discuss. Tom sneered. He had every intention of eventually claiming the Slytherin lordship. He couldn't wait to see the old man's face when it finally happened. Unfortunately, he had to wait and bide his time. The goblins had spent years constructing his false family tree and he wouldn't throw away their work by acting too quickly. Although keeping the appearance of neutral, the goblins had always stood by his side. Helping him forge his bloodline and identity was nothing to them. He needed to keep making alliances, for now, once he had the backing of the most powerful inside the ministry, he would be able to claim the Slytherin lordship. With their backing, when Dumbledore figured out who he was, it would be too late, no one would believe him. Of course. How may I help you today? Dumbledore asked cheerily, keeping his facade up even though he wanted nothing more than to make them suffer for interfering at Hogwarts. You know why we are here, Headmaster. You were told to keep us informed on these petrifications and any knowledge relating to who was behind them. Amelia took over briskly, in no mood for Dumbledore's nonsense. She couldn't believe how cavalier he was about his students' safety or his disrespect to those who had done nothing to gain his ire. Thankfully, Severus and Remus had no hesitation with passing on the information the headmaster was keeping from them. She had stepped through the flow into Severus' private quarters after he had left a message with her assistant. She had been impressed with the promptness. Dion and Sirius had already been there waiting for her, and she had only taken a few moments to cancel her next meeting. I can assume you are referring to the unfortunate petrification of Zacharias Smith, which I am unsure of how you have heard, as I had planned to reach out to you later tonight. Dumbledore started, his blue eyes narrowing in suspicion. My first concern was making sure every student was accounted for and calming them down before sending them back to their houses. I am sure, Headmaster, that your delay in contacting us had nothing to do with knowing our plans if another attack were to take place. Lucius drawled with a small, almost unnoticeable smirk. His joy at the jab unflinching at the patent disappointed look Dumbledore gave over his half-moon glasses. You cannot be serious about shutting Hogwarts down, Dumbledore gasped, too surprised to respond to the subtle jab at his motives. Unless you know who is behind these attacks and can hand them over to the proper authorities, we don't have a choice, Sirius spoke, his patience wearing thin already. He hadn't had much respect for his old headmaster after learning it had been at his suggestion. James and Lily gave up Harry, but with 4 students and cat petrified, an Auror team should have been called in and started an investigation. As governors for Hogwarts, our priorities are the students' safety and their learning, Dion added. I have always put my students' safety first. Dumbledore tried. How dare they question him? Everything was for the greater good. It is done. Classes are cancelled and students will be confined to their common rooms and dormitories. I have already asked Sirius to head up the investigation. If his team finds no leads in 2 days, students will be sent home while the investigation continues. Amelia spoke quickly, unwilling to let Dumbledore interrupt them or sidetrack them again. Just as she finished, the flow lit up green, a person's head taking shape for a flow message instead of traveling through. Headmaster. Madame Pomfrey shrieked. Poppy. What in Merlin's name is wrong? Dumbledore jumped from his seat, praying it wasn't anything the board could turn against him again. Enough was going wrong as it was. You need to come to the infirmary, with Minerva and Severus. I have a first-year Gryffindor with a damaged core and magical exhaustion. I've managed to stabilize him, but the second-year Slytherins that found him are claiming they were all attacked and they found the one responsible for the petrified students. Poppy breathed out heavily. We are coming through. Amelia stood immediately. Dumbledore felt his heart sink. This could not be good. Slytherins. Surely they were the ones behind this. Most likely attacked the poor Gryffindor and needed something to blame it on. No student would have been able to solve this mystery without help. He had wanted to use this to spin it in a way that would benefit him. I will send a Patronus to Minerva to meet us there, Dumbledore spoke, trying to regain control of the situation. And Severus? I believe he is the head of Slytherin and will be needed as well. Lucius interjected smoothly. Damn that man. Yes, of course, Dumbledore said hastily, quickly sending off his Phoenix Patronus to find the 2 head of houses before leading the governors through the flow to the infirmary. He blinked his eyes open to see Madame Pomfrey already crossing away from the fireplace towards the group of students spread across 3 beds. One bed held the little Gryffindor first year. Dumbledore felt himself start to panic. Quickly he hid his reaction behind worry and concern. It was Colin Creevey in the bed. If it wasn't for the glowing orb by his chest showing his life force, he would have believed the boy to be dead. The very boy who had had the blasted diary Horcrux was now fighting for his life. Of course, he had known who had opened the chamber, who had been behind the attacks. He had been dropping hints to Lily and Henry, hoping to use this to test Henry's powers. Unfortunately, the boy hadn't fallen in line. The stupid whelp barely even cared his friend Mr. Thomas was in the hospital wing. He had been trying to figure out a way for himself to be the hero when the bloody governors showed up. Everything was ruined. Now Mr. Creevy was in a healing sleep, and there was a chance he wouldn't wake up. A damaged core and magical exhaustion were serious issues for those under the magical majority of 17, and the poor child had both. He was at serious risk of becoming a squib or dying. All they could do now was continue the potion regime and wait. The other 2 beds had 4 Slytherin students sitting upright on each. Their robes in tatters, bruises visible on several faces, fresh cuts and scrapes on their arms, legs and faces. As he started to walk forward to question the Slytherin students who were younger than he expected for such a vicious attack, he could hear the arrival of the governors behind him, and suddenly he was unceremoniously pushed to the side violently. "Hartford! Hermione!" Dion cried as he rushed forward. Only then did Dumbledore have it click in his mind that the Slytherins in question were indeed Tom Riddle's children and their friends. Dion didn't falter in his steps until he reached the twins, swooping them into his arms. "Draco!" Lucius gasped as he followed his brother-in-law's actions, hands gripping his son's shoulders tight as he pulled him close. "Merlin, what happened here?" as he took in the state of his son, nephew, niece and their friends. "Are you okay? What happened?" Dion fired off quickly, pulling back from the hug to look them in the eyes as he assessed them for injuries. Each hand cupping a cheek of his children, kneeling in front of them. "That is what I would like to know as well." Dumbledore took his moment to speak up. He gave the Slytherin second years his most serious headmaster expression. "Just how did Mr. Creevy end up in this state?" "We will find out if you were involved, so the TRLL be best for all," he demanded. "Excuse me," Dion snarled, spinning around to face the headmaster, standing directly in front of his children. "How dare you imply they were behind this? They have very clearly been attacked." "I am just trying to find out what happened here tonight, Mr. Leckler," Dumbledore retorted. "You are implying their guilt without even hearing their story. Look at them. They're the victims here," Dion cried, waving his arms wildly, eyes open in horror. Playing the part of the terrified and angry father perfectly. "You heard the matron the same as us in your office. She clearly said they were attacked by whatever caused these petrifications. They're lucky to not be joining the students in the next room." Lucius interjected just as furiously, silver eyes narrowing and lip curling in disgust. Everyone calmed down. Amelia stepped in. Even with her dislike and distrust of Dumbledore, she couldn't believe the way he handled that. This is why she had wanted an investigation team here. The graduated Slytherins on the board had mentioned Dumbledore's obvious bias. But she had never seen it in person before. He was essentially accusing 12-year-olds of the attempted murder of an 11-year-old. Thank Merlin for the young Gryffindor that Hogwarts couldn't hire just anyone with basic healing training. Although referred to as matron due to her work in a school infirmary. Poppy Pomfrey was a fully qualified healer, having been trained at St. Mungo's and specialized in pediatrics, as well as having a mastery in all 5 categories of magical damage. Most healers inside the program specialized in 2, maybe 3 if they were ambitious. Basic entrance training takes 6 to 8 months. Then each specialization takes a year, or 2 if working part-time outside of training, to complete. After the training, you must work in that category for another year to claim a healing mastery for that category. Amelia sighed gratefully as Severus and Minerva finally arrived for their students. Thankfully Sirius stepped forward and explained what was happening to the 2 heads of houses before Dumbledore could open his mouth again. He had come a long way from the arrogant young man she had watched leave Hogwarts and enter the Auror training. She had only been a qualified Auror for 3 years herself when Sirius and James joined the recruitment training. She had seen the growth happen in front of her. Amelia forced herself to take a deep breath, collecting herself before barking out orders. "This is officially an Auror investigation. It will be done by the books. Auror Black, I want your team here as quickly as you can rally them." Sirius nodded firmly before asking Poppy if he could use her office flow and disappearing with an unusually solemn expression. "Professor Snape, your Slytherins will need to be interviewed for their statements and questioned. I need you to get their parents here before we can start, and I would like to start while it is all fresh in their minds," she continued. Thankfully Poppy had started to heal the Slytherin students while she was talking. No need to keep them in pain, she would have all the injuries recorded, a simple spell for any healer, for them to review later. "Now, aim." "Madam Bones, is that truly necessary?" Dumbledore cajoled, desperate to gain control, stepping in front of Severus, blocking his way to the flow. Yes. She snapped, her patience had waned and now he was deliberately hindering her investigation. As Chief Warlock, I would expect you to understand that all protocols must be met in an investigation. Plus no minor can be questioned without a parent or guardian. Or are you saying that I, as the head of the DMLE, should ignore our laws? She found herself mimicking Lucius' sweet and deadly tone. No wonder the man used it so often. Dumbledore had gone blank and stepped aside, allowing Severus to move past him. It worked well. Lord Malfoy and Lord Leclerc, Amelia called, turning back to face the worried fathers who hadn't left their children's side. She smiled softly when she realized they had been soothing the other scared and hurt children and not just their own. I can assume you want to be involved, and while do believe with your training in the DMLE will be of use, I think you should be with your children. If we need you, or we find something of importance, you will be the first to know. But I will not drag you away from them. I will also approve any leave if you want it. Thank you, Madam Bones. Dion smiled from the chair he was sitting in beside the beds. We are extremely grateful, and if we can ever return the favor, Lucius added with a smile and nod of his own. The peace the infirmary had slipped into was broken by the unmistakable screeching that could only come from black women and a rare few of the black men. Where are my children? Cassiopeia's shrieking voice echoed from the office. The sound of heels clicking against the stone ground was loud in the silent room. Tom found himself wide-eyed in a flashback to when Walburga discovered that Orion, Cygnus and Alfred had taken a 3-year-old Sirius and 1-year-old Regulus to a Muggle zoo. The 3 of them had named it the Night of the Banshee. Somehow Sirius and Regulus had slept through their mother's shrieking for actual hours. Sirius himself had gone on to be one of the few male blacks with the gift for it. Thankfully the infamous black family madness caused by inbreeding had managed to avoid most of the blacks still alive. Sirius had a mild form, mostly seen in his complete and total lack of impulse control and inability to think before he spoke. But even Bellatrix had a mild form compared to the Banshee herself, Walburga. Although mostly untouched, tiny sparks of it could be seen in Cassiopeia, Narcissa and Andromeda's eyes if their children were threatened. I swear to magic herself if my son has been seriously injured. Narcissa's equally shrill voice joined her sister's. Tom was brought out of his memories as he noticed Lucius flinch at his wife's shriek. He chuckled darkly, ignoring the fact he was just as affected, gaining a glare from the blonde man beside him. The door from the office with the flow burst opened and both women strode in wildly. As always they were a breathtaking sight, both blondes striking in looks, but their pure blood grace and magical power levels enhancing their allure. For a moment they just stood there staring in shock at the state of their children, before fury etched across their faces. They stormed across the room, their open-cut black robes flying out behind them, tied at the front by a thin corset ribbon crossing under their chest and stopping just above their waists. Dumbledore sat in the corner seething as he watched the 2 women embrace their children, as they blushed and tried to fend their mothers off. He had to think of another plan. He couldn't let this get more out of hand. He had to pull this back into his favor. He watched like a hawk as the rest of the Slytherin's parents arrived. Watched as the parents fussed over their spawn and got their charts from Poppy. Finally, Sirius and his team arrived. He knew he had to try and use his influence as headmaster and the defeater of Grindelwald to sway this investigation. He stood up and cleared his throat. Chapter 34 Chapter Notes. This chapter is dedicated to my wonderful reader Megzieti. Hope you enjoy this surprise. Your comment on the last chapter made me giggle and inspired a part of the conversation. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Last chapter. Dumbledore sat in the corner seething as he watched the 2 women embrace their children, as they blushed and tried to fend their mothers off. He had to think of another plan. He couldn't let this get more out of hand. He had to pull this back into his favor. He watched like a hawk as the rest of the Slytherin's parents arrived. Watched as the parents fussed over their spawn and got their charts from Poppy. Finally, Sirius and his team are to try and use his influence as headmaster and the defeater of Grindelwald to sway this investigation. He stood up and cleared his throat. Well. Dumbledore clapped his hands happily. It appears everyone that is needed is here. I am sure you are all itching to get started. Dumbledore kept talking, either ignoring or truly ignorant of everyone staring in disgust or annoyance. Amelia was even glaring with her arms crossed, foot tapping in frustration. I think it will be best to take the interviews up into my office, my boy. Dumbledore smiled at Sirius, the Auror sharing looks of bafflement with his 3 team members and Amelia. It will be much more comfortable for everyone up there. The infirmary isn't really the place for interrogations." Dumbledore chuckled as if amused at the very prospect. "Albus Dumbledore," Amelia thundered, magic flaring slightly, reminding those in the room why she had been a powerful and fear-inducing Auror before rising to head of the DMLE. "You are not in charge here. Just sit down, shut up, and let us do our jobs." Sirius snarked with an eye roll, which by the way is not interrogating the victims. Dumbledore's expression went dark at the disrespect. "Madam Pomfrey?" Amelia called. The matron turned around from checking on Colin Creevey. "Do you want the students to stay here for observation?" she asked, pointing to the 8 Slytherins, all of whom were in the arms of their parents. "Preferably yes," Madam Pomfrey said with a nod as she made her way over to them. "Mr. and Miss Riddle have core bruising, nothing dangerous, but the protocol is at least 1 night of observation. The rest of them only had scrapes and bruises, but I am still worried about shock. They are only in their 2nd year and have been through something traumatic." "Of course." Amelia nodded. "Interviews will be held here then, and no child will give their statements without a parent or guardian," she emphasized with a flick of her eyes at Dumbledore. "We should send for the other 2 heads of houses to secure the houses and make sure every student is accounted for." Apparently, 6 second-year Slytherins and a first-year Gryffindor were able to get attacked while the headmaster was assuring us in his office that everyone was safe and in their dorms. Sirius spoke from where he was talking to Kingsley Shacklebolt, John Dawlish and Gawain Robards. With the lives of children at stake, Sirius hadn't risked bringing any trainees like his dear cousin Nymphadora Tonks and had only brought along Aurors with the same rank and experience or more as himself. The legend of the Auror office, Sirius' own mentor and trainer, Alistair, Mad Eye, had tried to invite himself. But Sirius believed he was too close to Dumbledore to be trusted to be impartial in this investigation. "Yes, of course." Amelia nodded in thanks to Severus as he sent off a note to both Pomona Sprout and Phileas Flitwick. Using the same spell the Ministry used for interdepartmental memos, making the parchment fold into a plane and fly off straight to the person intended. He wasn't sure if they would be in their houses' common rooms or offices and wasn't going to waste time flowing around the castle. "Is Lord Yaxley apprised of the situation?" Amelia asked Sirius, eyebrows furrowed. "Yes, Madam Bones. I managed to catch him right as he was leaving the office," Sirius nodded. "He said he would have liked to be here, but he and Minister Fudge had a meeting with the French minister and his head Auror," Sirius finished, nodding as his team got copies of each of the children's medical charts. "Oh yes. Lord Yaxley and Minister Fudge informed me of the circumstances a few days ago." Amelia nodded. They were working fast, which hopefully meant the wizard who escaped the French ministry's trial cells would be caught soon. After a year-long investigation, he had been arrested for experimenting on muggles with magical blood transfusions, resulting in extremely painful, disturbing and explosive deaths. "I think it might be best if you take over and start the interviews while we secure the school and students." Sirius continued motioning to himself, Shacklebolt, Dawlish and Robards. Pausing for a moment as Professors Sprout and Flitwick arrived, Severus stepped in to explain the situation. Amelia just nodded, brown eyes darting to make sure Dumbledore was staying out of the way. The old man hadn't said a word since being told to shut up. He seemed to be in shock that they weren't obeying him without question. Thankfully, he was quiet in the corner, for now. Looking over, Amelia rolled her eyes when she noticed he had transfigured his chair into a copy of his Great Hall throne. She didn't like how Minerva McGonagall kept darting her eyes to the headmaster as if awaiting orders. She would have to be watched. "You don't mind?" Amelia confirmed. Most Aurors wouldn't be happy with giving up control on a case, even to the head Auror or the department head. "We need to keep these children safe." Sirius nodded. "You became the youngest head of the DMLE for a reason," Sirius said with a flirty bat of his eyes and a smoldering grin. Ah, there was the man she knew. He knew how to be serious, how to make the right calls, but was still an outrageous and flirtatious good-hearted bad boy. "All right then. Auror Black with Professor McGonagall," Amelia barked, falling back into the role of lead investigator. She rolled her eyes when Sirius snapped to attention dramatically. She knew he would be trusted to watch McGonagall, and if she tried anything like Dumbledore, he would be able to deal with it. "Auror Shacklebolt, with Professor Snape." Kingsley nodded, moving over to talk to the man about their plans. Kingsley was tall, matching Remus at 6 feet 2, towering over Severus 5 feet -8. He was a broad-shouldered black man with an extremely deep and soothing voice. He also had thick skin and dry wit, which made him ideal to be paired with Severus. Or Dawlish, with Professor Flitwick. John gave a rare grin. He was a serious young man even as a child. But being paired with his old head of house and tasked with securing his old dorms, that brought a smile to his lips. He pushed a hand through his sandy blonde hair, light brown, almost golden eyes sparkling as he greeted Phileas. Or Robards with Professor Sprout. Gawain nodded firmly. He was the oldest of the group, in his early 50s, streaks of gray in his brown hair. He was the shortest of the Aurors but held himself with a quiet and proud sort of strength. Amelia eyed the man, hopeful he would keep being the Auror he used to be. He had been passed over in favor of Corbin Yaxley for head Auror, and he had been rather quiet and solemn since. But she had faith he would be professional and wouldn't become bitter against the ministry. Aurors. You will confirm that every student is accounted for, classes are cancelled, and no student is allowed out of their dorms until we have more information on this situation. The safety wards of each house will be activated to keep them inside unless in the case of life-threatening scenarios. Heads of houses will stay close and patrol the hall outside their house entrance. Amelia spoke, her authority ringing clearly. Yes, Madam Bones. Sirius, Kingsley, John and Gawain chorused, their wands holstered on their forearms over the sleeves of their robes. They cut an impressive sight, the 4 Aurors in their uniforms, standing tall. The Auror robes were a deep black, almost like a void. The chest was a double-breasted slim-fit jacket with bright silver buttons. Once reaching the hips, the material stopped at the front, but the sides and back continued down to their knees. They swept out of the room in unison, almost looking like it had been planned. The head of houses following them. Amelia glaring at Albus when it became obvious he intended to stay for the interviews. Unfortunately, as this issue was about Hogwarts and he was headmaster, she cove. Amelia turned to the students. Madame Pomfrey had moved them all into individual beds. She had little orbs floating from Harry and Hermione, monitoring the bruising to their cores which had been caused by the Horcrux lashing out. Thankfully it wouldn't get worse and wasn't putting them in danger. A bit like a minor infection. First thing, I should have asked this earlier. The one that attacked you, and you believe was behind the petrifications, are still in Hogwarts and a danger to the students? Amelia asked, sitting down. She had her chair far back enough that she could see the 8 students, although their beds had been moved closer to each other to make it easier on her. No, Madam Bones. Hermione shook her head, wincing at the pain that sparked with the movement. Harry had had the great idea to bash each other around a bit with magic, causing bumps and scrapes to sell their story. Although Harry, Blaise, Draco and even Theo enjoyed it a little too much in Hermione's opinion. The Quidditch competitiveness and drive to do well in any task coming through, she supposed. All right, that is good. Amelia nodded, quickly pulling out a parchment and a self-writing quill. Let's start at the beginning. What happened when you left the Great Hall after the attack on Mr. Zacharias Smith? Harry took a deep before talking, hand clenching the blanket in his hands, eyes shifting around the room. We were being led back to the Slytherin dorm by Professor Lockhart, he started, voice trembling with nerves. Tom had to hold in an impressed smirk as he watched with awe as his son played his part perfectly. Hartford was so much like a young him, it was like watching his own memories in a pensieve. We saw him, Creevy I mean, walking by himself, Hermione added quickly, shooting an apologetic look at her mother, pretending to be afraid for leaving the safety of the large group. We ran over to tell him he had to go back to his dorm. We just wanted to do the right thing, she cried, looking from her parents to Madam Bones wildly, tears in her green eyes. How did you manage to escape from the rest of the Slytherins and Professor Lockhart? Dumbledore asked suspiciously. It is awfully convenient that no one else noticed you were missing and no one else was there to see what happened to Mr. Creevy. How dare you? Tom cried out, leaping to his feet. Is this how investigations are handled now? Headmasters accusing victims? David Greengrass shouted, the magical lawyer incensed, his wife Camille wrapping her arms around her eldest daughter, as if shielding her from the headmaster and events that led to this moment. We were called in because our children were attacked and injured, Theodore Knott Sr. snapped, from his son's bedside. My son has suffered through enough without these baseless allegations, Samantha Knott sniffed. Katerina Zabini was nodding in agreement as she checked over her son. He was the only thing that mattered right now, he was all she had left. Xenophilius Lovegood in a similar situation. His daughter was everything to him. She was quiet compared to her friends, so much like her mother. I am starting to think our children would be better in another school. Memphis Parkinson mused, his delicate wife, Marigold, tucked into his side. These are questions that need answering, Dumbledore exclaimed. Somehow a bunch of second years escaped their escort back to the dorms, and now a first year is fighting for his magic and life. Albus, Amelia snapped. You will be quiet or you will get out. The old man glared and sat back petulantly. We didn't escape, Luna spoke, eyes blinking in confusion, head tilting to the side. Her father sitting in a chair beside her bed, running his hand through her hair, eyes watery. Lockhart was too busy talking about how he knew what the monster was, that was behind the petrifying, but how he was going to defeat it and save us all. Draco scoffed, with an eye roll. But he didn't even see Creevy walking by himself or us running after him. Daphne scoffed, her mother sitting on her bed next to her, arms over Daphne's shoulders. Her father was standing ramrod straight on her other side. Yes, the Board of Governors have received many complaints about his teaching methods. Amelia nodded with a grimace. Oh, come off it. A bunch of students complaining about a professor? Dumbledore sighed disappointedly. Madam Bones, even you cannot take that seriously. Students will always have a professor they have an issue with. Dumbledore. This is your last chance. Amelia snapped, this is not the topic on hand. But you should know I will be investigating the claims. All of which were sent with the students' memories of each claim. Dumbledore went pale. If they had memories of how incompetent Lockhart was, they might look into his reasoning for hiring the man. He could not afford the trouble. Lockhart had to disappear, and quickly. May we get back to the matter at hand? Lucius asked smoothly, raising a pale eyebrow. Of course, Amelia nodded, shooting another glare at Dumbledore. What happened next? She asked gently. We called after him. Draco took over, tried to get him to stop. But it was like he couldn't hear us. He just kept walking. Eventually we caught up to him just as he reached the second-floor girls' bathroom. Pansy said, furrowing her eyebrows. He walked in, acting like he belonged there. It was odd. We followed him in, telling him he had to get to his common room. And that's when it happened. Hermione said, biting her lip nervously, eyes darting around the room. What happened? Amelia prodded. He opened the chambers of secrets. Harry breathed, with Parseltongue. Chapter end notes. I hope you enjoyed this newest update. Let me know what you think, smiley face. I shall be posting a picture of the aura robes to my FB account. Remade. Friend me for pictures and updates. See you later, darlings. Chapter 35 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Last chapter. We followed him in, telling him he had to get to his common room. And that's when it happened. Hermione said, biting her lip nervously, eyes darting around the room. What happened? Amelia prodded. He opened the chambers of secrets. Harry breathed, with Parseltongue. Everyone's eyes widened in shock and horror. The parents of all the Cambion children had been filled in and played their parts perfectly. That's not possible. Dumbledore rasped. It must have been you two. He accused, hands shaking as he pointed to Hermione and Harry. How dare you? Cassiopeia shrieked, flexing her fingers with long sharp nails as she was held back from attacking by her husband. The Chamber of Secrets has only been opened once before this. Dumbledore continued, and I know, their father was the one to open it the first time. I was his teacher at the time. I was also the one he told about his dark Parseltongue ability and heard it for myself on a few occasions. I am their father. Tom snapped, glamored blue eyes flashing in anger. Even if they had this so-called dark gift, that would not make them evil, Cassiopeia added furiously. Only blinded people believe dark equals evil. Tom sneered. No magical gift is inherently evil. It just makes the gifted witch or wizard special. Dumbledore frowned. Why was that familiar to him? I can't believe that the headmaster of the most esteemed school in the magical world would be so biased and throw such accusations towards children, Cassiopeia added, her gray eyes leaking tears. No one who holds any sort of power positions around students should hold such hate and prejudice. How dare you question me? Dumbledore hollered. I am the one who ended the reign of terror Grindelwald inflicted, the only one Lord Voldemort was afraid of and the best headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen. His blue eyes, unraveling. Tom wanted to laugh hysterically at the fact Dumbledore thought he had ever been afraid of him, but it would possibly ruin everything. Out! Amelia screamed. I warned you, Dumbledore, now get out. Excuse me? Dumbledore asked, baffled. The sudden switch back to doddering old grandfather was alarming. This is my school and my students. I am also the one doing your job. Amelia's eyes went wide and her jaw dropped open. How do you figure that? She asked, narrowing her eyes in anger. You were just taking their words at face value. You don't know the whole story, all the facts. Those twins are predisposed to be evil. He ranted, glaring at both Tom and Cassiopeia when they raised their wands and stepped forward. Lord Leckler, Amelia barked, do not allow him to provoke you. Regardless, I would have to arrest you if he is attacked. She shot a dirty look at the man the majority of the wizarding world looked up to. Tom growled at Dumbledore one last time before pushing Cassie into the chair between their children's beds. He shared a look with Lucius. Dumbledore was reacting perfectly. With Amelia as a witness, they would be able to use this. He stood stoically beside his wife, a hand on her shoulder, thumb rubbing soothingly. Dumbledore, as the lead investigator and head of the DMLE, I am ordering you to leave. This may be your school, but it is my investigation. I have the right to remove anyone who I deem a threat to the physical or mental health of the victims. Amelia stood tall and firm. The accusations you have leveled at your students are disgusting and I will not stand for them. After this investigation has been cleared, I shall also be calling for a Board of Governors meeting and we will conduct our own investigation into how Hogwarts is being run. Now get out. Listen here. Dumbledore thundered. Get out before I force you. Amelia snapped, interrupting him from another tirade. Her wand dropping from its holster into her hand, Dumbledore seemed to weigh his options before storming out. Interview continued. I apologize. Amelia turned to the wide-eyed fearful second years and their angry parents. Unfortunately, all of them were lords or ladies. This could lead to a disaster if not handled correctly. It is not your fault, Madam Bones. Narcissa nodded respectfully. We have all experienced his disregard for and his bias against Slytherin students and graduates. Lucius agreed smoothly, watching his wife comfort his son. We can try this again tomorrow. Amelia nodded, as she started to stand up. No, a small and unsure voice called out. Turning around she could see Lord Leckler staring at his son with pride. We can do this. The sooner you get answers the better, right? Harry asked. Are you sure? Amelia asked, eyes darting over all six of them, smiling when all of them were nodding, shoulders back, eyes determined. All right then. She waved her wand at her self-writing quill and parchment. What happened once the chamber opened? She and her team would have to examine the entrance and if possible the chamber itself. If there was any danger to students, they would have to bring in an expert on both wards and runes as well. He jumped down the massive opening. The pipes were a slide down under the school, Hermione explained. We went over to have a look. It was incredible. Harry breathed. Despite what has been happening this year, it was amazing being able to see what historians had been looking for years. We were going to get help. Theo interjected. We agreed to split up into twos and find as many professors as we could. But what? Amelia prodded carefully. I slipped and I fell down the pipe. Luna confessed. As I was turning around, my foot caught on the grate and slipped out from under me. Tears leaked out of her eyes, fear written across her face. We could hear her screaming the whole way down, Pansy whispered hauntedly. I was terrified of what it would mean if her screaming stopped. Daphne choked, hands coming to her mouth as she cried, her parents trying to soothe her. Xenophilius was wide-eyed in horror, arms clutching Luna tight into his chest. Dad, I am okay. Luna tried, but she just ended up squeaking as he clutched tighter. I can't lose you, Zeno mumbled. I lost your mother, not you too, not you too. She is here, Zeno, Cassiopeia soothed. She is safe, Narcissa reaffirmed as she leaned over to grip Zeno's shoulder to help him relax and release his daughter. What happened next? Amelia asked gently. Merlin, she hated this part of the job. These children were traumatized, but she needed their statements to close the investigation. We couldn't leave her down there. Hermione shook her head, curls flying. We couldn't leave her alone. I didn't even think about it, Harry admitted hoarsely, eyes blinking blankly. I remember screaming Luna's name and leaping in after her. Harry paused as Zeno whispered thank you profusely. But I had grabbed Harry's hand when the chamber first opened in shock and excitement, Hermione recalled. He was still holding on when he jumped. So you fell with him? Amelia sighed, rubbing her hands over her mouth and jaw as Hermione nodded helplessly. Then the rest of you jumped down as well. She concluded, Merlin, these were some brave kids. Only 11 and 12 years old, but they jumped into unknown and dangerous situations for each other. We had to. Draco cried. We should have gotten help. Blaise acknowledged, his mother gripping his shoulder tight. But all we could think was our friends needed us. By the time we got down there, Creevy was gone and it was just us in the dark, Daphne continued. We had no clue how we were going to get back up, Theo admitted with a shrug, so we continued forward. That was when we saw it. Pansy whimpered, hands gripping her thick black hair, messing up the bob cut in distress. Saw what? Amelia prodded, whatever it was, it had all these children terrified just thinking about it. The monster within, Luna whispered in fear. It was the old skin of a basilisk, Harry revealed, looking up to look Amelia in the eye. A basilisk, Amelia shrieked, leaping to her feet. Inside Hogwarts. She was under someone else's control, Harry cried, trying to get out of the bed, but his legs were still too shaky to take the weight. Tom had to rush to catch his son and force him back into bed. She doesn't deserve to be slaughtered for being what she is, he pleaded as his mother fussed around him, tucking the blanket back in over him. She can't hurt anyone down there, not now the control is broken and we closed her access to the school, Hermione swore. I think you need to continue telling me what happened down there. Amelia breathed as she sat back down. Then explain about this control and how you know the basilisk was under it and now it isn't. Harry and Hermione nodded, and shared a look, and then looked to their parents. We can tell you about how we know, but, Harry started, looking back at his father. There is something you should know. Tom stepped in, gripping Cassie's hand tightly and sending his children reassuring smiles. They didn't do this, but there is a reason Dumbledore pointed his fingers at Hartford and Hermione. He admitted, tense and ready for a fight. What is that reason? Amelia asked calmly. She didn't believe Dumbledore's ranting about them being guilty of orchestrating all this. Also over the last few years with working with a large number of the parents present currently, she trusted them. Which wasn't something she thought would happen considering their ties or alleged ties to the Death Eaters and Lord Voldemort. We trust, this will not leave this room. Cassie demanded, my children's safety is my only cons, not known for being understanding or forgiving. Of course. Amelia nodded, unfortunately, she had seen it many times in her years in the law department. Their biological father did indeed open the chamber 50 years ago, Tom admitted, his friends and followers having to suppress their smirks and chuckles. Amelia blinked slowly, whatever she had been expecting, it was not that. They also inherited his gift for Parseltongue. If the revelation before hadn't shocked, this had. There was only one man in recent record history to have that gift. The implication hitting her with full force, she had heard whispers amongst the Aurors. Alistair had been heard saying he heard it from Dumbledore. Trainee Tonks and Sirius had been snapping at anyone stupid enough to ask them if it was true their aunt, cousin had been forced to have his children or if she was as evil as the rest of the Blacks and happily gave herself to her monster of a lord. But she also knew you couldn't put much faith into whispers, and she hadn't been curious enough to ask Sirius herself, it just hadn't been her business. You could speak with the basilisk. She realized out loud with a gasp. Harry and Hermione were nodding. Her name is Aziza. Harry supplied. Okay, what happened? Amelia sighed, she was not looking forward to the amount of paperwork. All she could praise Lady Magic for was the fact that these kids lived to tell this tale. We found a second entrance at the end of Aziza's old skin, right where the head of the skin rested. Hermione said, we were worried about Creevy and hoped we could find another way out. So you pressed forward. Amelia sighed when they all nodded. We finally got to what looked like the main chamber. It was huge, Daphne exclaimed. A massive statue of Salazar Slytherin's face was at the far end. Theo sighed dreamily. It was a dream, to begin with. Being down there and seeing what Salazar Slytherin had created. But then we found Creevy. Luna shuddered. We thought he was dead, she whispered as tears leaked out. He was so still and so cold to touch. Harry croaked. I tried to wake him, asking the others if he was dead. I remember repeating Creevy's name, shaking him to wake him up, and that was when he arrived, saying Creevy wasn't dead. Not yet. Who? Amelia asked, sitting up straighter. Voldemort. Harry looked up, eyes watery and lip trembling. Amelia dimly noted the refusal of the parental title, but also saw the devastation in his eyes. She wanted to comfort the small child, but she was frozen. It felt like she had been hit with a paralyzing hex and dropped in the Great Lake in winter. You are sure? She finally gasped out. How? Her brown eyes narrowed, watching like a demiguise as Harry reached over to his robe on the chair and pulled out a plain black diary. He handed it over easily, and Amelia noticed the damage immediately. It had a massive puncture through the leather cover and went at least halfway through the book. As she grabbed it, she grimaced as her hands felt wet. Looking down, there was a black liquid seeping out of the puncture, but was thick and tacky like blood, trickling down her wrist, staining her hands. He came out of that, Hermione whispered. She looked close to tears. Amelia looked at the diary in disgust before placing it inside an evidence bag with protection runes. It would end up being studied by her team, and depending on the findings would be destroyed or given to the Department of Mysteries. He was calm, to begin with. Harry frowned in confusion. He claimed to be a memory, preserved in a diary for 50 years. But it was strange. He wasn't like a ghost. He looked so solid and real, except for the fuzzy and blurry edge around him. Amelia frowned at the description. It wasn't anything she had heard about or come across in her years as an Auror or as head of the DMLE. A memory? Amelia parroted, the children all nodding. She almost groaned out loud when she realized she was indeed going to have to work with unspeakables to get answers. They were not the easiest department to work with, always hiding secrets, never revealing more than they believed necessary. But if anyone had heard of or come across this before, it would be someone in the Department of Mysteries. What happened next? Amelia asked, feeling resigned. She wasn't as young as she once was, and this war was supposed to be over. You said he was calm? Yeah, he was. Hermione nodded. He told us Creevy wouldn't wake up and that Creevy had been writing in the diary all year, talking to him, telling him his secrets. He spoke about how their cores were linked and that with Creevy's death he would be able to return. Draco spoke up again. Amelia shuddered at that. The last few years of the Wizarding War had been the worst. No one had been safe, everyone lived in fear. She couldn't imagine the fear these children felt. They came up against one of the evilest wizards of all times, or well, at least a manifestation of him, and survived. Thankfully, they were pretty certain he couldn't harm anyone now, and judging by the extensive damage done to the memories vessel, they were right. That's when Myone put it all together. Harry grinned at his sister's intelligence. It was amazing. Hermione blushed when all eyes went to her. It was kind of obvious with all of it just there in front of me. She grinned, never one to shy away from being the smartest in the room. Her family had always made sure she had been proud of it. He told us he had linked his and Creevy's magical core to help him come back. So he would have been able to possess Creevy to open the chamber with Parseltongue and let Aziza out. Hermione took a breath before continuing. When I told the others, he looked pleased that I was smart enough to know that. Then he said that it was hard pretending to be his friend all those months. That he was a whiny kid and got on his nerves. Hermione then went somber, looking at Amelia. That was when he started talking about how it had only been pure luck that no one had died. Luck? Amelia gasped. Oh Merlin, that meant she could have easily been here investigating the deaths of the 4 students currently petrified instead. Plus possibly the death of the 6 Slytherins before her as well, the 1 Gryffindor further down from them fighting for his magic. Yeah, Harry nodded. He said he wanted to kill them to bring down Dumbledore. He started going crazy, screaming that it was all Dumbledore's fault, that he was the reason for her death, so he would punish him. Whose death? Amelia asked, leaning forward. Voldemort blaming Dumbledore for a death. Wasn't that the flip of the wand? He didn't say, only that she was his and Dumbledore took her away. Hermione shook her head. He went crazy and was rambling, waving Creevy's wand around and screaming. We didn't get much out of him after that. She forced herself to not share a look with her brother. This was the start. Dumbledore already showed a part of his volatile and distrustful personality to many witnesses. including those who worked in the law department, who could use the memory against him. And it just coincided with their plan to start pointing towards the awful things Dumbledore has done, starting with Myrtle's death. They could already see Amelia running all the information through her head, eyes narrowed as she tried to slot the pieces into place. Okay, continue. Amelia nodded, but she sent a pointed glance towards Dion and Lucius. If anyone had told her a few years ago that she would one day be working with Malfoy and his associates, she would have had them admitted to the Janus Thicky ward. But they had proved themselves to be way above the rumors since she worked with them on cases in the DMLE. And worked together on the Board of Governors. She knew if she wanted to dig into Dumbledore's past to see to what Voldemort's memory said to the children, she would need the help of those she could trust. But this could wait until this case was solved. She looked expectantly at the children. They were extremely put together, using all their pureblood training to get through the reliving of their trauma, although she hoped that once this was over they would be able to let themselves react and possibly get therapy if needed. That was when he switched to Parseltongue. Harry sighed. He called for Aziza. She came out of the mouth of the Salazar statue's mouth. It was terrifying. Theo shuddered. She was massive. Thankfully, Hermione likes to read, and Harry has an affection and affinity with snakes. Draco shot them a grateful look. They both yelled at us to close our eyes and stand as still as possible. Luna sighed tiredly. It's because of them that we are alive. Daphne agreed, wincing as her mother's grip on her hands tightened. All we could hear after that was them talking in Parseltongue. We couldn't understand it obviously, but they sounded like they were pleading. Pansy. We wanted to convince him not to hurt us, Harry explained, and it sort of worked when he heard us talking to him in Parseltongue. He stopped for a moment and was murmuring to himself. He went still, like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Hermione nodded. He was talking about how she was taken from him before that could happen, that it must be a secondary branch. It sounded like he thought we were from a cousin bloodline. While he was talking about that but wasn't acknowledging us, he seemed in control again, calm but confused. Harry took back over. He wasn't insane or out of control. But then just like that, he blinked, shouted no, she is gone, and somehow was even crazier than before. But he didn't order the Aziza to hurt any of us. He told her to go up the chamber entrance again. That's when we tried to explain to him that the rest of the students were still in the school. That him trying to kill Dumbledore would only hurt all the students. We had to try and keep the Aziza down in the chamber. Hermione added. We tried to talk to her directly and he just laughed and said she was under his control. She would only listen to the heir of Slytherin and he ended up having to warp his core magic around her because she had sensed us in the school. So he was controlling the basilisk like Mr. Creevey? Amelia questioned, feeling the exhaustion seeping in, sighing when the Riddle heirs nodded. Well, it kind of explained why the children had the last name Riddle and not Leckler. Magical inherited names were chosen when the child was conceived, so if any talents were passed down the dominant magical's line, the child had their name or else could lose their talent. Although if the submissive magical line had a gift, magic still blessed them with the dominant magical name. Unspeakables were still trying to study magic and magical lines to understand how it worked. But if they wanted to keep any of the gifts from the Slytherin line, or even wanted the Slytherin lordship after their 17th birthday, then they needed to keep the Riddle name, and the only name they would be able to take would be the Slytherin name or the magical name of a dominant soulmate or soul bonded. That was when Harry made his move. Hermione sighed, leaning over to grip her brother's hand tightly. What did you do? Dion asked sharply, his face white like he already knew it would be something stupid, Cassiopeia looking between her twins desperately. He taunted him. Chapter end notes. Hey darlings, I hope you enjoyed this chapter, let me know. Now for those who have asked, there are still a few more chapters to go before this year is over. There will be a third year to follow. When that time has come, I will add an extra chapter to this story after the final chapter to announce it in the title. Also, the reason I have a interview continued, despite it breaking up the chapter, is because the next chapter shall follow Dumbledore after he leaves the hospital wing before jumping back to continue the interview. I will have a subheading of Dumbledore, interview continued again. Chapter 36 Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Dumbledore continued, get out before I force you. Amelia snapped at Dumbledore, interrupting him from another tirade. Her wand dropping from its holster into her hand, he weighed his options before storming out with a clenched jaw and fist. Robes flying out behind him, magic simmering in anger as he made his way back to his office from the hospital tower. Every misgiving he had ever had over the damn Riddle twins was coming back. He had so wanted to believe he could use them in this war. He knew having the Dark Lord's heirs on his side would have not only been a great motivator to the common public but also been something the Light could have used to promote him. The ever-kind and forgiving leader of the Light, taking in and guiding them away from their father's path. He had kept an open mind in their first year, defending them against James and Lily, and allowing Severus to place Hartford on the Quidditch team. But he was still cautious, watching silently, ever careful and prepared for the worst. He had been pleasantly surprised by them. They were almost the exact opposite of their father. They seemed kind to their friends and classmates, enjoying the company of students from every house. Very social compared to their reclusive and distant father. Having a large group of what seemed to be more friends than followers. Often he could find the twins by the lake messing around with their group of friends, practicing with the Slytherin Quidditch team on the field, and the one that baffled him, but gave him the most hope, was studying in the library with year mates from other houses. Mostly Neville Longbottom, who Severus admitted to pairing with Hartford for potions help, Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones. He had finally relaxed when he watched them both stand in front of the mirror arised. Neither had seen anything, being truly happy in their lives. He had been able to subtly use legilimency on the twins, and from the very brief look he got, they had been telling the truth. Unfortunately, they both seemed to be proficient enough in occlumency, like many pureblood students, that they would feel him, fight him off, and possibly identify who was using it against them if he went deeper than surface emotions and reactions. Then the Philosopher's Stone went missing. Henry Potter and Ronald Weasley had done their job, defeating Quirrell, who he had dosed with his own creation. It was a potion that worked similarly to the Imperious Curse. It gave the potion maker complete control over the drinker, and it couldn't be fought off like the Unforgivable. It also made the drinker extremely suggestible. Small whispers in the ear became their thoughts and memories. Because of that, he was able to manipulate Quirrell into believing he actually had Voldemort on the back of his head and he was working for the wizard trying to restore him to a body. With a little basic illusion spell, Henry believed the same thing when he confronted Quirrell. He had been quite pleased when he watched the confrontation from the shadows. Weasley had been injured by the chess game, leaving it to be just Quirrell and Potter in the final dungeon room. Quirrell had done his part perfectly, ranting about Voldemort, using phrases Dumbledore had heard Tom use in Hogwarts and on the battlefields. Henry even retrieved the stone from the mirror. It was perfect. They had a quick scuffle where Quirrell knocked Potter out and Dumbledore stepped in, killing Quirrell now he wasn't needed. Using Fiendfire to destroy the body and evidence before he finally took both Potter and Weasley back to the infirmary. He spun the flawless story of how when Quirrell grabbed poor Henry, he burned into ash, how Henry saved the stone from Volturn, saved Henry. But when he had gotten the stone back from the boy, he had been horrified to discover it was a well-made fake. He had no leads as to who had the real stone. It couldn't have been Henry. He wasn't smart enough to create a fake and then hide the original, let alone hide his thoughts about doing so. Quirrell hadn't been able to disobey his orders, and all the professors involved with protecting it or knew about it had been clean. He had done a quick scan of their minds. He hadn't wanted to risk missing anything. Even now, he had no idea who had the real stone, but maybe the twins should have been looked at. They knew how the mirror worked. No, he was going crazy, they couldn't have done it. There was no way they had even known about the stone, let alone how to get to it and create a fake. But he was still looking into it. He did suspect the true Voldemort had taken it. He had brought the stone to Hogwarts to lure the Dark Wizard out of hiding. But it had seemed like Voldemort hadn't taken the bait, so he had turned the stupid stuttering Quirrell into the perfect pawn. He now wondered if Malfoy and Leclerc had been a part of it. They were clearly dark and evil if tonight had anything to show for it. That brought Dumbledore back to his musings about the Riddle twins. Their second year had started, and he found himself watching them again. Pondering the ways to sway them to his side. It wouldn't be the easiest due to them being raised by the Black and Malfoy families. But with their mother's horrific story with their conception, he knew he had a chance. He had been patiently waiting for the perfect moment to insert himself into their lives, offering his hand in help and kindness. He had hoped that he would be able to manipulate Sirius and Andromeda when he had heard the stories of them rebonding with Cassiopeia. But so far the two weren't responding to his missives. He would have to rectify that while Sirius was at Hogwarts tonight. Although he was extremely concerned when Rose Potter and Ginny Weasley were sorted into Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor along with Astoria Greengrass. The younger sister to the Riddle's friend Daphne, that connection was enough to start up a friendship. He had seen the 3 first years join the Slytherins in the library, at the courtyard and even down by the lake. He didn't like them bonding. He wasn't sure what it was that made him uncomfortable beyond that they were Voldemort's children. It was something else that nagged at him. But he ignored it and forced himself to relax and replan. Hopefully, he could use that friendship to sway Hartford and Hermione when the time came. It wasn't like Voldemort would spare the sister of the boy who lived or the daughter of the pureblood blood traitors. He also didn't like the friendship that appeared to be growing between Neville Longbottom and the 8 Slytherins. Severus had admitted he paired Neville with Hartford in the hopes of preventing Longbottom from killing his classmates in potions. But he was wary of it going further than just tutoring friendship. He couldn't have any of them figuring out what he had done, and he had future plans for Longbottom. He would not let anyone ruin them. Then the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Of course, his attention went straight to the Riddles, watching them like a hawk. Only a Slytherin heir could open the chamber. But despite his fear, they showed no signs of having found it. He had tried to glance at the surface of their minds but unfortunately didn't find many reasons to be around them, and Severus deflected his attempts to summon them. He frowned heavily. Severus had been rather protective of them. He would have to look into that. Severus was meant to be his inside pawn. But still, he had kept an eye on Hartford and Hermione, but they appeared to have no involvement. That was when he felt it. Tom Riddle's oppressive magic. It wasn't his children, but him. This was perfect. The world would know that Voldemort was still alive and the common folk would look to him for answers yet again. He traced the magic to a stupid little first-year Muggle-born Gryffindor who had his old diary. Creevey couldn't fight the possession once it had a hold on his core, and of course, he hadn't suspected anything strange about the diary until it was too late. But now, with them being the ones to miraculously find Creevey, saving him and claiming to have stopped Voldemort, they had to have been involved. He had wondered how the diary got inside the school but had assumed a loyal follower slipped it to Creevey. Now he was certain it had been the blasted Riddle twins. They had to have been trying to bring their father back to full power using the Horcrux embedded in the pages. He needed to get his hands on that diary. He couldn't let Amelia give it to the Unspeakables. The Horcruxes were his secret for how he would train Henry to defeat Voldemort. He would have done it himself, but he had his time. He defeated Grindelwald. Now he would be the trainer and leader to the next hero while keeping his respect and power with half the work. Dumbledore sighed. It was draining constantly being on the alert, but at least he was almost to his quarters. He could sit down with a lemon tea and figure out his next move. It was clear he would have to deal with a few things. He couldn't let Amelia or her Aurors find anything they wouldn't understand. Everything he did was for the greater good. The masses were stupid, and needed him to protect them and lead them away from the evil darkness. Finally, he could see the golden griffin statue that guarded the headmaster's office, when he heard the voice of his most regrettable hire. "Albus!" Gilderoy cried joyfully. "How wonderful it is to find you here." Dumbledore groaned as the oblivious man sidled up to his side. He had hired Lockhart solely because he knew of the man's secret about obliviating people and stealing their stories for himself. He also knew that because the man didn't do any of the work or study himself, he wouldn't be able to teach the miscreants information they didn't need to know. It was ridiculous what some people wished to teach the impressionable minds of children, or how stupid some students were, trying to press for answers at dangerous costs. He knew what was best. But unfortunately, he hadn't accounted for how annoying, self-absorbent, and idiotic Gilderoy actually was. And apparently, he had been useless enough for students to send memories to the Board of Governors. He could only imagine the damage that would happen if Bones, Malfoy and Leckler looked into his hiring choices. "Yes, hello Gilderoy." He greeted the man reluctantly. This annoyance was the last thing he needed right now. "Terrible thing," Gilderoy hummed, shaking his head in sadness. "I just heard the news, you know, from Sirius and Minerva. About the 7 students in the infirmary with the latest attack. Just terrible. Of course, if I had been there, I could have saved them, but I was protecting the Slytherin students. Although Severus has relieved me of that duty now." Gilderoy rambled as he watched Dumbledore open the passage to the headmaster's office, the spiral stairs winding upwards. 6 of the Slytherin's second years managed to escape your care, Gilderoy. Albus hissed as he placed his hand on the blond man's shoulder and roughly guided him onto the stairway. Ignoring the excuses coming from the pathetic man, he wondered how Gilderoy had ever been sorted into Ravenclaw. Finally, they reached his office, all the gold and silver enchanted instruments lining his desks. Books he had stolen from numerous lords over the years, or banned and removed from the Hogwarts library, spanned across the large shelves that lay around the outskirts of the room. Fawkes asleep on his perch, thankfully he had stopped fighting the forced familiar bond between them years ago. The portraits of old headmasters and headmistresses watching are glaring as he entered, many of them too stupid to understand thoughts thought out and planned for the greater good. It was a relief to know they couldn't betray him, and only a few had secondary portraits outside of Hogwarts. He shot a glance at Phineas Nigellus Black, the man who was the least helpful of the previous headmasters or headmistresses. He didn't like the fact a dark-orientated and black-by-birth wizard had been headmaster. He hated that he couldn't remove any portraits from the wall. If he could have, he would have burned Phineas many years ago. He had never trusted the man, even though he couldn't betray what happened inside the office to anyone. They had no right to run away. Gilderoy sniffed as he brushed imaginary lint and wrinkles from his robes. If I hadn't been so concerned with protecting the entirety of Slytherin and planning how I would take down the one responsible, I would have noticed them sneak away. Such a shame that, on top of losing 6 students who may have been behind the attacks themselves, Dumbledore continued to rage, ignoring Gilderoy's words. You were so incompetent that students have been sending memories of your lessons to the Board of Governors. Gilderoy was taken aback by Dumbledore's rage, blue eyes wide in fear as he felt the aggressive magic licking at his skin. Now, the students, I mean. Gilderoy stuttered, even knowing the headmaster defeated Grindelwald and that Voldemort had been afraid of him, he hadn't thought the man had this kind of side to him. I have had enough of you and the way you strut around this castle as if you have my standing, Dumbledore thundered. You never did any of the things in your books, nor are you capable of them. You are nothing but a fraud who couldn't even fool children. Gilderoy was backing up, trying to reach the stairs. He had a sinking feeling in his gut. His wand out, in a shaking hand. He was extremely gifted at the Obliviate charm. He had to protect his reputation. Although he was nervous, this wasn't some small-town wizard who got lucky. It was Dumbledore. What do you think you can do against me? Dumbledore smirked, blue eyes crazed as he pulled out his wand. The Elder Wand he had won from Gellert all those years ago was warm in his hand. Now, Albus, Gilderoy stuttered, we can talk about this. Of course we can. Dumbledore chuckled manically, but that doesn't mean I want to. He raised his wand and in a complete turnaround of personality, chanted calmly. Avada Kedavra. Interview continued. What did you do? Dion asked sharply, his face white like he already knew it would be something stupid, Cassiopeia looking between her 2 children desperately. He taunted him. Hermione breathed as tears leaked out of her green eyes. Amelia felt a helpless kind of shock as Cassiopeia let out a wounded cry and collapsed on her son's bed, pulling him into her arms with a sob. Pureblood etiquette be damned, this wasn't the time to fall back on decorum, not after how much danger their children had been in. The other parents feeling much the same way. Clutching their children's hands and listening to the children recount everything that had happened. Hartford. Dion bellowed in a mixture of anger and horror. I had to. Harry cried, a tear rolling down his cheek. Myone and the others were in danger. He was going to release the basilisk inside the school. Harry was breathing quickly as he tried to explain. He wanted to hurt Dumbledore by hurting as many of the students as possible before taking him out last. You could have been killed, Cassiopeia cried as she clutched her son to her chest. Mum, can't breathe. Harry whimpered, smiling when she let go with a soft sorry and moving to hold his hand instead. Sometimes, I wonder how you weren't a Gryffindor. Dion sighed, rubbing his forehead stressfully. Amelia had to crack a soft smile at the extremely affronted look that crossed Harry's face. Like that was the most offensive thing he had ever heard his father say. Because she could see it in the way they acted and looked at each other. Dion was his father, regardless of the blood and magical line. So you taunted him? Amelia asked, trying to keep the interview on track. The sooner they had answers, the sooner they could start the cleanup and the sooner those affected could rest and recover. Yeah, Harry nodded, turning to look at her. I don't even remember what I said, I just wanted to make him angry. Why? Amelia asked, although she had a sinking feeling she knew where this was going. So he would set the basilisk on me, instead of sending her up to the entrance hidden in the girls' bathroom. The girls' bathroom? Amelia chuckled disbelievingly. She didn't think anything in this investigation would ever make sense. To be fair, the entrance was made before indoor plumbing. Theo piped up, the 6 students erupting into giggles at the memory of that particular conversation. It brought a smile to all the adults in the room. At least they were already showing signs of still being able to be children. So, you taunted him. What happened next? Amelia asked, letting them settle back down before continuing the questions. It worked, Harry said simply. He looked proud of himself, but darted his eyes towards his parents, biting his lip, worried for their reaction. His mother was silently crying, but at least she stuck to clutching his hand tightly instead of squeezing him into a tight hug again. He ordered Aziza to kill us. He was still chaotic and wild, but he also seemed heartbroken. Like he didn't want to kill us, but his need to get revenge on Dumbledore was more important, Hermione theorized. But we could tell she was battling the control he had over her. She could sense our magic and bloodline. She didn't want to harm us. Harry explained. I opened my eyes, but kept my head down so there was no chance of eye contact. Eye contact? Amelia asked, baffled. Magical creatures was not a strong suit for her, never taking the care of magical creature class elective, or reading into it for fun. A basilisk has a murderous stare, and all who are fixed with the beam of its eye shall suffer instant death. Harry quoted a line from one of his favorite magical creature books, Most Macabre Monstrosities. Only a few copies were known to exist still. The Riddle Library had one. Another one was actually in the restricted section in the Hogwarts Library. It was written by one of the first notable parselmouths of history, one of Salazar Slytherin's ancient ancestors from Greece. Harpo the Foul. He was also the one who, after years of experimentation, hatched the first ever recorded basilisk. Hermione noticed the confused look on Amelia's face. The stare is only fatal if eye contact is made directly. If it is a reflection, then the stare only petrifies its victims. We aren't sure how all the students were petrified instead of killed, but somehow they must have only seen the reflection, she explained. I will look into that. Amelia nodded. Perhaps the professors or students who found each of the victims could shed some light onto how, although it wasn't the most important thing currently. She was more than grateful that it was only petrifications she was investigating and not deaths. So, how did you survive the basilisk? Amelia asked, getting back on track. She had noticed Eris Greengrass and Air Not were yawning in their beds. Heirs Zabini and Malfoy were lying back in the beds leaning their heads on their mother's shoulders. All 8 of the Slytherins were pale, weak and shaky, and she even suspected Eris Lovegood was asleep already. Aziza, she was following his orders to kill us, and lunged at me. Harry picked back up, but I had managed to grab the diary from the floor from where Creevy was. And I threw it up above my head, making her bite the diary instead of me. Everyone's mouths were open, staring at this tiny wold, who was looking mighty smug and proud of himself. Amelia felt unable to speak for a moment. Harry's parents looked as shell-shocked as she felt. When the diary was bitten, the memory screamed as these holes of pure magic appeared in his body. It was awful to see actually. Hermione added, her father grabbing her hand and squeezing it. There were so many holes that they were linking up until he exploded in light and then he was gone. Aziza came back to herself then. She was confused from the compulsion spells and being freed so harshly made it worse. So she curled up for a nap. Harry smiled at the memory of the large snake slumbering. Creevy also woke up for a moment. He recognized us and asked for help. Admitting that he opened the chamber, but he got really upset and tried to tell us he was sorry and didn't want to. He tried to fight it. It wasn't long before he passed back out. He hasn't woken back up since. Hermione nodded, eyes darting to the closed-off bed further down the room, cut off with the curtains. So with the diary being pierced by the basilisk venom, the memory shade was destroyed along with Voldemort's control over the basilisk and his connection with Mr. Creevy's core. Amelia speculated with a sigh. All right. Thank you so much for what you have done for Hogwarts and her students. You should never have been in this situation, and we will be looking into every mistake that led to this and also doing everything we can to avoid this sort of thing happening again in the future. But on behalf of the governors, I thank you for your services to Hogwarts. Chapter Endnotes. Hello everyone. I hope you enjoyed this chapter. There is one more chapter to come before this year is over and we move on to their third year at Hogwarts. Join me on Facebook Remade. Profile picture of a mermaid reading a book. And leave a comment if you enjoyed it. See you all next chapter. Chapter 37 Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. And so, it brings me great pleasure to announce that the cause of the petrifications has been dealt with, Amelia exclaimed with a smile. Her voice amplified slightly to be heard in the crowded Great Hall, which was the fullest it had been in years. The professor's table had been extended to fit not only the Board of Governors and the team of Aurors, but all of the parents of the 7 Slytherins were being honored. The entirety of the hall burst into cheers and applause at Amelia's announcement. Dumbledore, McGonagall and the 2 Potters were the exceptions, all looking angry and sullen. Even Severus had a rare smile as he clapped from between Lucius and Dion, their wives on their other sides. Unfortunately, the table was one long rectangle, making it difficult to talk to any of their friends without sitting directly next to them. But when all the children were back home, Dion and Cassiopeia had planned a massive party for all their friends and family to celebrate. Only one more night before the students were sent home, and 5 days after the events of the Chamber of Secrets. Thankfully everyone was out of the hospital wing as of today. Harry, Hermione and their friends had been released the day after being admitted, which had coincided with the mandrakes maturing. The petrified students had received the mandrake restorative draft 2 days later with no side effects. Colin Creevey had made a miraculous recovery, getting out of the hospital wing in time for that day's breakfast. Although he would be monitored by a St. Mungo's nurse for another few days once home, he had only been allowed to attend the feast as long as he sat at the front of the Gryffindor table, where Madame Pomfrey could keep an eye on him. I am sure many rumors are going around as to what truly happened this year, Amelia spoke when the cheering subsided. So I want to squash the rumors and make sure everyone has the facts. Letters have also gone out to your parents to explain everything. Dumbledore scowled deeper, muttering unhappily to Minerva and Lily who sat on either side of the headmaster. He had fought against alerting the families about what had happened. Muggles just didn't understand the magical world, and parents wouldn't listen to the greater good when it came to their children. It's why he only had a few confidants and none of them knew everything. But as it was officially a DMLE case, Amelia overruled him. Backed shockingly by all the Death Eater parents and disappointedly the Aurors, who once upon a time looked to him. To begin with, you are in no danger. The threat has been dealt with. Amelia stressed carefully, making sure the students understood. But it has been discovered that the petrifications were the result of an old cursed item that once belonged to Lord Voldemort. She paused as the students gasped, a few fell out of their seats, there was even a startled scream at the name. We are still investigating how this object entered Hogwarts, Amelia continued when she had everyone's attention back on her. However, with the apparent suicide of Professor Gilderoy Lockhart and the contents of the letter he left behind. It does appear that he was behind the cursed item entering Hogwarts, and he also admitted that all of his achievements have not been his own. Amelia paused as the students and professors gasped and shared looks of shock. Sirius leaning over to whisper to Remus, both eyeing Dumbledore suspiciously. He was a fraud, whose only true skill was in the Obliviate spell. And when someone achieved something of notice, he would learn everything he could and then remove their memories. Publishing books, pretending to have done everything himself. Amelia explained, keeping it to the point, although she was suspicious about his death and the letter he left behind. She had spoken to Sirius, Kingsley, Remus, Severus, Dion and Lucius. Together they agreed to investigate further after the year was wrapped up. There was no logical reason for him to use the killing curse on himself. None of the Aurors involved had suspected Lockhart of being behind Colin Creevey getting the diary, and she was still unsure. And even with the memories of his classroom teaching and exams, they hadn't had any reason to believe he had been obliviating people and taking credit. So why had he revealed any of it in a letter before killing himself? Nothing about it made sense. Now, what we have discovered was that the item in question was in an attempt to revive the Dark Lord Voldemort. This was not successful, she shouted just before panic took over the students. We do not believe this was even possible, to begin with. Just a deluded follower using Voldemort's dark artifacts on a fool's errand. Dion smirked into his cup, impressed with Severus' poker face. Lucius himself had to place his napkin in front of his silent chuckles. Hermione elbowed Harry hard in the ribs when the boy had to shove his face into his arms while he laughed. rolling her eyes with a snort seeing Draco struggling to keep a straight face, attempting to keep his eyes on a Slytherin banner as if looking at Harry would break him. Honestly, she sighed, turning her back to them both. Looking back at Madame Bones as she kept talking, explaining the way a shade of Voldemort's memories released a basilisk. Students were listening intently, scared of the danger they hadn't even known had been there. The Board of Governors had agreed to not reveal the possession of Colin Creevey to the students, wanting to protect him from being harassed by those who didn't understand it wasn't his fault or even being bombarded with questions about what it was like. As far as anyone was concerned, he had been the last victim. The basilisk has been contained while the school year ends. The Aurors all help to erect runes and shields to keep you safe. Amelia said, smiling at the relief on the faces before her, many shooting thankful looks at her team. After everyone has left the castle tomorrow morning, a team Opperts will be coming in and she will be removed from the castle permanently. She will find a new home with others of her kind on the protected Avon Reserve. Dion hadn't been overly happy with the removal of Aziza, but he had to admit now, it wasn't fair or kind to leave such a large creature stuck in the bowels of a castle. It was cold and damp, and she had been unable to mate or do any of the things her species did naturally. Of course, none of this would have been discovered if not for a group of determined students, Amelia said, smiling over at the 8 students in green. Wanting to help a fellow student, they found themselves in a deadly situation. But they worked together, not only destroying the shade and its vessel but saving the lives of those inside the castle. Many heads were turning to look at Potter and Weasley at the Gryffindor table, just expecting the hero to be the boy who lived. To these students, I want to thank you. You should never have been put in the position, to begin with, but you have done your house and families proud. As the head of the Department of Magical Law and a member of the Board of Governors, I wish to not only gift each student's house with 50 points, but it is a pleasure and honor to present them with the special award for services to the school. She paused long enough to let the whispers of excitement settle again. Sirius stepped forward to stand beside Amelia with a small table appearing next to him with the awards. Each student would get one small version to take home. A larger copy would stand on display proudly in the school's trophy room. I call forth, Blaise Zabini. Amelia called out, the school staring in shock as the Slytherin second year pranced his way up to where Amelia and Sirius were standing, shaking both their hands. Waving as if greeting fans as he walked back to the Slytherin table, Katerina watching and laughing at her son's antics. The only student table clapping was Slytherin, with the Quidditch team hooting loudly for their beater, joined by 3 first-year Ravenclaws. Luna Lovegood, she added, the Slytherins clapping and cheering loudly as the petite blonde stood gracefully, floating over to receive her award. Zeno stood up to clap wildly for his only daughter. Luna waved at her hand excitedly and grinned at Ginny, Astoria and Rose before sitting back down. Many students in shock at not only second years, but second-year Slytherins were being awarded the prestigious shield-shaped trophy. Pansy Parkinson, Amelia called, unable to stop grinning as each of the Slytherins made their way up. Finally, Hufflepuff and the majority of Gryffindor had joined in the clapping. Fred and George, ignoring the odd looks from the friends unaware of their connection to the Slytherins, clapped and loudly whooped. Memphis and Marigold clapping, sharing proud and loving looks. Theodore not, Amelia called. Theo stood, blushing brightly when Hermione kissed his cheek. He rushed to meet Amelia and Sirius, shaking their hands. Theodore Sr. and Samantha Knott were both clapping, Theodore grinning proudly of his only son. He quickly returned to sitting beside Hermione, relieved to be out of the immediate spotlight. Daphne Greengrass. Amelia smiled, she felt privileged. This was the first time in Hogwarts history for the award to be given to so many recipients at one time. There had been a few grumbles from some of the board members about only awarding them to the Riddle twins as they did the most according to everyone involved stories. But she had pushed for it. They showed such courage and loyalty to stand by their friend's side, just because it was the right thing to do. They all deserved it. Draco Malfoy. Lucius whooped at his son's name, uncaring of decorum. Draco grinned, flicking the one loose strand out of his eye. Walking with a straight back to Amelia and Sirius. He wasn't surprised to be called right before his cousins. The wizarding world had specific ways of doing things. When giving multiple awards, the ones who gave the biggest contribution were always last, therefore Hermione and Hartford would be called last. Any that were equal, like Draco and the others, were arranged in order of magical bloodline importance. The Zabinis being a French line had the least pull in England, so Blaise was called first. Draco grinned as he was handed the trophy. He waved to his parents before heading back. And finally, Amelia spoke, the two who stared down what most grown witches or wizards couldn't, saving a life and preventing more petrifications or deaths. Harry and Hermione shared a grin. Hartford and Hermione Riddle. The Slytherins erupted into clapping and cheering again. Fred, George and Lee hooting and hollering. Rose, Ginny and Astoria getting to their feet, ignoring the dirty looks from Ronald, Henry, James, Lily, Dumbledore and McGonagall. The Slytherin table all on their feet. It wasn't often a Slytherin managed to get such rewards of standing with Dumbledore in Hogwarts and his lackeys in the Ministry. Thank you, Madam Bones and Auror Black. Hermione smiled, shaking their hands. This is a huge honor, Harry added smoothly. Seeing Fred hooting out of the corner of his eye had him biting back a laugh. Of course, his soulmate would be one of the loudest in the crowd. Congratulations. Sirius grinned, handing them the trophies. You deserve it. Absolutely, Amelia agreed. The casualties could have been unthinkable without you. She couldn't even imagine how they had felt destroying the shade of their biological father. But she would be forever grateful they did. Hermione waved happily to their parents, blushing at their clapping and cheering. Harry turned to face the houses and without a second thought and a large grin he lifted the trophy over his head, making the Slytherin table stand to stamp their feet, led by their acting king. Oh, Merlin. Hermione groaned when she saw what he was doing. With a shake and eye roll at her mother, she dragged Harry across the floor back to the Slytherin table. Cassiopeia turned to face her husband. Don't look at me. Tom laughed, that was pure black. Severus nodded sagely, having seen a similar attitude from Sirius back in their time at Hogwarts. Thankfully, Harry hadn't the same heightened arrogance and didn't bully someone simply for being. Although, he had received apologies from both Black and Lupin back when they joined the board and the Hogwarts staff. They were not the same teenagers and had grown up. But they would still never be friends or family. You are the one who got the same award for the same reason, Cassiopeia snickered quietly. Yeah, and I didn't do that when I got it. Tom shot back with a loving smile, kissing her on the cheek quickly. We got lucky with our two, Cassie smiled, looking over to see her children laughing and cheering with the rest of their friends and housemates. Hermione was sitting with Theo's arms around her shoulders, Harry with Draco laughing and arguing playfully while shooting happy grins at his Gryffindor soulmate. That we did, my love. Tom agreed. I got lucky with all three of you.